Suyi found himself transported into the body of the female protagonist, Luo Qinghuan, from the romantic fantasy novel he had been reading, and had bound himself to a dark investment system. Under his influence, every time Luo Qinghuan succumbed to darkness, she would receive rewards, which could either be invested or not. Investing in the darkened protagonist would yield even greater rewards. Thus, Suyi relentlessly pushed her towards darkness and invested fervently in her. Time passed, and as he gazed upon the girl exuding dark energy, the powerful figures from Xuanti remarked, "Did you not claim she possessed an innate pure sacred body and would become the empress of salvation? How has she turned into a demoness?" Chapter 1. Having become the protagonist's golden finger, I am bound to the dark investment system. Have I traversed once more? Did I not perish after battling the 10 great demon emperors? Suyi opened his bewildered eyes amidst a pitch-black chaos. Why once more? In his previous life, he was a resident of Blue Star, who met his end when a truck crashed into him while he was immersed in his work. Coincidentally, he found himself in a female-oriented fantasy novel titled Feng Lin Tianxian, which he had been reading at the time. Although he lacked a system, he had thought that his familiarity with the plot would allow him to navigate the world with ease. However, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently embarked on an unrelated subplot, encountering none of the characters from the book. Consequently, he was forced to become a mere passerby. Yet, through sheer determination, he forged his own path and ultimately ascended to the status of an emperor. In the end, before the ancient path to divinity, he clashed with the 10 great emperors of the demon clan and fell, filled with resentment. To his astonishment, upon opening his eyes, he realized he had traversed once more. But to what purpose? Surrounded by darkness, he soon heard a cacophony of voices, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. It sounded as though a group of women were verbally assaulting a young girl, their words dripping with shamelessness, reminiscent of green tea bitches. In the Xianin sacred sect, within the Clear Heart Hall, an elderly woman's voice resonated. "I never anticipated that Qinghuan's journey to Kunlun would yield 2 sacred herbs for our sect, one 100 years old, the other a millennium. If consumed, it would grant decades of cultivation. However, Qinghuan, your talents are extraordinary, having reached the celestial sovereign realm at such a young age. Consuming the millennium herb may not significantly enhance you. Perhaps it would be better to bestow it upon Minger? She is still young, at the perfect age for cultivating her root bones, and the millennium herb would be ideal for her." Within the grand hall, the elderly woman held 2 sacred herbs that emanated a potent fragrance, enough to discern their remarkable quality merely by scent. Upon hearing the elder's words, the girl in a white dress, with a face of exquisite beauty, hesitated. "Qinghuan, as the senior sister, you should yield to the junior sister. Have you forgotten the teachings of our master? Humility is an essential quality for cultivators, a virtue of great worth." Seeing the girl in white falter, the elder frowned and gently admonished her. "Indeed, senior sister, you have already reached the celestial sovereign realm. The millennium and 100-year herbs are of little distinction to you. Why must you vie with the junior sister? You would gain no benefit from using them. It would be better to give them to the junior sister for her root bone cultivation." The surrounding girls chimed in with their opinions, further bewildering the girl in white. Observing this scene, the girl in the green palace dress, concealed behind the elder, revealed a smug smile, quickly masking it with a facade of grievance. "Master, esteemed senior sisters, it's all right. These sacred herbs were earned by senior sister during her trials in Kunlun. Minger feels unworthy to accept them. Moreover, if senior sister is unwilling to part with them, Minger could venture to Kunlun herself to seek herbs for her root bone cultivation." With that, the girl in green clenched her fists, her face a picture of determination. "Nonsense! The Kunlun realm can only be entered by those of the divine passage realm. For a child like you to attempt it is akin to courting death." The Taijin master shot her a glare. She then turned her attention back to the girl in white, her brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. "Qinghuan, Minger has reached the point of needing to seek herbs for her root bone cultivation as the senior sister. Are you unwilling to lend this small assistance?" "Exactly. It is shocking that a millennium herb reveals such treachery in human hearts. Let alone us. Even if Master were gravely injured and required sacred herbs for healing, would you not hesitate to part with this millennium herb, senior sister?" The surrounding girls sighed, echoing one another. Hearing their remarks, the girl in white felt her eyes redden, her silver teeth biting into her crimson lip, increasingly aggrieved. These sacred herbs were the fruits of her arduous efforts in the Kunlun realm. She had nearly lost her life to obtain them, and now she lay injured. Yet, her master and others showed no concern for her wounds, instead discussing her fate. "What sacred herbs? What is this notion of yielding to the younger? Both sacred herbs belong to me. Who are you to claim them?" Enveloped in darkness, Suyi felt a surge of anger. "Wait, sacred herbs? Senior sister Qinghuan? Isn't this precisely the opening scenario of the female-oriented novel Feng Lin Tianxian? Have I finally entered the main storyline? The protagonist, Luo Qinghuan, was morally coerced into relinquishing a millennium-sacred herb, which she had risked her life to acquire, to her junior sister. At that moment, Suyi had felt an overwhelming urge to leap into the narrative and deliver a punch to that insufferable green tea junior sister. Just then, the surrounding darkness abruptly transformed into radiant beams of light. An elderly woman's grotesque visage soon came into view, along with the others, including the green-dressed girl feigning innocence behind her. It seemed their gazes were fixed upon him. Suyi blinked in surprise, instinctively raising his hand, only to find his fingers strikingly slender and elegant. In that moment, he was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming inwardly, "What the hell? Good news! I have traversed once more. Better news! I have entered the body of a girl. Moreover, it is the body of the protagonist from Feng Lin Tianxian. Wait, why is this better news?" Suyi felt the need to clarify he was not a pervert, but rather a man of integrity, a gentleman. Congratulations, host, for binding the exclusive dark investment system. At that moment, a cold electronic female voice resonated. Surprised by the system's voice, Suyi momentarily froze. Well, I didn't receive a system in my past life, and now I have one along with this bizarre system? Under the host's influence, every time Luo Qinghuan succumbs to darkness, she will receive rewards, which may be invested or not investing in the protagonist will yield even greater rewards. The cold voice echoed in his mind once more, followed by an image visible only to him. Protagonist, Luo Qinghuan. Age, 18. Realm, Celestial Sovereign 1-star, root bone, superior grade root bone. Physique, innate pure sacred body. Innate pure sacred body? Seeing Luo Qinghuan's physique, Suyi furrowed his brow. He had heard of this physique in his previous life. Those who possessed it had terrifying cultivation talents, but also a fatal flaw. They were excessively kind-hearted and lacking in eloquence. No wonder she was being coerced like this. Luo Qinghuan refrained from arguing with these green tea bitches not out of desire, but due to the constraints of her physique, rendering her incapable of rebuttal. It could be said that the author of this female-oriented novel had some peculiar ideas with such an odd setting. The darkening protagonist system was meant to assist him in transforming this pure, naive female lead into a darker, more sophisticated figure. Ah, I see. Suyi's expression shifted to one of realization. This meant that by darkening the protagonist and receiving rewards, and subsequently investing those rewards back into her darkening, he could achieve even greater benefits. Such a recursive strategy would lead him inexorably towards invincibility. This is rather simple, he mused, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Before his reincarnation, did he not conquer the realm without a system, merely as an outsider? It was through cunning and deception, through virtue and wisdom that he acquired such abundant cultivation resources, earning him the notorious title of the Ruthless Emperor Suyi in his last life. This title struck terror into the hearts of all cultivators across the 9 domains of Tianxian. He distinctly recalled that in Feng Lin Tianxian, the female protagonist, Luo Qinghuan, endured a harrowing fate. Due to her innate pure sacred body, she suffered numerous setbacks in social interactions and was often burdened with arduous tasks within her sect. Such moral coercion was a frequent occurrence. Ultimately, in the grand finale, Luo Qinghuan was manipulated by the world, sacrificing her life force to save the populace. It was a truly foolish narrative. Nevertheless, now that he had arrived, it was time for a change. A pure, naive female lead. Was it? He would transform her into a cold, formidable dark heroine. Who are you? Why are you in my body? I am quite powerful. You had better not act recklessly. At that moment, the melodious yet somewhat anxious voice of Luo Qinghuan suddenly resonated. As a practitioner at the celestial sovereign level, she could naturally sense the presence of a strange soul within her. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she found herself utterly powerless against this unfamiliar spirit. In an instant, her delicate features turned pale with tension. Could it be that the legendary soul-snatching was about to befall her? No, I cannot succumb to fear. The more I fear, the more he will perceive me as easy prey. Hearing her voice, which betrayed her fear while feigning composure, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle softly, then stated earnestly, I am Suyi, the life mentor bestowed upon you by the heavenly Tao. Do not struggle, lest you meet a grisly demise. A grisly demise? Luo Qinghuan's face turned ashen. Truly, as a being of innate purity, she was indeed easily deceived. Suyi smiled knowingly. Very well, Qinghuan, since you are unwilling to present this millennium elixir to Menger, Let her use this century-old elixir to refine her foundation. I have taught you many virtues of humility, yet you seem to have forgotten them entirely. I'm quite disappointed in you." Just then, Master Taiyin cast a glance at Luo Qinghuan, his aged eyes filled with profound disappointment. He then unceremoniously tossed the Millennium Elixir to Luo Qinghuan, before gently placing the century-old elixir into Menger's hands. "I never expected my senior sister to be such a person, to forsake the bonds of our sect for mere material possessions." The disciples of the Xuanti holy sect all sighed in unison. "Humph. Menger, let us depart." Master Taiyin snorted coldly, taking the hand of the girl in the green palace attire, who gazed longingly at the Millennium Elixir in Luo Qinghuan's arms, her expression filled with yearning. "Do not fret. Menger, I shall seek another Millennium Elixir for you in due time." Master Taiyin reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan felt a wave of grievance swell within her, wishing to voice her thoughts. Yet at that moment, the dominion of her body lay in Su Ye's hands, rendering her voiceless. As the first disciple of Master Taiyin, when she refined her foundation years ago, her master had merely sought a decade-old elixir for her, a bond she had long since repaid. Over the years, she had ventured into the secret realm alone, bestowing any treasures upon Master Taiyin in gratitude for his nurturing. Yet now her master spoke such sorrowful words, and the more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. "Luo girl, since I am your life mentor bestowed by the heavenly Tao, allow me to impart your first lesson." At that moment, as Su Yi observed the retreating figures, a meaningful smile graced his lips. "Ah?" Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, and just then, Su Yi spoke, though the voice that emerged was that of Luo Qinghuan. "Master, wait a moment." As her clear and melodious voice echoed, Master Taiyin halted his steps, turning to look at his disciple. He initially thought Luo Qinghuan had had a change of heart, a wrinkled smile breaking across his aged face. He understood his disciple well. Although she possessed immense talent, her nature was rather gentle, making her easily manipulable. "Qinghuan, it is good that you recognize your mistake. Why not hasten to bring forth that Millennium Elixir?" Chapter 2. The Notorious Bandit and the Darkened Seed. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Yi approached the young girl in the green dress and extended her palm. "Then let Sister Ming return this century-old sacred herb to me first." Upon hearing this, the girl in the green dress initially believed that the senior sister had finally relented and would bestow upon her the Millennium Sacred Herb. Without a second thought, she joyfully returned the century-old herb to Su Yi, opening her fair hand. "Thank you for the Millennium Sacred Herb, senior sister. I will certainly remember your assistance when I forge my roots." As she spoke, a proud smile graced the young girl's delicate face. "Humph, you think you can compete with me? I am the treasure in the hearts of our master and senior sisters. The sacred herb that you, Luo Qinghuan, fought tooth and nail for, is destined to be used by me. I assent it." Su Ye's lips curled into a scornful smile as she unapologetically snatched the century-old sacred herb from the girl in the green dress. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the ring on her hand shimmered faintly, and she directly stored both sacred herbs within it. Qinghuan, what do you mean by this?" Witnessing the scene, the expression of Taiyin Zhenren turned rigid, his smile faltering as he became momentarily speechless. "What are you doing?" Luo Qinghuan, caught off guard by the unfolding events, felt a wave of humiliation wash over her as she noticed all eyes were suddenly upon her. She wished for nothing more than to sink into the ground. As a naturally pure sacred body, if she were on Blue Star, she would undoubtedly be the epitome of social anxiety. This girl is far too kind. She must possess a sinister physique. "Luo girl, this is the first lesson I wish to impart to you. Since both sacred herbs were acquired at the cost of your life, what gives her the right to demand them? Does she believe she has a choice? A choice in trade? As long as you lack morality, they shall never succeed in coercing you." Su Yi flashed a smile at Luo Qinghuan. "Morality. Coercion? What are those?" Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Su Yi did not elaborate but instead turned her gaze toward Taiyin Zhenren, speaking in a cold tone. "It is of no consequence. Both of these sacred herbs were obtained by me within the Kunlun mirror. They are mine. Even if they serve no purpose to me, even if I were to discard them to the dogs, it remains my prerogative. Master, it seems you have no right to interfere." At these words, Taiyin Zhenren and the disciples of the Xuanti sacred sect were momentarily taken aback, staring at the Luo Qinghuan before them, whose once delicate features now bore a hint of indifference, shedding some of her previous fragility. This sensation felt as though the person before them was not the familiar senior sister they knew, but rather someone entirely different. "You? Senior sister, how can you say such a thing? You would rather discard them to the dogs than give them to Ming. Am I so unworthy in your eyes? So detestable?" Hearing Su Ye's words, the girl in the green dress turned pale, her delicate teeth biting down on her red lip, presenting a pitiful visage. Witnessing this, everyone felt a surge of compassion. However, at this moment, Luo Qinghuan was unmoved by such tactics, for it was Suyi, revered as the notorious bandit emperor by the celestial mystics, who was currently in control of her body. What scenes had she not witnessed? Indeed, I find you repugnant. Suyi nodded, openly acknowledging her sentiment. Do not mention the millennium sacred herb. Even a century-old herb would be a waste in your hands. After a year of cultivation, 15 years have elapsed, yet my current level of mastery barely reaches the spirit sea realm. Given such a lengthy period, even if it were devoted to training a mere pig, it would surely have surpassed the spirit sea realm, wouldn't it? This statement, once uttered, incited a wave of astonishment among those present. No one could have anticipated that the usually gentle and delicate senior sister would reveal such a sharp and astonishing side of herself at this moment. Senior sister, even if you are unwilling to grant me the sacred medicine, there is no need to humiliate me in such a manner. Well, if worst comes to worst, I shall venture to the Kunlun mirror myself in search of the holy medicine to refine my foundation. The girl in the green dress bit her silver teeth, still maintaining an appearance of pitiful vulnerability. Very well, then you may go, Suyi remarked, crossing his arms and casting a cold gaze upon her, before adding a sharp retort. Remember to hold your life token in your mouth during your journey, lest the sect find your corpse and be unable to identify you, considering only those of the divine realm can enter the Kunlun mirror. With your current abilities, you are still far from it. Boo-hoo. The girl in the green dress was left somewhat flustered by Su Ye's words, her eyes gradually reddening until she burst into loud sobs. You are but a trifling green tea. How could your methods possibly compare to those of the ruthless emperor, Luo Qinghuan? You have gone too far. Upon witnessing the girl in the green dress weeping uncontrollably, Master Taiyin's expression darkened, and he quickly reprimanded. How could you bring your junior sister to tears? Bring her to tears? Master, you jest. It is clearly my junior sister who, in her arrogance, wished to venture into the Kunlun mirror to take risks, and as the senior sister, I merely advised her kindly, leading her to reconsider. She was moved to tears, not because of my actions, Suyi replied with utmost seriousness. You? Master Taiyin gritted his yellowed teeth. Taken aback by the transformation of his disciple, he then snorted coldly. How dare you defy your seniors and bully your fellow disciples? I shall send you to the law enforcement hall, where you will contemplate your actions in silence. Is that so? In response, Suyi remained unfazed, arms crossed, and mockingly gazed at Master Taiyin. If I recall correctly, our Xian holy sect values strength above all, and I am among the most esteemed and talented disciples of the sect. Should the sect leader learn that you are forcing a gifted disciple to relinquish a millennium-old sacred medicine for someone whose cultivation potential pales in comparison, how might the Lord react to your actions? You? Upon hearing this, Master Taiyin's lips twitched uncontrollably. She was well aware of such rules, but previously, due to Luo Qinghuan's gentle nature, she had been able to manipulate her freely. Yet now, this rebellious girl had suddenly turned assertive. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. So, what do you say, Luo girl? How does it feel? Suyi inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to Luo Qinghuan. This. Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth. Although these words were not her own, they had been conveyed through her lips, evoking a sensation akin to personal experience. It was an indescribable feeling. Yet, she sensed that something suppressed within her was finally being released. I don't know. After much internal conflict, Luo Qinghuan finally managed to utter a single sentence. Yet, that one sentence was sufficient. He understood that a dark seed had already been sown in Luo Qinghuan's heart, and all that was needed was to quietly await its rooting and blossoming. Chapter 3. What is mine, but what belongs to them is not mine. What that person, Suyi? Luo Qinghuan spoke with a delicate voice, timidly suggesting, shall we leave? Since both sacred herbs are to be returned, perhaps we should depart. If it weren't for the fact that Suyi currently held control over her body, this girl would have likely fled long ago. Leave? What are we leaving for? Suyi scoffed coldly. What is mine is mine. Does that mean what belongs to them is not mine? Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes widened, her mind momentarily short-circuiting, her small face etched with astonishment. Before she could respond, Suyi crossed his arms and turned to the other disciples beside the Taiyin real person. Dear junior sisters, I have been guiding you through various secret realms during this time, ensuring your safety. According to the customary fee for a protector, each of you should at least offer me 500-year-old spirit herbs. Apologies, but I cannot allow freeloading. Following that, he waved his hand, and an overwhelming aura instantly suppressed the several female disciples, seizing their storage rings as well. Witnessing this scene, The few of them were about to voice their objections but were silenced by Su Ye's terrifying presence, left helplessly watching as he took their rings. After all, Luo Qinghuan's power had already reached the formidable realm of the celestial sovereign. Once they could not morally bind Luo Qinghuan, they had no means to deal with her. Luo Qinghuan, how can you be so unreasonable? As your master, I am utterly embarrassed to have such a disciple. The Taiyin real person's face turned green with anger upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's actions. Her yellowed teeth clenched as she pointed at her. If you do not return the sacred herbs to them, I shall sever our master-disciple relationship. However, amidst her lengthy tirade, Su Yi only caught the last few words. Sever our master-disciple relationship? That would be splendid. Let it be done. Hearing the Taiyin real person's words, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a tremendous fortune and readily agreed. Su Yi, what are you doing? She is my master. Luo Qinghuan was somewhat dazed. Dear girl, tell me, what realm is this old crone in? The Saint Emperor realm. Luo Qinghuan replied weakly. Indeed, just a mere Saint Emperor. We are far superior in realm compared to her. Why should we let her teach you? When have you ever seen the weak instruct the strong? Is she attempting to reverse the celestial patterns? Su Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. With his existence as a former emperor, did he need this old crone to teach Luo Qinghuan? Qinghuan, not upon seeing Luo Qinghuan agree without hesitation, the Taiyin real person felt her confidence wane and even experienced a hint of regret, her tone softening considerably. Claiming that her disciple brought her shame was, in truth, a falsehood. After all, Luo Qinghuan possessed extraordinary talent, being a prodigious disciple of the Xian'in sacred sect, and many elders within the sect envied her for having such a disciple. She had initially believed that threatening Luo Qinghuan would compel her to relent. Yet to her astonishment, Luo Qinghuan consented with remarkable decisiveness. Luo Qinghuan, you audaciously dare to defy your master. You will come to regret this. Just wait. At this moment, the girl in the green dress gritted her silver teeth, glaring at Luo Qinghuan with palpable resentment. Clearly, she bore a grudge against Luo Qinghuan for not providing her with the coveted millennium holy medicine. However, before the green-dressed girl could finish her sentence, a sharp crack resonated through the air as Su Ye's hand descended heavily, leaving a vivid red handprint on Mingere's cherubic face. You dare to call your senior sister by her full name and threaten her? Today, I shall teach you a lesson in accordance with the sect's rules. With each chilling proclamation from Su Yi, the sound of slaps echoed repeatedly. Su Yi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Luo Qinghuan stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Although Su Yi had seized control of her body, the tangible sensation of the slap landing on Mingere's face reverberated through her. A sensation she had never truly experienced before. Having cultivated to the heavenly sovereign realm, she had seldom engaged in conflict with fellow cultivators, primarily contending with demonic beasts in secret realms or assisting her sect in exterminating evil. This was, in fact, her first encounter with human strife, and moreover, it was under Su Ye's dominion. She felt as if she were both an observer and an aggressor. It was an undeniably peculiar sensation. Luo girl, allow me to impart another lesson, Su Yi said, continuing to deliver slaps. The strong must ruthlessly humiliate the weak. After nearly 100 strikes, Mingere's previously charming visage transformed into that of an adorable little piglet. Yet her inherent cuteness remained unchanged. Done. Luo girl, let us depart. Satisfied, Su Yi stretched lazily. Are we just leaving? Aren't we going to check on junior sister Mingere's condition? Luo Qinghuan cast a brief glance at the unconscious Mingere and murmured. Oh? You mean to see if she's dead? Luo girl, I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly. You've learned to deliver a finishing blow? Very well, I shall proceed to deliver that blow. Su Yi seemed to have an epiphany, ready to act on her newfound understanding. Huh? No. You must leave quickly, Luo Qinghuan exclaimed in a panic, shaking her head vigorously. Within one body, two completely contrasting souls were in a frenzied tug-of-war, leaving the stunned Taiyin Zhenren and others in a state of bewilderment. Upon returning to her quarters, which exuded the sweet fragrance of youth and was impeccably tidy, reflecting the girl's delicate sensibilities, Su Yi relinquished control back to Luo Qinghuan. In her mind, the system's voice resounded. A seed of darkness has been planted in Luo Qinghuan's heart. Dark transformation reward, chaotic demon seed. Possessing this seed will ensure she becomes a feared female demon among mortals. Would you like to invest? Chaotic demon seed. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This was precisely the ideal tool for corrupting Luo Qinghuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to invest. Investment successful. Reward obtained. Grandmaster of the Great Tao. When the host guides Luo Qinghuan to enhance her abilities, the host may receive a 100-fold critical return. Comment. If Luo Qinghuan is destined to become a formidable female demon in the future, Then the moment the host reshapes his body will mark him as the most powerful eternal demon lord in existence. Grandmaster of the Great Tao, 100-fold critical return. A glimmer of delight flickered in Su Ye's eyes. This is splendid indeed. Just then, the melodious voice of Luo Qinghuan resonated. The young girl sat at the table, gazing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, as if engaged in a dialogue with another self. Summoning her courage, she spoke. "What is it, Night Brother?" In the next instant, Su Ye's boisterous voice rang out. Luo Qinghuan could even perceive the transformation of her charming visage in the mirror, morphing into that of a seasoned woman, resembling a female bandit. "Could you perhaps close your eyes for a moment?" "I don't need to change my clothes," Luo Qinghuan timidly uttered. Her lovely face flushed like a ripe apple, exceedingly adorable. "Simple enough, I reside within your body. You merely need to cover your eyes," Su Yi replied with utmost seriousness. "Suppose that makes sense." Luo Qinghuan pouted, and then, following Su Ye's suggestion, she raised her delicate hand to cover her enchanting eyes. However, she soon encountered a dilemma. Su Yi. She called out sweetly. "What now? Your night brother is busy. If you have something to say, then speak up." Su Yi was still pondering how to make Luo Qinghuan invincible in a flash. After all, if she became invincible, how terrifying would he need to be? Once he restored his physical form and emerged from her body, he would not just rival the 10 great demon emperors, but perhaps even challenge the very fabric of heaven itself. "If I cover my eyes, I cannot change my clothes, then simply don't cover them." But Luo Qinghuan opened her mouth, realizing that this fellow was within her body. It seemed he could see everything she did, and her lovely face turned even redder, as if it might bleed from embarrassment. Pervert, she bit her silver teeth, feeling aggrieved. Yet, she could only abandon her struggle and began to rustle as she changed her attire. Meanwhile, Su Yi observed with great interest. This girl, with both beauty and talent, was truly exceptional. It was a pity she was somewhat ordinary. Alas, being in a female-centric world and possessing such a foolish constitution was a drawback. But it mattered not. He would intervene. He would transform Luo Qinghuan into a darkened, powerful heroine, delivering a small shock to this world. Chapter 4. Why be a saintess? Is being a demon lord not preferable? Soon enough, Luo Qinghuan donned a new red dress, having stained her previous white gown with blood. She had just returned from her trials in the Kunlun realm, and her injuries were yet to be tended to. She had nearly succumbed to moral coercion. Had it not been for Su Ye's appearance, the 2 precious holy herbs she had obtained from her injuries would have been lost. However, how did this fellow come to inhabit her body? Moreover, how could he control her form? "Luo girl, how do you intend to handle these holy herbs?" Just as Luo Qinghuan pondered these questions, Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. "I do not know." Gazing at her 2 sacred herbs within the storage ring, and the few others that Su Yi had claimed using the reasoning of what is mine, and what is theirs is not mine, Luo Qinghuan shook her head. "Then leave it to me," she said. With a peculiar laugh from Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan's delicate form trembled, and control over her body was swiftly usurped by him. Luo Qinghuan exclaimed, pouting in grievance. She was utterly bewildered as to whose body this truly was, as this fellow could seize control without her consent. At that moment, Su Yi, holding several sacred herbs, began to devise a plan for their utilization. A few herbs aged a century would be employed for healing, while those aged a millennium would serve to enhance Luo Qinghuan's cultivation speed. As long as this girl rapidly matured, he would become invincible. Just then, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. "Great Tao Saint Master triggered. The efficacy of the healing elixir crafted by the host will be amplified tenfold. The cultivation-enhancing elixir made from the Millennium Sacred Herb will gain an enhancement. After consuming this elixir, both cultivation speed and spiritual energy absorption rate will witness a 50-fold increase." "Oh, quite impressive," Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. He then extracted an alchemical furnace from Luo Qinghuan's storage ring, tossing all the century-old sacred herbs into it in one go. As spiritual energy manifested in his hand, the alchemical flames within the furnace began to rise. The fragrance of herbs immediately filled the room. "You can also refine elixirs?" Luo Qinghuan gazed at this scene in astonishment. Su Ye's movements were deft, and the aroma wafting from the furnace was so rich that even some elders proficient in alchemy from the Xian holy sect could not match his skill. "Oh, do you underestimate your brother Yi?" Su Yi scoffed, waving his hand to intensify the flames. With a flick of the furnace lid, a plump elixir exuding a refreshing fragrance appeared within. This was a 7th-grade healing elixir, the Divine Healing Pill. "It was a pity that your foundational skills in alchemy are lacking, otherwise, you might have been able to push for an 8th grade." Su Yi retrieved the elixir from the furnace, his tone tinged with regret. Seventh grade elixir?" Luo Qinghuan gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Within the Xian holy sect, Only elders at the peak of alchemy could concoct 7th-grade elixirs. Look at your naive expression. You should earnestly study alchemy. Don't even mention sacred grade. Your brother Yi could even refine imperial-grade elixirs for you, he remarked, casting her a sidelong glance. Imperial grade? The young girl was utterly astonished. What kind of terrifying existence had she stumbled upon? By the way, here is a medicinal paste. While the divine healing pill can treat your injuries, it cannot remove scars. It's better for a girl to avoid them. This medicinal paste has scar-removing properties. Suyi retrieved a portion of medicinal paste from the furnace. Would you like me to apply it for you? No. Thank you. I'll do it myself. Luo Qinghuan blushed, shaking her head repeatedly, her eyes reflecting a clear innocence. The location of her injuries was rather awkward. She thought it best to wait until this fellow fell asleep before applying it herself. However, she had no idea that Suyi did not require sleep at all. Suyi. At that moment, Luo Qinghuan weakly called out. Why are you calling your brother Yi? Who exactly are you? Why are you within me? And how can you manipulate my body? What is your purpose? Although Luo Qinghuan felt a twinge of fear at Suyi's intimidating demeanor, she could not help but inquired as for that. Suyi replied with a mysterious smile. You will come to learn of your elder brother Ye's identity in due time. As for my purpose, I am here to transform you. Transform, dummy? Luo Qinghuan looked up in bewilderment. Listen closely, the reason you possess a meek disposition, often ensnared by moral obligations, is a consequence of your physical constitution, not a reflection of your true intentions. My appearance is to assist you in altering all of that, Suyi explained slowly. My constitution? Luo Qinghuan paused momentarily. Throughout her life, the experience of being morally bound by others had been a frequent occurrence, and she seemed to have grown accustomed to it. But had she truly never resisted? Or rather, did she even wish to resist? Observing Luo Qinghuan deep in thought, Suyi revealed a satisfied smile. The very act of contemplating her desires confirmed that, at her core, she indeed yearned for something different. After all, if she truly did not wish for it, she would not engage in thought at all. Indeed, the allure of darkness is not to be underestimated. He was curious to see just how far Luo Qinghuan could descend into darkness. Why aspire to be a paragon of virtue when embracing the role of a formidable adversary could be far more enticing? After a moment of silence, Luo Qinghuan asked again, Will you remain within my body indefinitely? Naturally not. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan patted her chest in relief. Why are you so eager to meet your elder brother Yi? Observing her relaxed demeanor, Suyi teased while refining a medicinal pill. I do not wish to. You are far too intimidating. Luo Qinghuan pouted, shaking her head repeatedly. Intimidating? What do you know? This is simply being benevolent. No need to explain so much. Under the guidance of your elder brother Yi, I believe you will soon grasp the essence of benevolence. Suyi wore a knowing smile that sent shivers down Luo Qinghuan's spine. Their conversation flowed back and forth, and soon enough, as the flames in the alchemical furnace began to dwindle, the fragrant aroma of herbs filled the air, heralding the completion of another medicinal pill. Is this the elixir crafted from that millennium-old sacred herb? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. Indeed. This is an 8th-grade spirit-gathering pill. Upon consumption, your cultivation speed and the rate of absorbing spiritual energy will increase 50-fold. The effects will last for 5 hours. Suyi nodded slightly. 50-fold. Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Suyi had once again presented this girl with a small yet staggering revelation. You need not consume it immediately. It would be best to take it when you embark on your cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Suyi stored the spirit-gathering pill within a spatial ring. Host has invested in an 8th-grade spirit-gathering pill, receiving a holy-grade soul pill that can enhance the host's soul strength. As the voice echoed in her mind, Suyi continued. I recall that the Xian sacred sect possesses a cultivation tower. With your aptitude, you should be capable of entering the highest levels. It would be wise to consume the spirit-gathering pill during your cultivation there. However, as the words fell from his lips, Luo Qinghuan abruptly fell silent, her voice vanishing into thin air. Where do you wish to go? Just as Suyi discerned the girl's sudden quietude, he realized that Luo Qinghuan's spirit had retreated to a shadowy corner, curled up and drawing circles on the ground, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed and dared not speak. I could indeed ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation tower. However, the jade pendant required for entry has been borrowed by senior sister Gongsun, and I have yet to retrieve it. Luo Qinghuan murmured softly. Suyi was at a loss for words. Then simply ask her to return it. I did ask, but senior sister Gongsun claimed that her cultivation level is insufficient, and unless she practices at the top level, she cannot keep pace with her fellow disciples. Luo Qinghuan replied weakly. What does her inability to keep up with the training progress have to do with you? Suyi scoffed coldly. You, my dear, are merely afflicted by a subpar physique. Nonetheless, it matters not. Your brother Yi will assist you with that. he prepared to set off. Wait. Luo Qinghuan hurriedly grasped his arm. The cultivation tower closes at night. You won't find senior sister Gongsun there, Xuyi frowned. Then we shall go tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan seemed to exhale in relief. Yet, her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip, seemingly struggling to voice her thoughts. Ultimately, she summoned her courage. Xuyi, could you return my body to me? I just returned from the Kunlun realm today, and I wish to take a bath, and of course, it's yours. Xuyi responded briskly, raising an eyebrow. Here you go, thank you, Luo Qinghuan uttered softly. Hearing her expression of gratitude, Xuyi couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this body belonged to her. What was there to thank him for? It reminded him of those clear-eyed female university students from his past life on launching, who, if abducted, might still feel compelled to express their thanks. However, he mused, while I say I will return it to you, will I truly do so? Your brother Yi will wash it for you. Who are we to each other? Watching as Xuyi took control of her body and plunged into the bath, Luo Qinghuan stood frozen, her face aflame, her fragile spirit exuding wisps of steam. Chapter 5. Luo girl, step aside. Allow your brother Yi to take charge the following day. At the Xian'in sacred sect, within the cultivation tower. Though the tower had yet to open, throngs of disciples had already gathered before it, eagerly awaiting their turn. As a premier force in the Xian'in sacred sect boasted limited cultivation resources. Most were obtained by disciples venturing into secret realms. Thus, the cultivation tower stood as one of the few communal resources available, making it highly sought after by the sect's disciples. The tower comprised 9 levels, with the concentration of spiritual energy increasing with each ascending tier. However, entry to the higher levels necessitated a jade pendant, typically awarded only to those disciples of exceptional aptitude, or who had made significant contributions to the sect. Coughed at that moment, accompanied by the sound of a gentle cough. An old man appeared before the cultivation tower. Leaning on a staff and clad in a gray robe, he surveyed the crowd and bellowed. The time has come, little ones. Step back. The old man shall now open the cultivation tower. Boom, boom. In the next instant, the entire cultivation tower emitted a resounding roar as its grand entrance swung wide open, releasing a wave of scorching heat from within. The cultivation tower is now open. The disciples, eager to enter, formed an orderly line. As the elder's words faded, a multitude of disciples surged forward, unable to contain their excitement. At this moment, a group of young maidens gathered outside the tower. Gongsun Shiji, are you not going to enter the cultivation tower? If you delay any longer, there may not be any spots left, inquired a girl in a pink skirt, casting a curious glance at the girl in the red dress, who remained motionless as the tower's gates opened. Anren Shimi, please don't worry about Gongsun Shiji, chimed in another female disciple beside her, stifling a laugh. Gongsun Shiji can ascend to the 8th level of the tower. She certainly won't compete with us for the lower levels. What? Gongsun Shiji can reach the 8th level? Exclaimed the girl named Anren, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. Isn't Gongsun Shiji's talent on par with ours? How can she access the uppermost level? Humph. The girl in the red dress scoffed lightly, a displeased expression flitting across her face. With a flick of her wrist, a glimmer passed over a hidden ring, and a translucent jade pendant appeared in her hand. Indeed, it is a pendant that grants access to the higher levels of the tower. Anren gazed in surprise, and upon noticing the character Luo engraved on the back of the pendant, realization dawned upon her. This is Luo Shiji's pendant. She lent it to Gongsun Shiji? Indeed. Luo Shiji is so kind-hearted. She is willing to lend even such valuable items. Once Gongsun Shiji is done using the pendant, we can borrow it too. Since Luo Shiji is so generous, she should also lend it to us, right? Several other female disciples beside Gongsun Shue chimed in with cheerful agreement. Humph. Luo Shimi possesses extraordinary talent. The cultivation tower is likely of little significance to her. Keeping it would merely be a waste. Since it is a waste, why not let me make use of it for Luo Shimi? She ought to be grateful for my assistance in utilizing this pendant, Gongsun Shue declared, raising her fair neck and speaking coldly. All right, you all go ahead first, lest there be no spots left in the cultivation tower. She waved her hand at the group. Upon hearing this, Anren and the others could only nod in envy. Gongsun Shiji. Just as they turned to leave, a melodious voice, like the ringing of silver bells, suddenly rang out from the side. Gongsun Shue and the others instinctively turned around to see a stunning maiden in a white dress, her beauty such that even the flowers would pale in comparison, approaching them. Luo Shiji? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Anren and the others were momentarily taken aback. Qinghuan Shimi, what brings you here? Gongsun Shue furrowed her brows slightly, quickly concealing the jade pendant in her hand before putting on a smile and stepping forward to greet her. At that moment, the girl bit her red lip, her lovely face betraying a hint of conflict. "Luo girl, why are you still standing there? Hurry and reclaim the pendant." The voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind, laced with irritation, as she noticed the girl frozen in place. "I am uncertain how to begin." Luo Qinghuan hesitated. "Did I not instruct you on how to initiate a conversation? Or do you wish for Brother Yi to assist you in your bathing lessons once more?" I do not want that." Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson. "Listen well, young Lady Luo. If you desire to alter your current predicament, you must surmount the adverse effects of your constitution and bravely take that pivotal first step. This is the true commencement of success," Su Yi earnestly conveyed. Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, a resolute glimmer appearing on her small face. Then, she inhaled deeply, raising her beautiful eyes to gaze at Gongsun Shui. "Senior Gongsun, may I kindly request the return of my cultivation tower talisman?" Upon realizing that Luo Qinghuan sought to reclaim her cultivation tower talisman, Gongsun Shui furrowed her delicate brows, a fleeting look of displeasure crossing her features. Yet she still managed to present a smile, covering her mouth as she chuckled. "Ah, so it is that, junior sister Luo, I happen to be at a crucial stage of cultivation and require the spiritual energy from the higher levels of the cultivation tower. You wouldn't want any mishaps to occur in your senior sister's training, would you? Once I have made my breakthrough, I shall surely return it to you." Previously, Luo Qinghuan had indeed come to request it several times. Each time she uttered such words, a troubled expression would paint her face, and she would leave empty-handed. Surely, this time would unfold similarly, however. "Senior sister, I too wish to cultivate." Yet this time, the young girl met her gaze directly. Though her face still bore a hint of timidity, her eyes did not waver. This. Gongsun Shui was momentarily taken aback by Luo Qinghuan's words. She had not anticipated that the usually yielding Luo Qinghuan would assert herself in such a manner this time. "Junior sister Luo, you see, your talent is exceptionally high, while my own is lacking. Thus, I must rely on external means for cultivation. We are both disciples of the same sect. Can you not extend this small favor? Do you not possess any sense of camaraderie? Furthermore, with your remarkable aptitude, you hardly require the cultivation tower for your training, do you?" Gongsun Shui continued, casting a knowing glance at a few others nearby. Except for Enran, the others quickly grasped the implication. "Indeed. Luo sister, your level is already so advanced. Why not allow us this opportunity at the cultivation tower?" "Yes, indeed." They all chimed in agreement. After all, once senior Gongsun finished using the talisman, they would still need to borrow it from Luo sister. Luo Qinghuan opened her mouth in helplessness. This was her first attempt at change, yet the situation left her feeling rather overwhelmed as Yi shook his head. But at the very least, she had taken that initial step. "Take your time. All right, young Lady Luo, step aside. Now, let your brother Yi take over." Chapter 6. The terrifying Luo sister. When Su Ye's voice resonated, Luo Qinghuan felt for the first time that his tone was imbued with a sense of security. After all, she had previously perceived this fellow as rather intimidating. However, as Su Yi took control of her body, an unusual and wondrous sensation enveloped her entire being. As Su Yi assumed command, none of those present noticed the subtle shift in the young girl's aura. "Therefore, dear Luo Shimi, I shall refrain from returning this jade pendant to you for the time being. Once I achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation, I will certainly express my gratitude appropriately." Observing Luo Qinghuan's sudden silence, Gongsun Shui mistakenly believed she had once again succumbed to weakness, and a triumphant smile crept onto her face. Of course, the promised gratitude was merely a casual remark. "Senior Gongsun, isn't this rather inappropriate?" Even Anren found it difficult to bear this scene. It was widely rumored that Senior Luo possessed extraordinary talent, a promising candidate for cultivation, and might even ascend to the status of a saintly empress in the future. Yet, her gentle nature often led her to yield in certain matters. It seemed this was indeed the case. However, unexpectedly, the maiden's voice, as clear and melodious as silver bells, interrupted Anren's words. "Very well, if Senior Gongsun wishes to express her gratitude, I would not require anything overly extravagant. Merely a few sprigs of millennium sacred herbs will suffice." From the moment those words left her lips, Gongsun Shui and the others were momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, they looked up, their eyes widening in shock as they gazed at the young woman before them, their pupils narrowing. The delicate features of the maiden, once marked by softness, now bore a chilling expression, her beautiful eyes icy, and her visage radiated an air of unyielding authority that enveloped them all. 1,000 years sacred herbs. "Luo Shimi, do not jest with me." Gongsun Shui, regaining her composure, forced a dry laugh to ease the tension, attempting to deflect the awkwardness with banter. "I am not joking." Yet, Su Yi crossed her arms defiantly, offering no respite. "Do not possess any millennium sacred herbs." Gongsun Shue's countenance darkened instantly as she clenched her teeth in frustration. Is that so? Then, Senior Gongsun, what does your slow progress have to do with me? A waste is a waste. You have borrowed my jade pendant for over 10 days, yet you have not advanced a single realm. Xu Ye's cold laughter was laced with disdain as she regarded Gongsun Shue. What? Luo Shimi, you. Upon hearing such words from the maiden, Gongsun Shue's face contorted with anger, the term waste piercing her heart like a sharp arrow. Luo Shiji, even if your talent and realm surpass ours, you should not speak of Senior Gongsun in such a manner. The fellow disciple accompanying Gongsun Shue hastily interjected. Begone. Luo Shiji, you too, depart, with a sharp rebuke, gazing into the maiden's impassive yet exquisite countenance. Gongsun Shue and Anren found themselves in stunned silence, as if Luo Qinghuan had transformed into an entirely different person. Meanwhile, within the recesses of Luo Qinghuan's spirit, she watched Suyi with eyes sparkling like stars. You? Luo Qinghuan, if you refuse to lend it, why must you resort to such words to humiliate me? Here, take it back. Gongsun Shue, gritting her teeth, revealed the jade pendant in her hand, then cast it to the ground before tossing her hair in defiance, preparing to depart. Pick it up. Observing this scene, Suyi remained composed, merely stating flatly, if I do not pick it up, what can you do? Boom. Before Gongsun Shue could finish her sentence, a terrifying aura emanating from the realm of the celestial sovereign swept across the scene. A terrifying force suddenly struck Gongsun Shue's abdomen with immense power, sending her flying through the air and crashing heavily to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood sprang from her crimson lips. At this moment, Gongsun Shue's eyes were filled with sheer terror. She could scarcely believe that the typically feeble Luo Qinghuan would dare to attack her directly. How could she, merely half a step into the realm of divine power, possibly contend with a formidable celestial sovereign? I shall repeat myself. Pick it up. At that moment, Su Ye's voice resounded once more. Gongsun Shue struggled to lift her head, her gaze meeting that of the girl before her, whose exquisitely beautiful eyes radiated an icy indifference. The flawless face bore no trace of emotion, merely reiterating those few words. Yet, from her, Gongsun Shue sensed an overwhelming aura of lethal intent, as if uttering even a single additional word would seal her fate. In that instant, Gongsun Shue hesitated not at all, disregarding the pain coursing through her body, fear flooding her heart as she scrambled toward the jade pendant she had carelessly discarded on the ground. What a terrifying presence. That was the oppressive aura of a celestial sovereign. Soon, as Suyi unleashed her formidable pressure, the surrounding disciples of the Xianin sacred sect turned their attention towards the scene. Oh, is that senior sister Gongsun Shue? Why does she appear so wretched on the ground? That girl in the white dress is stunning. Who is she? You don't even know senior sister Luo Qinghuan. She is the youngest celestial sovereign of our Xianin sacred sect. Goodness, a celestial sovereign. That terrifying pressure just now came from senior sister Luo. But what on earth is happening? It seems that Luo Qinghuan has taken action against Gongsun Shue. Isn't there a rule in the sect prohibiting any conflict among disciples? The disciples of the Xianin sacred sect chattered among themselves, curiosity piqued. Soon, a witness to the unfolding events began to explain. It seems that senior sister Luo kindly lent Gongsun Shue the jade pendant for the training tower, but after several requests for its return, Gongsun Shue not only refused but also disrespectfully tossed it to the ground. Thus, senior sister Luo was compelled to take action. The sect will not intervene in such matters. Did you not see Elder Yin feigning ignorance? A disciple of mediocre talent dares to show disrespect to an exceptional peer. Is it not justifiable that she receives a beating? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned to observe. Indeed, they beheld the red-haired elder before the training tower, eyes closed in deep meditation, clearly disinclined to involve himself in the affair. Yet, was it not said that senior sister Luo had a gentle temperament and a soft disposition? How could she have resorted to violence against Gongsun Shue? What do you know? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. As the disciples of the Xianin sacred sect continued their discussions, Gongsun Shue, suppressing the excruciating pain in her body and the fear in her heart, crawled to retrieve the jade pendant, trembling as she presented it to Suyi with both hands. Luo junior sister, I return the pendant to you. This matter is my fault. I apologize. Suyi accepted it, barely sparing her a glance, before turning away to head towards the training tower. Simultaneously, she communicated with Luo Qinghuan in her mind. Luo, did you see that? This is how power is wielded. A decisive suppression is all that is required. In her mind, the petite soul clad in a white dress nodded fervently. Yes, indeed. Chapter 7. Luo Yaotu takes her first step into darkness. Suyi arrived before the cultivation tower. The elder Yin, who had just moments ago been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, smiling as he inclined his head towards Su Wide It. was evident that he was aware of the recent events but had no intention of intervening further. Qinghuan, the 8th level has been opened. You may ascend directly. Thank you, Elder Yan.Su nodded slightly before turning to enter the cultivation tower. He left behind a group of disciples from the Xinin sacred sect, who stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances as they beheld the departing figure. Their eyes widened in astonishment, and they began to whisper among themselves. Although senior sister Luo was different from the rumored frail individual, this version of her was, in fact, quite striking. All right, Luo Yaotu, your elder brother Yi has logged out. From here on, it's your turn. After reaching the 8th level of the cultivation tower, Suyi relinquished control of the body back to Luo Qinghuan. Logged out? What does that mean? Luo Qinghuan asked, momentarily taken aback. It means I am returning control of the body to you, Suyi clarified, a teasing glint flashing in his eyes. Next time I take over, remember to call out, Elder Brother Yi, please log in, and demonstrate it for me first. Why? Luo Qinghuan opened her mouth, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red, utterly unable to utter the words, because it was far too embarrassing. Haha, Suyi chuckled, no longer teasing her. You rogue. After realizing that Suyi was jesting, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth and stamped her foot. Although the entity residing within her was formidable, his demeanor was far from serious. At times, he behaved like a ruffian, brazen and audacious. Junior sister Luo? At that moment, a youthful voice unexpectedly resonated from the 8th level. A handsome young man clad in blue approached, his eyes brightening upon seeing Luo Qinghuan. A self-satisfied smile crept across his face as he greeted her. Junior sister Luo, what brings you to the cultivation tower today? Senior brother Lin? Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Who is he? Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. This individual is named Lin Yu, a disciple of the Xinin sacred sect's Tiansheng Peak, regarded as one of the elite disciples within the sect. Luo Qinghuan explained in her thoughts. The Xinin sacred sect comprises 8 major peaks, and she is a disciple of the Frost Sword Peak. Upon hearing this, Suyi nodded in acknowledgement, opting not to respond further. May I ask what has brought junior sister Luo to the cultivation tower today? Lin Yu, noticing her silence, assumed she had not heard him clearly and repeated his question with a gentle chuckle. Out of curiosity, I decided to come, Luo Qinghuan replied softly. Ah, I see. Lin Yu's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a smile. However, today marks my breakthrough to the Saint Emperor level. Might I request that junior sister Luo grant me a favor and leave for today? Leave? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Junior sister, you possess a kind heart. Surely, you wouldn't refuse such a small request? Lin Yu said with a light laugh. As these words fell, the atmosphere shifted. Luo Qinghuan slightly furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of distress manifesting on her charming face. Upon arriving at the training tower today, Suyi had already urged her to consume the spirit-gathering pill, whose efficacy would last a mere 5 hours. If she were to depart now, would it not be a waste of the painstakingly concocted elixir by Suyi? Junior sister Luo, what troubles you? Lin Yu pressed on. Today's cultivation is exceedingly crucial for me. You wouldn't be so cruel as to watch your senior brother struggle to make a breakthrough, would you? Noticing Luo Qinghuan's silence, Lin Yu intensified his insistence. It was widely known within the sect that, despite her formidable talent, Luo Qinghuan possessed a rather gentle disposition, making her easier to manipulate. After all, while the spiritual energy on the 8th level was abundant, it was still finite. He felt uncertain about competing for energy against a prodigy like Luo Qinghuan. In the depths of his soul space, Suyi crossed his arms, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Your cultivation is paramount, but mine is of no consequence. Yet, he refrained from speaking, choosing instead to observe how Luo Qinghuan would navigate the situation. His aim was to gradually alter her, to subtly darken her essence, rather than to intervene in every matter himself. Lin. Brother Lin, that moment, Luo Qinghuan's cool yet trembling voice broke through. The young girl quivered slightly, her delicate teeth biting down on her crimson lip, seemingly wrestling against an unseen force. Was this the so-called innate pure sacred body? At this juncture, Su Yi's brow furrowed further, through his gaze. He could distinctly perceive the radiant white light emanating from Luo Qinghuan's petite form, resembling chains that ensnared her entire being. Should she utter a word, that white light would intensify, obstructing her. Clearly, her innate pure sacred body was exerting its influence. Witnessing this scene, Suyi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Alas, with this presence, it seems the young lady will struggle to transcend her bindings for quite some time. With a sigh, he prepared to intervene when suddenly, a faint sound of a chain snapping reached his ears. Though subtle, it was unmistakably a fracture. Simultaneously, Luo Qinghuan's anxious yet earnest voice emerged. Lin. Brother Lin, your cultivation has nothing to do with me? The young girl's face flushed crimson, her heart racing fervently. This was her first time speaking so boldly to another. He, the very least, she had taken a stand. Humph, that scoundrel Su Yi is surely taken aback, however, just as she reveled in her small victory. Su Ye's amused laughter broke forth. Although this girl was imitating him, her adorably foolish demeanor hardly seemed confrontational. It lacked any real bite. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She had at least taken her first step. Luo Qinghuan has taken her first step towards darkness and received the reward of a divine-level technique. Devouring heaven magic, capable of consuming all origins to enhance oneself. Would you like to invest? Within his mind, the system's voice resonated. Oh? A divine-level technique? Devouring heaven magic? Now, that is a coveted treasure. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, initially intending to find an opportune moment to teach her an imperial-level technique. For as a powerful emperor, the techniques he possessed were undoubtedly superior to those Luo Qinghuan had cultivated. However, with the system stepping in now, having been rewarded with a divine-level cultivation method, there was no longer any need for him to provide a lesser imperial-level technique. However, he chose not to invest immediately. Upon hearing the muffled laughter of Su Yi in her mind, the girl's already flushed face grew even more vibrant, with wisps of white vapor rising from her head. She disregarded Lin Yu, who stood there in a daze, and hurriedly retreated deeper into the 8th layer. Was that what junior sister Luo just said? Your cultivation. What concern is it of mine? Lin Yu remained frozen in place. His eyes filled with bewilderment. He could scarcely fathom that the usually kind-hearted junior sister Luo would utter such cruel words to him. It was a reality he struggled to accept. If he were to successfully break through to the Holy Emperor realm, it would benefit the entire sect. How could it possibly be unrelated to junior sister Luo? Junior sister Luo, you. Reluctantly, he pursued her. Get lost. Yet, the girl suddenly turned back. Her once clear and naive eyes transformed, becoming frosted with coldness and indifference. A mere glance at him sent Lin Yu into a frozen stupor, immobilized. With that remark, she continued deeper into the 8th layer. Su Yi, why did you suddenly log in? Why waste time with such a person? Su Yi shook his head. Listen, Luo girl, if you encounter such shameless individuals attempting to impose moral constraints on you again, simply remember to tell them to get lost. Oh, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. But what if he doesn't leave? Then it is even simpler. Just kill him, da? The girl blinked her beautiful eyes, bewildered and flustered. Lin Yu remained rooted in place, and after a long while, he finally reacted. Watching the graceful figure in white depart, his expression grew increasingly grim. So what if his talent is slightly higher? What is there to be arrogant about? Humph, since you are determined not to leave, don't blame your senior brother for employing other means. Chapter 8. Devouring Heaven Demon Technique. Heavenly Shadow Child. In the depths of the 8th layer of the cultivation tower, Luo Qinghuan found a suitable spot. Su Yi, what should I do next? Sit cross-legged, circulate your technique, and freely absorb the spiritual energy, came Su Ye's voice in her mind. Then, as if fearing she might overthink, he added, do not worry about causing trouble for others. Cultivation is a matter of the survival of the fittest. If you do not strive, others will seize what belongs to you. Hearing Su Ye's profound wisdom, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully, then began to circulate her technique. Soon, a sacred white radiance enveloped her. Wait a moment. What technique is this, Luo girl? Observing her practice, Su Yi furrowed his brow. It is the pure heart sutra of the holy maiden of the mysterious Yin sect. Luo Qinghuan replied honestly. The pure heart sutra of the holy maiden. Su Yi's frown deepened. He could distinctly sense that as Luo Qinghuan practiced this technique, her dazzling white radiance intensified. This primal aura was identical to that of her innate, pure holy body. If Luo Qinghuan were to continue practicing this technique, the constraints of her innate, pure holy body would only grow stronger. Was this mere coincidence? Might it be that someone is covertly scheming, deliberately guiding Luo Qinghuan towards their desired outcome? Su Yi, what is it? The playful voice of Luo Qinghuan rang out. Nothing, you shall cultivate this from now on. Su Yi retracted his suspicions and shook his head. Without further ado, he waved his hand, and a technique materialized in Luo Qinghuan's mind. This. The swallowing heaven devil technique? Observing the rows of jet-black characters that formed the technique, Luo Qinghuan looked up with curiosity. Upon reading the description, a pallor swept across her delicate face. Such formidable, such brutal demonic arts. Will you cultivate it? Su Yi inquired lightly, leaving the choice to Luo Qinghuan. Would she become the empress who saves the world yet is manipulated by others? Or the feared demoness revered by all? The decision rested upon this girl. I will cultivate it. After a brief moment of hesitation, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth and nodded firmly. All right, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction and then instructed, close your eyes and concentrate. I will transmit the technique to you. As his words fell, Luo Qinghuan distinctly felt that the once obscure characters had suddenly become comprehensible, which left her even more in awe. Although Su Yi had a mischievous side, his methods were truly remarkable. Luo Qinghuan has mastered the swallowing heaven devil technique. The Great Path Sage has been activated. Luo Qinghuan utilizes the primordial energy of the swallowing heaven devil technique, bestowing a 100-fold critical strike back to the host. The system's voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. A 100-fold critical strike return. A smile graced Su Ye's lips. Thus, as Luo Qinghuan grew stronger, he would simultaneously become even more powerful. Host's dark transformation investment successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Indestructible Soul Art. The Indestructible Soul Art. Upon hearing the system's voice once again, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. He immediately began to examine the description of the Indestructible Soul Art. Devour souls to strengthen one's own. As he read this, his eyes gradually brightened. He had two means to enhance his strength. One was Luo Qinghuan elevating her cultivation, allowing him to gain critical strike returns. The second was this Indestructible Soul Art. Since he was currently in a soul form, he could not absorb spiritual energy and thus could not elevate his cultivation. However, with the Indestructible Soul Art, he could actively cultivate. With this dual enhancement, he would only grow stronger. All right, let us begin the cultivation. Putting away the Indestructible Soul Art, Su Yi said. Luo Qinghuan slightly nodded, then sat cross-legged, her hair cascading down her fragrant shoulders, spilling over her delicate form as the 8th layer of the swallowing heaven devil technique began to operate, gradually drawing in spiritual energy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 8th layer, Lin Yu took out a pill, his gaze fierce. Ha! Once I swallow this pill, my speed of absorbing spiritual energy will increase 5-fold. Humph! Luo Qinghuan, do not blame me for being ruthless. As he envisioned Luo Qinghuan's stunning beauty coupled with her perfect figure, Lin Yu's eyes grew increasingly fervent, and without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill. In the next instant, he could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his perception and absorption of spiritual energy. Immediately, Lin Yu began to greedily absorb the spiritual energy of the 8th layer. However, at that very moment, an explosive roar resonated as a terrifying suction force erupted forth. The spiritual energy on the 8th level vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, akin to a desiccated river, leaving not a single drop behind. Lin Yu and the disciples cultivating on the 8th level opened their eyes in bewilderment, their gazes fixed in shock towards the source of the dreadful suction. There, seated cross-legged, was a graceful figure in a white dress. Could it be senior sister Luo? Meanwhile, as Su Yi led Luo Qinghuan into the cultivation tower, Taiyin Zhenren had already arrived at the entrance of a tightly shut cave, accompanied by Ming'er, who had been reduced to a pitiful state. Elder Taiyin Yinzi, I, an old woman, seek an audience with Ming'er. Ming'er. Soon, an aged and raspy voice echoed from within the cave, grating on the ears like the sound of a saw against wood. My precious great-granddaughter is certainly not in such a pitiful state. Great-grandmother, I assure you I am truly Ming'er, she replied, her voice laden with grievance, on the verge of tears. What? You are indeed Ming'er. With a thunderous sound, the cave door swung open, revealing a frail old woman who materialized before them. Upon seeing the battered Ming'er, her expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of fury flashing in her skeletal eye sockets. Who dares to treat my precious great-granddaughter in such a manner? Wah! Great-grandmother, you must seek justice for Ming'er, she cried, hastily recounting Luo Qinghuan's atrocities in exaggerated detail. Humph! Are you saying that this Luo Qinghuan possesses a millennium-old sacred herb, fully aware that you are at a critical stage of root cultivation? Yet she chooses to squander it rather than lend you a helping hand? Furthermore, she humiliates and strikes you. What a heart devoid of virtue and love. Does she not understand that aiding a fellow junior sister equates to aiding herself? This truly infuriates me, Taiyin. How do you educate your disciples? Moreover, as her master, why do you not support Ming'er? Elder Taiyin Yinzi's eyes brimmed with fury as she glared fiercely at the trembling Taiyin Zhenren, reprimanding him sharply. Upon hearing this, Taiyin Zhenren's face flushed crimson as he hastily attempted to explain. Elder Taiyin Yinzi, please, quell your anger. I had no knowledge that this rebellious disciple would be so unreasonable and devoid of propriety. I do not usually instruct her in this manner. As for supporting Ming'er, I am merely at the Saint Emperor realm, while that rebellious disciple has already reached the Celestial Lord realm. My heart may be willing, but my strength fails me. Moreover, she has severed our master-disciple relationship. What? Severed the master-disciple relationship? Very well, very well. There is not an ounce of humility, nor does she understand the importance of respecting her teacher. She has truly gone too far. Hearing this, Elder Tianyinzi could not help but laugh in fury. Tien, go, bring that wretched girl here. I shall teach her a proper lesson. Yes, Elder Tianyinzi. Tien Junren promptly nodded in agreement. Upon hearing that the great-grandmother would support her, a glimmer of joy flashed in Minger's eyes as she eagerly wrapped her arms around the old woman's skeletal frame, playfully saying, Great-grandmother, that millennium holy herb from Luo Qinghuan, and of course, it is to apologize to this esteemed great-granddaughter. Tan Yinzi affectionately ruffled Minger's hair, then coldly remarked, No, that is not sufficient. At the very least, 10 should be procured. Thank you, great-grandmother. Minger's delight intensified. Elder Tian Yinzi, that rebellious disciple has now reached the celestial sovereign realm. Her power is formidable. Tien Zhanren furrowed her brow. A mere celestial sovereign? Would I fear her? Tian Yinzi snorted disdainfully, waving his sleeve, summoning the aura of a creation realm expert. Why has that wretched girl not been brought here to apologize to my precious great-granddaughter? Yes, Chapter 9. Though words may falter, strength suffices to suppress all. In the cultivation tower, Lin Yu and the other disciples of the Xian sacred sect gazed in astonishment at the elegant figure in a white dress seated cross-legged in just a matter of minutes. The spiritual energy on the entire 8th level had been utterly depleted. That. Senior Sister Luo? Does Senior Sister Luo possess such terrifying talent? She consumed all the spiritual energy of the 8th level in less than a few dozen minutes. At that moment, the disciples on the 8th level exchanged bewildered glances. Although Luo Qinghuan seldom visited the 8th level, she had been there before, merely absorbing a small amount of spiritual energy before departing. But how could she have drained the entire level now? Among them, Lin Yu was the most bewildered. That pill had cost him a great deal to acquire, intended for use during his breakthrough to the Saint Emperor realm. Yet now, it seemed wasted, and a breakthrough to the Saint Emperor was out of reach. Boom. At this moment, as the immense spiritual energy surged into her delicate form, Luo Qinghuan's aura continuously escalated. Luo Qinghuan has broken through to the 3-star celestial sovereign realm. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100-fold critical feedback. The host's soul strength has been enhanced. Accompanied by the incessant notifications in his mind, Su Yi could distinctly feel his soul's strength surging. In the blink of an eye, he ascended from the initial warrior realm, forging a spiritual sea, establishing a soul palace, obtaining divine abilities, and breaking through the Saint Emperor and celestial sovereign realms, finally reaching the creation realm before the surge of power subsided. Is this the creation realm? Su Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the attainment of such strength to be so effortless. In his previous life, he had expended considerable effort to break through to the creation realm. He found himself eagerly anticipating the day he could completely corrupt Luo Qinghuan and reconstruct his physical form. If that day were to come, what terrifying existence would he become? When the host takes over Luo Qinghuan's body, he may choose to utilize her power or his own. However, it is imperative that when the host opts to employ his own strength, it remains within the limits that Luo Qinghuan's current body can endure. At that moment, the system reminded him once more. Oh? Is that so? That is acceptable. Su Yi nodded slightly. At the very least, he had this trump card in hand. Yes, Yi. I have broken through, and I did so in one breath, crossing 2 minor realms. Is this too fast? At that moment, the voice of the young girl, tinged with a mix of trepidation and excitement, rang out. Quickly? Su Yi replied with irritation. With your elder brother Yi around, your cultivation speed will only accelerate from here on. All right, let us depart. Image. Luo Qinghuan lightly nodded, gracefully rising to her feet. Just as she was about to leave the 8th level, the disciples, who had been momentarily stunned and bewildered, finally regained their composure. So, Sister Luo's talent is truly remarkable. It is the first time I have seen a disciple absorb such a vast amount of spiritual energy from the 8th level in such a short time. The disciples of the Xian sacred sect were utterly astonished. But if Sister Luo has absorbed it all, what are we to absorb? At that moment, amidst the shock of the crowd, a weak voice suddenly piped up. Upon hearing these words, the disciples exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their shared realization. Indeed, she has absorbed it all. What shall we absorb? Luo Qinghuan, you are exceedingly selfish. You have consumed all the spiritual energy of the 8th level. How are your fellow brothers supposed to cultivate? Just then, Lin Yu, with a fierce glint in his eyes, stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Qinghuan. Yes, Sister Luo, although you are powerful, you must at least consider your brothers. You have absorbed everything by yourself. What about the rest of us? Sister Luo, one should not be so selfish. Around them, the disciples of the Xian sacred sect seem to have found their rallying cry, voicing their agreement. But that I did not prevent you from absorbing the spiritual energy. If you didn't absorb it, is it because you didn't wish to? Faced with the onslaught of accusations, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth and weakly retorted. As soon as these words left her lips, Lin Yu and the others' expressions turned as dark as thunderclouds. Xuyi stifled a laugh. Though this girl was somewhat tongue-tied, her words landed with the weight of a true blow, utterly shattering their defenses. Of course, they wished to absorb it, but their qualifications paled in comparison to Luo Qinghuan's. To acknowledge this was to admit their inferiority. I don't care. Luo Qinghuan, you must compensate me and my fellow brothers for our losses. Setting aside the facts, do you hold no blame in this matter? Lin Yu's eyes blazed with urgency. Indeed, indeed. Sister Luo must provide us with some form of restitution. It is well known that Sister Luo frequently ventures to Kunlun Mirror for training. She must possess numerous sacred herbs. Perhaps she could spare us a few, as compensation for the spiritual energy she has taken from us. The surrounding disciples chimed in eagerly. You all, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly recalling what Xuyi had said earlier about dealing with shameless individuals, simply ignore them and tell them to leave. Thus, she shifted her tone and weakly managed to utter, leave? Huh? Lin Yu and the others were momentarily stunned, caught off guard. Little Luo, that tone lacks any real impact. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan took a deep breath, striving to emulate the composure that Xuyi exhibited when controlling his own demeanor, yet she found it elusive no matter how hard she tried. Wait! Suddenly, she seemed to have recalled something, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed across her beautiful eyes. Sister Luo, you just mentioned at that moment, Lin Yu regained his senses. However, before he could utter a word, the girl's delicate voice resonated once more. Leave. Yet, as her feeble words echoed, an overwhelming aura of terror erupted from her fragile form. Hiss! When the imposing presence of a celestial master was unleashed, Lin Yu and the others immediately turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. The girl's seemingly timid demeanor had led them to forget the reality of her status as a celestial master. Sister Luo, please, do not be angry. We were merely jesting. The cultivation tower does not stipulate how much spiritual energy a disciple may absorb. The capable may take as they please, and of course, Sister Luo can absorb at her leisure. Ahem. Sister Luo, Brother Lin was also just joking with you. Lin Yu and the others hastily explained. Then why are you not leaving? Quickly, we are leaving at once. Although the girl's tone remained gentle, under the oppressive aura of the celestial master, they could hardly concern themselves with niceties, hastily scrambling away from the 8th level in a state of panic. Witnessing this scene, Xuyi allowed a satisfied smile to grace his lips. Indeed, the girl Luo is quite teachable. No one pays heed to your tone. You need only wield your strength and firmly suppress them. Chapter 10. Obtaining the Soul Technique. Xuyi is an obvious package once Lin Yu and the disciples of the Xianin sacred sect had fled the 8th level in disarray. The girl's terrifying aura gradually dissipated. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan's face was flushed with a radiant hue, making her appear exceedingly adorable, her heart racing with a mix of nervousness and trepidation, reminiscent of a good girl committing mischief for the first time. Luo, how do you feel? Xuyi inquired with a gentle chuckle in his mind. I don't know. Luo Qinghuan shook her head slightly, her lovely face betraying a serious expression as she clenched her small fists. But this feeling is quite extraordinary. It is as if, despite it being my first time, I have been yearning to do this deep within my heart, as the guilt and anxiety of a good girl faded after her first act of mischief. What awaited her was the style of a femme fatale. It seems that Luo Qinghuan indeed possesses the potential to become a true femme fatale. Xuyi mused inwardly with a nod of approval. All right, Xuyi softly addressed Luo Qinghuan. Let us take our leave as well. Luo Qinghuan nodded. Turning to exit the 8th level. She stepped out of the cultivation tower. Elder Yan's gaze fell upon her. His expression filled with inquiry. Oh? Qinghuan, what transpired on the 8th level? That group led by Lin Yu has departed, and even you have emerged. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan's charming face flushed with a hint of guilt. After a considerable pause, she spoke softly. I absorbed all the spiritual energy on the 8th level. There is no longer any spiritual energy left, which is why I came down. At this revelation, not only did Elder Yan appear taken aback, but the disciples of the Xianin sacred sect passing by were equally astonished. Their expressions shifted to one of utter disbelief as they gazed at Luo Qinghuan. What? Elder Yan's lips trembled as he stared incredulously at the young girl before him. Luo girl, have you completely absorbed the spiritual energy of the 8th layer? Yes. The young girl nodded with a delicate and crisp sound. Hiss. Upon hearing this, a wave of gasps echoed around them. Senior Sister Luo truly this formidable? As one ascends the cultivation tower, the spiritual energy becomes increasingly dense, enough for dozens of talented disciples to absorb and cultivate together. Yet, Senior Sister Luo managed to absorb all the energy of the 8th layer by herself? Hiss. Such an unprecedented feat among the prodigies of the Xianin sacred sect. Senior Sister Luo is truly powerful. The disciples of the Xianin sacred sect murmured among themselves. Was it really necessary for them to be so astonished? With your brother Yi here, absorbing the energy of a single layer is a trivial matter, is it not? Come, Luo girl. Allow your brother Yi to recount those glorious deeds and give this old fellow a little shock. In his mind, Su Yi incessantly grumbled. It's just a mere layer of spiritual energy. If it were the fierce bandit emperor, not only would he absorb the 8th layer, but he would also seize a bit of the entire spiritual energy of the Xianin sacred sect. Elder Yin, I shall take my leave now. Hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan's charming face flushed, and she hurriedly bid farewell to Elder Yin. She feared that Su Yi, this conspicuous presence, would take control of her body and boast to Elder Yin for 3 days and nights. This girl Tio thinks she could absorb all the energy of the 8th layer in one breath. Watching Luo Qinghuan depart, Elder Yin couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of the sect master's favor. Destined to become a prodigy, perhaps even to an empress-like existence. On the way back, Su Yi continued to prattle on about the grand achievements of the fierce bandit emperor, leaving Luo Qinghuan with a slight headache and a touch of regret for her departure. Had she known, she would have allowed Elder Yin to bear this burden. Oh, Luo girl, it seems we have an unexpected guest. Just then, Su Yi suddenly ceased his chatter, letting out a meaningful chuckle. An unexpected guest? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, then rose onto her tiptoes to look up. There, at the entrance of the small courtyard, stood 2 familiar figures, the Taiyin master and the girl in the green dress. Ming'er. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan return, both of their eyes lit up, with the former immediately forcing a smile and approaching. Qinghuan, where have you been? Your master has been waiting for you for quite a while. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi furrowed his brow with concern, worried that this girl might be deceived into forgiving this old coot. Master. Noticing the beaming smile on the Taiyin master's face, Luo Qinghuan slightly frowned, instinctively wanting to call him master, but recalling Su Ye's words, she quickly regained her composure, striving to make her voice sound colder. On her delicate face, a hint of detachment emerged. Elder Taiyin, may I inquire what brings you to my humble abode? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's address, the smile that had accumulated on the Taiyin master's face visibly stiffened, followed by a bitter smile. Qinghuan, are you still angry with your master? I was wrong before. I should not have disregarded your feelings. Your matters ought to be decided by you. Having exhausted all avenues, do you now realize the need to turn back? Upon hearing the words of the Grandmaster Taiyin, Su Yi could not help but let out a cold laugh. This old fellow truly embodies hypocrisy. Nevertheless, he refrained from saying much, wishing to observe how Luo Qinghuan would respond. Grandmaster Taiyin, we are no longer master and disciple. As you yourself have stated. There is no need for such formalities, Luo Qinghuan replied, shaking her head, her delicate features etched with seriousness. As soon as these words left her lips, the expression on the Grandmaster Taiyin's face grew even more rigid. Suppressing the coldness in her eyes, she forced a smile and said, Qinghuan, do not speak in anger. Today, I have brought Ming'er primarily to offer my apologies. With that, she immediately shot a meaningful glance at Ming'er, who promptly pouted, adopting a pitiful demeanor, and whispered, Sister Luo, I understand my mistake. It was my fault. Please forgive me, indeed. Just as the Grandmaster Tianyin emerged from seclusion and became aware of this matter, she reprimanded this girl. She even specifically requested that I bring you to meet her, as she wishes to apologize to you in person. The Grandmaster Taiyin chimed in repeatedly. Tianyin? Su Yi frowned slightly. Grandmaster Tianyin is an esteemed elder within our Xianin sacred sect. It is said that Ming'er is the great-granddaughter of this Grandmaster Tianyin. Noticing Su Ye's confusion, Luo Qinghuan quietly explained in her mind, Oh? It appears to be a banquet of hidden agendas. Su Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired of Luo Qinghuan. So, do you intend to go or not? I shall not go, Luo Qinghuan replied, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she shook her head. It is rumored that Grandmaster Tianyin is very protective of her own. How could she possibly apologize to me in person? Oh. Su Yi was somewhat taken aback by her words, feeling a sense of relief. It seems Luo Qinghuan, due to her innate pure holy body, is easily swayed by moral obligations. Yet this does not imply she is devoid of intelligence, so, you mean to say you won't go? Luo Qinghuan nodded gently. Little Luo, it appears you have yet to grasp the crux of the matter, Su Yi remarked with a knowing smile. The crux? Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed, a hint of confusion illuminating her beautiful eyes. Since you are aware that Grandmaster Tianyin is fiercely protective, it indicates she harbors resentment towards you already. Even if you avoid her today, what of the future? Who knows if she might secretly set obstacles in your path? Su Yi elucidated. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows, recognizing the merit in Su Ye's words. Then what should we do? Well, Su Ye replied with a mysterious smile, I have a benevolent solution. What solution? Luo Qinghuan asked, intrigued. Let her pass away, that would resolve everything. Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with dismay. Su Ye, is this truly your idea of a benevolent solution? Do you consider this benevolent? Su Ye smiled without a word. Though a bandit, this is indeed kindness. It is said that Grandmaster Tianyin was already at the pinnacle of the Celestial Lord realm before her retreat. Having emerged now, she must have broken through to the realm of creation. I am not yet her match. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. Creation? Huh? With you, Yigu, around. What is there to fear? You simply need to entrust your body to me. Chuckled Su Yi said with a light laugh. Upon hearing his soft laughter, Luo Qinghuan instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, trembling slightly. Su Yi, I can't shake the feeling that my body will eventually be ruined in your hands. Ruined? Su Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at her rather unremarkable chest, scrunching his face in distaste. I have no interest in such a childish figure. As soon as these words left his mouth, Luo Qinghuan's fair face turned crimson at a visible pace. Even wisps of steam seemed to rise from her head, flustered and indignant. Pfft. Who are you calling a childish figure? Who do you look down upon? And what I meant was not that kind of ruin. Odious Su Ye. Odious Su Wide It was evident that she was quite perturbed by Su Ye's critique of her figure, as would be the case for any girl. Noticing this, Su Ye shrugged at my fault then? Qinghuan, what's wrong? At this moment, seeing Luo Qinghuan remain silent for an extended period, her cheeks flushed. The Taiyin Zhenren could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity, and nothing. Luo Qinghuan quickly regained her senses. Shaking her head, cursing odious Su Ye in her heart before making an effort to calm herself. Then, she lifted her beautiful eyes to the two of them. Since Elder Tianyin has this intention, I cannot disappoint her goodwill. Lead the way. Although Elder Tianyin had already attained the realm of creation, for some inexplicable reason, with Su Ye present, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Then, Qinghuan, please follow us. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy flickered in the Taiyin Zhenren's old eyes, as she eagerly said. Dreamer beside her also displayed a hint of delight. Humph. I shall make sure that Granny Taiyin has her pay. Even if she cannot be killed, at the very least, I must mar her face. Then let her seek 10,000-year holy herbs. Soon, the three arrived before a secluded cave in the Xian'in sacred sect. Along the way, Su Yi noticed that the path led by Taiyin Zhenren was rarely trodden, evidently to avoid detection. Qinghuan, Elder Tianyin is waiting for you inside. I shall wait outside with Dreamer. The Taiyin Zhenren halted, a smile creasing her aged face, turning to Luo Qinghuan with warmth. Luo Shiji, Dreamer acknowledges her error. When we meet Granny Taiyin, I hope you can speak a few kind words on my behalf, so she doesn't punish me. Dreamer also said softly from the side. Luo Qinghuan ignored her, glancing at the characters inscribed on the cave. Tianyin, feeling somewhat apprehensive, she instinctively called out Su Ye's name. Su Yi. Why call you Yi Ge? Hearing Su Ye's playful voice, Luo Qinghuan's unease dissipated considerably, replaced by a sense of reassurance. It's nothing. She shook her head, pushed open the cave's grand door, and stepped inside. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the two outside the cave suddenly turned cold. Humph. Luo Qinghuan, I am most curious to witness how the great-grandmother shall deal with you. As Luo Qinghuan stepped into the cave, the next instant, a resounding boom echoed. Before she could react, a terrifying pressure surged towards her. The oppressive force of a formidable being? Observing this, Luo Qinghuan's delicate form shimmered with spiritual energy, and in a fleeting moment, she evaded the dreadful weight. Furrowing her brows, she gazed ahead. Is this how Elder Tianyin offers an apology on behalf of Sister Ming'er? Truly befitting of the esteemed disciples of the Xian'in sacred sect. Managing to elude my strike even at the celestial sovereign realm. Accompanied by a piercing laugh, an old crone, leaning on a cane, slowly emerged from the cave. Her gaze fell upon Luo Qinghuan, a sinister smile playing upon her lips. Luo Qinghuan, you are utterly disrespectful to your elders, devoid of humility, lacking both virtue and affection. I have yet to discipline you for the sect, and you dare to expect an apology from me on Ming'er's behalf? How laughable, Elder Tianyin snickered coldly. Under normal circumstances, such words would have left Luo Qinghuan speechless and at a loss. However, after several days of being influenced by Su Yi, she would not simply sit idly by. Humility? If Elder Tianyin considers me young, then she might as well bestow upon me a few millennium-old sacred herbs. Should you refuse, it would only reflect your own lack of virtue and love. The loathsome Su Yi once said, without morals, one cannot be shackled by others. If they attempt to morally bind me, I shall turn the tables and bind them in return. You? Elder Tian Ainzi halted, taken aback by Luo Qinghuan's audacity, momentarily rendered speechless, her yellowed teeth grinding as she glared at the sharp-tongued girl. Humph! I shall not waste words on you. You have harmed my beloved great-granddaughter, and I shall impart a lesson. Elder Tian Ainzi's expression darkened, realizing that since she could not gain the upper hand in moral arguments, she would have to resort to strength. Boom! As the aura of a formidable being emanated from her, she failed to notice the sudden shift in the girl's demeanor. With Elder Tian Ainzi's words hanging in the air, she raised her skeletal staff high, condensing countless malevolent energies upon it, then smashed it down forcefully onto the ground. Boom! In an instant, the malevolent energy transformed into a fierce wave, surging towards Luo Qinghuan. As the onslaught approached, Luo Qinghuan's face was marked by tension and seriousness. Her mind blank. After all, this was her first battle against a cultivator, and the martial arts she had previously studied seemed to vanish from her memory. However, as the wave drew near, her body instinctively reacted, her spiritual energy surging as she nimbly dodged with a light step. The malevolent serpents, witnessing Luo Qinghuan evade her attack, Elder Tian Ainzi had no intention of granting her respite. With a cold snort, she struck the ground once more with her staff. The skull atop the staff opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of pale, sinister energy that coalesced into numerous bone-like serpents, surging towards Luo Qinghuan. The sight of these grotesque serpents, writhing with maggots, made her complexion pale. In this scene, it is not just the young girl Luo Qinghuan who is taken aback. Even some male cultivators would feel utterly nauseated upon witnessing it. Luo girl, what are you dawdling for? Draw your sword and strike. At that moment, Su Ye's exasperated voice echoed in her mind. Huh? Oh, right. Realizing her predicament, Luo Qinghuan swiftly summoned a shimmering spirit sword into her delicate hand, then proceeded to slash wildly at the encroaching sinister serpent. Indeed, she was merely swinging her sword with her eyes closed, unleashing a flurry of chaotic strikes. Su thought to himself, this girl has absolutely no experience in combat whatsoever. Is this how one utilizes their celestial realm cultivation? One cannot rely solely on instinct in battle. This simply will not do. Nonetheless, he resolved to impart his extensive knowledge of combat, honed from his past life as the notorious emperor of bandits, to teach her the art of a truly exhilarating fight. After all, in his previous existence, even a mere sprinkle of flour could momentarily blind an emperor, and his ability to dismantle an opponent's defenses with a single move was enough to instill dread in the hearts of all celestial emperors. The lack of swordsmanship was laughable in the extreme. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the celestial shadow master could not help but smirk coldly. This childlike swordplay could hardly pose a threat to her sinister serpent. Detection. Luo Qinghuan has swung her sword. The great Tao Master has been activated. The essence of the sword of heaven and earth has merged into her sword intent, granting the host a replenishment of the great Tao sword essence. Simultaneously, as Luo Qinghuan swung her sword with abandon, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Following the system's proclamation, Su Yi distinctly felt a surge of sharp sword intent within his soul, an embodiment of the great Tao sword essence. As long as Luo Qinghuan cultivated this sword intent herself, his own strand of sword intent would continue to be nurtured until he regained his physical form. To that point, it would not merely be a single strand of sword intent, but an abundance of it. Is this what it feels like to have a cheat? Truly exhilarating. Su Yi could not help but muse. This girl was indeed a boon for him. As she grew stronger, so too would he. It was a double blessing. The system might as well be renamed from the corrupted female protagonist system to the dual cultivation system, for Luo Qinghuan's cultivation directly enhanced his own. Boom! In an instant, as Luo Qinghuan nervously swung her sword, the essence of heaven and earth had integrated into her strikes, unleashing a terrifying tempest of sword intent. The approaching sinister serpent was obliterated before it could even draw near. What? How could such chaotic swordplay possess such formidable sword intent? When the celestial shadow master beheld this scene, her expression shifted dramatically, her aged eyes filled with incredulity. Huh. Even Luo Qinghuan appeared momentarily stunned. Her lips slightly parted. Su Yi, is that you? But soon, she regained her composure. The overwhelming sword intent was likely due to Su Ye's covert assistance. I merely helped you perceive a fragment of the great Tao sword essence. Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. The essence of heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. She had heard of the great Tao sword essence from the master of Frost Sword Peak, an existence akin to a sovereign, who could not perceive it. Yet now Su Yi had casually aided her in grasping a fragment of it. Luo girl, do not panic. Overcome your inner turmoil. Just think of this old fellow as a cabbage and chop away. Su Yi advised once more. At this moment, upon hearing Su Ye's gentle voice, Luo Qinghuan inexplicably felt a sense of tranquility wash over her, even as the tension within her dissipated significantly. Taking a deep breath, she gradually dispelled the blankness in her mind that had been wrought by anxiety, slowly recalling the sword techniques she had previously learned. Her grip on the sword ceased to tremble, and a fierce aura of sword intent began to manifest around her delicate form. What is this girl up to? Just moments ago, she was so tense while holding the sword. How is it that she now exudes such an air of calm? Furthermore, this thread of sword intent emanating from her, could it possibly be the essence of the sword from the heavens and earth? Observing Luo Qinghuan's transformation, Tian Yinzi furrowed her brow. Upon sensing the formidable sword intent radiating from her petite frame, her expression shifted abruptly, but she quickly regained her composure. Impossible. This little girl is merely a celestial sovereign. How could she possibly comprehend the essence of the sword from the heavens and earth? Alas, it appears I have underestimated you. But this is where it ends. Without further contemplation, Tian Yinzi grasped her skeletal staff and stepped forward, instantly appearing before Luo Qinghuan, the aura of creation manifesting as she brought her staff crashing down. Seeing Tian Yinzi suddenly materialize before her, Luo Qinghuan instinctively tensed. Luo girl, do not panic. Remember what your brother Yi just said. Su Ye's voice echoed in her mind. Just moments ago, what did he say? Luo Qinghuan paused, recalling Su Ye's earlier words, and hastily tightened her grip on the spirit sword, channeling her sword intent as she exclaimed. Cabbage. Perish, Su Yi. Tian Yinzi. Cabbage? What cabbage? Tian Yinzi was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in an instant, Luo Qinghuan unleashed a sword technique, harnessing the essence of the sword from the heavens and earth, striking down heavily upon her skeletal staff. Just as Tian Yinzi was caught off guard, a resounding crack echoed as the staff shattered into two pieces. My precious spirit artifact. Tian Yinzi's expression shifted dramatically. Her gaze turned ominous as she focused on the spirit sword in Luo Qinghuan's hand. Or more precisely, the terrifying sword intent that accompanied it. The ability to shatter her meticulously crafted spirit artifact was not solely due to the sword itself, but rather the overwhelming sword intent it bore. This truly is the essence of the sword from the heavens and earth. Tio comprehends such essence at the celestial sovereign level. What extraordinary talent! If I were to seize her soul, I could potentially break through to the Saint Lord level, or even the Emperor realm. At this moment, greed glimmered in Tian Yinzi's eyes, and a murderous intent swirled within her. Upon realizing the exceptional talent of Luo Qinghuan, her intentions shifted from merely teaching her a lesson to outright seizing her soul. As Luo Qinghuan understood Tian Yinzi's intentions, her fair face paled, and she tightened her grip on the spirit sword, determined to thwart Tian Yinzi's scheme. After all, there was still Su Yi within her. What would happen if two souls existed together? Wouldn't they drive each other mad? Boom! In that instant, Tian Yinzi unleashed her full power as a being of creation, finally no longer holding back. Rushing towards Luo Qinghuan with relentless ferocity. Faced with the tempestuous onslaught of a being at the realm of creation, all Luo Qinghuan could do was evade. It must be said that the protagonist in female-centric narratives tends to be somewhat weaker, compounded by the fact that this girl lacked combat experience. Had it been another protagonist, they would have long since engaged in battles beyond their level. However, it mattered not. With Su Yi by her side, she would eventually transform into an existence capable of surpassing even those male protagonists in combat prowess. Well done, Luo girl. You are doing splendidly. Next, let Night Gu take over. Just as Luo Qinghuan was on the verge of succumbing, the soothing sound of Su Ye's gentle laughter echoed. It was not that he refrained from intervening. Rather, he aimed to allow Luo Qinghuan to acclimate to battle. His objective was to transform her, not to exert control over her. Relying solely on his assistance would yield no benefits for Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing Su Ye's voice resonate in her mind, Luo Qinghuan lightly nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Gradually, the softness in her beautiful eyes faded, replaced by an expression of indifference. Old dog, have you had your fill of games? Now, your Qinghuan will engage with you properly, as the girlish icy yet audacious voice rang out. A surge of transformative energy quietly flowed from her delicate form. Chapter 13. She did not realize her error, but rather that her death was imminent as the chilling and audacious words of the girl fell. Tian Yinzi was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brows as he gazed solemnly at the white-clad maiden before him. The softness that once graced her youthful face had dissipated, leaving behind an expression of utter indifference, as if she were an entirely different person. Yet, she soon shook her head and scoffed derisively. Creating illusions, you a mere junior of the heavenly sovereign realm think you can stir up waves before me. Boom! However, Before Tian Yinzi could fully utter his words, a phantom suddenly materialized before him. The girl's exquisitely indifferent visage appeared, and she clenched her small pink fist, striking Tian Yinzi's gaunt and grotesque face with considerable force, instantly caving it in. Bang! Tian Yinzi's form crashed heavily against the stone wall of the cave, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. Simultaneously, the girl's derisive laughter echoed. Can a heavenly sovereign not stir up waves? Ha! It's simple. I merely need to enter the realm of transformation, and it shall be done. As her words fell, within the realm of her soul, the petite white-clad spirit beheld this scene, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Suyi is so handsome. No, I can't praise him for being handsome. He said I have no bear. Humph. Otherwise, this insufferable fellow would surely take advantage. After spending these few days together, she had become acutely aware of Su Ye's shamelessness. Su Yi regarded the fallen Tian Yinzi with indifference, the aura of transformation emanating from him as he suddenly called out to the furious, vengeful petite, white-clad spirit within her soul, Luo girl. Ah, Luo Qinghuan, still murmuring to herself, froze momentarily and lifted her head in confusion. Feeling somewhat guilty, she wondered if he had overheard her secretly cursing the vile Su Yi. What is it? She replied timidly. Observing her sheepish demeanor, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle, but he paid it no mind. After all, he could always assist her with a proper bath next time. Watch how your night gu battles. Your combat experience is far too scant. Pay close attention and learn diligently. There will be penalties for not answering correctly. Oh. The girl nodded earnestly, pulling out a small notebook, ready to take notes. Biffed. Tian Yinzi, lying on the ground, spat out another mouthful of blood, and to her horror, she discovered that the spiritual energy within her could no longer coalesce. The realm of creation. How could your strength suddenly ascend to such heights? She gazed incredulously at the figure of Luo Qinghuan before her. Yet, Su Yi offered no further words. A spark of celestial light flickered in his hand as a spiritual sword materialized, directing his steps toward Tian Yinzi. What do you intend to do? As she witnessed Luo Qinghuan's sudden draw of the spiritual sword advancing toward her, Tian Yinzi's expression shifted dramatically, fear finally igniting in her eyes as she hastily threatened. Luo Qinghuan, have you lost your mind? I am an elder of the inner sect of the Xian sacred sect. Do you dare to kill me? However, as her words fell, Su Yi paid her no mind. The sword intent gradually manifested upon the blade in his grasp. You, Qinghuan, this matter was my fault. Spare me, and I will ensure that I properly discipline that girl Ming'er. Observing the celestial sword essence that continuously enveloped the delicate form of the young maiden before her, the fear in Tian Yinzi's eyes intensified, and she hastily shifted her demeanor, desperately pleading for mercy. Did she finally recognize her error? No, she merely sensed her impending doom. Su Yi gently shook his head, directly channeling the frost sword technique that Luo Qinghuan had once mastered. As the sword intent emerged, frost enveloped the blade, and with a flash of icy brilliance, he struck towards Tian Yinzi, Luo Qinghuan. You truly dare to kill me? Witnessing this scene, Tian Yinzi was gripped by a mix of astonishment and terror. With a steely resolve, she summoned all her creation energy, attempting to escape into the heavens. Yet, in the next moment, despair etched itself across her countenance. For unbeknownst to her, the frost had frozen the very space around her. She found herself with no avenue for escape. Die, the young maiden murmured, her voice akin to the pronouncement of death itself. The chilling sword intent descended, instantly piercing through Tian Yinzi's body, her vitality beginning to dissipate at that very moment. A single strike ended it. Within the confines of her soul space, Luo Qinghuan's eyes widened at this spectacle, and she pouted slightly. You wretched Su Yi, you took her down with a single strike. What am I supposed to learn from that? You even said you would test me. It must have been intentional, little Luo. Isn't your brother Yi impressive? Have you learned it yet? Su Yi asked with a beaming smile. You wretched Su Yi, you ended her in one move. What am I supposed to learn? Luo Qinghuan retorted with a frown. But you failed to grasp the essence of it. Su Yi replied with a chuckle, inquiring, what is the purpose of battling another? To win. Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes, tentatively suggesting, incorrect, it is to take their life. Su Yi countered, shaking his head. Pa, how crude, Luo Qinghuan muttered under her breath. Unfazed, Su Yi laughed and continued. If the aim is to claim her life, why engage in 100 or even 1,000 exchanges when I can simplify the process and deliver a single decisive blow? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan pondered seriously for a moment. Wretched Su Yi, you may have a point, but what you deem simple is not so easily accomplished, she replied, exasperated. In battles among cultivators of the same realm, it is often arduous to determine a victor without hundreds of exchanges. Those capable of ending a combatant of equal standing in a single stroke are virtually non-existent. No, just because others are incapable does not imply that you are as well. However, Su Ye's words were imbued with unwavering conviction. As soon as he spoke, Luo Qinghuan stood frozen in place, her petite face slightly flushed, taken aback by Su Ye's unexpected faith in her. Heh, so it turns out you see me as quite formidable. A sense of delight bubbled within her, prompting an uncontrollable giggle. Observing her smug demeanor, Su Yi couldn't help but tease. It's not that. It's simply because your brother Yi is here. Ha ha, Luo Qinghuan. In an instant, a visible blush rapidly spread across the young girl's charming face, steam seemingly rising from her head. You insufferable Su Yi. After a considerable pause, the little figure in the white dress finally calmed down. Patting her chest for reassurance, she cast a glance at the gruesome corpse of Tian Yinzi lying on the ground, her face paling slightly as she whispered, "What should we do with the body of the elder Tian Yinzi? Should we bury it? Bury it?" Su Yi was taken aback. This girl truly was too kind-hearted, even considering burying her enemy after slaying her. There's no need. The real show is yet to come. Su Yi shook his head, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips, before glancing outside the cave and turning to stride out. Chapter 14. The shackles are broken once more. Am I truly that inadequate? Outside the cave, Tian Junren and Ming'er remained utterly oblivious to the events unfolding within. For Tian Yinzi had previously set up a magical barrier to conceal his presence while attempting to deal with Luo Qinghuan. Unfortunately, this had ironically led to his own demise. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed. Has that wretched woman not been subdued yet? Ming'er furrowed her brows, her impatience mounting as she yearned to prick Luo Qinghuan's face with her embroidery needle, vexed by the fact that the latter was more beautiful than herself. Was it possible that even the elder of the transformation realm, Tian Yinzi, could not handle that rebellious disciple? Tian Junren's expression darkened. Now that Luo Qinghuan had severed their master-disciple bond, her increasing prowess only deepened the bitterness in her heart and intensified her regrets. However, that rebellious disciple was not skilled in combat. It should be over soon. Tian Junren consoled herself. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted as the cave door swung open. Both individuals' faces brightened, their eyes lighting up in unison as they exclaimed, "Tai Nai Nai, have you subdued that wretch? Tian Yinzi, have you captured that rebellious?" However, before their words could fully escape, they abruptly halted, their expressions freezing in shock. For standing before them was none other than the enchanting young girl in white, her appearance unscathed and devoid of any sign of battle, as if nothing had transpired at all. Luo Shiji, how did you come out? Tai Nai Nai, did she not see you?" Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan's emergence, Ming'er hastily changed her tone, fearful that her previous address might have been overheard. After all, as a mere practitioner in the Spirit Sea realm, she dared not be so presumptuous before Luo Qinghuan. In the past, she might have taken advantage of Luo Qinghuan's gentle nature, but ever since receiving a few resounding slaps from the girl a few days prior, she had promptly become more compliant. Indeed, Qinghuan, did the elder Tian Yinzi not notice you? Beside her, the venerable Tian Junren hastily concurred. Both individuals were perplexed. Had not Tian Yinzi proclaimed an intention to thoroughly discipline Luo Qinghuan? Yet, why was it that she remained entirely unscathed? At this moment, the girl in the white dress regarded the two with a fleeting glimmer of coldness in her eyes, yet her delicate countenance was adorned with a sweet smile. "Elder Tianyin has just emerged from seclusion and has commanded me to summon you both to meet her." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, the duo sighed in relief. It appeared that Tian Yinzi had not yet set her sights on this wretched girl. However, how considerate of the venerable lady to invite them along for the torment. "So that's the case. Heh, Qinghuan, you may enter first. I, along with Ming'er, shall follow shortly." Tian Junren chuckled, and as she observed Luo Qinghuan turn to leave, she discreetly signaled Ming'er to securely close the entrance to the cave, lest Luo Qinghuan attempt to flee. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing behind her, Su Yi, walking ahead, could not help but smile, reflecting on how considerate people had become, seemingly fearful of their own demise, yet taking the time to shut the door to the realm of the living. "Qinghuan, where is Elder Tianyin?" Tian Junren and Ming'er inquired cheerfully as they caught up. "There," Su Yi pointed towards a small courtyard ahead. The two paused, looking forward to see Elder Tianyin peacefully lying on the ground, unmistakably lifeless. "What? Elder Tianyin, venerable lady." The moment they beheld the corpse of Tian Yinzi, their expressions shifted dramatically, eyes brimming with disbelief. Did not Tian Yinzi assert her intention to properly teach Luo Qinghuan a lesson? Why, then, had she perished so suddenly? Qinghuan, what is happening? How could Elder Tianyin have passed away? At that moment, Tian Junren struggled to articulate her words, turning around to gaze at the girl whose lips maintained a semblance of a smile. A profound sense of unease began to stir within her. I did it. Yet, the girl merely smiled and nodded gently. W. Upon hearing this, Tying Junren's expression turned ashen, her eyes clouded with terror, forcing a smile as she struggled to maintain composure. He. Qinghuan, do not jest with me. You are merely at the heavenly sovereign realm, while Elder Tianyin is at the creation realm. How could you possibly have killed her? Luo Qinghuan, you vile creature. How dare you slay the venerable lady? Should the sect become aware of this, they will not let you, a wretched being, go unpunished. At that moment, before Suyi could respond, Minger's trembling voice erupted, her body shaking as she pointed an accusatory finger at the girl before them. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, in a cacophony of chaos, the term wretched being echoed in the air, prompting Suyi to furrow his brow, raising his hand to unsheath his sword, which swiftly cleaved Minger's form in twain. Witnessing this scene, the spirit residing within the petite white dress gasped, her face paling as she instinctively covered her eyes. Suyi, how could you have killed junior sister Minger so mercilessly? After a brief pause, Luo Qinghuan's weak voice broke the silence. She did not intend to blame Suyi. She was merely taken aback by his decisive ruthlessness, striking at the slightest provocation. You call her a wretched person? Yet you are not one yourself, Suyi remarked nonchalantly. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily stunned. For reasons unknown, a seemingly ordinary sentence filled her heart with warmth. It felt as though no one had ever defended her in such a manner. Qinghuan, what are you doing? Minger is your junior sister. The realization struck Tying Junren, rendering her speechless, her eyes filled with fear as she gazed at Luo Qinghuan. However, the young woman merely lifted her cold gaze, which fell upon Tying Junren with a dispassionate intensity. Instantly, Tying Junren trembled. She had never witnessed such a gaze from Luo Qinghuan before. It was an expression of utmost indifference, devoid of any emotion, as if a mere glance could lead to her demise. Qinghuan, this is all a scheme devised by Minger and Tianyinzi. It has nothing to do with me. We have shared a master-disciple bond. Spare me, and I shall never breathe a word of this to anyone. Tying Junren, believing her connection to Tianyinzi had been exposed, hastily pleaded for mercy. Luo girl, this old dog is left in your hands. Suyi paid no heed to Tying Junren's entreaties, instead addressing the ethereal presence of the young girl in the delicate white dress within. His words lingered in the air. He granted her back control of her own body without affording her a moment to respond. Some matters must be initiated by this girl herself. To shatter the shackles of her innate, pure, sacred body, he could only serve as a guide. Ultimately, it was Luo Qinghuan who needed to break free. Adopt me? The indifference in the girl's eyes swiftly transformed into bewilderment. Observing Tying Junren kneeling before her, Luo Qinghuan felt a tumult of emotions. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the person before her had once been her revered master. Seeing the hesitation in the young girl's demeanor, Tying Junren seized the opportunity, hastily adding, though we are no longer master and disciple, Qinghuan, consider how I treated you in the past. How did I treat this girl? Upon hearing this, Suyi couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. He had thoroughly examined Luo Qinghuan's memories. How had Tying Junren treated her? TSK, this old dog was merely walking into the line of fire. Nevertheless, it was beneficial. That moment, upon hearing Tying Junren's words, Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, a flicker of recollection crossing her beautiful eyes. Soon, a self-deprecating smile graced her lips. How did you treat me? When I quarreled with a fellow disciple. Though it was his fault, you would only scold me and insist I apologize, never considering my feelings. As a junior, I was expected to relinquish cultivation resources to my senior brothers and sisters, and as a senior sister, I was to yield to my junior sisters. Other junior sisters, even if they made mistakes 100 times, you would patiently correct them. Yet when I made a single error, you would berate and beat me mercilessly. In your words, I have always heard reproaches, not a single compliment. Listening to Luo Qinghuan's words, Tying Junren's expression grew increasingly rigid. Creak. Unintentionally, Suyi seemed to hear the faint sound of a shackle breaking. The young girl slowly lowered her head, her body trembling uncontrollably in that moment, as if releasing years of pent-up grievances. She murmured softly, Am I truly so inadequate? Chapter 15. She was like the shining moon in the heavens. Why should she be sullied by the mortal world? Upon hearing the girl's murmurs, Suyi could not help but sigh. After glimpsing the entirety of her memories, his heart ached for her even more. Regrettably, he could only offer words of comfort, unable to embrace her properly. He then spoke earnestly, Lo, there is no need to deny yourself. Your worth is forever determined by you alone, not by the judgments of others. You are truly remarkable. Hearing Su Ye's profoundly serious voice echo in her mind, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shimmering with a misty light. Is my worth truly defined by myself? This was the first time she had ever encountered such words. A swirl of complex emotions flooded her heart in an instant. Meanwhile, Tien Zhenren's expression grew increasingly stiff as he forced a smile. Ah, Qinghuan, you do not understand. I am teaching you that enduring hardship is the path to becoming exceptional. Upon hearing this, Suyi could not suppress a cold laugh. Indeed, the saying that one must endure hardship to rise above others holds truth. Yet it does not mean one should suffer for the sake of suffering. With Luo's extraordinary talent for cultivation, even if she were to claim all the resources, no one would dare to speak against her. She deserves it. She is, after all, the moon in the sky. Why should she be tainted by earthly matters? And why must she go to such lengths to prove that the brilliance of the moon cannot be overshadowed by the mundane? Tien Zhenren was merely aware of the girl's innate purity and goodness, exploiting her weaknesses to maintain control over her, preventing her from breaking free. Luo Qinghuan regained her composure, disregarding Tien Zhenren, and with reddened eyes, softly spoke to Suyi. Thank you, Suyi. What are you saying? Since when do we owe each other thanks? Do you wish to be spanked? Suyi retorted with a feigned annoyance, giving her a glare. Next time, do not say thank you. Luo Qinghuan broke into a smile through her tears. She understood that Su Ye's harsh words concealed a tender heart, and for the first time, she felt warmth from another. This sensation was truly delightful. Oh, I understand now. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Qinghuan, since you and I share this master-student bond, please let this matter go. I assure you, I shall not disclose today's events to anyone. At that moment, Tien Zhenren, seeing Luo Qinghuan's silence, felt a surge of fear rising to its peak. Finally, Luo Qinghuan's beautiful gaze fell upon Tien Zhenren as she gently shook her head. The frost-covered spiritual sword in her hand gradually dissipated. Her tone unexpectedly calm. You may leave. Oh really? Qinghuan, thank you. Upon hearing this, a flash of joy illuminated Tien Zhenren's eyes, and without wasting another moment, she hurriedly dashed toward the cave's entrance. Witnessing this scene, Suyi furrowed his brows slightly. Yet before he could utter a word, the temperature around them began to drop gradually, a hint of frost materializing in the air. Tien Zhenren, consumed by her escape, paid no heed to this chilling change. As she neared the cave's entrance, her elderly eyes sparkled with delight, and her heart could not help but sneer inwardly. Humph, ah, you wretched Luo Qinghuan. How dare you harm a fellow disciple? Once I escape, you shall have no place to rest in death. Yet, as these curses brewed within her heart, a chilling sound echoed. Crack, crack. The temperature around her plummeted, and a wisp of frost-laden sword intent suddenly materialized behind her. In the next moment, the sword intent pierced through her body, and the vitality within her gradually dissipated. No, the true master of Tien, in disbelief, turned to face the frail maiden clad in white. She could scarcely fathom that Luo Qinghuan would truly strike against her. As she witnessed the life ebbing away from the true master, tears welled in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes, her delicate form trembling as crystalline droplets cascaded down. Her feelings towards the true master were intricate. There was gratitude for nurturing, resentment for disrespect, but more than anything, it was an outpouring of her pent-up grievances. The first sword of darkness, to first slay the foolish master. Had it not been for the true master's ruthlessness, how could she have forged such a heartless resolve? Observing the sobbing girl, Suyi sighed, helpless to offer solace, unable even to provide the simplest embrace. Suyi, I no longer have a master. The girl wept softly. It's all right, you still have your brother Yi. That moment. Suye's tone was exceptionally gentle, devoid of its usual playful bravado. I also have no family left. It's all right, you still have your brother Yi. It's all right. Thus, the girl poured forth her grievances, while Suyi offered gentle reassurances. After a considerable time, Luo Qinghuan managed to quell the tumult of emotions within her. Are you no longer crying? Suyi inquired with a light laugh. No longer crying. Luo Qinghuan shook her head. Your brother Yi has captured your tear-streaked visage. Should you cry again, it shall be exposed for all to see. Suyi jested, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. You? The girl bit her silver teeth and pouted. I will never cry again. Is that so? Suyi chuckled. Meanwhile, in his mind, the system's voice resounded once more. Luo Qinghuan has completed a transformation into darkness. Reward. Fortified Dao heart, free from moral constraints, thus unbound by morality, drawing the sword naturally as a deity. Would you like to invest? Investment. Suyi did not hesitate. Host has completed dark transformation investment. Congratulations, host has acquired Emperor's Strike 3. Emperor's Strike card, upon use, temporarily elevates strength to the Imperial realm, delivering a powerful blow. Usable 3 times. HM? the Emperor's strike card. Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes narrowed. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward. At the very least, he now possessed a trump card for survival. He then carefully stowed the reward away, and seemingly recalling something, he said, "By the way, girl, do not let the bodies of those three go to waste. Use the devouring heaven demon technique to consume their cultivation essence." Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, then began to channel the devouring heaven demon technique to absorb the cultivation essence of the three. Meanwhile, Su Yi quietly observed in the realm of the soul, from his perspective, although Luo Qinghuan's delicate form was still shrouded in the pure, sacred radiance of her innate holy body, amidst the white light. A striking black hue began to emerge. It was evident that, breaking these shackles will not take much longer. He swiftly averted his gaze. As Luo Qinghuan devoured the essence of cultivation, he simultaneously activated the undying soul technique, thereby consuming the souls of the three individuals. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes labor seem effortless. However, in their case, it transformed into a man and a woman together leaves no path for survival. Luo Qinghuan consumed the essence of cultivation while he devoured the souls, rendering them utterly lifeless. The host has consumed the souls. The soul power realm has been elevated to the second star of the creation realm. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan had also completely absorbed the essence of cultivation. Luo Qinghuan has devoured the essence of cultivation. The host has gained 5,000 units of source power. The voice of the system echoed incessantly in his mind. Source power? Su Yi was taken aback. Soon, the system provided an explanation. Source power can be transformed into the essence of any energy, such as cultivation, sword and tint, alchemy, forging techniques, and so forth, enhancing them when applied. Furthermore, the host may choose to utilize it for himself or for Luo Qinghuan. Oh? This substance is akin to a universal experience for comprehensive upgrades. Su Yi suddenly realized. This indeed seemed beneficial, especially since it could also be allocated to Luo Qinghuan. Giving it to her would be the preferable choice. After all, even if he became stronger, it would be of no use if her body could not withstand it. By empowering Luo Qinghuan, he could grow stronger alongside her, achieving a dual benefit. However, he decided to temporarily retain the essence of cultivation for future needs. Su Yi stored away the 5,000 units of source power. Soon after, a panel materialized before him. Host, Su Yi. Soul realm, second star of the creation realm. Source power, 5,000. Host dependent, Luo Qinghuan. Strength realm, heavenly sovereign realm. Chapter 16. A candidate has been chosen. Named Qinghuan Su Yi. I have finished devouring. At this moment, as Su Ye's gaze shifted away from the panel, Luo Qinghuan's voice resonated. Is there anything that needs to be addressed here? What if the sect discovers it was us who acted? Her delicate brows knitted in concern. Although Su Yi was capable of slaying the creation realm's Tian Yinzi, the Xian Yin sacred sect harbored a powerful existence at the Saint Lord level. With its leader being a genuine pinnacle Saint Lord, no need for concern. Su Yi shook his head. On our way here, did you not notice that Tai Yin, that old dog, deliberately led us along a path seldom trodden? Clearly, they had long intended to do something to you, fearing exposure. This actually works to our advantage. However, some traces still require cleansing. Leave this matter to your brother Yi, as he is quite adept at it. Su Yi chuckled. In his past life as a notorious bandit emperor, he was well versed in killing, burying bodies, and erasing traces. Nothing more than practice for him. Luo Qinghuan obediently nodded, her eyes softening momentarily before turning icy. Shortly thereafter, Su Yi skillfully erased all traces and turned to leave. Days passed, and in recent days, little of note has transpired, and Su Yi has been quite leisurely, spending each day imparting lessons and playfully teasing Luo Qinghuan, whose cheeks have flushed with indignation, gritting her teeth in frustration. There were even several nights when she dared not rest, opting instead for an all-night vigil of cultivation. This was due to the antics of that troublesome rascal, Su Yi, who audaciously took advantage of her slumber to log into her account. Is this what they refer to as the soul being asleep while the body remains awake? Upon awakening, she discovered herself not comfortably nestled in her bed but rather sprawled in the bath, her delicate hand resting upon her unadorned bosom. Instantly, she was overwhelmed with both embarrassment and anger. When she confronted the shameless Su Yi, he had the audacity to claim he was merely sleepwalking. This infuriated her to no end. Her silver teeth clenched as she envisioned delivering a sharp bite to Su Yi. Alas, he was nowhere to be found. Moreover, this predicament occurred on multiple nights. Thus, she resolved to feign sleep, intending to catch Su Yi in the act, only to find herself thwarted. Just as she believed she had cornered him, he remained unfazed, casually remarking, I'm merely assisting in your enhancement, Luo girl. Surely, You wouldn't wish to be ridiculed by your brother Yi for a lifetime due to a flat chest, would you? Luo Qinghuan. In that moment, her exquisite countenance blushed radiantly beneath the moonlight. That wretched Su Yi. Once you emerge from within me, I shall surely take a bite out of you. Ha ha, then I shall eagerly await that moment. Beneath the moon's glow, the sounds of the girl's indignation intertwined with Su Ye's playful banter. In stark contrast to this merriment, the Xian'in holy sect was engulfed in turmoil. The demise of Tian Yinzi and Tai Yin Zhenren was uncovered by their disciples, swiftly alarming the entire sect. It is worth noting that while Tai Yin Zhenren was merely a minor saintly emperor, Tian Yinzi was a formidable being of the creation realm. To slay her was no small feat. Especially in utter silenced it was likely that only a power of the great ability realm could achieve such a deed. Furthermore, when the elder from the law enforcement hall of the Xian'in holy sect arrived at the scene, he found the two practitioners' essences consumed by demonic energy, their very souls obliterated. A cruel method not characteristic of righteous cultivators. Their deaths could very well indicate they had crossed paths with a formidable foe from the demonic path. In an instant, panic swept through the Xian'in holy sect, and every disciple felt a shiver of fear. Within the grand hall of the Xian'in holy sect, a gathering of elders focused their gaze upon the beautiful matriarch seated upon the high dais. Clad in a purple qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, their eyes filled with reverence. This woman was none other than the sect leader of the Xian'in holy sect, the revered Xian'in Shangzhu. Elder Lin, have you ascertained the cause of the deaths of Elder Tian Yinzi and Elder Tai Yin? The Xian'in Shangzhu inquired softly, her crimson lips parting as she addressed an elderly man with white hair from the law enforcement hall. Replying to the sect leader, Elder Lin promptly bowed and began to speak. The cause of death remains unclear, but we detected traces of demonic energy emanating from the bodies of Elder Tian Yinzi and Elder Tai Yin. Their foundational essence has been entirely devoured. Even the very souls have been devoured, rendering the methods employed exceedingly cruel, unbefitting the actions of righteous cultivators, and more likely the work of those from the devil's path. Upon hearing this, the elders within the grand hall exhibited a subtle change in expression. The act of consuming the essence of cultivation and the souls leaves no room for survival whatsoever. Truly, it is a cruelty of the highest order. What is even more terrifying is that such devilish cultivators have infiltrated our Xian'in sacred sect without our knowledge. To devour essence and gnaw at souls. These are indeed the means exclusive to the practitioners of the dark arts. The Xian'in sovereign, Lu Mei, furrowed her brows and commanded. In the coming days, ensure that the 8 peak masters conduct a thorough investigation of their respective peaks. The disciples within the sect must remain vigilant, lest those from the devil sect gain the upper hand again. This matter must be resolved promptly. In a short while, many prodigies from various sects in the eastern domain will come to our Xian'in sacred sect to discuss and cultivate. We must not allow ourselves to be the subject of ridicule. Yes, Master, Elder Lin nodded. At that moment, the Xian'in sovereign appeared to recall something, her expression tightening. I remember that our sect has a prodigious disciple named Luo Qinghuan, a student of the Grandine Realizer. She should be safe, correct? Luo Qinghuan? Elder Lin paused for a moment, then quickly replied, Master, Luo Qinghuan is indeed unharmed. However, the other disciple of the Grandine Realizer, Meng, as long as she is safe, that is sufficient. Before Elder Lin could finish his sentence, the Xian'in sovereign breathed a sigh of relief. Interrupting him, it was evident that she held little concern for the fate of the other disciple. Very well, this matter is settled. Elders, you may disperse. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, she signaled for everyone to depart. Upon hearing her words, the elders in the hall bowed and then exited one by one, leaving only the Xian'in sovereign alone in the grand hall. Is there a candidate in mind? Just then, an ambiguous voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed within the hall. Upon hearing this voice, the Xian'in sovereign's expression shifted to one of tension as she swiftly turned around, only to see a holy radiance manifesting behind her, revealing a figure that too was hard to discern as male or female. Return, holy envoy, a candidate has been selected. She promptly performed a reverent bow. Lacking the earlier imposing demeanor she had shown before the elders of the Xian'in sacred sect. Oh? Who? A voice from within the holy radiance expressed mild interest. Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 17. The Supreme Emotionless Palace. The future Empress of Salvation, Luo Qinghuan? Who is that? Upon hearing the words of the Xian'in sovereign, a voice of confusion emanated from within the holy radiance. This girl is a prodigious disciple of our Xian'in sacred sect. She has reached the celestial sovereign realm before the age of 20. The Xian'in sovereign nodded, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Oh? A celestial sovereign at under 20? The figure within the holy radiance expressed slight astonishment. Such talent, even within our divine palace, would be regarded as a paragon among prodigies. Yet, alas, As the figure continued, they shook their heads slightly. Tio, become a goddess of our divine palace. The criteria extend beyond mere talent and power. Return, holy envoy. I am certainly aware of this. The sovereign of Xian'an slightly parted her crimson lips and spoke with a mysterious smile. I have long observed that this girl, besides possessing extraordinary talent, is also endowed with the legendary innate pure sacred body, which undoubtedly aligns with the holy envoy's quest for the divine maiden. What? An innate pure sacred body? Upon hearing the sovereign's words, the figure within the sacred radiance finally lost her composure, revealing her true voice. She was a woman. Her tone was laced with barely contained excitement. Legends say that anyone possessing such a sacred body, as long as they do not perish, will surely grow to become a formidable emperor in the future. Moreover, those with this constitution, true to its name, are innately pure and exceedingly benevolent. If nurtured well by my supreme emotionless palace, she will undoubtedly evolve into a savior empress in the days to come. Her statement also hinted at the formidable power behind her. The wasteland realm is rife with countless factions and sects, with an abundance of strong individuals. Even the Xian'an sacred sect, with its 8 sovereign-level strongholds, only ranks among the first-tier powers in this realm. Above the first tier are the true top-tier forces, which are led by those possessing the emperor-level strength. There are only 5 top-tier powers in the wasteland realm, and the divine palace, also known as the supreme emotionless palace, is one of them. It is no wonder that the sovereign of Xian'an holds such reverence for the woman in the sacred radiance. After all, the force behind her, the Xian'an sacred sect, is not to be trifled with. An emperor-level powerhouse? That girl will become the savior empress. Upon hearing this, a profound shock flickered in the sovereign's beautiful eyes. She had only known that Luo Qinghuan's character would be influenced by her constitution, rendering her gentle, kind, and pure, but she had never fathomed that she would one day achieve such an imperial existence. In that moment, a twinge of regret washed over her. Had she known earlier, she would have kept her within the Xian'an sacred sect for her own cultivation. Eventually, they would have given rise to an empress. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. Indeed, the woman in the sacred radiance nodded, her voice brimming with joy. I never expected such a harvest from this endeavor. With this girl's constitution, coupled with the meticulous cultivation of my divine palace, it is likely that within a century, she will attain the status of an emperor. Within a century? The sovereign of Xian'an was filled with astonishment upon hearing the holy envoy of the supreme emotionless palace. It took her a millennium to reach the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, and her talent was already among the top tier in the entire wasteland realm. Yet, this girl could achieve emperor status in less than a century? Xian'an, focus on nurturing her well. The divine ceremony of my supreme emotionless palace will take place in about a year. I shall return to fetch her then. Ha ha ha. When the ceremony commences, this girl will undoubtedly astonish everyone. A savior empress, capable of shaking the very foundations of the wasteland realm. The holy envoy of the supreme emotionless palace could barely contain her excitement as she envisioned the scene that was to unfold. Ah, right? Hand this supreme emotionless scripture over to her, allowing her to cultivate diligently that moment. As if struck by a thought, a text radiating pure white light appeared before the sovereign of Xian'an. Having said this, she prepared to leave. Envoy, about that matter your esteemed palace promised me. Seeing the sacred radiance woman about to depart, the sovereign of Xian'an quickly called out as she tucked away the supreme emotionless scripture. Oh, almost forgotten. The envoy of the supreme forgetting palace retreated. Rest assured, since you have discovered such a promising candidate for my supreme forgetting palace, the promises made by my palace shall not be forgotten. When the opportune moment arises, we shall undoubtedly assist you in ascending to the throne. Thank you, divine palace. Upon hearing these words, the Lord of Xian'an finally breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. Cultivating is arduous, and attaining the status of an emperor is even more challenging. She has remained at the pinnacle of the Saint Lord realm for centuries, and despite her profound insights, she has yet to grasp even a fragment of the essence of the emperor realm. This predicament necessitates that a powerful being of the emperor realm transmit their understanding to her, thereby granting her a chance to touch the threshold of the emperor realm. Hence, she sought the assistance of the Supreme Forgetting Palace. The Supreme Forgetting Palace agreed, albeit with a condition, to aid in the search for a candidate for the Divine Maiden. To qualify as a Divine Maiden, one must possess extraordinary talent coupled with a heart of compassion. Through years of observation, she had long noticed Luo Qinghuan, nurturing her benevolent spirit from a young age, even guiding her to specifically cultivate the Sacred Maiden's clear heart technique. After a decade of honing her skills, the time has finally come for this sword to fulfill its purpose in no matter. Within the sacred radiance, the envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Palace waved her hand. Should you cultivate that girl well? There may yet be a chance for you to qualify for the path of becoming a deity. The path to becoming a deity. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Xianyin's pupils dilated, and a flicker of joy illuminated her delicate visage. The path to becoming a deity, as the name suggests, is a road to divinity. The Emperor realm is not the end of cultivation. Beyond the Emperor realm lies the divine realm. However, the limits attainable in the lower realms are confined to just before the divine realm. Thus, to break through and become a deity, one must ascend to the higher realms and transcend into divinity, and this path is known as the path to becoming a deity. Yet, this path is not accessible to everyone. Only those of the Emperor realm possess the qualifications to tread upon it, and the qualifications for the path to becoming a deity are limited, historically held by the 5 foremost powers of the wild heaven domain. To be granted a share signifies her opportunity to ascend to the divine realm and seek the way to divinity. Therefore, when the Lord of Xianying heard the envoy utter these words, her excitement was palpable. "Thank you, divine palace." Realizing her response, she hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "He. Nurture that girl well, and I shall return to fetch her in a year." As the words faded, the sacred radiance gradually dissipated. To become an emperor, to tread the path to divinity. Within the grand hall, the Lord of Xianying remained immersed in joy. After a considerable time, she regained her senses. Reflecting on the envoy's admonition, she glanced at the sacred technique in her hand and promptly commanded for Luo Qinghuan to be brought forth. Although this technique surpasses their Xianying sacred sect's method significantly, she dared not even cast a glance at it, not out of fear of being discovered, but rather because it is rumored that the supreme forgetting technique is extraordinarily profound. It is said that those who cultivate this technique gradually lose their emotions, devoid of anger, sorrow, joy, or the common sentiments of humanity, ultimately transforming into what is known as a saintly being. This is what they refer to as the supreme forgetting. Chapter 18. The master invites. Su Ye's words serve as a calming balm. In the Xianying sacred cult, at Frost Sword Peak, within a tranquil courtyard on the mountainside, beneath a peach blossom tree, a graceful figure in a white dress danced with her sword, as elegant as a startled swan, as fluid as a wandering dragon. After a considerable time had passed, the figure in the white dress finally ceased her graceful sword dance, wiping the fragrant sweat from her forehead. A hint of joy flickered across her delicate face as she hastily called out, "Su Yi, Su Yi." Yet, within her mind, there was a prolonged silence. The young girl puffed up her cheeks and, in an irritable tone, exclaimed, "Stupid Su Yi." No sooner had the words left her lips than the sound of a yawning boy echoed in her mind. "What is going on? Why are you calling your brother Yi?" Disturbing his sweet dreams. In his dreams, he is surrounded by beauties. Oh dear, you wouldn't believe the allure of the maidens in his dreams. Their figures are simply exquisite, unlike a certain someone. Ugh, Letcher. You must not indulge in those inappropriate dreams within my body. Otherwise, I shall hit you. Upon hearing Su Yi's teasing voice, the girl's face instantly flushed with color, and she shot him a fierce glare, threatening him with a show of mock ferocity. Soon after, she lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of disappointment in her heart. Was he really that concerned? Humph, what a lecherous fellow. I must grow up, then I shall truly astonish him. The girl clenched her small fists, silently vowing. "Why are you calling your brother Yi?" After the jest, Su Yi asked with sincerity, "I have made breakthroughs in the swordsmanship you taught me, and I have absorbed several strands of the essence of the world's sword." Luo Qinghuan lifted her little face and immediately replied, her demeanor suggesting she was eager for praise. Observing her adorable expression, Su Yi could not help but chuckle, yet he complied with her wishes, responding earnestly, "Impressive. In less than half a day, you have gained further insight." Given Luo Qinghuan's innate understanding, as long as Su Yi helped her grasp the first strand, the essence of the world's sword would continuously flow towards her. The girl beamed, and in that instant, even the wind seemed to pause, captivated by her breathtaking smile that could outshine the very heavens. Under the guidance of the host, Luo Qinghuan comprehended the essence of the world's sword. Host's swordsmanship has reached the realm of consummate mastery. At that moment, Su Ye's mind was filled with the persistent voice of the system. A powerful sword intent coursed through his ethereal form. Oh? Has it truly reached the realm of consummate mastery? Quite swift indeed, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. In the Tianxian continent, swordsmanship is classified among the 3,000 avenues, with realms divided into stages such as the initial glimpse, minor success, comprehensive understanding, consummate mastery, outstanding excellence, peak achievement, transcendence, and divine transformation. 3,000 avenues. Even in his past life as a formidable emperor, he had only mastered less than 100 avenues before his fall. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Su Yi. The rewards from the system for mastering the avenues are astonishingly powerful. and coupled with Luo Qinghuan's extraordinary comprehension, if I were to teach her the 3,000 avenues, how formidable would they become under the 100-fold enhancement? With that thought, Suyi found himself filled with anticipation. However, he also recognized that such matters could not be rushed. Luo girl, after practicing swordsmanship for several hours, you must be tired, right? Suyi said with a cheerful smile that I'm fine. Just a little sweaty and somewhat uncomfortable, Luo Qinghuan replied honestly, momentarily taken aback by his inquiry. Is that so? Why not take a bath? Luo Qinghuan pondered for a moment. That seems acceptable. No, wait. Suddenly, she crossed her arms, her small face brimming with vigilance as realization struck her. This scoundrel must have ulterior motives for asking such a question. Surely, he intends to sneak in while she bathes. After all, this rascal has done such things before. A lecher. You have been active for quite some time. It is only fair to let Yigu have a chance to stretch his legs. Accompanied by a triumphant smile, the girl's once gentle gaze turned cold, the corners of her mouth curling into a mischievous grin as she turned to head toward the bathhouse in the backyard. Off to bathe, then. Stinky Suyi. Give me back control of my body. So, you beg me? I doubt I'd beg you. You truly begged, but will I actually grant it? Ha ha ha. You. Deep within her soul, the little spirit clad in white felt her cheeks flush crimson, having held back for so long, finally uttering the most venomous words she could muster. Stinky Suyi. You fool. You are wicked, you lecher. You shameless wretch. However, upon saying such words, she felt quite pleased with herself, believing that Suyi would surely be humiliated by her insults. Yet, what awaited her was his heartless laughter. That day, all she could remember was Suyi laughing loudly while her face turned beet red. Wishing desperately to find a place to hide, before long, the girl emerged from the bathhouse, her face still flushed, spitting out a disdainful remark. Stinky Suyi. That scoundrel, being so heavy-handed. It's not your body. Luo Qinghuan pouted, feeling increasingly wronged. Just then, a series of knocks resonated from outside the courtyard. Startled by the sudden sound, both Luo Qinghuan and Suyi paused, wondering who could be visiting at such an unexpected moment. With a wave of her delicate hand, Luo Qinghuan's form shimmered with ethereal light, her elegant white dress draping over her graceful figure, before she approached the courtyard door and opened it, revealing a beautiful woman clad in green standing before her. Elder Qingyue? Luo Qinghuan recognized her as the Grand Elder of Frost Sword Peak. Qingyue. The unexpected visit from Elder Qingyue left her puzzled. What could this be about? Qinghuan, is it true that you just finished bathing? Elder Qingyue inquired with a smile, glancing at the girl's still damp hair, adorned with a few droplets of water. Yes. Upon hearing Elder Qingyue's words, Luo Qinghuan instinctively recalled the embarrassing scene from the bathhouse with Suyi, her cheeks immediately turning scarlet. Noticing the girl's rosy complexion, Elder Qingyue couldn't help but smile knowingly, realizing that this child was indeed as innocent as the leader had described. Merely mentioning her bath was enough to make her blush. Yet, little did she know, the girl's embarrassment was not due to her, but rather because of that insufferable scoundrel. Does Elder Qingyue seek me for something? The girl snapped back to reality and asked. It is like this. The leader has sent word, requesting that I take you to meet her. Elder Qingyue said with a smile. The leader. Upon hearing these words, both Luo Qinghuan and the Sui within her furrowed their brows, a sense of unease settling in their hearts. Could it be that the deaths of Tian Yinzi and Tain Zhenren had cast suspicion upon them? Sui, what shall we do? Luo Qinghuan instinctively inquired. At that moment, unbeknownst to her, Sui seemed to have transformed into her pillar of support. Fear not, with your brother Yi by your side, simply accompany her. Sui shook his head, his tone calm. After all, he still possessed a card of emperor-level might. Should they truly find themselves in a dire predicament, he would undoubtedly have the means to protect this girl. Indeed, Sui's tranquil words served as a potent reassurance, dispelling the anxiety that had clouded Luo Qinghuan's heart in an instant. She obediently nodded her head. Then, Elder Qingyue, please lead the way. Chapter 19. What constitutes a world-destroying sorceress? This technique, I shall not learn. In no time, Luo Qinghuan followed Elder Qingyue to the grand hall of the Xian'in sacred sect. Qinghuan, the sect leader awaits you within the hall. Do enter swiftly. Elder Qingyue spoke with a gentle smile directed at the young girl beside her, evidently not intending to accompany her inside. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, feeling a tinge of worry, yet reassured by Sui's earlier words, she steeled herself and pushed the door open. As Luo Qinghuan entered the grand hall, she beheld a stunning woman in a purple qipao, her figure gracefully curvaceous, already waiting for her. Qinghuan, it has been quite some time. You have grown even more beautiful. The woman's voice chimed like silver bells, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air. The Lord of Xian'an had appeared before Luo Qinghuan, scrutinizing her closely, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. The girl, unadorned with makeup, presented an image of pure innocence. Yet her beauty was unparalleled, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Surely, the Taishang Wangqing Palace would be exceedingly pleased, and her qualification for the ancient path to divinity would undoubtedly be secured. Luo Qinghuan paid her respects to the sect leader, stealing glances at the alluring woman before her, momentarily entranced. Observing this, she instinctively straightened her posture, wishing to measure up. The result, however, was a complete defeat. She pouted. Huffing, that scoundrel Sui must surely prefer this type, right? That lecher is definitely sneaking glances at the sect leader within her body. Who dares to speak ill of your brother Yi? At that moment, while assessing the Lord of Xian'an, Sui suddenly sneezed, furrowing his brow. Do not misunderstand. He is a man of integrity. Yet, there is a saying, purple indeed possesses a certain allure. The peak of the Lord's realm, you say? Should she wish to lay hands upon Luo Qinghuan, I am confident I could swiftly unleash my emperor-level strike to vanquish her, then make a hasty retreat. Having gauged the strength of the Lord of Xian'an, Sui's mind was already made up. Oh, not panic, Luo girl. Your brother Yi is here. You may inquire about her intentions, Damim. Luo Qinghuan nodded, then turned to the Lord of Xian'an. Might I ask why the Lord has summoned Qinghuan here? Indeed, the Lord of Xian'an replied, retracting her satisfied gaze, her crimson lips parting to speak. Qinghuan, you are among the few exceptionally talented disciples of my Xian'an sacred sect. Currently, you are still practicing the Holy Maiden's tranquil heart technique, correct? The technique you are cultivating. Upon hearing the words of the sovereign of the profound Yin, Luo Qinghuan and Suyi were momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the matter did not pertain to the demise of Tian'anzi, and Suyi breathed a sigh of relief. Although a formidable emperor's strike lingered, he felt no trepidation towards the sovereign of the profound Yin. With the extraordinary talent of this girl, coupled with the guidance of his esteemed master, her ascension in strength was merely a matter of time. Luo girl, simply respond to her, Suyi suggested softly. In response to the sovereign, I am indeed cultivating the Holy Maiden's Tranquility Sutra, the girl replied, her delicate visage flushing with a hint of crimson. She had long since abandoned the cultivation of the Holy Maiden's Tranquility Sutra and had devoted herself to practicing the devouring heaven demon art taught by Suyi. Yet, due to her innate, pure, sacred body, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame for uttering a falsehood. Fortunately, the sovereign of the profound Yin only perceived her rosy cheeks as a sign of innocence. Though the Holy Maiden's Tranquility Sutra possesses merit, it is somewhat inadequate for your current needs, the sovereign remarked, extending her jade hand, from which a radiant, sacred technique materialized. What is this? Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. This technique is known as the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Sutra, which can aid in refining your character and enhancing your cultivation, far surpassing the method you previously practiced, the sovereign explained gently. However, she refrained from disclosing that this technique was bestowed by the holy envoy of the Supreme Forgetting Palace. Nor did she intend to mention the matter of Luo Qinghuan being a candidate for the Divine Maiden of the Supreme Forgetting Palace, as the holy envoy had deemed the timing still immature. The Supreme Forgetting Emotion Sutra? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. Why does that name sound so familiar? Suyi furrowed his brow, sensing a whiff of conspiracy. Summoning Luo Qinghuan merely to provide her with a technique? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he recalled a detail from the original narrative. Luo Qinghuan, possessing the innate pure sacred body, practiced the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Sutra and fell under the control of the Supreme Forgetting Palace, one of the 5 paramount powers of the desolate heavenly domain, ultimately becoming a puppet-like savior empress. So, it was at this juncture that they intended to grant this technique to Luo Qinghuan, laying the groundwork for her future manipulation. Humph. In the original tale, you controlled Luo Qinghuan, but now that I, your night brother, have arrived, do you still wish to command her? To transform her into a mere puppet of salvation? Suyi snorted coldly, then turned to Luo Qinghuan with a calm demeanor. Luo girl, simply refuse her. This technique will only bring you harm and no benefit. Upon hearing this, the young girl's face turned ashen. Completely unprepared for the seemingly gentle sovereign's intent to harm her, Suyi. Is this true? She asked cautiously. Indeed, Suyi affirmed, explaining that if Luo Qinghuan were to cultivate the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Sutra, she would be manipulated by the Divine Palace, becoming a puppet empress. This revelation left her pale with fear, and she hurriedly nodded, I believe you. However, the sovereign possesses the strength of a holy master. Shall we not fear her wrath for defying her? Just a holy master, Suyi retorted dismissively. Suyi scoffed disdainfully, for he was indeed a reborn emperor. He held no fear of the Saint Lord realm. After all, he still possessed the Emperor's strike card. This matter was crucial to Luo Qinghuan's future, and a firmer stance was imperative. The supreme forgetting emotion technique was absolutely not to be cultivated. With you, brother Yi, by my side, what is there to fear? Su Yi spoke with an air of nonchalance, his tone strikingly calm. Upon hearing these words, the girl felt her anxious heart begin to ease. For some reason, listening to the insufferable Su Ye's words always instilled in her an inexplicable sense of security. At that moment, she mustered her courage and turned her gaze toward the leader of the Xuanti sect. I mastered this technique, I refused to learn it. Chapter 20. A modest shock from the ruthless emperor. What? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's somewhat timid yet resolutely firm declaration, the Xuanti sect master was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes, it took her a while to regain her composure. She furrowed her brow, her tone turning icy as she questioned the girl. Why? I simply do not wish to learn. Luo Qinghuan replied, shaking her head. She could hardly admit that it was Su Yi who forbade her from studying it. The Xuanti sect master, still believing that the girl merely harbored a simple reluctance to learn, proceeded to extol the virtues of the technique, neglecting to mention its drawbacks. Nevertheless, the girl continued to shake her head, resolutely refusing to learn. Ultimately, the Xuanti sect master's patience wore thin. A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes as the formidable aura of the Saint Lord realm erupted forth. Impudence! Since I command you to learn, you shall learn. Do you dare to defy me? This matter pertained to her path to imperial status and her qualification for the ancient road to divinity. She had no regard for Luo Qinghuan's desires regarding the cultivation of the supreme forgetting emotion technique. If she demanded it, the girl must comply. If persuasion would not suffice, then force would have to do. Boom! In an instant, the formidable aura of the Saint Lord realm bore down upon the girl, the terrifying pressure causing her delicate face to pale and her lips to pout. Su Yi, Wu, save me. Fear not. Brother Yi is here, Su Yi replied with a faint smile in his mind. The system's voice echoed. Emperor's strike card has been used, remaining uses, 2, boom. As his words fell, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure enveloped the entire hall. The Xuanti sect master's Saint Lord aura crumbled to dust, utterly dissipating. W.D.D. Emperor? At that moment, the Xuanti sect master's complexion changed drastically, as if she were suffocating. Her beautiful face was filled with terror, and in that instant, she felt an incomprehensibly fearsome aura directly suppressing her entire being. This aura was unprecedented. She had never experienced such a terrifying force before. This was an emperor-level powerhouse, moreover, not just any emperor. Tell me, is it quicker for you to persuade Luo to learn the supreme forgetting emotion technique, or for me to slap you dead? At the same time, a young man's indifferent voice echoed in the Xuanti sect master's mind. Hiss! Just those words caused the Xuanti sect master to break into a cold sweat. Could it be this was the protector behind that girl? At this moment, the master of the Xuanti sect was drenched in cold sweat. Under the oppressive might of the terrifying emperor, she found it difficult to even control her breathing, her heart tumultuous with waves of dread and speculation. The only possibility was the protector. Senior, please spare my life. I was ensnared by my own delusions, which led me to commit such acts. The overwhelming imperial presence seemed to manifest as a colossal hand, lifting the master of Xuanti into the air, prompting her to tremble and plead for mercy. Humph! Do not presume that this emperor is unaware of your dealings with the supreme emotionless palace. Those who dare to lay a hand on Luo girl shall be dealt with one by one, Su Yi stated indifferently. Although it was merely a card simulating an emperor's strike, he was indeed a genuine former emperor. The imperial aura in his tone could not be replicated by any mere card. Upon hearing this, the master of Xianyin's complexion turned ashen. Had this formidable protector also overheard her conversation with the divine envoy? Hiss! What manner of being is this? And what is Luo Qinghuan's true identity? To warrant such a powerful protector? This emperor shall not slay you this time, but I require you to undertake 2 tasks. At this moment, Su Ye's voice echoed softly. What tasks, senior? Please do tell. Hearing that there was a chance for survival, the master of Xuanti hastily inquired. First, regarding the supreme emotionless art, Luo girl shall not cultivate it, but you must keep this from the supreme emotionless palace. Second, all resources related to your sect must be directed towards Luo girl. Su Yi continued calmly. Though eliminating the master of Xuanti would be a mere flick of his wrist with the emperor's strike card, such an act would not be prudent in the long run. After all, the supreme emotionless palace also possessed formidable emperors, and he had only 2 uses left for his emperor's strike card, which could not be squandered. It would be more advantageous to channel resources towards Luo girl, hastening her cultivation, thereby allowing him to gain significant advancement as well. Once he regained his emperor status, he would have no fear of the supreme emotionless palace. Yes, I shall certainly heed Senior's words, the master of Xianin replied, nodding fervently, without a trace of hesitation. She could distinctly sense the terrifying presence of this protector, a feeling of fear more intense than even that instilled by the lord of the divine palace. His strength was undoubtedly superior to hers. It matters not whose favor one seeks. From this day forth, all resources shall be directed towards Qinghuan. Very well, Suyi responded with a cold snort. By the way, should you wish, you may allow Qinghuan to participate in the upcoming debate conference. The rewards from the debates are substantial, and they include resources not just from my Xianin sect but from other sects as well. The master of Xianin suggested softly. A debate conference, you say? Understood, Suyi replied, his tone still indifferent. All right, Luo girl, let us depart. At this moment, the young girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Suyi had just been so dashing. To this, Suyi merely smiled faintly. What is this? Just a slight display of intimidation from a formidable emperor. Upon returning to the small courtyard on the mountainside, the girl remained lost in the allure of Su Ye's recent bravado, her eyes shimmering with starry delight. So, how was it? Wasn't your brother Yi just splendid? Su Ye's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Just barely adequate, rather mediocre. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the young girl let out a delicate huff. After all, given her understanding of Su Yi, should she offer him compliments, this mischievous fellow would undoubtedly take advantage of it. Although they had resolved the current crisis, it was essential to retain some countermeasures. Su Yi paid little heed, narrowing his eyes. Since the Taishang Wuqing Palace could manipulate those who practiced the Taishang Wuqing Sutra, he would make slight adjustments to the technique. You enjoy control? Then I shall turn the tables and control you. As an emperor, what was the harm in modifying a technique? Soon, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Host has modified the Taishang Wuqing Sutra. Upon reaching a certain realm, the host may reverse control over the denizens of the divine palace. Excellent. Low girl, your knight brother has made some amendments to the Taishang Wuqing Sutra. Once your realm ascends, we shall be able to treat the divine palace's inhabitants as puppets, Suyi remarked with a cheerful smile. Since they enjoy puppetry so much, what's wrong with me taking on the role of a puppet? The young girl was momentarily taken aback by Su Ye's words. Reverse control? Oh, you are quite cunning. Suyi, how dare you jest with your knight brother, low girl? Do you believe I won't spank you? Suyi raised an eyebrow. You are only allowed to tease me, but I cannot jest about you? The girl replied with a proud smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Besides, you lack a physical body. You can shout about spanking me all day, but you can't actually do it. However, in the small courtyard, as the girl let out a surprised exclamation, her beautiful eyes shifted, and she unexpectedly raised her jade hand to land on her own soft, pert backside. Who said your knight brother has no physical form and cannot spank you? Suyi retorted with satisfaction. He then relinquished control back to her. Bullying, the girl's expression shifted, her lips pouting in a comically aggrieved manner. She clenched her small fist, silently vowing that once the insufferable Suyi regained a physical body, she would harshly retaliate. What are you doing? Suyi shot her a glance, and nothing, the girl stammered. Her demeanor suddenly flustered as she lowered her fist, appearing guilty as if caught in a theft. Witnessing this scene, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. Over this period of time, he had distinctly sensed the changes in Luo Qinghuan. She was no longer the melancholic girl she once was, but had instead embraced a newfound joy. Insufferable Suyi, you are laughing at me. As Su Ye's laughter echoed, the girl's playful complaint resonated like blooming peach blossoms. After a moment of jesting, Suyi shifted to more serious matters, his expression turning grave. All right, low girl. Since we aim to turn the denizens of the divine palace into puppets, our immediate task is to rapidly elevate our realms, for the divine palace also possesses great emperors. How do you feel about this? This is my first attempt, striving for over 1,000,000 words. Chapter 21. The floating demonic body? Reconstructing the physical form? Investment is essential, Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. By the way, what is this discourse on cultivation that the Xianin Holy Master mentioned? As Suyi contemplated leaving the Grand Hall, he recalled another matter that the Xianin Saint Lord had advised him about, prompting him to inquire. Regarding the discourse on cultivation, the forces and sects of the Eastern Wasteland will dispatch their own prodigious disciples to engage in discourse and cultivation at our Xianin Holy Church. Those who excel in their cultivation may obtain resources and techniques for further advancement, explained Luo Qinghuan. However, I am unaware of the specific procedures for this discourse on cultivation. You actually do not know? Suyi expressed mild surprise. After all, as a prodigious disciple of the Xianin Holy Church, Luo Qinghuan should have had the opportunity to participate in this discourse. Well, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth. Appearing somewhat apprehensive about Su Ye's potential reproach and softly murmured, I initially intended to participate, but my senior brothers and sisters suggested that, given my innate talent and strength, it would be better to allocate these cultivation resources to them. Indeed, upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Su Yi was not overly astonished, having already anticipated such an outcome. It is of no consequence. This is not your fault. It is merely the affliction of your innate pure holy body. He shook his head slightly. You may participate this time. We must seize all available cultivation resources. Although we have the preferential support of the Xianin Lord, we should still acquire as many resources as possible. After all, enhancing one's strength is of paramount importance. Luo Qinghuan nodded earnestly, her delicate face reflecting a serious demeanor as she clenched her small fist, exuding a fierce determination. Humph, I will certainly bring them to their knees. At that moment, a voice resonated within Su Yi's mind. Reward. Method for refining the holy body pill? Holy body pill. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Holy body pill significantly enhances corporeal strength. If invested in Luo Qinghuan, it can elevate her capacity to withstand the host's strength. When the host activates, he will be able to unleash his full power without limitations. As he absorbed the system's explanation, Su Yi's eyes gradually brightened. This item is indeed a valuable asset. Henceforth, he would no longer have to restrain himself, fearing that this girl's body could not endure his strength. What benefits will there be after the investment? This holy body pill seemed extraordinary. What would he gain from investing in it? After the investment in blackening, the host will receive a Buddha demon body pill. Upon consumption, the host will acquire blackening points, which can be utilized for the reconstruction of the corporeal form. The system's voice echoed once more. What? Buddha demon body? Blackening points? A method for reconstructing the body? Upon hearing the system's proclamation, a flicker of ecstatic joy surged through Su Yi's eyes. Nothing was more crucial than the reconstruction of his corporeal form. The holy body pill, indeed. Investment is imperative. With some time remaining before the discourse on cultivation commenced, Su Yi remained industrious, diligently guiding Luo Qinghuan in her cultivation. Consequently, Luo Qinghuan successfully advanced from the 3rd star of the heavenly sovereign realm to the 5th star, while Su Yi himself grew stronger, his cultivation level ascending directly to the 3rd star of the creation realm. He also instructed Luo Qinghuan to seek out all the medicinal materials required for refining the holy body pill, for the subsequent Buddha demon body pill derived from this investment was exceedingly vital. With the support of the Xianin Lord, the search for these materials was rendered quite effortless. However, it was only the beginning. The final herb, known as Tianhun grass, is unfortunately absent within the Xianin sacred church. After diligent inquiries by the leader of the Xianin sect, it was revealed that this rare herb thrives within the Kunlun Trial secret realm, a domain that only permits entry to cultivators of the transformation realm or below. Thus, the leader could only express her helplessness, ultimately deciding to send the young maiden to seek it out in the Kunlun secret realm. Su Yi immediately urged the young girl to set off without delay. At the Xianin sacred church, a colossal stone platform stood adorned with dozens of ancient bronze doors, each radiating a brilliant white light and emitting potent spatial fluctuations. This location was known as the transmission platform, with these bronze doors serving as gateways to various secret realms scattered across the Wild Heaven domain. Almost every major sect within the Wild Heaven domain possessed such a door to facilitate the disciples' training endeavors. At this moment, the transmission platform was teeming with people, as numerous disciples of the Xianin sacred church entered the portals en route to their trial grounds. Suddenly, a figure in a flowing white dress darted by, instantly captivating the attention of the surrounding disciples. Who is that senior sister? She is remarkably beautiful. I never expected our Xianin sacred church to have someone so stunning, one disciple remarked, his eyes filled with awe as he beheld her ethereal form. You don't know her? Came the scornful reply from nearby disciples. What a lack of knowledge. That is Luo Qinghuan from Frost Sword Peak. She ranks 6th among the prodigies of our Xianin sacred sect, possessing extraordinary talent, beauty, and kindness, all while maintaining a humble demeanor. 6th among the Xianin prodigies? Luo Qinghuan from Frost Sword Peak. I wish to be her devoted follower. Yet, in that moment, the young maiden in white seemed utterly unfazed by the gazes of those around her, resolutely making her way toward one of the portals. Qinghuan, you've arrived, called out an elder overseeing the transmission platform upon spotting Luo Qinghuan, greeting her with a warm smile. Which secret realm do you intend to venture into this time? Returning to Elder Son, I shall once again visit the Kunlun realm, Luo Qinghuan replied. The Kunlun realm, you say? Very well. Ensure you have your spatial card ready. It can be used twice, once to enter and once to return. Do not wander off, Elder Son nodded, swiftly handing the spatial card to Luo Qinghuan while offering his admonitions. Thank you, Elder. She expressed her gratitude, accepting the spatial card before proceeding towards the direction indicated by Elder Sun. This particular portal had fewer disciples entering compared to others, primarily due to the higher requirements for the Kunlun realm trials, which necessitated cultivators of the divine power realm for entry. Before long, after a brief wait in line, it was finally Luo Qinghuan's turn. She placed the spatial card given by Elder Sun against the ancient bronze door, and in an instant, half of its energy surged into the door, enveloping her delicate form in a radiant white light as the surrounding space began to shift. When her beautiful eyes reopened, the scenery around her had transformed. So this is the Kunlun realm. At that moment, Suyi's voice resonated within her mind. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, softly explaining to Suyi.it, is said that the realm of Kunlun should actually be referred to as the Mirror of Kunlun, for it is a world within a mirror. The Mirror of Kunlun was once a treasured artifact of the Kunlun Emperor, who placed all his cherished possessions within this mirror. However, after the Emperor's fall, the world within the mirror gradually transformed into reality, giving rise to the secret realm known as Kunlun. Regrettably, most of the precious items within have long been plundered. Otherwise, it would not have been opened, allowing disciples from various sects in the Wild Sky domain to come for their trials. Upon hearing this, Suyi raised an eyebrow. An imperial artifact capable of creating its own space. That is indeed a remarkable item. Of course, it is a valuable treasure, Luo Qinghuan lamented, but alas, the true body of the Mirror of Kunlun has long since vanished with the fall of the Kunlun Emperor. Vanished, you say? Perhaps that it is destined to be mine, Suyi murmured, and then urged, all right, Luo girl, let us set off. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Just then, a voice filled with excitement suddenly rang out from the side. Oh? Senior Sister Luo? Senior Sister Luo? You have come to the Kunlun realm as well? Not far away, amidst a throng of figures clad in the attire of the Xuanti sacred sect, a girl in a pink dress was enthusiastically waving at Luo Qinghuan. An Ran Jr. sister? Seeing the somewhat familiar girl in the pink dress, Luo Qinghuan was taken aback for a moment. This girl was none other than An Ran, whom she had encountered a few days prior in front of the training tower, and the only one among those present who felt that Gongsun Shui had acted unjustly. An Ran Jr. sister. What did you just say? Senior Sister Luo, could it be, you are the prodigy of your Frost Sword Peak? Luo Qinghuan? Upon hearing An Ran's words, the surrounding disciples of the Xuanti sacred sect were momentarily stunned, and then a glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes as they eagerly inquired. An Ran nodded with a face full of admiration. During her time at the training tower, she had witnessed Senior Sister Luo's graceful demeanor, which was simply inspiring. Oh, this is Senior Sister Luo. Indeed, she is a peerless beauty. Not only is Senior Sister Luo stunning, but she has likely also broken through to the Celestial Lord Realm. Her prowess is extraordinary. What? The Celestial Lord Realm? The disciples of the Xuanti sacred sect gasped in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief. This group of individuals barely reached the Divine Passage realm, yet the girl not far away, clearly younger than them, possessed strength that surpassed them by 2 major realms. They never anticipated that Senior Sister Luo would be so powerful, truly worthy of being the 6th on our Xuanti sacred sect's list of prodigies. An Ran, you seem to have a good relationship with Senior Sister Luo. I have heard that Senior Sister Luo is not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also eager to help others. The place we are headed to may be somewhat perilous. Why not? Just then, a female disciple in the crowd seemed to have an idea, looking towards An Ran and quickly saying, why not let Senior Sister Luo accompany us? That way, if we encounter danger, we will have an additional layer of protection, especially considering Senior Sister Luo's formidable strength. As this suggestion arose, the surrounding disciples also came to their senses, echoing in agreement. Indeed, An Ran Jr. sister. This Kunlun realm is fraught with peril, and with the presence of formidable practitioners from other sects. If Senior Sister Luo could protect us, we would undoubtedly feel much safer. Yes, such a minor favor, Senior Sister Luo would not be unwilling to assist, would she? Upon hearing their words, An Ran was momentarily taken aback. She seemed unprepared for the situation to unfold in this manner. A look of dilemma crossed her face. Fellow brothers and sisters, this might not be appropriate, would it? What could possibly be inappropriate? For Senior Sister Luo, it is merely a trifling task. We are all disciples of the Xuanti sacred sect, and naturally, we should assist one another when outside. Precisely. As soon as An Ran spoke, the surrounding crowd swiftly countered her with reasoned arguments. However, wouldn't this be too much of a burden for Senior Sister Luo? She must have her own trials to undertake upon coming to the Kunlun realm. An Ran furrowed her brow and reiterated. Besides, the matter of trials inherently relies on oneself. An Ran Jr. sister, I ask, there's something you wish to discuss. At that moment, accompanied by the melodious voice of a young girl, the maiden in white had appeared before them. Observing her at such close proximity, They realized that senior sister Luo was even more beautiful than they had imagined. Senior sister Luo, Anren intended to say it was nothing, but before she could utter the words, she was interrupted by a female disciple, the very one who had initially suggested that Luo Qinghuan protect them. Luyu from Yuan Peak greets senior sister Luo.it is like this. We plan to venture deep into the Kunlun mirror for our trials. Deep into the Kunlun mirror? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her delicate brows, glancing at the crowd before shaking her head and offering a cautionary remark. The depths of the Kunlun mirror are exceedingly treacherous. It would be best if you did not go. We are certainly aware of that. Liu smiled, finally revealing her true intention. Therefore, I would like to inquire if senior sister Luo has the time to accompany us? Even if there are dangers with your cultivation, I believe you could ensure our safety. As she spoke, she quickly exchanged glances with Anren and the others. Anren bit her silver teeth, remaining silent. Yet, the others hastily chimed in. Indeed, senior sister Luo, we are all disciples of the Xianin sacred sect. It is only right that we assist one another. We have all heard that senior sister Luo is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Surely you would not refuse such a minor request? Senior sister Luo, you would not want to feel guilty for not helping us, leading us into danger, would you? Upon hearing such audacious statements, Suyi could not help but let out a cold laugh. Very well. Just as the crowd felt a twinge of anxiety about whether Luo Qinghuan would acquiesce, the maiden pondered for a moment before slightly nodding, however. Yet, before the crowd could display their delight, the maiden's voice rang out once more. What benefits can you offer me? Luo Qinghuan's beautiful gaze fell upon Luyu as she inquired earnestly. The audacious Suyi has stated, reject all forms of freeloading. If you wish for my protection, then you must provide the appropriate compensation. Only with resources will it suffice. However, upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, it was now Luyu who was left dumbfounded, astonishment flickering in her eyes. Clearly unprepared for such a response from Luo Qinghuan and evidently not intending to offer her any benefits. She bit her silver teeth, her face displaying a look of distress. Sister Luo, the spiritual spring we seek possesses limited spiritual energy, just enough for us practitioners at the divine passage realm to absorb. There is simply no surplus to share with you, Sister Luo. Moreover, given your status as a celestial lord, I presume that the spiritual spring holds little value for you. Oh? Luo Qinghuan narrowed her eyes, her gaze settling on Luyu, interrupting her words. Are you suggesting that you wish to take advantage of us? Sister Luo, what do you mean by that? It's not taking advantage. It's merely the bond of fellow disciples. Luyu hurriedly defended herself. I shall not entertain this further. Without allowing Luyu to finish her protest, Luo Qinghuan turned and walked away. She was no longer the Luo Qinghuan of her past. She had been refined under the tutelage of the notorious Suyi Da. No, the educational version, Sister Anren, I bid you farewell. She called out to Anren, preparing to enter the grand gates before her, stepping into the Kunlun realm. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu and the other disciples of the Xianin sacred sect exchanged glances, taken aback by Luo Qinghuan's decisive rejection. Was this truly the same Sister Luo, renowned for her willingness to help? What a farce! She pretends to be noble. I had thought her to be of high moral standing, but alas, refusing to assist without a benefit, how utterly repugnant. It seems she has no sense of sect camaraderie. I wouldn't be surprised if she perished in the Kunlun realm. Stung by Luo Qinghuan's outright dismissal, Lu Yu felt her pride shattered. Gritting her teeth, she cursed under her breath as she watched the girl's departing figure. Yet, she was oblivious to the fact that as her words fell, the girl ahead seemed to pause momentarily in the next instant. She slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes suddenly devoid of warmth, locking onto Lu Yu with a chilling gaze. What did you just say? Boom! As her voice echoed, the oppressive aura of a celestial lord bore down heavily upon Lu Yu. Chapter 23. The Five Supreme Powers. The Battle Hall of Heaven. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure from the celestial lord transformed the expressions of the surrounding disciples from the Xianin sacred sect, their gazes filled with profound reverence as they beheld the white-clad maiden advancing toward them. At this moment, the girl's exquisitely beautiful face had shifted from softness to an extreme indifference, her features as frigid as a winter frost. Without uttering a word, she advanced step by step toward the crowd. Each step she took exuded an aura of terrifying oppression. What did you just say? The girl halted before Lu Yu, who was pinned to the ground by the celestial aura. With a delicate hand outstretched, spiritual energy transformed into an invisible grip, seizing Lu Yu by the throat and lifting her effortlessly into the air, her icy voice ringing out, Sister Luo, I was wrong. Please, spare me. Lu Yu's face turned a ghastly white, tears streaming down her cheeks in fright. The girl's gaze, so devoid of emotion, emanated an unbounded killing intent that sent shivers through her core. Trembling, warmth surged through her legs, Yet she could not afford to dwell on it and quickly pleaded for mercy. It seems Sister Luo possesses such a terrifying side. Is this the pressure of a celestial lord? Around them, the disciples of the Xian sacred sect trembled in fear, not daring to utter a single word for Lu Yu. After all, they had all heard her earlier curses. Witnessing Lu Yu's fate, they felt an unspoken horror enveloping the air. One can only blame her for her own misfortune. Should there be a next time? Death, Xuyi coldly uttered, before dismissively casting Lu Yu aside as one would discard refused ways. Thank you, Senior Sister Luo, Lu Yu exclaimed, as if she had been granted a new lease on life, hastily rising from the ground to express her gratitude to the young girl before her. It was only when the oppressive aura of the formidable celestial sovereign descended upon her that she realized the truth behind the rumors of Luo Qinghuan's helpfulness, contrasted starkly with the palpable terror of a celestial sovereign's might. After imparting a lesson to Lu Yu, Xuyi proceeded towards the gates of the Kunlun realm, simultaneously relinquishing control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Luo girl, next time you encounter such a person, feel free to take action directly. Luo Qinghuan nodded, a flicker of warmth blossoming within her heart. Just moments prior, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, before she could even react, Xuyi had seized control of her body, leading to the ensuing events. Very well. Let us enter the Kunlun realm. Luo Qinghuan replied, then gently pushed open the grand doors before her and stepped inside. Boom. Within the Kunlun realm, countless doors stood tall, each adorned with elegant calligraphy depicting the names of various sects. As the doors opened, numerous figures emerged, disciples from various sects within the Wild Heaven domain, all venturing into the Kunlun realm for training. Many first-time entrants were irresistibly drawn to the secret realms, eagerly rushing in to seek their fortunes. However, some seasoned veterans were not so hasty. Instead, they scrutinized the disciples emerging from the various portals with keen eyes. In such secret realms, one must not only be wary of the monsters that dwell within, but also keep an eye on the disciples from rival sections. After all, sometimes human malice can be more terrifying than any beast. Furthermore, from a certain perspective, the opportunities that existed within the secret realms were not solely confined to the treasures therein. The presence of disciples from various factions seeking to hone their skills could also be considered a form of opportunity. Thus, it was prudent to first observe the other sect's disciples. Boom. At that moment, a door burst open with a resounding crash, instantly capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. Upon seeing the three elegant characters inscribed upon the door, the expressions of the cultivators within the Kunlun realm shifted dramatically, their faces etched with gravity and reverence. The door bore the striking inscription, Battle Heaven Hall, one of the 5 premier forces of the Wild Heaven domain. The 5 great powers could practically roam unhindered throughout the entire Wild Heaven domain, no one daring to provoke them. Hiss. What could this mean? Battle Heaven Hall has arrived as well. Do these top 5 forces not usually disdain entering the Kunlun realm? Why today? As the portal affiliated with Battle Heaven Hall thunderously opened, the cultivators in the Kunlun realm exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of intrigue. The 5 foremost powers of the Wild Heaven domain each established portals within the Kunlun realm for their disciples to undergo trials. However, it was exceedingly rare for disciples from these 5 powers to venture here, as the trials within the Kunlun realm were not deemed the most desirable compared to those held by the 5 powers. Thus, exchanges were few and far between. After all, with the passage of time, it is only natural to select a more formidable and superior secret realm trial. The individuals from the Battle Heaven Hall have emerged. Why does the person in the center appear so familiar? At that moment, as the colossal portal swung open with a thunderous sound, a multitude of cultivators clad in golden brocade robes stepped forth, among whom a young man adorned in golden armor, exuding an air of magnificence, instantly captivated the attention of the gathered cultivators. By heavens! I recognize who he is now. A middle-aged rogue cultivator gazed at the youth, becoming increasingly aware of his familiarity. In the next instant, his expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, Qin Tian, the 3rd prodigy of the Battle Heaven Hall. In the entire Wild Heaven domain, he ranks among the top 20 terrifying existences on the prodigy list. It is said that at such a young age, he has already attained the formidable 8 stars in the heavenly sovereign realm. He is merely a few steps away from the realm of transformation. Even more astonishing is, Qin Tian has, with his 8 stars in the heavenly sovereign realm, once slain a rogue cultivator of the demonic path who had just stepped into the realm of transformation. Currently, the Lord of the Battle Heaven Hall holds him in high regard. Should this young man not perish, they may very well see another emperor-level powerhouse arise within their sect in a millennium. Hiss! As these words were spoken, a collective gasp resonated through the crowd. Subsequently, speculations ran rampant. Not only had the Battle Heaven Hall arrived, but even the illustrious Qin Tian had graced the scene. Could it be that An unprecedented opportunity has surfaced within the Kunlun realm. It is highly likely. However, with the presence of the Battle Heaven Hall, any such opportunity would probably be beyond our reach. After all, Xuanti is a terrifying figure capable of slaying those at the realm of transformation. Moreover, even if one were to seize an opportunity before his very eyes, would one have the life to absorb it? Xuanti is backed by the Battle Heaven Hall. It is a lament that we did not discover this grand opportunity sooner. Alas, around them, a chorus of sighs echoed. Senior Brother Xuanti, the Hall Master mentioned that the item should be located in the northwest direction of the Kunlun realm. As for its precise location, we must seek it out. Among the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall, one stepped forward, addressing the central figure, Xuanti, in a hushed tone. Understood, Xuanti nodded. Let us proceed, he uttered, preparing to lead the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall away. Just then, not far off, an ancient door swung open, and a graceful figure in a flowing white dress emerged quietly. Chapter 24. Is it true that opportunities come knocking these days? The sudden opening of the stone door immediately drew the attention of the crowd. That is the teleportation portal of the Xian'in holy sect. Upon recognizing the source of the portal, the cultivators could not help but glance back. While the Xian'in holy sect may not rival the top 5 formidable powers, it certainly holds a prominent position among first-rate sects. As the white radiance gradually dissipated before the gazes of the onlookers, the enchanting figure in the white dress materialized at the entrance of the portal. Hiss! What a stunning beauty! This is the first time I have encountered such an exquisitely beautiful woman. It is said that the Xian'in holy sect is renowned for producing beauties, and today's encounter indeed affirms the rumors. Such a delicate and ethereal young lady dares to venture alone into the Kunlun realm? It seems this is her first venture out of the ivory tower for trials. How navi! However, it matters not. She will likely soon grasp the treacheries of the world. As the cultivators within Kunlun realm beheld the enchanting figure clad in white, they were instantly captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Gasping in awe with fervent gazes, in that moment, several individuals with ulterior motives began to entertain unsavory thoughts. Even Xuanti of the Battle Heaven Hall found his gaze lingering momentarily upon the white-clad maiden, appearing somewhat entranced. What kind of beauties had the third prodigy of Battle Heaven Hall, ranked among the top 20 of the heavenly prodigy list in the Wild Heaven domain, not encountered? Yet, in comparison to this maiden in white, those beauties seemed utterly dimmed, hardly worth mentioning. Xuanti, do you fancy this girl? Inquired a companion, as the disciples of Battle Heaven Hall withdrew their astonished gazes and looked at Xuanti, whose attention remained fixated on the maiden. Fancy? Not quite. She is indeed beautiful, but alas, she is likely just a pretty vase, a woman worthy of me. Xuanti cannot merely be a mere vase, Xuanti replied with an air of arrogance, snorting dismissively before averting his gaze. Let us proceed. We must first complete the task assigned by the Hall Master. With that, he led the disciples of Battle Heaven Hall away. Is this truly the interior of Kunlun realm? Murmured Suyi. Gazing into the depths of the mountains ahead, it was indeed a realm of its own, verdant hills and flowing waters, towering forests, all akin to the outside world. Yet, the spiritual energy here was far more abundant, imbued with opportunities unattainable elsewhere, for none could fathom what the Kunlun Emperor had infused into his Kunlun mirror. Lo, my dear, let us hasten, he urged Damam. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, then, undeterred by the gazes of surrounding cultivators, her delicate form transformed into a fleeting figure of white as she stepped into the lush mountains and waters, vanishing from sight. In a medicinal herb field within Kunlun realm, a furious roar resounded. Roar, a figure engulfed in flames, resembling a humanoid yet with limbs formed from tree roots, desperately evaded the relentless hail of icy shards raining from the heavens. The ice was exceedingly sharp, exuding a terrifying sword intent. Above, the white-clad maiden stood poised in midair, her spirit sword cloaked in frost, its sword intent swirling. In the next instant, before the creature could react, the maiden stepped forth, her sword intent cleaving toward it. Spare me, esteemed one. I am but a 1,000-year-old blazing ginseng, having cultivated with great difficulty. I implore you to grant me my life. Realizing it could not evade the impending strike, the creature resorted to human speech, kneeling in desperation before the maiden. The maiden paid it no heed, yet her sword seemed to hesitate momentarily. Sensing hope, the fiery ginseng hurriedly continued, but as it spoke, countless roots beneath the earth converged silently, launching a stealthy assault toward the maiden. Esteemed one, you, whoosh, however, before it could finish, the frost-laden sword intent manifested out of thin air, instantly piercing its body, and the sharp roots gathering from below withered entirely in that moment. Her form emitted a radiant glow, which gradually diminished, transforming into a palm-sized ethereal herb engulfed in flames, the Millennium Fire Ginseng. Indeed, it seems I can concoct a few flame spirit pills for you. Upon witnessing this miraculous herb, Suyi could not help but chuckle softly. Flame spirit pills? What are they? Luo Qinghuan inquired curiously, as she waved her delicate hand, cradling the blazing fire ginseng in her palm. Hearing Su Ye's words resonate in her mind, her curiosity piqued further. It is merely a pill that aids in the rapid absorption of spiritual energy, Suyi replied nonchalantly with a smile. That crafty Suyi is quite knowledgeable, Luo Qinghuan muttered under her breath, her curiosity about Su Ye's true identity intensifying. However, she lamented that even if she were to ask him, he would never divulge the truth. This mischievous fellow only relished in teasing her, leaving her in a state of incessant curiosity. Just when she thought he might reveal the truth, he would erupt into laughter, withholding it from her. What a scoundrel! With this in mind, Luo Qinghuan bit her silver teeth, her small face etched with a look of grievance. She felt that if this insufferable Suyi continued to toy with her, she might become a resentful woman. Enough. Luo girl, focus on finding that heavenly soul grass, Suyi chuckled, disregarding the aggrieved girl. They had been within the Kunlun realm for several hours, acquiring numerous treasures, yet regrettably, they had yet to uncover any trace of the heavenly soul grass. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, stowing away the fire ginseng, intent on venturing deeper into the Kunlun realm. Oh, Luo girl, an opportunity has presented itself to you. At that moment, Su Ye's light laughter echoed in her mind. An opportunity has presented itself? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. Soon, several figures emerged from the thicket, their gazes fixed on Luo Qinghuan, revealing malicious intent in their eyes. Junior sister, we have just pursued a Millennium Fire Ginseng, which had transformed into human form, and we cornered it here, severely injuring it, yet it has vanished. Have you seen its figure? One of them smirked slightly, holding a folding fan, and looked at Luo Qinghuan with a grin. I have not seen it, Luo Qinghuan replied, her brows furrowing slightly as she shook her head out of course. She knew what the fellow spoke of regarding the fire ginseng. However, contrary to his claims, the fire ginseng she encountered was in perfect condition. Is that so? The young man with the folding fan smiled and said slowly, it is not that I doubt junior sister, but alas, that Millennium Fire Ginseng is exceedingly precious. How about this, you relinquish your storage ring for us to inspect? If we find no trace of the Millennium Fire Ginseng, we shall naturally allow you to leave. Lu Feng, why waste time talking nonsense with this girl? Just capture her and search her, interrupted a burly cultivator beside him, grinning widely, his gaze fixated on Luo Qinghuan, brimming with predatory intent. Chapter 25. I, Luo Qinghuan, never tell lies. Wang Shidi, do not frighten this junior sister. The young man, named Lu Feng, held a folding fan in his hand. He first cast a reproachful glance at the coarse monk, then waved the fan and turned to Luo Qinghuan with a smile. Esteemed junior sister, my junior brother possesses a rather impetuous nature, often clumsy in his endeavors. I hope you might kindly relinquish your storage ring and remove your garments for our inspection. Otherwise, if my junior brother were to act on his own, I fear it might result in harm to you. Having spoken, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him, exuding the aura of a saint emperor, clearly indicating his status as a formidable warrior of that realm. Upon hearing his words, Luo Qinghuan's brows furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Thanks to the guidance she had received from Suyi during this period, she was no longer the same Luo Qinghuan of yore. Suyi had advised her to adopt a more benevolent demeanor when confronted by those yearning for rebirth, to assist them in transcending their earthly ties. However, just as she prepared to take action, a somewhat lascivious chuckle echoed nearby. My dear Lu Feng from the Tianfeng sect, how is it that you indulge in feasting without your humble servant? A rotund Taoist priest clad in a robe appeared, followed by several companions. Yet, upon seeing the white-clad maiden encircled by Lu Feng and his companions, astonishment flickered in their eyes, captivated by her exquisite beauty. Li Daozhang? Upon recognizing the portly priest, Lu Feng's brow furrowed. Realizing this delectable morsel could not be enjoyed in solitude, Li Daozhang, this junior sister is a disciple of the Xian'in holy sect. Do you not realize that by revealing our sect, you are putting me in jeopardy? Lu Feng shook his head and sighed. What? A disciple of the Xian'in holy sect? Upon hearing Lu Feng's revelation, Li Daozhang's complexion shifted, his fleshy visage quivering thrice. Indeed, Lu Feng affirmed. From the moment Luo Qinghuan emerged from the stone gate, we had set our sights on her, recognizing her as a solitary entrant into the secret realm, and deducing that this was her first trial, completely oblivious to the dangers, otherwise she would not have ventured in alone. Xian'in holy sect, the flicker of hesitation crossed Li Daozhang's eyes, revealing his inner turmoil. Yet, Shortly thereafter, a fierce glint flashed within his gaze. A dead comrade is preferable to a living foe. For the sake of opportunity, what is there to fear? At worst, we shall divide her treasures evenly, toy with her for our amusement, and then silence her. With this thought in mind, Lu Feng smiled, playing with his folding fan, his gaze growing increasingly fervent as he regarded the white-clad maiden from a distance. Then, dear junior sister, you cannot blame us for being ruthless. With the two of us here, you need not entertain thoughts of escape. Surrender to us, and perhaps you might find a swift resolution. As he spoke, the aura of a saint emperor emanated from him. Humph! Indeed, snorted Li Daozhang from the side, his corpulent form quivering as he too revealed the aura of a saint emperor. Are you two mere saint emperor trifles your only reliance? The maiden's brows knitted together momentarily before relaxing into a smile. Very well. You two have already found yourselves encircled by me, Lu Feng and Li Daozhang. Ha 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 ha. This junior sister certainly possesses the gift of eloquence, managing to encircle us despite our numbers. Not to mention, there are two powerful Saint Emperor realm experts present. Lu Feng chuckled heartily, his eyes glinting with mischief. Ha ha ha. I shall have my fun with this young lady shortly. I shall go first, so do not contest with me. As soon as these words left his lips, the disciples of the Tianfeng sect and the Huanghua Taoist temple erupted into laughter. Very well. Junior sister, do not hold it against your elder brother for what is to follow. Lu Feng leered lewdly, but before he could finish his sentence, a sudden surge of sword intent manifested, causing his words to falter abruptly. Why has the temperature around us dropped? Taoist Li keenly sensed the shift in the atmosphere and noticed Lu Feng's sudden silence. Oh? Lu Daoyu, why have you fallen silent? He glanced at the motionless Lu Feng, frowning slightly. Could it be that Lu Feng, in his excitement at the prospect of reveling with this young lady, has had his mind momentarily clouded? Crack, however, in the next instant, accompanied by a sound of shattering. Lu Feng's eyes widened in terror and despair, as his head was severed cleanly from his body, thudding heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a soft voice from the young girl echoed. Since when could a Saint Emperor realm be considered a formidable opponent? At these words, upon witnessing the severed head of Lu Feng, who was undeniably dead, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Hiss! She just instantaneously defeated senior brother Lu Feng. A Saint Emperor realm 3-star expert was no match for her with a single strike. After a considerable pause, Taoist Li and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, gasps of shock filling the air as they beheld the calm young girl, who wielded her frostblade with an air of serenity, their eyes wide with disbelief. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from her, they finally lost their composure. A celestial lord. She is a celestial lord expert. At this moment, they finally comprehended why this young lady dared to venture alone into the Kunlun's secret realm. It was because she possessed the strength to look down upon all others. Meanwhile, beneath her tranquil demeanor, the young girl felt a hint of pride as she exclaimed to Su Yi in her mind. Stinky Su Yi. Look, I've mastered the instant kill technique you taught me. Very well, Su Yi nodded with satisfaction, acknowledging that her decisiveness in combat had indeed been nurtured by him. Dear lady, we were blind to your greatness. May you spare us this time. Yes, we were wrong. Sensing the terrifying aura of the celestial lord, they quickly pleaded for mercy. A celestial lord expert. Even if they united their strengths, they would likely be cleaved apart in mere moments. Observing the pleading individuals, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating. According to what Stinky Su Yi said, I should not demand the surrender of their storage rings. Perhaps I might spare their lives. Upon hearing this, was she serious? Taoist Li's crafty eyes darted about. Luo Qinghuan, never deceive. The young girl nodded affirmatively. At her words, Taoist Li and the others released a collective sigh of relief, as if they had been granted a new lease on life. Hastily producing their storage rings without a moment's hesitation, at this moment, they could no longer afford to feel sorrow. After all, survival took precedence. Luo Qinghuan accepted the storage ring and casually swept her gaze over it, intending to collect everything within. Following Su Ye's guidance, she had become exceedingly frugal and resourceful. No opportunity for resources that presented itself could be overlooked. After all, Su Yi had once proclaimed, what is mine is mine. What is theirs is not mine. Just then, Su Ye's voice abruptly resonated. Luo, that rotund fellow has a herb in his storage ring. Retrieve it for me to examine. Is it this one? Luo Qinghuan inquired as she searched, revealing a small herb of a pale blue hue in her hand. This is the immortal spirit herb. Its growth conditions are identical to those of the heavenly soul herb we seek. Inquire where this rotund fellow discovered it. It may prove beneficial to our quest, Su Yi remarked, casting a glance at the pale blue herb before continuing. Understood. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly,
then turned to Daoistly, holding the immortal spirit herb. From where did you procure this herb? Esteemed lady, I found this herb in the Yushui forest of Kunlun realm. Daoistly replied hastily. The Yushui forest, you say? Very well, I comprehend. Luo Qinghuan acknowledged with a nod. Then, esteemed lady, may we take our leave? After all, you just mentioned you never lie. Daoistly spoke cautiously. Indeed, I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceive. If I have promised not to kill you, then naturally I shall not. She responded, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes. Therefore, I choose to bestow upon you a new lease on life. What? Upon hearing this, Daoistly and his companion's expressions shifted dramatically. By the heavens, you are utterly devoid of honor. In the next instant, accompanied by the flickering light of the frost blade, anguished cries echoed incessantly. Chapter 26. The reversal of the heavenly gang and Luo Qinghuan in the depths of the Kunlun realm. Within the Yushui forest, a graceful figure materialized. Is this truly the Yushui forest? Luo Qinghuan observed her surroundings, her delicate brows knitting slightly. The trees here were unnaturally towering, and even before stepping inside, she felt as though countless pairs of eyes were upon her. A sensation that was distinctly unsettling. The forest floor was veiled in a layer of pale blue ethereal water. What a pity for this rootless ethereal water, in her mind. Suyi couldn't help but sigh in regret. Rootless ethereal water? A hint of perplexity flickered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes, a substance that can greatly enhance cultivation. Suyi elucidated, then shook his head. However, it has now been entirely consumed by this horde of demonic trees. Luo, exercise caution when you venture into this forest. These trees are known to devour humans. Devour humans? A pallor washed over Luo Qinghuan's face. Fear not, Luo. Step inside, do not worry, for your brother Yi is here to ensure you are not consumed by the demonic trees. After all, I have yet to partake myself. How could I allow you to fall prey to these trees? Suyi grinned mischievously. Ba, ba, ba. Upon hearing his jest, Luo Qinghuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she spat 3 times. Wretched Suyi, your mind is filled with nothing but lewd thoughts. However, with Su Ye's words, she felt a considerable sense of reassurance. Her chest rose and fell rhythmically. After taking a deep breath, she resolved to enter the perilous depths of the ghost water forest. Luo, Sister Luo. Just as Luo Qinghuan was about to step into the ominous woods, a voice filled with surprise rang out. She turned to see it was an Ran. What brings you here? Did I not inform you that the depths of Kunlun are no place for you? Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly. The place of opportunity that Lu Yu mentioned lies within, and they have already ventured deep into the ghost water forest. However, I have kept your warning in mind, Sister Luo, so I chose to forego the opportunity Lu Yu spoke of and waited for them here. Ran quickly replied. You are correct. This place is not meant for you to enter. Luo Qinghuan shook her head gently. Even that insufferable Suyi has warned of the dangers here. These are all man-eating demon trees. For Lu Yu and her companions, mere practitioners of the divine passage realm, to venture in would be tantamount to seeking death. Wait for me here. I shall bring them back. Luo Qinghuan glanced at Ran and spoke softly. Oh? You intend to rescue them? Suyi, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. Of course not. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, her expression serious. I have already cautioned them. They refused to listen and insisted on courting danger. I have done my utmost. My intention is merely to retrieve their life tokens. Indeed, a teachable child. You have not disappointed your brother Ye's earnest guidance. Yi smiled. So, tell me, little Luo, how do you intend to repay me? And with my body in pledge. Luo Qinghuan blinked her beautiful eyes. Suyi, coughing, Suyi remarked, isn't that a bit hasty, little Luo? But then again, what can be done? After all, your brother Ye's charm is undeniable. Falling for me is not entirely your fault. Do not misunderstand. My meaning of pledging my body is merely to have you log in. As Suyi indulged in fanciful thoughts, a glint of mischief flashed in Luo Qinghuan's eyes, and she proceeded to explain with utmost seriousness. Suyi, this is disastrous. The tables have turned. This girl actually dared to tease her in return. No, this calls for strict punishment. Haha. Insufferable Suyi, you've bullied me daily. Witnessing Su Ye's rare moment of being caught off guard. A flicker of triumph crossed Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. However, in the next instant, as her expression abruptly shifted, her delicate face flushed crimson, and an uncontrollable, shameful sound escaped her lips. Mim? Huh? Sister Luo, what is wrong? Ran, observing Luo Qinghuan's unusual behavior, was momentarily taken aback and looked on with confusion. No, it's nothing. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, her cheeks still flushed, striving to regain her composure while silently cursing Suyi in her heart. That insufferable Suyi! How dare he sneak a touch and pinch her rear? Shameless, scoundrel, insufferable Su Yi. Meanwhile, Su Yi remained utterly oblivious to the girl's palpable anguish, lamenting that if it were his hand instead, the sensation would undoubtedly be more delightful. Rebuilding my physical form. I can hardly wait. Stay here and do not wander off. The demon trees here are known to devour humans. Luo Qinghuan, suppressing her melancholic emotions, spoke to Anren before drawing her sword and turning to step into the Yushui forest, quickly vanishing among the dense foliage. Devour humans? Anren was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. However, the next moment, she witnessed the eerie trees manifesting faces as Luo Shiji entered the forest, their mouths emitting chilling howls that echoed like demonic whispers, ensnaring the listeners in a fleeting stupor. Subsequently, countless sharp branches, glimmering with a cold light, surged towards the young woman in white. Upon witnessing this scene, Anren's expression changed dramatically, and she hastily called out, "Luo Shiji, be careful." Yet, before her warning could fully escape her lips, she saw the sword in the girl's hand dance gracefully, and in the next instant, a multitude of the sinister trees collapsed with a thunderous crash, blood gushing from the severed trunks. Anren's face turned pale with fear as she realized the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, she had heeded Luo Shiji's advice and refrained from recklessly venturing in with Lu Yu and the others. It was likely that Lu Yu and her companions were in grave peril as well. With a heavy sigh, Anren wished to say more to Luo Qinghuan, but the girl's figure had already delved deep into the forest, disappearing from sight. Deep within the Yushui forest, Lu Yu, flee, accompanied by a harrowing scream. A disciple of the Xian sacred sect was cleaved in two. A bald cultivator then stepped onto the corpse, extracting the blade embedded within, his gaze filled with mockery as he regarded the woman before him. Flee. Where to? At that moment, Lu Yu was already paralyzed by fear, having realized that there was no turning back once they entered the Yushui forest. They had encountered the man-eating demon trees almost immediately, losing several companions before even finding any opportunities. After finally navigating through the carnivorous woods and locating the so-called Spirit Spring, they were ambushed by a group of cultivators who emerged from nowhere. I am a disciple of the Xian sacred sect. How dare you attack us? Do you not fear the retribution of our sect? Lu Yu, glancing at her fallen companions, her face etched with terror, hastily threatened them. Chapter 27. Xianyang Sacred Sect, Flame Spirit Spring. Xian Sacred Sect? Ha! The bald cultivator sneered, grinding his foot into the corpse of the Xian disciple. Indeed, we cannot afford to provoke the Xian Sacred Sect. But this is Kunlun realm. If I were to kill you all, who would know who was responsible for your demise? Heh, I particularly relish prey like you, who come from large sections. They were indeed bandit cultivators lurking within the secret realms, specializing in targeting disciples emerging from powerful sections. These disciples often relied on their prestigious backgrounds, believing themselves superior, thinking others would fear them. Yet, this was a trial secret realm, filled with countless bones, undetectable by powerful beings from the outside world. Once all were slain, no one would know whose hand it was that dealt the death blow. Lu Yu's face was marred by despair, her eyes brimming with resentment. It was all Luo Qinghuan's fault. Had she not chosen to abandon us, how could my fellow disciples have perished here? It was all due to that wretched woman. In that moment, the grotesque nature of her humanity was laid bare. Even when faced with death, she refused to reflect on the reasons for her plight, nor did she acknowledge her own overestimation of her capabilities, instead casting blame upon others. Suddenly, Lu Yu seemed to catch sight of something, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes. Not far away, a silhouette in a white dress appeared silently. Luo. Senior Sister Luo? Senior Sister Luo, save me. Please, save me. My fellow disciples have all been slaughtered by this group of fiends. You must avenge them. Lu Yu frantically waved her arms, desperately calling out to the figure in white. Another one. The bald monk followed her gaze, spotting a young woman in white slowly approaching. Even from a distance, her exquisite beauty and ethereal demeanor were unmistakable. What a stunning little beauty. He then cast a cold glance at Lu Yu, intending to toy with her before ending her life, but with her presence, there was no longer any need for her to survive. As his words fell, the bald monk showed no hesitation. With the aura of a saint emperor erupting, he swung his sword down, the intent of the blade coalesced, striking fiercely towards Lu Yu. Senior Sister Luo, help me. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yu, aware of her own impotence, once again cried out to the figure in white. However, the young woman in white remained indifferent, gracefully making her way forward. Unfazed and unhurried, Luo. Senior Sister Luo. Lu Yu was taken aback. Yet in the next moment, she was met with the terrifying sword intent of the bald monk, which cleaved her body in two. What a cruel heart. Your junior sister pleads for help, and you remain unmoved. The bald monk rested the large blade upon his shoulder, gazing at the young woman approaching with light steps, and could not help but speak coldly. Upon hearing this, the girl in white seemed momentarily taken aback, halting her steps, her delicate brows furrowed, as if lost in contemplation. How should one respond to such words? Ah, she recalled. Next, the young woman in white broke into a breathtaking smile. Thank you for the compliment. Observing this, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this girl possessed the demeanor of a fierce imperial bandit. The bald monk's brow tightened as he regarded the unflinching young woman, his expression growing grave, and he spoke in a deep voice. You are not afraid of us? As his words fell, the others silently encircled them, the aura of Saint Emperors manifesting. All were indeed formidable Saint Emperor-level warriors. Without a top-tier prodigy leading the way, ordinary disciples would stand no chance against such opponents. Afraid? Defying the heavens? Have you ever seen a celestial sovereign fear a Saint Emperor? Su Yi crossed his arms, yawning with disinterest, and addressed Luo Qinghuan. Luo girl, make it swift. I can sense that the heavenly soul grass we seek is nearby. The two had not arrived here immediately. They had leisurely searched for the heavenly soul grass in the Yushui forest before coming here. Luo Qinghuan lightly nodded. Since Su Yi had said so, then she would not hold back. Die-in the next moment, frost emerged, and the sword intent became sharp. The atmosphere began to shift at this, the realm of the celestial sovereign. Upon sensing the alteration in the aura of the young girl before him, the bald-headed monk's expression changed dramatically, prompting him to make a bold decision. He bellowed fiercely, "Run, scatter and flee." As his words echoed, he was the first to sheath his mighty blade and hastily retreat, followed by the others who mimicked his actions. Even against just a few sovereign emperors, facing a celestial sovereign was akin to having only the strength for a fleeting struggle. This struggle merely distinguished between dying first or last. It was far wiser to flee. Observing this, the girl found the situation rather dull and casually unleashed a few sword strikes. The frigid intent of her blade seemed to possess an automatic tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing those who had scattered in their escape. Before long, several figures devoid of life plummeted from the heavens. How not formidable! The fleeing bald monk's countenance paled, and at that moment, the icy blade intent surged towards him. It was over, and a flicker of despair crossed his eyes. There was no evading this strike, however. At that instant, a fiery hand lunged at him, crashing heavily upon his body and instantaneously extinguishing his vitality. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan frowned slightly. In her mind, Su Yi exclaimed, "Stealing kills? That was perilously close. I nearly let that rogue escape, but thankfully, this young master intervened." Concurrently, a figure enveloped in flames emerged, the fire dissipating to reveal a handsome young man clad in red, who appeared in the skies above, emanating an aura that revealed him to be a celestial sovereign as well. I am Yin, a prodigy of the Xianyang sacred sect. There is no need for thanks for my assistance. Junior sister, however, if you insist on expressing gratitude, perhaps you could share half of the water from the flame spirit sacred spring. Chapter 28 Su Yi, do you have any objections? Xianyang sacred sect? In the realm of spiritual absorption, upon hearing the red-clad youth introduce himself, Su Yi furrowed his brow. Among the first-rate factions of the Wild Heaven domain, there exists the notion of the Yin-Yang dual cults, where my Xianyang sacred cult represents the Yin, and Xianyang sacred sect embodies the Yang. It is said that the founders of these two factions shared significant ties. Luo Qinghuan quietly elucidated the situation to Su Yi. Ah, I see now. Su Yi nodded slightly. You must be Luo Qinghuan of the Frost Sword Peak from the Xianyang sacred cult. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and indeed, upon meeting you today, your extraordinary talent and beauty are as renowned. Yin Yun smiled. By the way, did you catch what I just said, junior sister? I just helped you deal with that escaping rogue, and should you feel the need to express your gratitude. As he spoke, he prepared to reiterate his previous statement, and no need for thanks. Yet, before Yin Yun could finish, Luo Qinghuan gently interrupted him, her lips parting slightly. Yin Yun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. Luo Qinghuan's unexpected response left him bewildered. Wait, I told you to be at ease, yet you truly are not at all accommodating? He furrowed his brow, having heard that the junior sister of the Xianyang sacred cult had a rather gentle disposition. Perhaps with a little persistence, she would acquiesce to his request. However, if it were not for my assistance to Sister Luo, that scoundrel would have undoubtedly escaped, leaving Sister Luo unable to peacefully absorb the energies of the flame spirit sacred spring. Thus, it is only just that I receive a portion. With that single strike of mine, he would have had no chance of fleeing. Luo Qinghuan slightly shook her head, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Having spent considerable time with Su Yi, such moral coercion held no sway over her anymore. According to Su Ye's words, she was well aware of the methods required to deal with such individuals. Luo Qinghuan narrowed her beautiful eyes, the frost of her spiritual sword materializing in her grasp. Or do you wish to test your strength, brother Yin Yun? With the utterance of her words, a tremendous aura emanated from her petite figure, revealing her cultivation at the 5th star of the celestial realm. 5th star of the celestial realm. How have you cultivated so swiftly? Upon sensing her terrifying presence, Yin Yun's expression shifted dramatically, staring incredulously at the young girl before him. Due to the close ties between their sects, he was privy to some information regarding the Xuanti sacred sect. If his memory served him correctly, Luo Qinghuan was ranked 6th on the sect's talented disciples list, while he personally knew the 5th-ranked disciple, whose strength was merely at the 2nd star of the celestial realm. How could Luo Qinghuan, the 6th-ranked prodigy, possess such overwhelming strength compared to the 5th? Ha ha. Sister Luo is jesting. This flame spirit sacred spring is naturally yours alone, and has nothing to do with me. Yin Yun forced a laugh, hastily shaking his head. Though his own cultivation was also at the celestial realm, he was but a mere 2nd star in light of the 3 minor realms separating them. He held no confidence in being Luo Qinghuan's match. Nevertheless, despite his words, he did not take his leave. The flame spirit sacred spring was of immense significance. Not only could it assist cultivators in enhancing their prowess, but the layer of flame spirit fire covering it was equally formidable and would greatly benefit his cultivation techniques. He could hardly believe that after absorbing the spring's energy, Sister Luo would be able to claim the flame spirit fire as well. After all, even a prodigy like him, who dabbled in fire, lacked the assurance to absorb it. Noticing Yin Yun's reluctance to depart, Luo Qinghuan paid him no mind and began to collect Lu Yu and the others' life tokens. Luo girl, do not overlook their storage rings. Sui promptly reminded it is entirely reasonable to collect a small fee for their burial, right? Oh, indeed. Luo Qinghuan nodded, finding his reasoning quite sound. She then proceeded to place their storage rings into her own, not sparing even the bald cultivators. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. Wasn't it said that the Sister Luo of the Xuanti sacred sect was pure and kind? Yet, now she appeared to be proficient in burying the dead and seizing their storage rings, resembling a female bandit. Once everything was accomplished, Luo Qinghuan finally raised her gaze toward the nearby spiritual spring, which was enveloped in flames, its waters rich with spiritual energy. This must be the spiritual spring that Lu Yu and her companion sought, the very flame spirit sacred spring that Yin Yun had mentioned. However, it seemed that fortune now favored her. Luo girl, I can sense that the heavenly soul grass lies within this spring water. Moreover, this flame spirit sacred spring is no ordinary place. This tisk, truly worthy of being a repository for a great emperor's treasures. There are indeed many valuable items. You shall soon absorb the ethereal essence from the sacred flame spring, while I shall collect this outer layer of flame spirit fire to use as alchemical flame. A quality flame can indeed dictate the caliber of the elixir produced. With this flame, I might just contend for the creation of a sacred grade pill during the refinement of the sacred soul pill. A smile crept across Su Ye's mind as he gently advised. Very well, replied Luo Qinghuan, her graceful head nodding slightly. She then lifted her skirt, revealing her delicate feet as she tiptoed towards the spirit spring. The water was not deep, reaching just to her smooth, fair calves. With the protection of the ethereal essence, the flames enveloping the spring could not harm her. Before long, she reached the center of the spring, seated herself cross-legged upon the jade stone, and her exquisite form began to emanate with spiritual energy as she commenced the continuous absorption of the rich essence from the spring. Simultaneously, in Su Ye's mind, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Luo Qinghuan is decisive in her actions. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Reward, heavenly insight. Shall I invest? Invest. Su Yi did not hesitate. Investment successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine eye of fate. A card of fate. Su Yi furrowed his brow. The system soon provided an explanation. Divine eye of fate, capable of seeking the creations of heaven and earth, discovering opportunities within the world, and locating the strongest opportunities within a specified range. Oh, the strongest opportunities, you say? A glint of joy flickered in Su Ye's eyes as he promptly stored away the divine eye of fate. After a considerable time had passed, the girl in the spring suddenly felt her comprehension enhanced. Gradually, she opened her beautiful eyes and, upon sensing her own aura, her delicate face slightly frowned, revealing a hint of despondency. Oh, could it be that the absorption was a failure? Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun's eyes gleamed with delight. If Luo Shimi had failed, surely it was his turn now. However, in the next moment, he heard the girl let out a soft sigh, nearly causing him to choke on his own blood. Having absorbed all the essence from this place, She showed not the slightest sign of a breakthrough. Was it possible that having surged through several minor realms just days prior rendered this effort insufficient? Yin Yun, she absorbed all the essence. While he could achieve the same feat, it would take him nearly a day. Yet this young lady accomplished it in less than an hour. Moreover, she broke through several minor realms just days ago? Is this even humanly possible? Do you treat cultivation as casually as drinking water? Who taught you to speak this way? Suyi, do you have any objections? Chapter 29. Fierce Wife and Bandit Husband. Taking and eating. Yin Yun took several deep breaths to recover from the suffocating sensation. It was utterly terrifying. Compared to the girl in the white dress within the spring, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Damn it. This prodigy no longer wished to be one. Whoever desires to be a prodigy can take the mantle. Who could possibly surpass her? Heaving a sigh, it was unexpected that Luo Qinghuan was so formidable. Why then did she act so low-key within the Xian'in sacred cult? Luo Qinghuan. I was merely waiting for my rewards to be credited. However, since Luo Qinghuan has completely absorbed the spiritual energy of the sacred spring, all that remains is to wait for her departure, and then the flame spirit fire above will rightfully belong to me. Yin Yun muttered softly. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, his words were abruptly cut off, and his pupils constricted. He suddenly caught sight of the girl bending down, extending her delicate jade-like hand to touch the layer of flames covering the spiritual spring. This moment, Luo Yatu, since you have absorbed it, then brother Yi shall proceed to pack this fire away. As Su Ye's words fell, the girl obediently nodded, relinquishing control of her body to him. Their cooperation was extraordinary, a fierce wife and a formidable husband, taking and consuming in tandem, inadvertently laying the groundwork for a phrase that would incite panic throughout Tianxian in the future. The great demon lord accompanied by the female demon lord, leaving no trace of life in their wake. Although this flame spirit fire ranked only 89th on the Earth ranking of the Tianxian flame list, failing to even make it into the top 100 of the celestial ranking, it was still preferable to having none. It could serve as a meager source of fire for alchemy, Suyi murmured softly, then bent down, reaching out to touch the roaring flames that enveloped the spiritual spring. At that moment, Yin Yun hurriedly cautioned, Luo Qinghuan, wait. This flame spirit fire is ranked 89th on the Earth ranking of the Tianxian flame list, possessing immense power. Even someone like me, who has cultivated the flame art, does not dare to approach it lightly. You must be cautious. Suyi, however, paid him no heed, merely extending his finger to gently tap the surface of the spring. In the next instant, the water rippled. The flames surged and began to coalesce into a sphere, ultimately forming a firelight the size of a thumb, which then surged into the girl's brow. What a jest! When Brother Yi was at his peak, what flames had he not seized? And what had he not encountered? All right, Luo Yatu, move this jade stone aside. The heavenly soul grass we seek lies beneath it. After collecting the flame's spirit fire, Suyi relinquished control back to Luo Qinghuan and instructed her. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan gracefully stepped forward, standing in the spiritual spring, channeling her spiritual energy to shift the jade stone aside, and indeed, she beheld a small grass radiating a faint blue glow standing there. It truly was the heavenly soul grass. Thus, the purpose of this journey was deemed accomplished. Suyi chuckled softly. Luo Yatu, we may take our leave now. Luo Qinghuan nodded, carefully plucking the heavenly soul grass and placing it into her storage ring before making her way towards the edge of the Yushui forest, all the while ignoring the astonished Yin Yun, who stood wide-eyed in shock, petrified in place. Once the figure in white disappeared from view, Yin Yun finally regained his senses from his stupor, though deep within his gaze lingered a profound astonishment. She merely tapped it lightly and absorbed the flames ranked 89th on the Earth ranking. What then, of the flames I have painstakingly cultivated for decades, finally reaching the 90th rank? Was it all for naught? This Luo Qinghuan is no ordinary individual. Moreover, she is certainly not as easy to bully as those others have claimed. Yin Yun's expression turned grave, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, a hint of schadenfreude flickered across his face. It has come to my attention that during this debate of the Xian'in sacred sect, many have deemed the seemingly easy to bully Sister Luo as their prey. It appears they are destined to encounter misfortune. Upon exiting the Yushui forest, Luo Qinghuan found Ran still patiently waiting in the same spot, not wandering about. This elicited a sigh of admiration from Suyi, who mused that Ran was indeed one of the few individuals in the Xian'in sacred sect that was pleasing to the eye. Sister Luo, you're back. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan safe and sound, Ran breathed a sigh of relief. What about Sister Lu Yu and the others? Then, she glanced behind Luo Qinghuan, only to find no one. They are here. Luo Qinghuan tossed Ran a storage ring. within which lay the life tokens of Luo and her companions. Those who refuse to heed warnings often meet a tragic end. I have avenged them by eliminating the malevolent cultivators responsible for their demise. Sister and Ran, please take their life tokens back and report. Understood, Sister Luo. Observing the life tokens within the storage ring, and Ran couldn't help but sigh. Had Sister Luo and the others heeded Sister Luo's advice, they would not have ended up in such dire straits. Shortly thereafter, and Ran departed with the storage ring in hand. Your junior sister is quite commendable. At least she listens and is rather pleasant to behold, Suyi remarked, casting a glance at Ran's retreating figure. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan agreed with a nod. However, at that moment Suye's murmuring broke the silence. And it seems her figure surpasses yours by quite a margin. Luo Qinghuan. At this remark, the young maiden's face flushed a noticeable shade of alluring crimson, her pearly teeth biting down on her rosy lip, her beautiful visage marred by a look of grievance. You scoundrel Suyi, come out. I challenge you to a duel. I shan't emerge, but I can control your body for a duel, Suyi replied. Luo Qinghuan. What difference does that make? It's akin to battling myself. Bah, you wretched Suyi. Just you wait. You disregard me when I am small, yet you yearn for me when I am grand. With her cheeks aflame, the maiden declared fiercely, yearn for you. Suyi was taken aback, his mind conjuring an image of a large hand overshadowing a magnificent snow-capped mountain. He couldn't help but clear his throat. Ahem, Luo lass, that might be a bit much. Bah! The maiden spat vehemently, her face aflame. Begone. After indulging in their playful banter, Suyi adopted a serious demeanor and stated, all right, Luo lass, prepare to follow my guidance. Brother Yi will lead you to the finest treasures within the Kunlun realm. The finest treasures? The rosy hue on the maiden's face began to fade as she processed Suye's words, her expression turning to one of confusion. Indeed, Suyi nodded mysteriously, then proceeded to utilize the fate-seeking card. System, activate the fate-seeking divine eye. Range, Kunlun realm. Activating fate-seeking divine eye. Fate-seeking range, Kunlun realm. The system has located the strongest opportunity within the Kunlun realm for the host. As the system's voice faded, a faint glow materialized in Suye's line of sight, seemingly guiding him towards the so-called strongest opportunity. All right, Luo Yatu, proceed along the route I have instructed. The young girl nodded in agreement. Chapter 30. Diligence and Frugality. Under Suye's guidance, Luo Qinghuan swiftly navigated through the secret realm. Many disciples from various sects, upon catching sight of her exquisite figure, were momentarily taken aback, their eyes reflecting a fleeting awe. Just as they were about to engage her in conversation, in the blink of an eye, she stepped into the void and vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, their expressions shifted dramatically in astonishment. Stepping into the void, a formidable presence at the celestial sovereign level. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan, following Suye's directions, arrived at the depths of the Kunlun realm. Before her stood 8 ancient bronze towers, each bound by iron chains. A total of 8 chains converged towards the center, sealing whatever lay within. The object at the center emanated a dazzling white radiance, resembling a chaotic entity, rendering it imperceptible to any discernible aura. The guiding light of the Sun Yuan card also pointed towards the object sealed by the chains. Could this be the most formidable opportunity within the Kunlun realm? Suyi furrowed his brow. His gaze fixed on the object cloaked in white light. He yearned to discern its true nature, yet the chaos surrounding it obscured any sensation. It appeared that only upon direct contact could one ascertain the essence of this opportunity. Luo Yatu, the 8 chains are sealing the opportunity we seek. Approach a little closer, and let your brother Yi observe it, he instructed Luo Qinghuan. This moment, Luo Qinghuan had unreserved trust in Suyi, and she gracefully advanced towards the object enveloped in white light. However, just as she was nearing it, a surge of imposing golden spiritual energy suddenly surged towards her. Luo Yatu, be careful, Suyi swiftly cautioned. Reacting to the sudden attack, Luo Qinghuan mobilized her spiritual energy, her form shifting gracefully to evade the fierce strike. The burst of golden light crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, she lifted her gaze towards the source of the attack. There, high in the heavens, stood a young man clad in golden armor, exuding an air of grandeur, his brows knitted in contemplation as he regarded her. The potent golden spiritual energy in his hand gradually dissipated, making it evident that the previous strike was indeed his doing. This individual was none other than Qin Tian of the Battle Heavenly Palace. You are from the Xianin Holy Sect? To have evaded my strike. It seems I underestimated you earlier. Upon recognizing the beauty of the young girl in white, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he perceived her as possessing a beauty that could topple nations, but assumed her strength to be merely superficial. Little did he anticipate that her prowess was indeed formidable. as her ability to dodge his attack was sufficient to surpass most young prodigies of the wild heavenly domain. I am Qingtian, one of the 3 great disciples of the Battle Heavenly Palace. I apologize for any offense caused to this junior sister of the Xian'in Holy Sect. My attack was merely a response to your interaction with an object that belongs to my Battle Heavenly Palace, which is not to be touched by outsiders. Qingtian's tone brimmed with arrogance, yet there was no hint of remorse in his demeanor. The Battle Heavenly Palace, one of the 5 top-tier forces in the wild heavenly domain. Upon hearing Qingtian's words, Suyi narrowed his eyes. This fellow is truly insufferable, Luo Qinghuan remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. The fellow's indiscriminate assault on her undoubtedly left the young lady feeling somewhat displeased. Why would one harbor disdain for such a fine individual? However, Suyi responded with a smiling retort. He a good person? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion passing through her beautiful eyes. This Qingtian, with his unparalleled arrogance, hardly seemed like a virtuous man. Indeed, consider that he is one of the 3 disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace, one of the 5 premier factions. He must possess countless treasures, yet he is so generous as to share them with us. Is he not commendable? Suyi smiled knowingly, elaborating. The young lady paused, and then her expression transformed to one of sudden enlightenment, comprehending the essence of Su Ye's statement. In hindsight, it does appear that this disciple of the Battle Heaven Palace is indeed a good person. But do not misunderstand. They are not coveting the treasures within Qingtian's storage ring. According to the insufferable Suyi, they are merely assisting Qingtian in severing ties with external possessions, allowing him to focus entirely on his cultivation. Suyi claims this is an act of charity. A great benevolence, senior brother Qingtian. I believe I have discerned her identity. Just then, a disciple of the Battle Heaven Palace, whose gaze had fallen upon Luo Qinghuan, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly spoke to him. Oh, who might that be? Qingtian raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes as he looked down at Luo Qinghuan with an air of superiority. The prodigy of the Xian'in Holy Sect, Frost Sword Peak, Luo Qinghuan, ranked 6th among the junior members of the Xian'in Holy Sect. The disciple of the Battle Heaven Palace promptly replied, Luo Qinghuan. So she is the junior sister from the Xian'in Holy Sect. No wonder she was able to evade my strike. Qingtian cast a somewhat surprised glance at Luo Qinghuan and then smiled, saying, Another day, I shall invite junior sister Luo to my Battle Heaven Palace for tea and discourse, as a means of atoning for my earlier rudeness. Upon hearing this, envy flickered in the eyes of the surrounding disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace. Senior brother Qingtian is about to gain yet another companion on his path. He often invites young women to his residence under the pretense of discussing philosophy over tea, subsequently transforming them into his partners. Moreover, the young lady before them is breathtakingly beautiful, with an ethereal grace far surpassing those who came before her. Truly, senior brother Qingtian is fortunate in this regard. Given his status, appearance, and prowess, it is rare for a woman to refuse such an invitation. However, the next moment, the young lady's melodious voice rang out, unflinchingly rejecting Qingtian's offer. She actually turned down senior brother Qingtian? A flash of astonishment crossed the eyes of the Battle Heaven Palace disciples, quickly morphing into schadenfreude. There have been women who dared to refuse senior brother Qingtian, yet their fates were dire. Either their families were destroyed, or their factions obliterated, ultimately becoming mere playthings for him as junior sister Luo dismissing our esteemed disciple's grace. Indeed, as the young lady's words echoed, a glint of coldness flickered in Qingtian's eyes. Not at all, the young lady shook her head. If you truly wish to make amends, it would be better to offer something tangible. I see. He replied, by chance, I possess a golden phoenix hairpin. It would surely look splendid adorning junior sister Luo's head. Qingtian's face broke into a smile once more. He had initially thought that Luo Qinghuan was a person of lofty ideals, yet it turned out she was merely a woman enamored with vanity. Such women are the easiest to manage. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade hairpin from his storage ring, adorned with a vividly crafted golden phoenix in flight. As his words fell, he extended it towards Luo Qinghuan below. This is a high-grade spiritual artifact, the golden phoenix hairpin? Brother Qingtian certainly spares no expense. Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall were filled with envy. However, as the golden phoenix hairpin flew towards her, Luo Qinghuan did not rush to accept it. Instead, she enveloped it in spiritual energy, meticulously cleaning it inside and out before she intended to place it into her storage ring. It seemed she found this insufficient. She even selected an empty storage ring to stow the golden phoenix hairpin away. The entire process was replete with an air of disdain. Sister Luo, aren't you going to give it a try? Seeing Luo Qinghuan merely glance at the hairpin before storing it away with an expression of disdain, Qingtian's smile faltered, and he furrowed his brows in inquiry. Try? That won't be necessary. I intend to take it back to exchange for some cultivation resources. The young woman shook her head. As Yu Yi has said, one must strive to reap the rewards. She, Luo Qinghuan, is frugal and resourceful. Perhaps she could even trade it for some elixirs to nourish Su Ye's soul. Chapter 31. The odious Su Yi has stated that you have already taken the path to demise. Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Qin Tian was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening further. What did she say? She intended to use the item he gifted her to exchange for cultivation resources. While others cherished the gifts he bestowed upon them, treating them as treasures, this Luo Qinghuan not only appeared dismissive but also intended to sell it off. What does she take me, Qin Tian, for? Luo Qinghuan. A joke? However, before he could react, the young woman gracefully turned away. Enough. Observing this, Qin Tian suppressed his anger, choosing not to explode. Humph. In any case, he was already aware of Luo Qinghuan's identity. She could not escape. Surely, the Xian sacred sect would not dare offend the Battle Heaven Hall for the sake of a mere prodigy? Is this what the Hall Master referred to as a great opportunity? Subsequently, he gazed at the white radiance sealed by the chains of the 8 towers, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If he could bring this opportunity back, he would undoubtedly be rewarded with resources from the Hall Master. Perhaps even attempt to break through to the creation realm. At that time, he would no longer be the 3rd disciple but rather the 2nd, or even the 1st. Lost in these thoughts, Qin Tian grew increasingly exhilarated and was about to reach out to touch the white radiance. Yet at that moment, a graceful figure quietly appeared before the white light, extending her jade hand to make contact with it. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. The girl before him was none other than Luo Qinghuan, returning unexpectedly. By the time he processed the situation, her slender hand had already touched the white radiance. He immediately called out in admonition, Luo Qinghuan, what do you think you are doing? This is the property of the Battle Heaven Hall. Do you dare to meddle? Are you intent on provoking our hall? However, the young woman paid him no mind, merely inquiring inwardly towards Su Yi. Odious Su Yi, have you discerned what this opportunity is yet? Don't rush. Su Yi shook his head gently, then closed his eyes in deep concentration, beginning to sense the surroundings. Soon, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. Indeed, there is a connection with me. Within this realm lies the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror's spirit. The Kunlun Mirror? The imperial artifact, Kunlun Mirror? A trace of astonishment crossed the young maiden's beautiful gaze. Indeed, though the Kunlun Mirror itself may be lost, its spirit's remnant soul is sealed within. Once I consume this spirit's remnant soul, I shall acquire dominion over the Kunlun realm. Su Yi nodded affirmatively, then cautioned, my dear, you must hold off this Qin Tian while I devour the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror's spirit. Qin Tian is merely at the 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm, a perfect opportunity to test the fruits of Luo Yao's recent training. With that said, a beam of golden light surged from the center of the maiden's brow, unnoticed and directly plunged into the white radiance. Although Su Ye's spirit resided within Luo Qinghuan's body, it was not entirely incapacitated. The conditions for emergence were simply stringent. He could not stray too far from her, nor could he remain outside for too long. However, consuming the remnant soul of the Kunlun Mirror's spirit should be entirely feasible. Very well. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly, then drew her sword, its blade enveloped in frost. Exuding an aura of sharpness, it seemed that junior sister Luo was resolute in her decision. Nevertheless, it posed no issue. I shall impart the wisdom of life to her on behalf of the Xian holy sect. Qin Tian let out a cold laugh, the oppressive aura of the 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm erupting from his being. Yet, he did not rush into action. His sole purpose in the Kunlun realm was to seize control of the Kunlun Mirror's spirit's remnant soul. Xian Lao, I entrust that spirit's remnant soul to you, Qin Tian murmured solemnly to himself. The next moment, a transparent, aged figure emerged from the bone ring in his hand. Haha, rest assured, Sandaozi, leave it to me. The elder chuckled heartily, then surged directly toward the white radiance, vanishing into it in the blink of an eye. Clearly, the Battle Heaven Palace was well aware of how to master the Kunlun Mirror's spirit's remnant soul. Thus, Qin Tian had long carried a bone ring containing the remnant soul of a fallen elder from their sect. Once Xian Lao grasped the Kunlun Mirror's spirit's remnant soul, the Battle Heaven Palace would effortlessly command the entire Kunlun realm. Su. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan paused momentarily, a hint of worry creeping in. Su was still amidst the chaotic white radiance. Would the elder's remnant soul not pose a threat to him? However, this fellow was quite boastful, constantly bragging about how powerful her brother Yu was. Surely he would not be easily dispatched by that old man, right? Junior sister Luo, allow me to entertain you for a while. Seeing Xian Lao plunge into the chaotic white radiance, Qin Tian's previously anxious heart settled at once. In his view, the Kunlun mirror had already become a plaything in their hands. With that, golden spiritual energy erupted from his entire being, radiating with an overwhelming presence, several times more potent than that of an ordinary cultivator. This was connected to the powerful technique he cultivated, the tyrant art. The next moment, Qin Tian, enveloped in golden tyrannical energy, charged fiercely towards Luo Qinghuan. Observing this, Luo Qinghuan could only suppress her worries, for she could not afford to disappoint Su Yi. With a surge of spiritual energy, the essence of the heavenly sword manifested, and in an instant, the air around her seemed to freeze, imbued with an unparalleled sword in tint. The essence of the heavenly sword. Witnessing this scene, a hint of gravity flashed across Qin Tian's eyes. He distinctly remembered that just a few days prior, the Tao Child of the Battle Heaven Palace had comprehended a trace of the heavenly sword essence, which had even startled the palace master, who praised the Tao Child's astonishing talent. Yet, compared to the heavenly sword essence displayed by the girl before him, the Tao Child's meager comprehension was akin to a mere trifle in the face of a grand spectacle. How remarkable indeed was Luo Qinghuan. Very well. Junior sister Luo, you have earned the right to become my treasured companion. The wicked smile crept across Qin Tian's face, his gaze growing increasingly fervent. Upon hearing this, the young woman furrowed her delicate brows, an unusual chill flickering across her charming visage as she tightened her grip on the spiritual sword. Go echo the contemptuous words of that detestable Su Yi. Qin Tian had already set himself on a path toward death. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura of a celestial realm powerhouse enveloped the surroundings, causing the disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace nearby to struggle for breath. Chapter 32. The Principles of the Ruthless Emperor Boom. The commotion quickly drew the attention of disciples from various sects engaged in trials nearby. However, upon their arrival, they could only witness two figures clashing in the heavens above, unleashing an array of martial arts techniques amidst the constant emergence of terrifying pressures. Was this a battle between celestial realm powerhouses? As they beheld the two figures traversing the sky, feeling the overwhelming aura, the expressions of the trial disciples shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with astonishment. That golden spiritual energy exudes such dominance, and this person seems oddly familiar. Good heavens, is that not the Tao Child of the Battle Heaven Palace? Qin Tian? No wonder he is so fearsome, so it is Qin Tian from the Battle Heaven Palace. As they recognized the figure suffused with golden spiritual energy, the trial disciples could not help but pale, each silently marveling at the fact that he was indeed a prodigy hailing from one of the five foremost powers. Such a terrifying presence surpassed even some elders within their own sects. However, who could possibly engage in combat with Qin Tian of the Battle Heaven Palace? In this Kunlun mirror, how could someone dare to confront Qin Tian? Did they not fear the wrath of the Battle Heaven Palace? Soon, the curious trial disciples sought to uncover the identity of the individual clashing with Qin Tian, yet their own strength proved insufficient to discern the figure's form. Boom. Suddenly, in the heavens, Qin Tian clenched his fists, countless strands of golden sovereign spiritual energy coalescing upon them, before he unleashed a mighty punch. The sheer force of this assault was so terrifying that even the onlookers, situated far away, turned pale, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of shock. Was this indeed a genius capable of ranking among the top 20 of the Wild Heaven domain? Qin Tian was truly formidable. Although they were all young disciples, the chasm between them and Qin Tian felt insurmountable. Surely, this punch would conclude the battle without question. As they sensed the overwhelming might of the blow, the trial disciples' hearts tightened. Yet, with the descent of a sword in tint imbued with frost, that terrifying punch was unexpectedly cleaved apart by this single sword strike. What? It actually neutralized Qin Tian's fist technique with just one sword. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding trial disciples' expressions shifted, their eyes widening in disbelief. To know that Qin Tian has devoted himself primarily to the art of boxing, it seems that among the younger generation in the vast wilderness, none could rival him in this discipline. Yet that recent sword strike effortlessly neutralized Qin Tian's prideful boxing techniques. Could it be that his opponent hails from one of the five foremost powers? Sister Luo, I never anticipated that you could withstand my punch. It appears I have underestimated you to this moment. After having his punch blocked, Qin Tian did not hastily retaliate, but instead furrowed his brow, gazing at the graceful figure before him. Sister Luo, the one clashing with Qin Tian Daozi is, astonishingly, a woman? Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the surrounding disciples in trial finally reacted, and as their gazes fell upon the one engaged with Qin Tian, a clear expression of astonishment flickered in their eyes. It was a young girl in a white dress wielding a sword, her beauty striking, her demeanor ethereal. Oh, That is senior sister Luo from the Xian sacred cult, ranked 6th among the young prodigies of her sect. Who would have thought she could engage in such fierce combat with Qin Tian from the Battle Heaven Hall? As those disciples familiar with the Xian sacred cult recognized the identity of the ethereal girl, they exclaimed in disbelief. What? A prodigious disciple ranked 6th from a first-rate power can contend so fiercely with the third prodigy of a top-tier faction? Moreover, Qin Tian Daozi possesses the strength of an 8-star celestial lord, while senior sister Luo is merely a 5-star celestial lord. At this revelation, the surrounding trial disciples couldn't help but gasp in shock. Humph! Since sister Luo insists on this, then I shall not hold back my strength. Hearing the murmurs of the trial disciples, Qin Tian felt his pride wounded. He let out a cold snort, and the full force of his 8-star celestial lord presence surged forth. Observing this, the young girl spoke little, merely raising her sword, and countless frost manifestations appeared behind her, as if the very heavens could freeze. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian's expression gradually turned grave. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan approached with her sword, feeling a tinge of excitement. Is this what Suyi referred to as a battle without restraint? It seems rather exhilarating. A breathtaking smile blossomed on the young girl's delicate face, causing the surrounding trial disciples to collectively gasp in awe. Had they possessed the strength, they would have rushed to aid senior sister Luo in thrashing Qin Tian. Senior sister Luo's smile is truly sweet. Today, I have finally witnessed what is called a pure and delightful smile. However, this seemingly exquisite smile, known only to Suyi, was anything but pure and sweet. It was, in fact, the smile of a little devil. Despite the warnings of her dual nature, none believed it. Meanwhile, within the chaotic white light sealed by the 8 towers chains, an ancient transparent figure searched within. Strange. Why can I not find the remnant soul of that weapon spirit? It was none other than Elder Xian, who had been searching for a long time but still had not caught sight of the weapon spirit's shadow. Are you searching for this? Just then, a light laugh suddenly echoed in the silent space. Elder Xian was taken aback and instinctively turned around. Not far away, a young man donned in black, handsome in appearance, was smiling at him, holding a ball of golden chaos in his hand. The remnants of the spirit artifact? Who might you be? At this moment, Xian Lao furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could there be another presence? You have managed to find yourself within this Kunlun mirror. Do you not know who I am? However, the young man clad in black merely chuckled lightly, inadvertently revealing an aura of imperial might. What? You don't know. Could it be that you are the Kunlun emperor? Xian Lao's expression shifted dramatically. He had suddenly associated this young man with the Kunlun emperor, the master of the Kunlun mirror, for the imperial pressure he exuded was undeniably genuine. Moreover, the only conceivable explanation for his presence here was that he was the residual soul of the Kunlun emperor. In a hurry, he bowed deeply. I am Xian Ming from the Battle Heaven Hall. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed Kunlun emperor. Yet, before he could finish his words, the young man in black abruptly lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow to Xian Lao's chest. In the next moment, the vitality of this fragment of a soul began to fade gradually. Even in death, Xian Lao could not comprehend why the Kunlun emperor would suddenly turn against him. This young man in black was none other than Suyi, effortlessly masquerading as the Kunlun emperor. After all, in his previous life, he had indeed been an emperor, and that imperial aura was inherent to him. There was no need for pretense. As for the reason behind his sudden assault, it was quite simple. Although Xian Lao had been reduced to a remnant soul, his strength appeared formidable, possessing the power of the creation realm. The immediate priority was to absorb the spirit artifact's residual soul, with no time to squander on this old man. Such was the nature of the ruthless emperor. He preferred to strike from the shadows rather than confront directly, and to eliminate with a single blow rather than engage in unnecessary banter. Chapter 33. The Kunlun Emperor. News that thrills Suyi. The people of the Battle Heaven Hall are truly generous, bestowing opportunities aplenty. Suyi glanced at Xian Lao's soul, chuckled softly, and resolved to assist him in transcending. He then employed the soul technique to directly absorb and devour Xian Lao's essence. Host has consumed Xian Lao's soul. Soul realm has been elevated. Host's current soul realm, creation realm, 5 stars. Excellent. Next, it was time to consume this entity entirely. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the residual soul of the spirit artifact in his hand. At that moment, the chaotic space around him began to whirl and transform, morphing into an expansive grand hall, within which a solitary, imposing throne emerged. Subsequently, an ancient specter appeared upon that throne, faintly exuding an imperial presence. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyi hesitated for a moment, frowning. Could it be that this figure is the Kunlun emperor? The residual soul of an emperor who has fallen. This could prove to be troublesome. Though both were souls of emperors, Su Ye's residual soul differed from that of the Kunlun emperor. One was a reborn essence with the chance to reconstruct a corporeal form, while the fallen soul had no such opportunity. Just as Su Ye's expression grew grave, contemplating how to outmaneuver the Kunlun emperor's residual soul, the ancient figure on the throne suddenly spoke. "Please, take a seat." As his words echoed through the hall, before Su Yi stood an ethereal throne, one that appeared far more magnificent than the one occupied by the aged figure of the old man. Witnessing this spectacle and hearing the words of the Kunlun emperor, Su Yi found himself momentarily taken aback. In his former life as the notorious bandit emperor, it was customary for other sovereigns of the imperial realm to address him as senior, yet had he not been reborn? Could it be that the Kunlun emperor recognized him still? "Do you know me?" Su Yi questioned bluntly as he took his seat, furrowing his brow. Although the imperial might of the senior had long since dissipated, the innate aura of a bandit could not be concealed. The tales of the bandit emperor's exploits had reached ears tens of thousands of years ago, and Su Yi was astonished to find himself in the presence of this revered figure once more after so long. The aged voice of the Kunlun emperor seemed tinged with a hint of excitement, albeit it was expressed through this remnant of a soul. Yet, there was a palpable sense of melancholy in his tone as he spoke of the bandit emperor's solitary battles against the 10 demon emperors. Though he had perished, he had felled 7 of them and gravely wounded 3. It was now evident that the bandit emperor had indeed fallen, leaving behind but a wisp of his former spirit. In that moment, the Kunlun emperor assumed Su Yi was akin to himself, a mere fragment of a soul. "But you, my brother Yi, are different. You possess a connection that grants you rebirth." However, upon hearing the Kunlun emperor's words, Su Yi grasped the crux of the matter. Wait a moment. Tens of thousands of years ago? By heavens! When he first traversed into this realm, how could he have known the plot of the original story yet have no impact on it? It turns out he had arrived tens of thousands of years prior to the narrative. He had come too early. This revelation implied that his rebirth did not negate the events of his previous life. Rather, it merely returned him to the timeline of the original story. The bandit emperor simply existed in a time long past. Did this not suggest that all he had accumulated in his former life, such as connections, could still be of use? This notion intrigued him greatly. With this thought, Su Ye's previously furrowed brow relaxed, realizing that the efforts of his past life had not been in vain. "If you wish to take the Kunlun mirror, then do so. After all, the treasures I have collected within it were merely pilfered as a homage to your legacy." At that moment, the remnant soul of the Kunlun emperor chuckled lightly. "Pilfered as a homage?" Su Yi frowned. "When did I engage in thievery?" "Ah, indeed, it should be said you borrowed them," the Kunlun emperor promptly corrected. "Ha! Who would have thought that this mere fragment of a soul, lingering within the essence of a vessel, would once again encounter one whom I revered in days of your it must be our shared fate." The Kunlun emperor let out a hearty laugh, as if fulfilling a long-held aspiration, and gradually, his essence transformed into specks of light, dissipating from the mortal realm. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi felt a twinge of regret. A dignified emperor, now reduced to a mere admirer, meeting such an innate the very least. "Do not fade away like this. Allow me to consume your soul with my techniques first." Su Yi shook his head. Though he could not absorb the remnant soul of the emperor, the Kunlun emperor had imparted a crucial piece of information. His previous life had traversed back to tens of thousands of years ago, and this rebirth had not overturned the events of that era, but merely returned him to the juncture where the original narrative unfolded. Thousands of years ago, those whom I once encountered and the items I borrowed still remain. And then there are those 3 fellows in my previous life. I eliminated 7. In this life, I shall eradicate them all at once. Su Yi narrowed his eyes, referring, of course, to the 3 surviving demon emperors. However, after these millennia, those 3 might have already ascended to the divine realm, and no matter, in my past life, I nearly annihilated them, and now, having returned with newfound power, I shall surely suppress them fiercely. With that thought, Su Yi took a deep breath and began to absorb the remnants of the weapon spirit's soul. Meanwhile, in the outside world, a resounding roar erupted. As the sword shadows flickered, the golden holy fist continually countered the piercing sword intent. Within mere minutes, the battle in the heavens underwent a tremendous transformation. Initially, it was merely Qin Tian's ferocious assault, forcing Luo Qinghuan to defend herself. Yet, as time passed, she seemed to gradually acclimate to the battle, even commencing her own attacks. The overwhelming sword intent, imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, relentlessly descended upon him. Despite the evident 3 minor realms of difference, to the young woman, it appeared as though such disparities did not exist. "This woman is merely using me for practice." Qin Tian soon grasped the situation, his heart roiling with tumultuous waves. The girl before him was merely a 5-star heavenly sovereign, yet the pressure she exerted rivaled that of the top 10 talents on the rankings. This was, however, quite reasonable. After all, even without Su Yi, Luo Qinghuan was the protagonist of the original tale, endowed with extraordinary talent, and with Su Ye's assistance, she had become even more formidable. Frosty cold, dragon dance. At this moment, the young woman murmured softly, her sword of frost materializing in her hand. As she swung her blade, sword energy surged forth, forming a fearsome ice dragon that roared toward Qin Tian. Roar! Witnessing this, Qin Tian's expression shifted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Luo Qinghuan, you have forced my hand with that. He waved his hand, a pitch-black elixir appearing in his grasp. He then tilted his head back and swallowed it. As dark blood surged forth from his body, causing his aura to rise dramatically. 9-star Heavenly Sovereign, 1-star Fate Creation Realm. Ultimately, it culminated at 3 stars in the Fate Creation Realm. This Luo Qinghuan is truly formidable, capable of compelling me to consume a forbidden elixir. Observing this scene, the disciples of the Battle Heaven Hall wore solemn expressions. When faced with defeat, resort to pills. Seeing this, the young woman pouted. Qin Tian was unable to handle the situation. Yet at that moment, a voice that filled her with reassurance suddenly resonated in her mind. All right, Luo girl, from here on, let your brother Yi take care of things. Chapter 34. Shall we wager that you will perish beneath my blades? In the skies, after Qin Tian swallowed the forbidden elixir, his aura surged explosively and no longer intimidated by the frost dragon formed from the young woman's sword energy. He grinned menacingly and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Crack! Crack! The ice dragon shattered. Yet, the relentless sword intent remained unbroken, hurtling toward Qin Tian like a tempest. Whoosh! Whoosh! Overlord blood armor. Witnessing this, Qin Tian let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, the pitch-black blood upon his body transformed into a suit of armor under the guidance of the Overlord's spirit. This was barely sufficient to withstand the girl's fierce sword intent, akin to a tempestuous storm. Such formidable comprehension of sword intent. Luo Shimi, I must concede. You are the most adept at wielding sword intent among the younger generation I have encountered in the Wild Heaven domain. However, that is all there is to it. Once I capture you and take you back to the Battle Heaven Palace, I shall ensure you are thoroughly trained to become my sword servant, thus justifying the consequences of my consuming this forbidden pill. Qin Tian sneered, a terrifying aura coalescing around him. This is the transformation realm. Hiss. How could Qin Tian, that despicable creature, be driven to such a state by Sister Luo of the Xianing Sacred Church? Sister Luo is truly both beautiful and powerful. Bah. Qin Tian is unworthy, resorting to forbidden pills when he cannot win. Moreover, he is 3 minor realms above Sister Luo. What a disgrace. Observing this scene, the surrounding trial disciples frowned, inwardly cursing Qin Tian's shamelessness. Compared to Qin Tian, they favored Luo Qinghuan. After all, who wouldn't admire a beautiful and powerful senior sister? They had no interest in any other inclinations. Upon feeling Qin Tian's sudden surge in power, the girl furrowed her delicate brows, pouting slightly, and huffed. Luo girl, have your brother Yi come? Just then, the comforting sound of Su Ye's gentle laughter echoed in her mind. Su Yi? Are you all right? Upon hearing that familiar voice, the girl's furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and a smile graced her lips. Did you not encounter that old gentleman? Naturally, I did. But he turned out to be quite amiable and bestowed an opportunity upon me. Su Yi nodded with a beaming smile. In response, the girl raised an eyebrow and sighed lightly, saying, he truly is a good person. Not only that, but I also encountered the remnant soul of the Kunlun Emperor. And to my surprise, he turned out to be my little admirer, immediately bestowing the Kunlun Mirror's spirit upon me. Bragging, the girl scoffed. Su Yi chuckled, offering no further explanation. He merely glanced at the surging Qin Tian and praised the girl. Luo girl, you have performed admirably, engaging in a battle at the 5-star level of the Heavenly Sovereign Realm against an 8-star adversary without losing ground. You have the demeanor of your brother Yi in his prime. Hee. Luo Qinghuan grinned adorably, then waved her small pink fist, stating earnestly, I have only just begun to get accustomed to fighting freely. Once I accumulate more combat experience, I shall not fear him. Then, let me handle it. For you. Brother Su Yi nodded in agreement, then chuckled lightly. All right. Luo Qinghuan gently nodded and obediently stepped back. Meanwhile, Su Ye's gaze fell upon Qin Tian, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since he has chosen to consume forbidden pills to enhance his strength, then we might as well employ a little trickery, shall we? In the next moment, the softness in the girl's eyes vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. Hee. What? Has Luo Shimi finally come to fear? As the girl in the white dress ahead suddenly fell silent, Qin Tian initially assumed she was struck by fear. with a cold sneer. He thought to himself that if his junior sister was indeed afraid, she should promptly apologize to him and serve him well. If she were to satisfy him, perhaps he might even consider granting her a place as his sword servant. How audacious! Qin Tian truly has no shame to resort to such despicable tactics to threaten senior sister Luo. What a cowardly, shameless, and base act. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the trial disciples could not help but curse inwardly. The thought of such a stunningly beautiful woman as senior sister Luo being reduced to Qin Tian's sword servant incited their anger, but unfortunately, their inferior strength rendered their fury impotent, relegated to mere thoughts. Is that so? However, just as the crowd was curious about the girl's choice beneath the vast sky, she parted her crimson lips, flashing a smile that could captivate 100 hearts, causing all the trial disciples to gasp in awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful. How about we play a game? Amidst the astonished gazes, the girl's voice emerged, notably warmer than before. Oh? Junior sister Luo wishes to engage in a game with me? Qin Tian, taken aback by the girl's beauty, couldn't he help but let a smirk of mockery creep onto his lips. I never expected junior sister Luo to possess such a playful spirit. What game do you propose? With a resonant chime of a sword, the girl raised her hand, summoning a spiritual sword that materialized effortlessly in her delicate grasp. She then raised her gaze to Qin Tian, her eyes as frigid as ancient ice, utterly devoid of warmth. Let us wager on how many of my strikes it will take for you to fall. As her words lingered in the air, a terrifying aura enveloped her, and with a mere flick of her wrist, she sent a casual strike towards Qin Tian. Hemph, junior sister Luo, you truly underestimate yourself. Witnessing this, Qin Tian couldn't help but scoff. Perhaps he had indeed been inferior to Luo Qinghuan moments ago, but having consumed a forbidden pill, his strength had surged to the 3rd level of the transformation realm. Controlling this insignificant Luo Qinghuan would be as easy as pie. Yet clang, with the resounding cry of a sword, Qin Tian's expression suddenly shifted. Though the girl appeared to have unleashed a seemingly unremarkable sword intent, he felt a storm brewing within it, an overwhelming sense of impending death rising from the depths of his soul. Wait, how could this strike suddenly possess such immense power? In that instant, Qin Tian finally recognized something was amiss. The girl before him, in terms of both strength and sword intent, was on an entirely different level than before. Even with the significant enhancement from the forbidden pill, he felt an insurmountable sense of suffocation, as if he were facing an opponent far beyond his capabilities. What in the world? This is impossible. Qin Tian's complexion paled as he hastily summoned his own strength from the transformation realm, conjuring a mass of pitch-black blood that coalesced before him, forming a blood armor towering 100 feet high. In an attempt to block this seemingly unremarkable strike from the girl. Is Qin Tian truly that afraid of death? Sister Luo's sword appeared unremarkable, yet he dared to employ such a display for defense? As the young girl casually swung her sword, Qin Tian, to his astonishment, summoned his formidable blood armor for protection, prompting a look of confusion among the trial disciples. However, in the next moment, they grasped the reason behind Qin Tian's actions. As the sword intent descended, a resounding crack echoed. The blood armor, which he had painstakingly coalesced, crumbled to dust in an instant. Chapter 35. Who says I dare not kill you? Goodness. Goodness. As the blood armor shattered under the weight of the sword intent, the trial disciples were engulfed in a chorus of disbelief, their eyes wide with profound shock as they gazed upon the girl in the sky. Sister Luo's seemingly inconspicuous strike concealed such terrifying power. That insufferable Suyi is incredibly strong. If only I could become as powerful as that. Deep within his soul, the diminutive spirit in a white dress stared with wide, beautiful eyes. Clang, the sword intent, having effortlessly shattered Qin Tian's blood armor, did not pause. It descended heavily towards him, piercing through his body as he gazed on in despair. In an instant, a grotesque wound appeared upon Qin Tian's chest, the rhythmic thrum of his heart barely visible within, as he coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. It seems. You cannot even withstand a single strike. Suyi, sword in hand, looked down upon the grievously injured Qin Tian with a gaze that was both disdainful and apathetic. Hissed at this moment, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of gasps from the onlookers. Who could have anticipated that the Qin Tian, having consumed the forbidden elixir, would be so decisively overpowered by Sister Luo, suffering grievous injuries from a single blow? This is utterly absurdly powerful. Her breathtaking beauty alone was enough to captivate the world. But who could have foreseen that Sister Luo's innate prowess surpassed even her stunning visage? Wow! At this moment, Qin Tian lay on the ground, his eyes still reflecting deep-seated terror, blood spewing from his mouth in torrents, yet he uttered not a single word. merely casting his gaze towards the ethereal white object ensnared within the 8 chains of the tower. As long as Elder Xian could devour the remnants of the weapon spirit, he had not yet lost. Are you waiting for him? However, Su Yi, aware of his thoughts, chuckled softly and waved her hand. In the next moment, the chains of the tower shattered, and the white object soared into her palm of its own accord. What upon witnessing this scene, Qin Tian's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting in bewilderment. Why does the Kunlun mirror's weapon spirit obey her commands? What of Elder Xian? Did he not enter the white light to consume the remnants of the weapon spirit? Where the hell is everyone? Damn it! At this moment, Qin Tian felt a surge of urgency. You, people of the War Heaven Hall, are all virtuous, just like that old man, even bestowing upon me such a fortuitous opportunity. Meanwhile, Su Yi chuckled softly, delivering a metaphorical dagger to the heart. Tio kill. One must strike at the very essence. What? Are you implying, Elder Xian? Who? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's pupils dilated, his anger surging, as another mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. The young maiden before him had been engaged in battle all along. How could she possibly find the time to deal with the ancient spirit attempting to consume the remnants of the soul? Could it be that everything was within her grasp? Luo Qinghuan, I truly underestimated you. You are indeed quite remarkable. Qin Tian gritted his teeth. Thank you for the compliment, but there's no need to belittle yourself. At the very least, you are rather straightforward, I in the heavens above. The girl who heard these words seemed to break into a smile, cheerfully responding, Pft. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian could no longer contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood and nearly fainting. Su Yi, you are truly wicked. Observing this scene, Luo Qinghuan could not help but tease. Luo lass, remember, when it comes to killing, one must strike at the heart. Su Yi chuckled. Oh, understood. Deep within her soul, the petite figure in a white dress began to fervently jot down notes. Luo Qinghuan, do you dare to kill me? I am a disciple of the Battle Heaven Palace, one of the 5 top-tier powers. If you slay me, you will be opposing the entire Battle Heaven Palace. Do you truly believe that a mere Xian-in sacred cult can protect you? Ha ha ha, even your Xian-in sacred cult cannot withstand the wrath of my Battle Heaven Palace. Pft. As Qin Tian coughed up blood, he laughed maniacally. His arrogance stemmed from the backing of the Battle Heaven Palace. Hearing this, Su Yi furrowed his brow. The Battle Heaven Palace indeed posed a considerable challenge for both him and Luo Qinghuan at this moment. However, should they truly eliminate Qin Tian, it was possible that not only the Xianin sacred cult, but also the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace would intervene on their behalf, given the latter's significant regard for Luo Qinghuan. Yet, if that were the case, enlisting the aid of the Supreme Forgetting Emotion Palace would equate to incurring a debt of gratitude. Luo Qinghuan would then be at their mercy. Contemplating this, Su Yi felt a surge of frustration. The time of rebirth was too brief, leaving little opportunity for both him and Luo Qinghuan to grow stronger. In the past, dealing with a character like Qin Tian would have been a simple matter. If the Battle Heaven Palace sought trouble, it would merely be an additional slap in the face. Tio eliminate him. The large number of cultivators surrounding them would inevitably leak information. Even if they aimed to kill them all, the sheer volume would ensure that some would escape. The risk was too great. Luo lass, shall we kill him or not? He asked solemnly. If Luo Qinghuan wished to slay him, then so be it. Should the Battle Heaven Palace create a ruckus, he could always activate the Emperor's Strike Experience card, delivering a blow to the Battle Heaven Palace before whisking this girl away from this desolate realm. Deep within her soul, the petite figure in white remained silent for a moment before nodding decisively. Kill if we do not slay him. Once he returns, he will not spare us if I am captured and brought back to the Battle Heaven Palace. They may discover your existence, at that point. If they attempt to seize me, I shall perish, allowing your spirit to escape in the chaos. In that moment, the girl's concern was not for herself, but for Su Yi, who resided within her body. Should they uncover Su Ye's presence, it was certain that they would not let him go, employing every means possible to eliminate him. Upon hearing this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, a warm sensation flowing through his heart. Then, shaking his head, he replied earnestly, Luo lass, I will not die, nor will you. Just then, the sound of the system suddenly echoed through the air. Luo Qinghuan, resolute and decisive, has completed her dark transformation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Great Memory Dissipation card. By utilizing this item card, the host can cause a cultivator to forget specified memories. As the system's voice faded, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ye's eyes. The system truly is a timely savior. With this item, even if I were to kill Qin Tian, there would be no lingering concerns. After all, if memories are erased, who would know that they had slain Qin Tian? There is no need for investment in this. It is best to use it directly. What, are you too afraid to kill me? Sister Luo, one must have a solid background to navigate this world. Seeing the girl indeed come to a halt, Qin Tian laughed maniacally, his laughter filled with unrestrained arrogance. Is that so? Who says I want to kill you? However, a light chuckle from the girl caused his expression to change once more. She advanced with her sword drawn, her steps light and graceful, approaching him step by step, as if a female reaper were drawing near in Qin Tian's eyes. No, no, don't kill me. Chapter 36 Suyi. Have we become wealthy? Clang. Accompanied by the ringing of the sword, Qin Tian's desperate wails echoed in that moment. No. I am the third disciple of the Battle Heaven Palace. Luo Qinghuan. You cannot kill me. Qin Tian stared fixedly at the girl advancing with her sword, attempting to ward her off. Yet all he could see was her frosty visage and the indifferent killing intent in her eyes. All of Qin Tian's confidence evaporated without a trace, and he began to panic. No, please don't kill me. I will give you anything. And the next moment, the girl's sword fell mercilessly, its intent piercingly sharp, striking down upon Qin Tian, ruthlessly obliterating all traces of his vitality. In the blink of an eye, all life within Qin Tian dissipated, and until his death, disbelief lingered in his eyes. Hiss! The surroundings seemed to plunge into a deathly silence. Everyone gazed incredulously at the scene before them. Sister Luo actually killed Qin Tian. You dared to slay senior brother Qin Tian. You are finished. The Xuanti holy sect shall await the wrath of the Battle Heaven Palace. Upon witnessing Luo Qinghuan truly behead Qin Tian, the disciples of the Battle Heaven Palace turned pale, forcibly suppressing their fear as they hastily attempted to threaten her. However, the only response they received was the girl's sword. Clang. This strike could not even be resisted by Qin Tian, who had consumed forbidden pills, let alone his sycophantic followers. As the sword fell, the area quieted considerably, now dotted with lifeless bodies. Hiss! Sister Luo is silencing witnesses. The surrounding trial disciples were already rendered speechless in shock, astonished by the girl's ruthless decisiveness. Yet, something felt amiss. Wasn't it said that Sister Luo of the Xuanti holy sect was pure and kind-hearted, gentle in nature? How could it be? Now she appeared more akin to a merciless female demon. You all, that moment, the girl's cold voice suddenly rang out, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the crowd, seemingly offering a benign smile. Upon hearing the delicate voice of the maiden and beholding her exceptionally kind and sweet smile, the group of trial disciples shuddered in surprise. Rest assured, Sister Luo, we have seen nothing of this matter. They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, we shall keep our lips sealed and not breathe a word of it. Truth be told, I was blinded just a moment ago. The trial disciples quickly regained their composure, fervently assuring her, Suyi, what shall we do now? Inquired the petite spirit in a white dress from the depths of his soul. Fear not, my dear brother, Yi has a plan. We simply need to erase their memories of this incident. Suyi replied with a faint smile. Resorting to murder for silence would be far too cumbersome, especially with hundreds of cultivators present. There would inevitably be one or two who might slip through the cracks. Thus, he opted to employ a memory erasure card, enabling them to forget this episode entirely. Erase their memories? The little spirit in white gasped slightly, surprised that Suyi possessed such a method. However, with the need to forget this memory, it could indeed present an opportunity for some gain. A subtle smile played on Suyi's lips, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Hand over your storage rings, perhaps. Just as the trial disciples were engulfed in trepidation, the maiden's clear, cool voice suddenly rang out. Yet, before she could finish, the disciples swiftly reacted, unhesitatingly removing their storage rings and tossing them towards the maiden before them, for life was of greater importance than these opportunities. Seeing their perceptiveness, Suyi couldn't help but chuckle. With a wave of his hand, he unapologetically collected their storage rings. After all, their memories were to be erased, and upon awakening, they would remain oblivious to who had taken their rings. Little Luo, exploiting opportunities is the essence of humanity. We must elevate this essence to new heights, Suyi said with a grin towards Luo Qinghuan. Yes, yes. The little spirit in white nodded thoughtfully, her mind racing with mischief. All right, you may go now. Suyi waved his hand. Thank you, Sister Luo. This. The trial disciples felt as if a great weight had been lifted, exhaling heavily before hastily preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Suyi silently intoned, using the great memory erasure card. The trial disciples have forgotten this memory. As the system's voice faded, the disciples suddenly stood frozen, their expressions shifting to reveal traces of confusion. How strange. Where am I? As bewilderment clouded their eyes, Suyi waved his hand, and an invisible force of spatial energy manifested around them, causing spatial ripples to emerge. In the next moment, the group of trial disciples vanished without a trace. A miraculous transformation? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. I have mastered the spirit of the Kunlun mirror. The space created by this mirror naturally falls under our control. Allowing them to leave is perfectly reasonable. Suyi explained with a smile. Moreover, henceforth, this Kunlun realm will no longer be a secret domain accessible to the cultivators of the Wild Heaven domain, but rather, a secret domain that belongs solely to us, with all that lies within Kunlun becoming ours. Upon hearing this, in a delicate white dress, the soul of a young girl flashed a moment of astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Suyi, have we truly become wealthy? Indeed, Suyi replied with a smile and a nod. He then cast a glance at Qin Tian and the lifeless bodies of the disciples from the Battle Heaven Hall. Luo girl, have you devoured the cultivation essence of these individuals using the devouring heaven demon technique? Upon saying this, he relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. Meanwhile, outside, a tremendous uproar had erupted. Numerous disciples who were diligently cultivating within the Kunlun realm suddenly felt an overwhelming force of spatial terror that expelled them from the secret domain. What was most outrageous was that many of these disciples discovered, upon their exit, that their storage rings had mysteriously vanished. A chorus of lamentations ensued. Damn it! The Tianyuan Dan I painstakingly acquired has just disappeared. Cursed be it! The ancient divine garment I finally found, which is said to enhance one's figure, has been stolen by which scoundrel? Woe is me, my beloved Uni 2, the ultimate collector's edition, which I had not even dared to unseal. Who could have pilfered my cherished artwork? In a flash, the various factions within the Wild Heaven domain were engulfed in despair and cries for help. When these trial disciples attempted to re-enter the Kunlun realm through their respective factions' teleportation portals, they found themselves utterly unable to gain access. Chapter 37. A word of reprimand to an emperor? As the various factions stirred in turmoil, the Battle Heaven Hall, one of the 5 top powers of the Wild Heaven domain, was similarly unsettled. Within the Grand Hall, numerous elders of the Battle Heaven Hall gathered. Their expressions grim. In the center of the hall lay several damaged life tokens, one of which prominently displayed the name Qin Tian, rendering the elders' faces even more somber as this, the life token of Sandaozi. Did he not venture into the Kunlun secret realm? How could he have met his demise? Moreover, among the other 4 top factions within the Kunlun secret realm, nearly none of their prodigies have entered, and Sandaozi's power had reached the 8 stars of the heavenly sovereign realm. Among the younger generation, he was already an exceptional talent. Who could possibly have slain him? The elders of the Battle Heaven Hall furrowed their brows, engaging in heated discussions. Just then, a heart-wrenching cry of despair pierced the air. A noblewoman, clutching her skirt, rushed in from outside the hall, collapsing in tears upon the pile of life tokens. A middle-aged man in a green robe stood beside her, patting her back in a gesture of consolation. He then rose, furrowing his brow as he turned to an elderly man with white brows in the hall. This man was none other than Qin Tian's master, Elder Tianyuan. Elder Tianyuan, who has inflicted harm upon Tianer. I recall he had just broken through to the 8 stars of the heavenly sovereign realm a few days ago. Moreover, he possessed a forbidden pill I provided, capable of temporarily elevating his strength to the creation realm. With his prowess entering the Kunlun realm, he should have faced no opponents, correct? Elder Tianyuan, his brow furrowed in deep thought, sighed and shook his head. Master Qin, I am also at a loss regarding this matter. Qin Tian's identity is far from simple. He is not only the 3rd Daozi of the Battle Heaven Palace, but also the son of the patriarch of the ancient Qin family. Although the ancient family has experienced some decline over the years, it remains a force to be reckoned with, my lord. I shall not relent if the murderer of Tianer is not brought to justice. Then I demand that all who enter the Kunlun realm today accompany Tianer in death. The noblewoman's voice was laced with hysteria, filled with a chilling intensity. Madam, please, calm yourself. The head of the Qin family furrowed his brow. While the loss of a son filled him with sorrow, he endeavored to maintain his composure. How many esteemed disciples from influential sects are entangled in the Kunlun realm to demand their deaths in retribution for Tianer? Even the Battle Heaven Palace would not dare to make such reckless claims, let alone a once great ancient family like theirs. Qin family patriarch, Madam Qin, rest assured, Tianer is not only one of your Qin family, but also a disciple of my Battle Heaven Palace's 3rd Daozi. Whoever dares to take his life is effectively disregarding our esteemed palace. Once this matter is thoroughly investigated, my Battle Heaven Palace will not let it go unpunished. Elder Tianyuan, standing nearby, vowed, his murky old eyes reflecting a surge of murderous intent. It was a struggle to nurture such a gifted disciple, only for him to vanish after a single excursion to the Kunlun realm. Very well, we shall rely on the Battle Heaven Palace then. Hearing this, the Qin patriarch nodded. After all, the Battle Heaven Palace is one of the 5 great powers of the ancient sky domain, a force far beyond their family's capabilities. What is happening? Just then, A voice imbued with authority resonated throughout the hall. Accompanying this proclamation, a rift in the space within the grand hall tore open, and a middle-aged man donned in golden robes, with sharp brows and bright eyes, stepped forth from the breach. With his arrival, an overwhelming imperial aura surged forth, enveloping the entire hall. In an instant, everyone held their breath, a suffocating pressure descending upon them, and profound reverence washed over their faces. Even the previously tempestuous noblewoman ceased her weeping and hurriedly lowered her head in submission. Hall Master. We pay our respects to the Hall Master. The crowd within the hall quickly bowed in deference. This man was none other than the Hall Master of the Battle Heaven Palace, the most formidable powerhouse of the ancient sky domain. The Battle Heaven Emperor, rise. The Battle Heaven Emperor spoke with a detached tone, immediately dissipating the oppressive imperial presence. Only then did the crowd begin to breathe more easily, their hearts still filled with astonishment. An emperor-level powerhouse, truly terrifying. Returning to the Hall Master, Elder Tianyuan reported, Qin Tian has not returned since entering the Kunlun secret realm, and his life token has. Elder Tianyuan hurriedly continued, Indeed, my lord, my Tianer cannot have died in vain. The noblewoman chimed in urgently, but before she could finish her sentence, she was silenced by a stern glare from the Qin patriarch. Be silent. The Hall Master conducts his affairs without needing the guidance of a mere woman. With that, the noblewoman dutifully fell silent. Qin boy has perished? Upon hearing Elder Tianyuan's words, the Battle Heaven Emperor's brow furrowed, and the temperature within the hall noticeably plummeted. Hand over the life token to me. I shall uncover the truth of this matter. Very well. Elder Tianyuan promptly complied, passing it over. Indeed, the binding between the life token and Tian Heir's soul may reveal some glimpses of the moments preceding his demise, potentially illuminating the identity of the one who laid hands upon him. In an instant, the atmosphere within the grand hall shifted, as the assembly of individuals regarded the War Heaven Emperor with eager anticipation. The War Heaven Emperor accepted the life token, and an overwhelming aura of imperial might surged into it. The token slipped from his grasp, levitating in midair, emanating a radiant light as if scenes were about to materialize from within. Ah, how intriguing! I shall observe who possesses the audacity to strike against a disciple of the War Heaven Hall. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Elder Tianyuan let out a cold snort, and the principal of the Qin clan, along with the other attendees, directed their gazes towards the unfolding event. Just as the crowd brimmed with expectation, the images began to appear, yet they were shrouded in a murky haze, obscuring both sight and sound. Hall Master. This? Elder Tianyuan and the others were momentarily taken aback. The War Heaven Emperor furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave, murmuring to himself, How peculiar. I am unable to glimpse any memories within the soul of the life token. What? Even you, Hall Master, cannot perceive it. A gasp echoed through the hall. Upon hearing this, the faces of the War Heaven Hall's members paled in shock. This was a formidable emperor. If even he could not accomplish this, what hope was there? Never mind. With a grand sweep of his sleeve, the War Heaven Emperor let the life token fall to the ground. I had previously extracted a fragment of young Qin's soul, as a contingency for the unfortunate demise of these prodigious disciples. We need only locate his corpse and place that fragment of soul within it for a period, and he shall be reborn. Is it truly so? Is there still hope for Tian Heir's revival? Gratitude illuminated the eyes of the Qin clan leader and the noblewoman. I shall make my way to the Kunlun realm at once and retrieve Tian Heir's remains. Elder Tianyuan declared, promptly heading towards the spatial portal within the War Heaven Hall. Elder Tianyuan was swift in his departure and equally swift in his return. Hall Master, it appears that the spatial gateway to the Kunlun realm has malfunctioned. I cannot gain entry. He furrowed his brow. Malfunctioned? The declaration stunned the assembly within the hall. This spatial gateway had been crafted by the most powerful array master of the War Heaven Hall, a creation of a saint-level powerhouse. How could it possibly be broken? I shall investigate. As the War Heaven Emperor spoke, he stepped forth and vanished from sight. When the others arrived at the spatial gateway, they found the War Heaven Emperor's brow furrowed in concern. The gateway is not broken. Rather, the spirit of the Kunlun realm has been seized by someone, rendering it a private possession and thus barring outsiders from entry. It seems the one who controls the Kunlun mirror is the very one who plotted against Qin Tian. Never mind. He cannot thwart me. With that, the War Heaven Emperor stepped forward, suddenly appearing in a shadowy spatial corridor. Ahead, a faint light was visible, indicating the entrance to the Kunlun realm. However, just as he was about to force his way in, a young man's voice rang out in reprimand. Begone with that command. The War Heaven Emperor was unceremoniously expelled from the spatial corridor. Chapter 38. A power capable of captivating the Emperor. Madam, It is quite all right. With the esteemed Hall Master personally intervening, even if the Kunlun mirror had fallen into someone else's grasp, the Hall Master could still rend the void and retrieve Tunar's lifeless form. Upon witnessing the tearing of space by the great Emperor of Battle, the head of the Qin family immediately sought to reassure the noblewoman beside him. However, a sense of dread crept in. What if even the Hall Master? The noblewoman sobbed softly. How could that be? The Hall Master is a formidable emperor, one of the most distinguished beings across the vast expanse of the desolate heavenly domain. Yet, upon hearing these words, the Qin family head shook his head resolutely, declaring with unwavering conviction, "Madam, rest assured, the Hall Master is certainly unharmed." Boom. Yet, before the Qin family head could finish his statement, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the void, and a rather disheveled figure was violently expelled from the spatial passage. The crowd stood in stunned silence. When they discerned the identity of the ejected individual, their expressions shifted dramatically, confusion etched across their faces. This person expelled was none other than the great Emperor of Battle, Hall. "Hall Master, are you all right?" The members of the Battle Heaven Hall were momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly inquired, "I am unscathed." The great Emperor of Battle waved his hand to steady himself, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with indignation as it fixated on the spatial passage, an imperial might subtly coalescing around him. Clearly, being reprimanded and forcefully expelled from the spatial conduit had incited his ire. However, just as the members of the Battle Heaven Hall anticipated the Hall Master to unleash his imperial might and shatter the spatial passage, he frowned, and the imperial aura enveloping him dissipated entirely. The lifeless body of Qin Tian was likely irretrievable. He shook his head slightly. "I sensed a peculiar force from that space. This force was inscrutable even to me. What? Even a being of the Hall Master's caliber cannot fathom it. This. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those within the Battle Heaven Hall shifted in alarm, their eyes reflecting a flash of astonishment. The Qin family head and the noblewoman turned ashen, despair washing over them. The one who conspired against Tian'er is so terrifying. Even the great Emperor of Battle cannot see through it. How then shall they avenge Tian'er? In that moment, the entirety of the Battle Heaven Hall fell into a profound silence. The great Emperor of Battle raised his gaze slightly, his eyes growing fervent as they locked onto the spatial passage. This power, if it could be harnessed by me, it would not be merely the desolate heavenly domain that bows before me, but the entire 9 domains would submit to my authority. Within the Kunlun realm, upon a jade stone, a graceful figure sat cross-legged, her cascading hair concealing her delicate form. The immense source of cultivation flowed into her. Luo Qinghuan gradually opened her enchanting eyes. Luo Qinghuan has broken through to the 7 stars of the heavenly sovereign realm. The host's soul realm has ascended to the 7 stars of the creation realm. The system's voice echoed incessantly in Su Ye's mind. Indeed, at this pace, returning to the emperor level is merely a matter of time. Sensing the strength of his soul, Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. "Su Yi, just now during my cultivation, I seemed to hear your reprimand." "What transpired?" Luo Qinghuan cast a curious glance at Su Yi. "It's nothing. Just swatted a boring fly." Su Yi waved his hand dismissively, yet a cold scoff echoed in his heart. A great emperor, indeed. Humph. Merely having endured the tribulation of the 6 Paths Emperor. Your brother Yi was once a 9 tribulation emperor. Now that the Kunlun mirror has rightfully returned to him, even an emperor cannot lay a finger on it, especially with the system in existence. All right, Luo girl, return to the Xinin holy sect. From now on, we can enter the Kunlun realm anytime and anywhere, and all the treasures within shall belong to us. Haha, this trip was worth it, Su Yi declared with a hearty laugh. Hee, we are now wealthy. The young girl chuckled adorably. By the way, I've already severed the connection of the storage ring we acquired for free and placed it into your storage ring. Remember to check for any treasures? Su Yi reminded, recalling something. Understood, Luo Qinghuan nodded obediently, turning to leave the Kunlun secret realm with a single step. Chapter 39. The despicable Su Yi is truly inhuman as expected, when news spread throughout the vast domain of the arid heavens that the imperial artifact Kunlun mirror had once again fallen into someone's control. It stirred a tremendous uproar. Speculations ran rampant about the identity of the powerful being who could wield such an artifact. However, after much conjecture, not a shred of clarity emerged. Meanwhile, the true mastermind was contentedly hiding within the sanctuary of the young girl's soul, meticulously refining the fire of flame spirits. That night, at Frost Sword Peak, in a tranquil courtyard halfway up the mountain, Su Yi was engaged in the refinement of the fire of flame spirits, adapting it to become a suitable alchemical flame for the creation of the sacred soul pill. The girl sat on a wooden chair in the courtyard, gazing at the moon, her delicate feet swaying idly. Soon, she recalled Su Ye's words. Right? The storage rings he said were acquired for free are in there. I should take a look at what treasures they hold. If there were any pills for nurturing the soul, she could offer them to him. With that thought, the storage ring in her hand shimmered briefly, and one by one, storage rings began to materialize, quickly piling up into a small mountain. It was akin to a grand loot distribution scene. Seeing this, Luo Qinghuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she assumed a serious expression. Cough. What does Su Ye's number have to do with me? Luo Qinghuan. Having successfully brainwashed herself, she began inspecting the rings that resembled a small mountain. This is a body refinement pill, and this is a martial arts technique. Luo Qinghuan meticulously counted, when suddenly her attention was drawn to an object that was meticulously wrapped. She immediately focused on it. So well protected. It must be something valuable, the girl murmured, her lovely face brimming with certainty, and she carefully tucked the thick ancient tome into her bosom. With a slight circulation of spiritual energy, the seal on the tome dissipated. The next moment, filled with anticipation, she opened the ancient text. Swish! A radiant golden light erupted. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a while, as the golden light faded, she finally discerned the contents of the tome. This a painting. The young girl was momentarily taken aback, tentatively flipping through a page. In the next instant, the radiance in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes abruptly vanished, resembling the ashen hue of extinguished embers, devoid of any luster, as she incessantly murmured, I am no longer pure, I am no longer pure. Woe is me, I am no longer pure. Meanwhile, in the realm of the soul's abode, a resounding boom echoed. A sphere of flame coalesced, and with a swift gesture from Su Yi, this flame rapidly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized essence of fire, merging seamlessly into his spirit, with a sigh of relief. Thus, the refining of this was deemed complete. Sui exhaled deeply, intending to share this news with Luo Qinghuan. However, suddenly, he heard the girl seemingly mumbling something, her tone laced with a hint of despair. Sui was taken aback. What was this girl up to now? Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to observe her further, soon witnessing the young lady lost in thought, gazing at the ancient tome adorned with illustrations, her eyes now devoid of their former brilliance. Luo, what are you doing? He scratched his nose, clearing his throat. You carry on. Your brother Yi shall take his leave. I doubt I did not. It wasn't me, no. Come back. Upon hearing Su Ye's voice, the young girl froze, her delicate face quickly enveloped in a flush of red, hastily calling him back. She felt that if Su Yi truly departed, even diving into the yellow river would not cleanse her of the shame. Cough. Luo, although your brother Yi often teases you, surely you wouldn't sneak off to peruse such things behind my back. Admittedly, the woman depicted in the painting is somewhat older than you, yet merely gazing at it does not imply. Su Yi could not help but tease with a chuckle that I did. Not. I doubt how was I to know that this ancient tome contained such lewd imagery. The young girl, blushing fiercely, puffed out her cheeks, indignantly declaring her innocence. Utterly adorable. Ha ha. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi erupted into hearty laughter. You scoundrel Su Yi, admit it. Did you not know that this storage ring contained such indecent content? You deliberately led me to look. Observing Su Ye's unabashed amusement, the girl squinted her eyes, skepticism etched on her face. Heaven and earth can bear witness. I did not die in any case. Today's events shall not be mentioned again. Otherwise, I shall bite you. Luo Qinghuan declared with a fierce countenance, subsequently disdainfully closing the illustrated tome. Throw it away, throw it away. What are you discarding? This illustrated tome is exceedingly rare. Let your brother Yi study it well. Just as she was about to toss it aside, Su Yi burst into laughter, promptly taking a seat on the wooden chair, perusing it with great interest. Scoundrel Su Yi, if you wish to look, use your own eyes, not mine. The young girl attempted to resist. Yet, against the shameless Su Yi, her struggles proved futile. Thus, in the realm of the soul's abode, the diminutive figure clad in white could only curl up, crimson to the point of ripeness. Now, I truly am no longer pure. Under the moonlight, Su Yi was diligently absorbed in his studies, while the petite figure in the white dress felt her cheeks grow increasingly flushed. That insufferable Su Yi, not only gazing at her but also audibly reciting the intricate details from the painting for her to hear. It was simply inhumane. The following day, with merely 2 days remaining until the day of discourse, the entire Xuanti holy sect began to bustle with activity. Numerous disciples within the sect were preparing for this momentous occasion. For victory in the discourse would yield bountiful cultivation resources as rewards. Meanwhile, on the Alchemy Peak, one of the 8 summits of the Xuanti holy sect, the young woman in white made her solitary way up the mountain path towards the grand hall, her heart brimming with confusion. You wretched Suyi, speak honestly. Did you sneak onto my account while I was asleep last night? After enduring this fellow's antics, she had finally managed to ignore his incessant details about the ancient texts and drifted into slumber, only to awaken feeling utterly sore, particularly in her shoulders. In a way, your night brother is such a person. Suyi would, of course, never admit to it. You are. Luo Qinghuan spared no mercy. Woo-woo Luo girl, how could you say such a thing about your night brother? Night brother is heartbroken. What about the most fundamental trust between people? Night brother has gone to weep. Suyi feigned great sorrow. Don't run away. The young woman gritted her silver teeth. Had she first encountered Suyi, she might have doubted whether her words had hurt him. Yet, after this period of interaction, she had long since realized that Suyi was far from human. Your night brother truly needs to rest. Last night, while you slept, night brother massaged you throughout the night. No need to thank me. Later, when I find an alchemy furnace of at least Xuanti grade, I'll call upon you to help refine that sacred soul pill. Suyi yawned and promptly fell silent. Massaged throughout the night. The young woman clenched her silver teeth, her small face filled with resentment. Suyi truly was not human. Chapter 40. Xuanti grade alchemy furnace at the Grand Hall of the Alchemy Peak. The appearance of a young woman in white immediately captured the attention of the two disciples guarding the entrance. The young lady possessed an exquisite beauty and an ethereal presence. Isn't that senior sister Luo from the Frost Sword Peak? What brings her to our alchemy peak? The two were momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly approached and bowed. We greet senior sister Luo. Might we inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our alchemy peak? Greetings, I would like to borrow an alchemy furnace from the alchemy peak. The young woman replied courteously to, oh, that is certainly not a problem. However, what has piqued senior sister Luo's interest in borrowing a furnace? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the alchemy peak nodded, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Recently, during my leisure time, I have developed a modest interest in alchemy and have taken it upon myself to study a few things, she said, slightly tilting her cheek to Luo Qinghuan. Never lie. This is all due to that wretched Suyi. I see. May I ask what grade of alchemy furnace you wish to borrow? A furnace of at least Xuanti grade. Luo Qinghuan spoke without hesitation, her crimson lips parting effortlessly. She recalled Suyi's specific instructions. To refine the sacred soul pill, one must utilize a furnace of Xuanti grade or higher. What? A Xuanti grade alchemy furnace. However, upon hearing these words, the expressions of the two disciples from the pill refinement peak changed dramatically, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at the young girl. To require at least a mystical grade alchemical furnace, could it be that senior sister Luo is capable of concocting pills of the 6th grade or above? Hiss. Even among the elite disciples of our pill refinement peak, those who can refine 6th grade pills are exceedingly few, let alone those who have undergone specialized training dedicated solely to alchemy. Yet senior sister Luo is different. She merely learned out of interest. Her terrifying cultivation talent is one thing, but even her proficiency in alchemy is astonishingly outlandish. A mystical grade alchemical furnace requires the consent of the elders within the hall. I shall report this forthwith. Senior sister Luo, please accompany junior brotherly into the great hall and wait there. One of the disciples spoke, gesturing towards junior brotherly before hastily departing. Senior sister Luo, please follow me, junior brotherly said, leading Luo Qinghuan towards the grand hall of the pill refinement peak. Inside the hall, various alchemical furnaces were arrayed, with flames dancing upwards, causing the temperature within to rise by several degrees. The disciples of the pill refinement peak were all preoccupied with refining the pills within their respective furnaces. As Luo Qinghuan entered the hall alongside junior brotherly, the alchemists instinctively lifted their gazes. Yet, upon seeing her, they were immediately captivated by the girl's beauty. Hiss. What a stunning maiden. Could she be the new disciple of our pill refinement peak? Damn. If I had such a beautiful junior sister to accompany me in alchemy, would I have to toil for 3 years only to produce a mere 1st grade pill? Indeed. Hee hee. Upon the sight of the ethereal young woman in the white dress, the disciples of the pill refinement peak were left drooling, unable to refrain from discussing amongst themselves. What are you all thinking? That is not our new junior sister. She is senior sister Luo Qinghuan from Frost Sword Peak. If I recall correctly, senior sister Luo recently broke through to the celestial sovereign realm. Do you dare to address a celestial sovereign as junior sister? Just as the crowd indulged in their imaginations, one of the senior brothers from the pill refinement peak promptly interjected with an exasperated reminder. Well, what? She is senior sister Luo from Frost Sword Peak, a celestial sovereign powerhouse. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding disciples shifted dramatically, their admiration intensifying. They were fond of beautiful senior sisters, and one who was not only striking but also formidable was even more appealing. After all, who wouldn't want to enjoy the benefits of a soft life? What could senior sister Luo be doing at our pill refinement peak? Surely she has come to commission the refinement of pills. Hee. Let me refine pills for senior sister Luo. You, with your struggles to produce even first-grade pills. Allow me. I can now create second-grade pills, brothers. My dental condition is poor. A fortune teller once told me I am destined to live off others. So, let me savor this soft life with senior sister Luo. Ah, why did you hit me, junior brother? Senior brother. I'll assist you. If your teeth are weak, let me shatter them entirely, then you can enjoy porridge. As for the soft life, allow me to partake, in no time. The disciples were abuzz with chatter, eager to showcase their worth before the young woman. However, at that moment, an elderly voice suddenly echoed through the grand hall. Qinghuan, I have heard that you wish to borrow a furnace of the Xuanti level from the pill refining peak. As the words fell, an elder with crimson hair approached slowly, accompanied by a smiling young man clad in green, while the disciple who first welcomed Luo Qinghuan led the way ahead, that is, Elder Qiyin, and also Brother Han. Furthermore, Sister Luo wishes to borrow a furnace of Xuanti level. What could her intentions be? Upon noticing the two figures approaching, the disciples were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with curiosity. Having met Elder Qiyin before, Luo Qinghuan offered a slight bow to the red-haired elder. Sister Luo, I have heard from Master that you seek to borrow a Xuanti-level furnace. Surely you aim to refine a sixth-grade pill? Brother Han inquired with a gentle smile directed at Luo Qinghuan. What? Sister Luo has come to the pill refining peak not to commission a pill refinement, but to undertake the task herself? A Xuanti-level furnace. This must indicate her intention to refine a sixth-grade pill, does it not? Such remarkable talent. Not only has she reached the realm of celestial sovereign, but her pill-refining aptitude is equally astonishing. When Brother Han's words echoed through the hall, the crowd was left utterly astonished. Sister Luo, why not allow your elder brother to assist you? Though my realm and talent may not match yours, I, Brother Han, possess quite the aptitude for alchemy. I have recently succeeded in refining seventh-grade pills, Brother Han said with a proud smile, barely able to contain his delight. Although he ranked only ninth on the list of prodigies within the Xianin sacred sect, he was confident that among the younger generation, he could rightfully claim the title of the best in pill refinement, with no one daring to contest it. Oh, there's no need for Brother Han's assistance. Luo Qinghuan replied with a simple acknowledgement, shaking her head. Come on, praise me, praise me. If Sister Luo does not require my help in refining the pills, a few kind words would suffice. Brother Han chuckled as he approached her. However, Luo Qinghuan completely disregarded him, brushing past to address the red-haired elder. Elder Qiyin, might I inquire whether I could borrow the Xuanti-level furnace? Brother Han stood frozen in place, disheartened. Brother Han's old habit has resurfaced. He merely seeks the praise of his junior sister, yet alas, our pill-refining peak's junior sister regards him as an oddity, particularly since she once startled him by suddenly emerging from the bathing pool seeking praise, and another time, she appeared at the window while he was in the restroom. Who would dare to compliment him after such incidents? Observing this scene, the disciples of the pill-refining peak could not help but express their exasperation. Of course, you may, however. Elder Qiyin laughed heartily, stroking his beard, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his aged eyes. Before borrowing the Xuanti-level furnace, you must first pass a trial. Chapter 41. The astonishment of Elder Qiyin. It was evident that he wished to ascertain just how formidable Luo Qinghuan's alchemical talent truly was. Very well, let us proceed as Elder Qiyin suggests. Hearing the elder's words, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Boom! Immediately, with a wave of Elder Qiyin's hand, a furnace manifested within the hall, featuring 10 fire platforms. Qinghuan, this is the furnace for testing your alchemical talent. The more fire platforms you ignite, the stronger your talent shall be. The young lad Han Yao has now risen to become the foremost prodigy of my pill-refining peak, having ignited a remarkable 7 flame platforms. Upon hearing this proclamation, the previously petrified Han Yao sprang back to life. Drawing closer, if junior sister Luo finds me impressive, she need not hesitate to praise me, rather than keeping her admiration concealed. Enough, young Han Yao, silence yourself. Very well, master. Han Yao complied obediently. Qinghuan, my dear girl, let us see how many flame platforms you can ignite. Elder Qiyin interrupted Han Yao's words, his murky gaze shifting to the young maiden, offering a reminder, boom. However, before his words could fully resonate within the grand hall, a sudden blaze erupted, causing the temperature to soar, and instantly igniting all 9 flame platforms within the testing furnace. 9.9 platforms? Witnessing this spectacle, the corners of Elder Qiyin's mouth twitched violently. Han Yao stood once again in a state of shock. The disciples of the pill-refining peak within the hall gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Only 0.9 platforms? Yet, just as the hall fell into a stunned silence, captivated by the girl's extraordinary alchemical talent, she frowned slightly, her brows knitting together. Only Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's seemingly dissatisfied murmurs, everyone present, including Elder Qi Yin, couldn't help but be engulfed in a whirlwind of bewilderment. Is this even human language? Is it not? Too few? Noticing the wide-eyed stares directed at her, the young maiden's cheeks involuntarily flushed. During this time, Suyi had also imparted some knowledge of alchemy to her, claiming that the art was exceedingly simple. Just ignite the fire and throw the herbs into the furnace, and the imperial pill would materialize. Having been brainwashed by such straightforward assertions, she was momentarily dismayed to find that she had only ignited 9 platforms, believing she had fallen short. After all, that scoundrel Suyi insisted that alchemy was a breeze. Upon hearing this, Elder Qi Yin spewed a mouthful of old blood. In my youth, I could only ignite 7 platforms, and here you, a mere girl, have managed to ignite 9, yet you still feel dissatisfied? By the heavens! The Grand Elder has fainted. Quick! Administer artificial respiration to the Grand Elder. I shall do it. My tongue is foul, thus it falls upon me to save my master. Upon witnessing Elder Qi Yin faint, Han Yao rushed forward, seemingly eager to assist his master, but had it not been for his words and the sight of him hastily swallowing a few pungent pills, the other disciples might have been deceived. Damn it, young Han Yao, get lost. Before long, Elder Qi Yin returned to consciousness, cursing vehemently, while Han Yao was sent flying by a single punch, vanishing like a shooting star. Li Feng, remember to repair the ceiling. Charge the expenses to young Han Yao. Elder Qi Yin glanced at the human-sized hole in the grand hall and then calmly regarded the initially guiding disciple. Yes? Li Feng let out a bitter laugh, clearly accustomed to the chaos. Qinghuan, my dear girl, I must admit I underestimated you. Igniting a full 9 platforms is truly remarkable. Such talent deserves to be harnessed for cultivation. It would indeed be a pity not to join my pill refining peak. Then, Elder Qi Yin's gaze settled upon Luo Qinghuan, unable to suppress a heartfelt exclamation. Ah? If I am to refine pills, what becomes of my cultivation at the celestial sovereign level? The young maiden blinked her beautiful eyes in a state of bewilderment. Elder Qi Yin's heart suffered yet another blow. How could he forget that this girl was also a prodigious talent in the realm of cultivation? However, why did it seem that her speech had changed, carrying an undertone of genuine hurt? Had she fallen under the influence of some nefarious individual? Suyi, a Chu, who called you Brother Yi. Very well. Luo girl, you have passed the test. The alchemical furnace of the Xuanti grade is located within that pill chamber. Elder Qi Yin shook his head and gestured towards a nearby alchemy room. After speaking, he added, if you have the time, feel free to visit me at my alchemy peak for self-study. It would be far more beneficial than having this old man instruct you. Thank you, Elder Qi Yin, the maiden nodded. Yet, she did not take his words to heart, for she knew that if Suyi learned she intended to seek Elder Qi Yin's guidance in alchemy, he would undoubtedly become anxious. In his words, you, Brother Yi, are extraordinary. Why seek out an old man for lessons? With that, she gracefully stepped forward, her delicate feet gliding towards the pill chamber. Upon pushing the door open, a rich aroma of medicinal herbs greeted her, and a towering bronze alchemical furnace, standing 2 meters tall, was prominently placed in the center of the chamber. The walls surrounding the room were inscribed with formations, evidently to prevent any explosive backlash from the alchemical processes from affecting the main hall. Once inside, Luo Qinghuan closed the door and softly called out to Suyi in her mind. Su. After several attempts with no response, she decided to delve into the sanctuary of his soul to see what the troublesome Suyi was up to. However, as soon as she entered, she caught sight of a shadowy figure, a soul with a somewhat humanoid shape, stealthily concealing what appeared to be a piece of clothing. Within the sanctuary of the soul, Luo Qinghuan could not discern Su Ye's true appearance, thus she remained unaware of his actual visage. Consequently, whenever Suyi boasted of his handsomeness, the maiden would pout and express her disbelief, prompting Suyi to make grandiose claims that when he reformed his physical body, he would be so striking that it would astound her. Troublesome Suyi, what are you hiding? The maiden squinted her lovely eyes, regarding Suyi with suspicion. Surely you aren't up to no good in my mind? Not at all, I merely found a marvelous treasure from that Group S spatial rings. Once the alchemy is completed, your brother Yi will give it to you, Suyi replied with a mysterious smile. A marvelous treasure. The maiden furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head repeatedly. I do not want it. The items within those spatial rings are tainted. Whatever you deem a treasure, I shall not accept. For it might be something sinister. Suyi chuckled softly, refraining from further explanation. All right, let your brother Yi take the lead. MHM. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. As her expression shifted, Su Ye's gaze gradually settled upon the alchemical furnace before him. Xuanti-leveled IT should suffice for me to refine a sacred pill, right? He murmured, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, A ball of fiery essence surged forth from the center of the maiden's brow, igniting the entire pill chamber in a blaze of flames. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Elder Qian furrowed his brow, stroking his long beard, pondering. I seem to have forgotten to inquire what sixth-grade pill that little girl intends to refine. With a fierce glare, he fixed his gaze upon the crowd of disciples from the alchemy peak who were merely spectators. What are you staring at? A bunch of little brats. Aren't you supposed to be helping me with alchemy? Upon witnessing the irascible Elder Qian, the disciples felt a twinge of injustice. He was so amiable towards Sister Luo, yet so tempestuous with them. It was no wonder that the old man had been single for a millennium. However, just as the disciples were about to focus on their alchemical practices, an unexpected event transpired. Accompanied by the flames surging within the alchemical chamber, the fire in the cauldron before them suddenly extinguished. What could this mean? The sight left the disciples bewildered. Elder Qian also took note of this anomaly, his brow furrowing with concern, his aged eyes reflecting a deep-seated gravity. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could this be the doing of that girl Qinghuan? Chapter 42. The golden dragon appears, the sacred pill emerges within the alchemical chamber. Suyi took a deep breath, as the fire spirit ignited and surged into the cauldron. It was instantly set ablaze, releasing a magnificent and vigorous aura that erupted forth. All right, Luo girl, I am about to commence the alchemical process. Pay close attention and learn well. Am I in the realm of the soul? The petite figure in a white dress nodded eagerly, taking out a small notebook to jot down notes. Alchemy is quite simple. It primarily concerns the control of heat and the sequence in which the herbs are introduced into the cauldron, which collectively accounts for 20% of the process. As Suyi spoke, he sequentially placed the ingredients for the sacred soul pill into the cauldron. With each addition, the fragrant aroma of the herbs intensified. So, what about the remaining 80%? Is it sheer effort? Luo Qinghuan mused aloud to herself. No. Suyi replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. It is the innate talent of your elder brother Yi. The small figure in white blinked her beautiful eyes. You boastful Suyi, always showing off. Suyi laughed heartily, then summoned a surge of spiritual energy, causing the flames in the cauldron to blaze higher. Seizing the moment, he added the final ingredient, the celestial soul herb. Boom. As the last herb was introduced, the flames voraciously consumed it, and in an instant, all the ingredients were reduced to ashes. Luo Qinghuan exclaimed. What? Your talent, indeed. The herbs have turned to ash. Patience, Suyi replied with a knowing smile. Condense. As his words fell, the flames within the cauldron suddenly retreated. To Luo Qinghuan's astonishment, amidst the ashes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, and she beheld a perfectly round and lustrous pill. Huh? When did it become a pill? At that moment, a captivating expression adorned Luo Qinghuan's delicate features. She had long heard that alchemy involved 3 steps: igniting the furnace, drawing the herbs, and solidifying the pill. The first 2 steps were not overly challenging, but the final step was said to require a laborious 49 days to complete, making it the most arduous part. A single misstep could lead to the pill being rendered useless. Hence, many alchemists preferred to take their time rather than rush the process. Yet, unexpectedly, Suyi had managed to forge a pill in mere moments. And this pill was flawlessly rounded, fragrant, and devoid of any imperfections. Luo girl. The world knows that alchemy consists of 3 steps, yet they remain unaware that there exists a 4th step. This 4th step is, in fact, the most crucial. Suyi spoke slowly. The 4th step? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback. This was the first time she had heard of a 4th step in alchemy. What is the 4th step? Opening the elixir, Suyi replied with a light laugh. Opening the elixir? A glimmer of confusion flashed in the young woman's beautiful eyes. It is quite simple. It involves seizing the essence of heaven and earth and infusing it into the elixir being refined, thus achieving the opening of the elixir. Such a potion is slightly superior to those concocted through merely 3 steps, Suyi explained with a smile. Seizing the essence of heaven and earth? Quite simple. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily bewildered. At times, she could not comprehend how the insufferable Suyi managed to string together such nonsensical phrases. Well then, Luo girl, pay close attention. Your brother Yi is about to open the elixir. As Su Ye's words fell, he waved his hand, and the flames of the spirit fire, which had diminished in the cauldron, surged once more, with countless golden rays erupting from within. Boom. Simultaneously, within the grand hall, the flames in the cauldrons of the alchemy peak disciples extinguished in an instant, as if half of the essence of heaven and earth had been seized. Witnessing this scene, Elder Qian furrowed his brow, his mind racing as if striving to recall something, a grave expression flickering in his murky old eyes. Could this possibly be the legendary 4th step? Upon this realization, he gasped sharply, gazing intently at the alchemical chamber. Could it be that this was caused by the girl Qinghuan? Inside the chamber, flames surged, and one could vaguely sense the rich fragrance of herbs wafting through the air. What? The extinguishing of the cauldron's fire is related to senior sister Luo's alchemy. The bewildered alchemy peak disciples within the grand hall were momentarily stunned by Elder Qi Yan's words. However, at that moment, Elder Qi Yan had no time to attend to them, his white brows knitted tightly, his expression exceedingly grave as he fixated on the alchemical chamber. Consequently, the crowd's gaze followed suit. Master, I have returned from Yueyun Peak. Elder Yueyun mentioned he would seek you out for tea another day. I declined on your behalf, as women can only impede your alchemical endeavors. Just then, Han Yao's voice suddenly resonated from outside the grand hall. Elder Qi Yan. Damn it. Master. And esteemed fellow disciples, what are you all staring at? As Han Yao stumbled into the grand hall and noticed Elder Qi Yan and the others fixated on a single chamber, he was instantly filled with confusion. Han Yao furrowed his brow and glanced over. The next moment, a resounding boom erupted from within the chamber. Following this, as a dazzling golden light burst forth, an incredibly rich fragrance of herbs permeated the air. What the hell? The golden legend. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Yao's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a potent fragrance, merely catching a whiff invigorates the spirit, leaving one feeling refreshed and elated. The surrounding disciples of the Alchemy Peak also engaged in fervent discussion, expressing their agreement. The fragrance of the medicine is remarkably rich. Elder Qi Yan inhaled deeply, unable to suppress his admiration. Luo Yao is indeed a prodigious talent in alchemy. However, I wonder what grade of elixir she has managed to concoct. What? That in the alchemy chamber is actually junior sister Luo. Upon hearing this, Han Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly possible for junior sister Luo to achieve such a level on her first attempt at refining elixirs? In that instant, a bold and defiant thought sprang into his mind. Boom. Simultaneously, within the alchemy chamber, 7 beams of golden light flickered, creating an extraordinary spectacle. The quality point 7 beams of golden light. This is a perfect grade 7th tier elixir. Moreover, judging by its appearance, it even surpasses the elixirs I have refined myself. As Elder Qi Yan beheld the dazzling golden light, his eyes widened in astonishment, filled with profound disbelief. This junior sister Luo has successfully refined a perfect grade 7th tier elixir on her very first attempt? Hiss. What extraordinary talent does junior sister Luo possess? Upon hearing Elder Qi Yan's words, the disciples of the Alchemy Peak could not help but gasp in astonishment. However, none noticed that above the Alchemy Peak, a brilliant golden dragon was swirling amidst the clouds, only to vanish as if deliberately concealed. The appearance of the golden dragon heralds the emergence of a sacred elixir. This is not merely a perfect grade 7th tier elixir. Rather, it is a sacred elixir. Chapter 43. So it turns out that Su Yi is this formidable. In the alchemy chamber, it was done. Su Yi let out a long breath, waving his hand, causing the flames of the alchemical spirit to dissipate without a trace, revealing a crimson elixir in his palm, round and lustrous, exuding a delightful aroma. Su Yi, what grade of elixir is this? The girl inquired curiously, unable to contain her intrigue. After all, she had witnessed the celestial phenomenon just moments ago. Aside from the flickering golden light, there had even been a golden dragon swirling within the alchemical furnace, which had swiftly shot upwards, concealed by Su Ye's hand. It is said that the appearance of the golden dragon signifies the birth of a sacred elixir. What grade of elixir do you think this is? Su Yi replied with a smile. Sacred. Sacred grade. The petite girl in the white dress widened her beautiful eyes. Even the master of the Alchemy Peak in their Xian holy sect could not guarantee the successful refinement of a sacred elixir on the first attempt. In the entire wasteland domain, perhaps only the master of the Dan Alliance, one of the 5 top-tier forces, could confidently refine a sacred elixir in one go. Yet, Su Yi not only succeeded but did so with remarkable ease. Furthermore, he utilized her body, and her current grasp of alchemy was not particularly strong. Nevertheless, Su Yi accomplished it effortlessly. Just how terrifying must his alchemical skills be? But why did you conceal the celestial phenomenon while revealing those 7 beams of golden light? Luo Qinghuan asked, puzzled. Concealing the celestial phenomenon might be to avoid exposing the refinement of the sacred elixir. After all, although this sacred elixir was crafted by Su Yi, it would be perceived by outsiders as her work. For someone who has just begun refining elixirs to produce a sacred elixir would indeed be too astonishing and might provoke unnecessary speculation. She understood the principle of not drawing unnecessary attention. Su Yi was protecting her. Yet, why reveal the 7 beams of golden light? Unveil your talents, but do not reveal them entirely. In this manner, the Xian sacred sect will value you even more, and they will not entertain any unnecessary thoughts. Furthermore, you will gain access to greater resources for cultivation. What could be more advantageous than this? Upon hearing the young girl's perplexity, Suyi smiled and elucidated. How is a fierce bandit forged? Do you truly believe this is his limit? That would be a grievous error. Just when you think I have reached my utmost, I can always push a little further, leaving others in awe while remaining inscrutable. Oh, Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. Very well, my dear Luo, you may step out now, and I believe that old man will be quite astonished, and the situation may become somewhat chaotic. Thus, let your elder brother Yi assist you in navigating the circumstance first, Suyi advised once more. Though the shackles of her innate pure holy body had recently loosened, they still imposed certain restrictions. Sending her to confront the astonished elder Qiyin would likely result in her merely averting her gaze and asserting, I, Luo Qinghuan, never deceived, Luo Qinghuan nodded gently, feeling particularly reassured. Subsequently, Suyi stowed away the sacred soul pill, pushed open the door to the pill chamber, and stepped outside. Within the grand hall, although the extraordinary phenomenon had dissipated, the lingering fragrance of herbs still filled the air. Creaked. At that moment, the door to the pill chamber swung open, and everyone turned to gaze, only to behold the young girl in a flowing white dress gracefully emerging. Senior Sister Luo, upon seeing her, all the alchemy disciples of the Danfeng were filled with reverence. After all, she had managed to concoct a perfect grade 7th tier pill on her very first attempt. How could they not admire her? Junior Sister Luo, please accept me as your disciple. Just then, Han Yao hurriedly approached the girl in white, bowing deeply 3 times. Indeed, his decision to contravene his master's orders was to seek out a new master. Elder Qiyin, standing nearby, was taken aback, thinking, do you truly disregard my presence? The unexpected commotion caused him to wince. Suyi remarked, it seems Brother Han Yao is destined to incur Elder Qiyin's wrath. Meanwhile, the petite white-dressed spirit observed the scene with a resigned gesture. Suyi, you must not acquiesce. All right, I understand. Suyi nodded reassuringly. He then turned to Han Yao and said, very well. The petite white spirit was taken aback. What happened to your supposed understanding? Hearing the girl before him acquiesce, Han Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. Although Junior Sister Luo had only just begun her journey in alchemy, her ability to concoct a 7th tier pill promised an extraordinary future in the craft. By becoming her disciple now, he would surely rise to prominence later. After all, he had previously taken 1,000 infants as disciples. If even one of them possessed the potential of an emperor, he would have an imperial master. However, since you are to be my disciple, you should present some form of a greeting gift, do you not think? Suyi chuckled. I understand. Han Yao replied eagerly, producing a storage ring. This contains some spiritual herbs I gathered, a token of respect for Junior Sister Luo. With that, he handed over the ring, and Suyi graciously accepted it. Excellent. Since you are now my disciple, allow me to impart your first lesson. Go and seek Elder Qiyin as your master. Understood. Han Yao did not think much and immediately turned to Elder Qiyin, bowing 3 times with a resounding thud. Master, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Get lost. Before Han Yao could finish his words, Elder Qiyin's lips twitched, and he kicked him away once more. What an idiot! Witnessing this scene, the disciples of the alchemy peak in the Great Hall were left speechless, their hearts filled with profound sympathy. Brother Han Yao is being played around by a woman. Sigh. Brother Han Yao is still too young. Humph. If it were us, we would never let a woman toy with us. Junior brothers, I need some spiritual herbs to refine spiritual pills. Just then, a sweet voice rang out as the girl looked at everyone in the hall with a charming smile, radiating allure. Sister Luo, I have some. I have. Damn it. Don't compete with me. I want to be Sister Luo's dog. Sister Luo, use mine. In the next moment, the disciples in the Great Hall erupted with excitement. Damn Suyi. Hurry up and get down from there. Deep within her soul, Luo Qinghuan's little face flushed with heat as she hurriedly urged Suyi to step down. It turns out this fellow climbed up to take advantage of the situation. If he stayed any longer, her persona would collapse. Qinghuan, did you just use the legendary 4th step of alchemy? Elder Qiyin could not help but inquire. What 4th step? Luo Qinghuan slightly turned her face away. She knew, but could not disclose. According to legend, thousands of years ago, a great emperor emerged among our human race. This emperor was indeed a remarkable figure. Despite his imperial demeanor, he acted like a bandit. Yet, it cannot be denied that he was the most exceptional emperor our human race has seen in years. Among myriad paths, he alone occupied a full 40%. His alchemy was extraordinary, and this so-called 4th step of alchemy was his unique creation. To seize the creation of heaven and earth, perhaps only that existence dared to do so. It is a pity that over these millennia, no one has been able to replicate this 4th step. Elder Qiyin sighed as he slowly recounted. Upon hearing Elder Qi Yan's words, the girl stood frozen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Could it be that what Elder Qi Yan spoke of was about the stinky Suyi? So it turns out. Stinky Suyi is that powerful. Chapter 44. The peculiar feeling of Luo girl Elder Qi Yan was entirely oblivious to the brilliance flickering in the girl's beautiful eyes and did not realize that the formidable being he spoke of was currently within her body. However, that it is indeed strange. That powerful being's style of action is completely unfathomable. It is said that on one occasion, he single-handedly robbed thousands of cultivators at a grand assembly, even attacking the then strongest pill alliance of the 9 domains, successfully opening all the pills they had refined, and then sold those very pills back to them at a high price. Wherever he went, he instilled fear throughout the Tianxian 9 domains. Elder Qi Yan lamented repeatedly. Hearing this, Luo Qinghuan secretly chuckled. It seemed to align perfectly with Stinky Su Ye's usual style. Elder Qi Yan, you may have misunderstood. This so-called fourth step of alchemy is something I am hearing for the very first time. With a slight shake of her head, she turned her face away and spoke softly, indeed. Elder Qi Yan harbored no excessive doubts. After all, throughout these tens of thousands of years, how many prodigies in alchemy have emerged? It is a pity, however, that none have truly mastered the fourth step of alchemy. In the future, should you find yourself lacking any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to seek me out at the alchemy peak. As long as I possess them, I will not hesitate to share. Elder Qi Yan chuckled heartily while stroking his long beard. Although Luo Qinghuan was not a disciple of their alchemy peak, he was nonetheless eager to nurture such talent. Thank you, Elder Qi Yan. Luo Qinghuan performed a graceful bow. This, in turn, aligned with Su Ye's plans. By the way, Luo girl. Just as she was about to depart, Elder Qi Yan suddenly called out to Luo Qinghuan, may I take a look at the elixir you have concocted? He seemed somewhat bashful as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly, concerned that Elder Qi Yan might discern that the elixir crafted by Su Yi was not of the 7th grade, but rather of the sacred grade. No matter, let him see it. He cannot see through it in her mind. Su Yi chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with calm confidence. Very well. With Su Ye's assurance, Luo Qinghuan felt untroubled and retrieved the crimson elixir from her storage ring. Presenting it to him, is this the elixir you have concocted, Qinghuan? Elder Qi Yan received it with utmost care, cradling it in his palm as he scrutinized it earnestly. This elixir, such formidable talent in alchemy. Goodness, this girl Qinghuan is truly born for the art of alchemy. The more he examined it, the more astonished he became, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. After a lengthy appraisal, he reluctantly returned the crimson elixir to Luo Qinghuan and then cleared his throat. Ahem. Indeed. This elixir is remarkably well crafted, however, in comparison to me, there is still a slight gap. Qinghuan, you must strive diligently in your alchemy. I have high hopes for you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the young girl took back the elixir, a flicker of confusion dancing in her beautiful eyes. After all, it was Su Yi who had crafted it. How could it possibly fall short of Elder Qi Yan's standards? This old fellow is merely saving face. In her mind, Su Yi crossed his arms and remarked, Ahem. Indeed. Hearing Luo Qinghuan's retort, Elder Qi Yan coughed again, his old face flushing, and then he hurriedly ushered Luo Qinghuan out of the grand hall of Alchemy Peak. Qinghuan, it is getting late. You should take your leave. After Elder Qi Yan finished speaking, he promptly closed the grand hall door. Very well. Luo girl, return now. It would be perfect for you to consume the sacred soul pill before the upcoming Dao discussion conference. Otherwise, in your current state, your brother you would not be able to perform at his fullest potential. In her mind, Su Yi spoke softly, Luo Qinghuan nodded gently. However, just as she turned to leave, an elderly roar erupted from within the hall. What the hell? The elixir that Qinghuan concocted is absolutely incredible, damn. Though I am loath to admit it, the perfection of that elixir is such that even with all my heart and soul poured into it, I could never hope to concoct something of its caliber. This girl possesses an extraordinary talent, indeed. Curse it, how is it that my alchemy peak is filled with nothing but a bunch of inept fools? You little rascals, if you can't refine, then refine yourselves to the brink of death. Soon, the hall was filled with the lamentations of my disciples, their cries echoing in despair. Hearing the commotion from within the hall, Luo Qinghuan paused momentarily, then let out a soft chuckle. Seems Elder Qi Yan is truly concerned about his reputation. No wonder he was so eager to summon her out of the hall. Perhaps these words have been weighing heavily on his heart. If Elder Qi Yan were to discover that this elixir was crafted by the very person he admires, he would likely feel even more vexed. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't you agree, you insufferable Su Yi? A hint of grievance appeared on the young girl's delicate face. Despite being such an impressive individual, he still finds the need to bully me daily. Bully you? Su Yi spread his hands, feigning innocence, I am merely helping you grow stronger. Heh. The girl let out a cold laugh, utterly unconvinced. So, nightly visits to my account and massaging me is your idea of helping me grow stronger, is it? Luo, you must understand that strength does not solely manifest in power. It can also be reflected in one's physique. Have you not heard the saying, I may have gone bald, but I have grown stronger? As a girl, you can't very well go bald, can you? Thus, it must be expressed through your figure. The girl. Did I refuse to believe it? Suyi. Oh no. This girl has been thoroughly corrupted. I can no longer deceive her. How infuriating. Who could have led my pure and innocent Luo astray? By the way, Suyi, why don't you regale me with tales of your past exploits? I wish to hear them, this moment. The girl seemed to recall something and inquired of Suyi, knowing that the mysterious powerhouse Elder Qian spoke of must undoubtedly be the wretched Suyi. This? You are begging me? Please that I implore you. Haha, I shall not speak. Thus, the girl descended the mountain, pouting and pleading. Once they reached the small courtyard halfway up Frost Sword Peak, Suyi could no longer withstand her entreaties and relented, sharing a couple of tales. Very well, Luo. Now that you have heard the stories, you may consume the sacred body pill, correct? Suyi stretched lazily and remarked. MHM. Luo Qinghuan nodded in satisfaction. For reasons unknown, she found herself increasingly intrigued by Suyi and the events surrounding him. As for this peculiar sensation, the young girl could only attribute it to Su Ye's connection within her in the small courtyard halfway up the mountain, beneath the peach blossom tree, guided by Su Yi. Luo Qinghuan sat cross-legged, her hair cascading over her delicate form, and then slowly retrieved the sacred pill from her storage ring, gradually swallowing it. Upon consuming the sacred soul pill, a surge of momentum erupted from her petite frame, seemingly fortifying her physical body. Chapter 45. Can the mere mortal body rival the ancient emperors? Host has invested in a sacred body pill. Reward: floating pagoda demon body pill. Su Yi let out a sigh of relief. He had finally secured the most crucial investment reward. At the same time, the system's voice echoed once more. The great Tao Master has been triggered. Luo Qinghuan's physical prowess has significantly increased. As Luo Qinghuan's physical strength continues to amplify, when the host reshapes his body, his corporeal form shall rival that of ancient emperors. The system's voice resounded again. Oh, think that merely through his physical body, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with ancient sovereigns? Upon hearing this, Su Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Having a cheat truly felt exhilarating. Moreover, this endeavor had no upper limit. If he were to cultivate Luo Qinghuan into an emperor of flesh and blood, then when he reshaped his own body, his physical form might not only rival ancient emperors, but could even be comparable to that of deities. This girl was truly a treasure to him. Su Ye's gaze fell upon the girl seated cross-legged beneath the peach blossom tree, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Immediately, he consumed the divine body demon transformation pill. The host has ingested the demon transformation pill. The host may now acquire darkening points, which can be used to reshape the body. After a brief moment, the girl beneath the peach tree finally opened her beautiful eyes, exhaled softly, brushed away the peach blossom petals that had fallen on her fragrant shoulders, and hurriedly inquired, Su Yi, how did it go? Did I succeed? Of course, Su Yi nodded in affirmation. Then, should we seek another celestial soul herb? Why do we need to find another celestial soul herb? Su Yi was taken aback, frowning in confusion. Since this sacred body pill can enhance physical strength, we might as well refine another one for you to consume. After all, you also wish to reshape your body, the girl said earnestly. Hearing this, Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle, teasing her. The sacred body pill is ineffective if one refines it oneself. The girl pouted, appearing somewhat troubled. However, after a moment, she clenched her small fist with determination, stating seriously, then I shall strive to improve my alchemical skills. I will refine this sacred body pill for you. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing her words, Su Yi completely lost his composure, laughing heartily while feeling a warm sensation in his heart. And no need. Your elder brother can reshape his body without relying on a mere sacred body pill. Su Yi shook his head with a smile, then shifted his tone. Or perhaps, after hearing about your elder brother's glorious feats, you can't help but wish to behold his handsome visage? And no, I didn't. The girl blushed fiercely, hastily shaking her head in denial. All right, Luo girl, it's getting late. In a couple of days, it will be the day of the Tao conference. Do you truly intend to attend the conference in such a state? Su Yi remarked with a laugh. In such a state? Luo Qinghuan paused, then seemingly recalling something, raised her hand to sniff. The next moment, her delicate face turned beet red. Ugh, how foul. Enhancing physical strength essentially involves returning to one's essence and expelling the impurities within. This is entirely normal. You should take a bath, Suyi explained Luo Qinghuan nodded her small head. You must not log in secretly. Remembering the last time this rascal had played tricks, she was now more vigilant. Agreed. Are you certain? Suyi, never deceive. Luo Qinghuan. This phrase sounds so familiar. With a tinge of skepticism, she nonetheless rose gracefully and made her way toward the bathing spirit pool. However, it wasn't long before that from within the pool, the delicate voice of a young girl could be heard. Wretched Suyi, you are deceiving me again. Deceiving? Hee. I am now Luo Qinghuan, not Suyi. You, after her bath. Luo girl, within the storage ring lies the precious treasures your elder brother Yi spoke of before. Do remember to take a glance. Suyi seemed to recall something, hastily reminding her. Luo Qinghuan pouted but still took a look. What is this? When she unearthed the treasure Suyi mentioned from the storage ring, her brows knitted slightly, as she found herself holding an ice blue silk garment. This was an ancient divine attire, capable of altering one's form and enhancing the wearer's physique. Suyi smiled meaningfully, and I won't wear it. The girl stubbornly retorted, Is that so? Suyi chuckled lightly, not pressing the matter further. In the deep of night, with a full moon hanging high, within a quaint courtyard on the mountainside, in the fragrant chamber of the girl, a small head suddenly peeked out from beneath the thick bedding. After cautiously surveying her surroundings and finding no movement, she secretly called out a few times in her heart, Suyi. Suyi? After several attempts yielded no response, the girl stealthily retrieved the ancient divine attire from her storage ring, then snuggled back under the covers, rustling softly as she donned it. Once everything was in place, she tucked herself in and drifted into a beautiful slumber. In the realm of the soul, Suyi, clad in black, observed this scene with a smile. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, marking the day of the Tao Discussion Conference. As the host faction of this grand event, the Xuanti Holy Sect had invited nearly all the major and minor powers of the Eastern Wilderness. This could be deemed the largest and most rewarding Tao Discussion Conference in the history of the Eastern Wilderness. Many disciples of the Xuanti Holy Sect were contemplating seizing this opportunity. As long as they could outshine their peers at the conference, their status within the sect would surely rise, making it possible for them to be recognized and accepted as direct disciples by the elders. Meanwhile, other talented individuals from the Eastern Wilderness sought to showcase their abilities and obtain the generous rewards established by the Xuanti Holy Sect. At this moment, the gates of the Xuanti Holy Sect swung open, and the protective barrier had been activated. Countless terrifying presences descended upon the area, and numerous powerful cultivators soared through the sky, all heading towards the discussion platform established by the Xuanti Holy Sect. In an instant, the platform was bustling with activity, filled with the elite and prodigies of various sections concurrently. On Frost Sword Peak, in a small courtyard halfway up the mountain, a girl in a white dress descended the mountain, making her way toward the discussion platform. Chapter 46. Talents surge like clouds, the target of all. Within the depths of the Xuanti Holy Sect, a stone platform spanning several thousand meters emerged, adorned with countless intricate formations, from which a rich aura of Tao continued to emanate. This was the discussion platform. This moment, the area surrounding the debate platform has become a veritable sea of people, with numerous disciples and elders of the Xuanti sacred sect gathering here. The sound of air being torn apart resonates continuously. One can see that the seats around the platform are rapidly filling, as the elites and prodigies from various formidable factions arrive, making the atmosphere vibrant and bustling with life. This debate conference, hosted by the Xuanti sacred sect, has essentially extended invitations to all factions, great and small, from the eastern wilds. Naturally, this does not include the 5 top-tier factions, as they are notoriously proud and would never lower themselves to attend a debate held by a sect they consider inferior in strength. Moreover, they do not believe that the prodigies of the other factions are worthy opponents for their own top talents. However, the powerful figures from various factions have long since become accustomed to this situation, viewing the absence of the top-tier prodigies as a boon, as it significantly alleviates the competitive pressure they face. At present, the debate platform is teeming with people, with only the remaining 3 first-rate factions from the Eastern Wild yet to arrive. Suddenly, a blazing fireball descends from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the debate platform. In an instant, sparks fly, and as the flames dissipate, a group of cultivators clad in white robes, adorned with flame patterns on their sleeves, appears before the crowd. It is none other than the first-rate faction, the Xuanti sacred sect. Gasp. Even the esteemed Yang Hua has arrived. As the searing flames fade, the leading middle-aged man in white robes elicits a flicker of awe in the eyes of the powerful figures present. He is the sect master of the Xuanti sacred sect, possessing the terrifying strength of a sage. Among them is Yin Yun, ranked 4th on the Xuanti sacred sect's prodigy list. who has seemingly recently broken through to the third star of the heavenly sovereign realm, making him a standout among the youth of the entire. Clearly, the Xianyang sacred sect has come well prepared. As the various powerful figures engage in animated discussions, a gigantic flying sword, measuring 100 feet in length, cleaves through the void. The very aura of the sword makes it evident. These are undoubtedly the people from the heavenly sword sect. Sensing the piercing sword intent, the elites of the various factions instinctively raise their gazes. Ha ha ha, Yang Hua, in past debates, your Xianyang sacred sect has always arrived the latest. Why are you the first this time? Could it be that you are eager to meet your beloved Yuji? A hearty laugh echoes through the air. The 100-foot sword cleaves the void and lands upon the debate platform. From the sword, a tipsy old man, with a wine gourd hanging at his waist, leaps down, followed closely by two identical young sword attendants, with a throng of disciples trailing behind. It is none other than the master of wine and sword from the heavenly sword sect. Another formidable sage-level expert. Beside him are the twins of the heavenly sword sect, Qin Jian and Qin Yijian, ranked second on the heavenly sword sect's prodigy list. Aside from the sect's sword fanatic, these two brothers are the strongest among the younger generation. Though they possess only second-star heavenly sovereign strength, when their twin swords unite, they could likely contend with even a fifth-star heavenly sovereign. Witnessing this scene, the prodigies on the debate platform instantly feel a surge of pressure. The master of wine and sword is jesting. Yang Hua chuckles heartily, waving his hand. Yuji is now the leader of the Xianyang sacred sect. How could there be any lingering sentiments between us? Ha ha ha. The old man chuckled, declaring that he would refrain from meddling in the affairs of the youth. Master of the wine and sword took down the gourd from his waist and, after taking a hearty swig, laughed boisterously while shaking his head. Your words are but jest, master. For one of your stature, possessing the strength of a saint, your lifespan extends a full 10,000 years. Surely, you are not yet at the age of senescence. At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned to see a towering figure, like a mountain, appear at the debate platform, accompanied by a cadre of muscular disciples. It was the mountain sect's leader, the young master of the mountain sect, Wang Yu. To everyone's astonishment, the young master had come to this debate conference. Witnessing this scene, the powerful figures on the platform widened their eyes in disbelief. It seemed that this debate conference would be far more thrilling than those of previous years. With this, all the factions from the eastern wilderness had gathered for the debate. Thank you for your patience. Once the three major factions were present, a gentle voice emerged. A graceful figure clad in a purple qipao appeared. It was Yuji, the leader of the Xianyang sacred religion, followed by 8 formidable figures, the leaders of the 8 peaks of the sect. Leader Yuji, please take a seat, everyone. With a wave of her delicate hand, Yuji signaled the prominent figures to be seated. As the host of this debate conference, she then began to elucidate the rules. This debate conference consists of 2 aspects, the debate and the enlightenment. As the host, the Xianyang sacred religion will present its champions, and those who prevail in the debate shall receive rewards. Now, let us welcome our champions to the stage. As Yuji's words fell, a figure in green appeared on the debate platform. With clasped hands, he offered a slight smile to the assembly. I am Yi Qingyi, the master brother of Qinghua Peak. Honored to meet all fellow cultivators. It was Yi Qingyi. Rumored to possess terrifying strength, he had already reached the 4-star level of the celestial sovereign realm. He was ranked among the top 3 on the Xianyang sacred religion's champion list. This promised to be a formidable debate. Upon seeing the figure in green, the assembled champions on the platform furrowed their brows. Even those hailing from top-tier factions like Wang Yu and Qin Jian exchanged solemn glances. The Xianyang sacred religion had sent forth 2 champions. Who could the other be? Surely not one of the top 2 champions. Could the Xianyang sacred religion be so ruthless? How would the debate unfold? Just as the champions were engaged in fervent discussions, a figure in a white dress quietly appeared on the debate platform. Her voice as melodious as silver bells. I am Luo Qinghuan, the master sister of Xuanti Peak, pleased to meet all fellow cultivators. Upon seeing the young woman, Yuji's beautiful eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. The formidable guardian must be silently watching over her at this moment, a tinge of envy also evident. After all, not everyone could be afforded the protection of such a terrifying being. It is Master Sister Luo. How beautiful she is! The beauty and exceptional talent of Master Sister Luo had long been the talk of the town, and upon seeing her today, it was indeed as rumored, as the maiden in the white dress made her entrance. The group of disciples from the Xianyang sacred sect gathered at the discussion platform instantly became fervent. Sister Luo. Observing this scene, Yi Qingyi beside her shook his head in resignation. He envied Sister Luo's popularity. Indeed, wherever a beauty goes, she garners the most admiration. However, although Sister Luo possesses formidable strength, she is also kind-hearted and unaccustomed to refusal. If all these individuals choose Sister Luo, despite her prowess, it is unlikely she could master every avenue of the Tao. Such a situation would inevitably lead to her downfall. In that moment, the disciples of the Xianyin sacred sect were filled with concern for Sister Luo. The stands of the discussion platform. Anren was also amidst the crowd, her gaze laden with worry as it fell upon Luo Qinghuan. Oh? The sixth on the talented individuals list? Luo Qinghuan, is it? Yet, in the next moment, the talented individuals from various factions seemed to have conspired, all directing their attention towards the maiden in white on the discussion platform. Chapter 47. Thus, Qinghuan accepted all invitations. The Tomb of the Old Friends? I, from the Great Blade Sect, Li Dedeo, request Sister Luo to discuss the Tao with blades. From the Heavenly Fragrance Sect, Miaoinin, I request Sister Luo to discuss the Tao with music. The voices of solicitation resounded continuously. An increasing number of talented individuals turned their gaze towards the maiden on the discussion platform. Compared to Yi Qingyi, who was among the top 3 on the talented individuals list, it was evident that the 6th-ranked maiden was far more approachable. Moreover, they had heard that Sister Luo from Frost Sword Peak was amiable. Perhaps she might even show leniency. Witnessing such a multitude of talented individuals approach for a discussion, Qin Jianyi, Qin Yijian, and Wang Yu exchanged glances before proceeding as well. From the Sword of Heaven sect, Qin Jianyi and Qin Yijian request Sister Luo to discuss the Tao with swords. Wang Yu, the young master of the mountain sect, also requests Sister Luo to discuss the Tao with her physical prowess. Upon this declaration, the entire discussion platform erupted into a clamor. It was unexpected that not only 2/3 of the talented individuals had chosen to engage with Luo Qinghuan, but even the prodigies from 2 major top-tier factions had opted for her. Ahem, do not gaze at me in such a manner, esteemed guests. I did not instruct these 2 young rascals to intimidate that girl. It is likely that the girl also practices the sword path and wishes to spar a bit. Observing this scene, Master Zhu Jian coughed lightly, somewhat embarrassed. Ha ha ha. You might have taken a liking to that young lady. I must say, she is indeed beautiful. Even I find her quite charming. Beside him, the master of the mountain sect bellowed with hearty laughter. Yin Yun, aren't you going to have a word with that young lady? The revered Yanghua glanced at Yin Yun, who lingered in place, and inquired. Upon hearing this, Yin Yun hastily shook his head vigorously, replying weakly, I would prefer to face Brother Qingyi as my opponent in discussion. Ha ha ha. It seems the disciples of our Xianyang sacred sect possess gentlemanly grace, unwilling to bully a young girl. Hearing Yin Yun's words, Yanghua could not help but laugh heartily, clearly pleased. Ah ha ha ha. Yin Yun chuckled awkwardly. Pa, what gentlemanly grace does he possess? He has merely witnessed Luo Qinghuan's terrifying prowess in the Kunlun realm. The 6th on the talented individuals list? Who says the 6th is weaker than the 3rd? Although Yi Qingyi is a formidable 4-star expert within the realm of celestial sovereigns, the terrifying power unleashed by his junior sister, Luo, that day reached an astonishing 5-star level. Moreover, he still remembers. A group of fools still dares to lay hands on junior sister Luo? Soon, you shall witness the true extent of her formidable prowess. Yin Yun, with arms crossed, sported a look of schadenfreude, clearly anticipating a splendid spectacle. At this moment, nearly all eyes on the debate stage were fixated on the girl in the white dress, curious about what choice she would make in response to such impudent demands. Junior Sister Luo, we have traveled a great distance to the holy sect merely to engage in discourse. You wouldn't deny us even this simple request, would you? Wang Yu and a group of other prodigies spoke once more. Upon hearing their words, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows. Had it been her former self, she might have felt flustered and agreed without much thought. But now her red lips parted, just as she was about to speak, when suddenly the voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind. Luo girl, simply agree, but that I am not proficient in the topics they wish to discuss. The young girl frowned slightly, her concern evident. With your brother Yi here, what is there to fear? Su Yi chuckled lightly. Such an opportunity for cultivation has come to your doorstep. Why not seize it? As the host of the debate, if Luo Qinghuan emerges victorious, she too can acquire these cultivation resources. Why let such a chance slip away? Feeling reassured by Su Ye's words, the girl nodded obediently, lifting her beautiful gaze, her exquisite face breaking into a radiant smile, momentarily leaving the onlookers spellbound in terms of beauty. It was likely that none of the women present, even the Moon Princess, could rival the girl before them. Since all of you fellow practitioners insist, then Qinghuan shall acquiesce. As her words fell, an uproar erupted once more on the debate stage. What? Junior Sister Luo has indeed agreed. Oh dear, what now? Even if Junior Sister is strong, she cannot possibly master every single one of the 3,000 paths, can she? Not to mention, the dual swordsmanship of the Heavenly Sword sect ranks among the finest in the entire And the young master of the mountain gate is no simple opponent either. They are quite formidable. Upon hearing that the girl had indeed consented, the disciples of the Xuanti holy sect could not help but furrow their brows and sigh. The die had been cast, and there was no turning back. Were they truly to witness junior sister Luo relinquish the holy sect's cultivation resources so willingly? At that moment, from the high platform of the debate stage, the voice of the Moon Princess rang out once more that I forgot to mention to everyone. The individual who performs most exceptionally in this debate conference will earn the qualification to enter the Sacred Armory secret realm of our Xuanti holy sect. As these words resonated, the debate stage fell into an eerie silence, followed by an incessant intake of breath. What? The qualification to enter the Sacred Armory secret realm? It is said that there are only 2 such qualifications available among the top-tier forces of the entire. Those who excel in the debate conference can obtain a chance. As the powerful forces of the crowd began to process the revelation, their expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with fervent excitement. Moon Empress, you cannot possibly be jesting, can you? The qualifications for that secret realm are incredibly precious. Even the nearby Yanghua Saint and Master of Wine and Sword exchanged bewildered glances at Moon Empress. Adding a bit of embellishment makes the discourse conference all the more thrilling, does it not? Moon Empress remarked with a smile. The embellishment seems a tad excessive. Yanghua Saint and the others responded with wry smiles, then took a deep breath, stating, Moon Empress, do not blame us if we unleash our disciples. What is the divine armament secret realm? Suyi furrowed his brow, sensing a familiarity with the name. Although he had once been an emperor, it had been tens of thousands of years since his fall. Time had rendered some matters beyond his grasp. It was said to be the site of an emperor's demise, filled with countless forged divine weapons, with innumerable sacred and imperial artifacts. There were even accounts of semi-divine artifacts being witnessed within that secret realm. As long as one gained the trial's acknowledgement, they could emerge with divine armaments. However, the number of individuals permitted entry was exceedingly scarce. Even a first-rate power like the Xuanti holy sect possessed only 2 slots. Hearing Su Ye's puzzled inquiry, Luo Qinghuan softly elucidated in his mind. What? The emperor's fall. Filled with divine weapons. Could it be the divine armament, old man? Upon hearing Luo Qinghuan's words, Su Ye's expression changed in the entirety of the 9 domains. If there were a place of an emperor's fall abundant with divine weapons, Su Yi could think of no one other than that old blacksmith. This, the so-called divine armament secret realm, is actually the tomb of an old acquaintance. Chapter 48. What are you babbling about? I can't understand. Add some flair. Life and death are a profound mystery, a grand dream. Su Yi sighed. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and he never anticipated that even that old blacksmith had perished. It was known that back then, even the emperors of the 9 domains coveted the old blacksmith to forge them a peerless imperial weapon. Such a figure could also fall. What had transpired in this world over these tens of thousands of years? Were some of his old friends still well? Su Yi. What troubles you? Upon noticing Su Ye's sudden silence, Luo Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sorrow emanating from the abyss of his soul. It's nothing. Su Yi shook his head gently and replied. Luo, you must perform well at the discourse conference. We must visit the divine armament secret realm. The young girl was momentarily stunned. It was her first time witnessing the usually carefree and irreverent Su Yi display such a serious demeanor. She hastily asked, Su Yi, what is in the divine armament secret realm? Just a tomb of an old acquaintance. Upon hearing this, the girl became somewhat flustered, realizing she had asked an inappropriate question. She wanted to offer comfort, but was at a loss for words, appearing flustered and disordered. Luo, it's fine. I merely wish to see an old friend. Observing her helplessness, Su Yi smiled softly and reassured her. It's all right. I shall certainly strive to secure the qualification for a proper farewell to my dear friend through my commendable conduct. Upon hearing these words, the young maiden clenched her small fists, her delicate face adorned with a serious expression. For Su Yi, you all must not blame me, Luo Qinghuan, for my ruthless nature. Meanwhile, the assembly of prodigies on the discussion platform suddenly found themselves momentarily dazed. Sensing the terrifying aura that erupted from the maiden not far away, they blinked in bewilderment. What is happening? Who has offended her? Esteemed guests, since the stakes have been raised, let us commence this discourse conference, announced Yu Ji with a soft smile. Subsequently, the sounds of debate filled the air on the platform. In addition to the discussions among the distinguished disciples of various factions, ordinary disciples also possessed the right to engage in discourse. Yet at this moment, nearly all gazes were fixated on the young woman in the white dress. Can this Luo senior sister from the Xuanti sacred sect truly hold her own against so many? These fellows are utterly shameless. A bunch of grown men, ganging up to bully a girl. If you have the skill, go pick on that pretty boy over there. Precisely, Yi Qingyi. In an instant, the crowd of cultivators outside the platform erupted in indignation. However, the prodigies from the various factions on the discussion platform paid little heed to the scorn directed at them. As long as they could secure a victory and obtain resources for cultivation, they would resort to any means necessary. This esteemed friend from the Xianyang sacred sect, do you not wish to engage in discourse with me? Yi Qingyi took a deep breath, glancing at Yin Yun beside him. No rush. Yin Yun, however, waved his hand, his gaze remaining fixed on the discussion platform. What could be more important than watching the unfolding drama? Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyi followed his gaze, landing on the young woman in white, his brow slightly furrowing. It seems Brother Yin Yun is quite concerned about Luo Jr.'s sister. Not at all, Yin Yun shook his head. Why would I be concerned about such a strong junior sister? If there were a need for concern, it would naturally be for the weaker ones. I merely prepared a plethora of medicinal pills for healing injuries and restoring one's Tao heart, intending to sell them to any fellow cultivators in need. Once I make a substantial profit, I shall engage in discourse with Brother Yi. Yin Yun rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Ever since witnessing Luo Qinghuan's terrifying strength and extraordinary talent during their last encounter in Kunlun, he knew many prodigies would likely choose the seemingly easy target of Luo Qinghuan as their opponent in this discourse conference. In due time, they would discover the true extent of her prowess. When they find their Tao hearts shattered and their faith in themselves wavering, he would seize the opportunity to emerge, selling his restorative pills at an exorbitant price, thus reaping a handsome profit. Yi Qingyi. Does Brother Yin Yun believe that junior sister Luo will emerge victorious? You are not aware of junior sister Luo's capabilities? Upon hearing this, Yin Yun was taken aback. How could Yi Qingyi, a disciple of the Xianyang sacred sect, be unaware of junior sister Luo's might? No. This only serves to illustrate just how deep junior sister Luo's cunning runs. She is not the pure and innocent figure of legend, but rather a true wolf in sheep's clothing. Realizing this, Yin Yun inhaled sharply, his mind racing, and he promptly made a decision. Once he sells his restorative pills for a handsome profit, he must certainly share the spoils with junior sister Luo. 3-7 split. He has 3, while Luo Shimi has 7? No, perhaps 2-8 would be better. Otherwise, sooner or later, I will be ensnared by Luo Shimi and the prowess of Luo Shimi? Yi Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, somewhat bewildered. If one were to truly assess strength, shouldn't he, the third-ranked prodigy of the Xianyang sacred sect, be the more formidable one? But it's nothing. Yin Yun cleared his throat, unwilling to elaborate further, merely casting his gaze ahead. Observing this, Yi Qingyi felt a twinge of confusion but chose not to press the matter, instead following his line of sight. That moment, on the debate platform not far away, amidst the attention of the crowd, a robust man stepped forward from the assembly of prodigies, his fists adorned with gauntlets forged from mysterious iron. He approached slowly, directing his gaze toward a seemingly delicate young girl, speaking in a deep voice. Iron Fist Sect's Wang Meng requests that senior sister Luo engage in a discussion of martial arts. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention shifted, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, the members of the Xianyang sacred sect regarded the situation with concern. The girl was frail, and given senior sister Luo's temperament, it was unlikely she would indulge in such a brutish style of martial arts. Please proceed. The young girl glanced at Wang Meng, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and nodded gently. Although she had not practiced martial arts, the ever-astute Su Yi had mentioned that all paths stem from the same origin, and with her exceptional understanding, she could learn on the spot. At this moment, Su Yi, who was attuned to her thoughts, pondered. What on earth is this girl babbling about? I can't comprehend. Let's enhance her. Add 500 points to her martial arts prowess, the origin power. A unique energy produced when Luo Qinghuan cultivated the devouring heavenly demon technique and absorbed the essence of cultivation, could transform into any form of energy, be it martial arts, sword intent, alchemy, or forging techniques, enhancing them significantly. Thus far, having absorbed the essence, the girl had amassed a staggering 7,000 points of origin power. Enough for him to augment her abilities without hesitation. Boom. As Su Ye's voice faded, the girl suddenly felt a surge of martial intent coursing through her body. What is this? Luo Qinghuan was momentarily stunned. She had yet to realize that this was a result of the points being credited to her. Luo girl, your brother Yi has helped you comprehend a bit of martial intent. Though it's not much, it is more than sufficient to defeat this fellow. Ye's light-hearted laughter echoed in her mind. Thank you. Hearing Su Ye's words in her mind, the girl was momentarily dazed, her eyes reflecting a naive clarity, and she instinctively replied, Su Yi. Why does this girl seem so dazed? Not dark enough yet. Let's continue. Under the host's guidance, Luo Qinghuan has achieved a profound understanding of martial intent. The host's martial arts have reached an extraordinary level. Simultaneously, the sound of the system resonated within Su Ye's mind. Thanks for what? What kind of relationship do we have? Are you hoping for your brother Yi to give you a massage? Su Yi replied with a hint of irritation. Forgot. Perhaps. The young girl pouted, initially intending to retort, but upon considering that this fellow might secretly take advantage of her, she decided it best to remain silent. After all, she had sneakily donned that ancient divine garment. If the insufferable Su Yi discovered it while giving her a massage, he would undoubtedly mock her. However, in truth, her concerns were entirely unwarranted. Sister Luo, I beg your pardon. At that moment, Wang Ming took a deep breath, his rugged voice resonating as he clenched his iron fist tightly, an invisible force of the Tao coalescing within his grasp. Manifesting the essence of the fist Tao. When discussing the Tao, one typically considers mastery over it rather than one's own realm. Such formidable prowess in the fist Tao. It appears that Wang Ming of the Iron Fist sect has already achieved a minor level of mastery. I wonder how Sister Luo from the Xian'in sacred sect will respond. Observing this scene, the audience surrounding the discussion platform was captivated. Yet, Wang Ming advanced swiftly, with equal rapidity in his momentum. Luo Qinghuan lightly clenched her delicate fists, offering Wang Ming no opportunity to counter. With a graceful step of her jade foot, she instantaneously appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch. As Su Yi remarked, if one can defeat an opponent with a single blow, there is no need for prolonged engagement. Su Yi believed that this was for the sake of the opponent's mental well-being. After all, if one could vanquish with a single strike, prolonging the encounter would only serve to humiliate them. This principle was meticulously noted in her little notebook. Bang! With a thunderous crash, Wang Ming barely had a chance to make contact with Luo Qinghuan before a look of bewilderment flashed across his eyes, followed by a crushing force that sent him hurtling against the stone wall. Then, the young girl flashed a sweet smile. Thank you for your graciousness. Wang Ming was stunned. After dedicating himself to the study of the fist Tao, how could he have lost without even throwing a punch? He had no idea how the girl had appeared before him or how she had unleashed that strike. What, then, was the worth of his years of cultivation? Was he merely a fool, a source of amusement for others? The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of profound injustice, as if something within him was gradually shattering to tea that moment. A young man in a red robe appeared at his side, a smile gracing his features as he patted Wang Ming's shoulder, offering a comforting gaze. He then retrieved a pill from his storage ring. This is a pill to stabilize your Tao heart, Brother Wang Ming. Please take it. Wang Ming was taken aback, deeply moved. After accepting the pill, he swallowed it immediately. Just as he did so, he noticed the young man in red extending his hand. 10,000 spirit coins. The stabilizing Tao heart pill, 10,000 spirit coins. Wang Ming. In that instant, Wang Ming finally broke down in tears. Surrounding cultivators. Hiss, what was that punch just now? The technique was powerful and decisive. Could it be that Sister Luo's mastery of the fist Tao has entered a realm of seamless integration? Who would have thought that Sister Luo had delved into the fist Tao, while Wang Ming was simply unfortunate to encounter it upon his arrival? As the crowd emerged from the daze of the girl's swift and decisive strike, they inhaled sharply, feeling a mixture of astonishment and sympathy for the unfortunate Wang Ming. A mere coincidence, surely it must be a coincidence. It was simply Wang Ming's misfortune. The other prodigies on the discussion platform offered themselves consolation as well. Sister Luo just happened to have studied the fist Tao, but could she not also study the Tao mastered by all of them? However, next, the Blade sect's leader requested that Sister Luo engage in a discussion on the Tao of the Blade. Su Yi, what are you babbling about? I can't understand. Add a bit more, little Luo. Brother Yi shall impart to you the fiery blade technique. After a swift strike, the young maiden beams sweetly. Thank you. She exclaims. Heavenly Fragrance Sect S Miao Inin is honored to engage in discourse on the path of music with senior Sister Luo. Sui interjects, does the Peepa dare to aspire to the supremacy of musical enlightenment? Add a point. Among myriad instruments, the Xuanti reigns supreme. Luo girl, let Night Brother impart to you a melody of the Xuanti, capable of burying the ages. Thus it unfolded. Whenever the prodigies deliberated on the path, the sound of Su Ye's added point echoed in Luo Qinghuan's mind. Initially, the assembly of prodigies insisted this was mere coincidence. Coincidence. Yet another coincidence. This is still a coincidence. No, a single coincidence may be considered as such. But how does one explain repeated coincidences? Are you even playing? How can you comprehend every aspect of the path? Amidst one coincidence after another, the prodigies could no longer hold back, their composure shattered, their mindset utterly fractured. I only have a slight understanding, she murmured, her cheeks flushing at the frenzied outcry of the prodigies. In that moment, her blush eclipsed all despairing words. Upon her utterance, several prodigies spewed blood, their resolve shattered. What are you calling a slight understanding? Gosh. So, senior sister Luo is this formidable. Even the members of the Xian'in sacred sect were taken aback. They were aware of senior sister Luo's extraordinary talent. Having ascended to the realm of the celestial sovereign, her swordsmanship being quite remarkable. They had not anticipated her to be so versatile. On the elevated platform of the discourse, even the leaders of several major factions were momentarily dumbfounded. Frost Sword Peak Master, have you been secretly giving this girl special instruction? The master of Yu Yin Peak, one of the 8 peaks, turned, bewildered, to the Frost Sword Peak Master. The Frost Sword Peak Master, an elderly woman with silvery hair, could not help but chuckle bitterly upon hearing Yu Yin Peak Master's inquiry. You know very well the temperament of the girl Qinghuan. She prefers solitude. How could I possibly have the opportunity to give her special instruction? Indeed. Yu Yin Peak Master nodded. Moreover, at this moment, the Frost Sword Peak Master's voice, tinged with helplessness, rang out again. Even if I wish to give her special instruction, I lack the knowledge of these paths. Or rather, who among us possesses such comprehensive understanding? Yu Yin Peak Master. Yanghua Sacred Sovereign. Master of Wine and Sword. Mountain Lord. Hiss. What is happening? Why does it suddenly feel like a cold sweat is breaking out amidst this discourse? However, at this moment, Yu remained remarkably composed. Isn't this expected? One mustn't forget who that girl's protector is. With such a formidable guardian guiding her, subduing these prodigies is merely a trivial task. It seems your sect has birthed an extraordinary talent. The master of wine and sword stroked his long beard and narrowed his cloudy, aged eyes. However, it appears that the upcoming duel will be between the twin swords of the celestial sword sect and that young girl's swordsmanship. Upon this declaration, the gaze of the leaders of the various factions returned to the elevated platform. They witnessed 2 figures stepping out simultaneously, advancing toward the maiden in white. Are those the twins from the celestial sword sect? What does it mean for both of them to step forward together? Could it be that they must join forces? This is utterly shameless, is it not? Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd on the discussion platform furrowed their brows. From the Tianjin sect, Qin Jiani implored, Junior Sister Luo, let us engage in a discourse on the sword arts. The two spoke in unison to Luo Qinghuan, and then Qin Jiani continued with a smile, my brother and I practice the twin sword technique. Only by merging our blades can we attain the pinnacle of swordsmanship, I believe. Since Junior Sister Luo seeks to discuss the strongest path, my brother and I ought to present our most formidable stance in this duel. You have no objections, do you, Junior Sister? As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding crowd erupted in indignation, cursing the audacity of the two. Indeed, the sword arts are ferocious. Without the aid of spiritual energy, one cannot fully unleash their fierce nature. I propose that Junior Sister Luo and we engage in an unrestricted battle, utilizing not only our swordsmanship but also our realms of power, shall we? Qin Jiani added. Hearing this, Suyi chuckled. It was not mere coincidence before, but now it seemed truly fortuitous. The greatest strengths of that young lady lay in her swordsmanship and her realm of power. Why would one seek trouble? In the sanctuary of his soul, Suyi took a seat on a small stool, ready to witness a splendid spectacle. Chapter 50. Su Ye's turning enemies into friends. What? Not only must the twins join forces to spar with Senior Sister Luo, but they also wish to employ their realms. This is exceedingly unfair, is it not? Although these two possess only a 2-star strength in the Tianzuan realm, their combined swords could potentially defeat even a 5-star Tianzuan. Truly, they are shameless, utterly shameless. Upon hearing the words of Qin Jiani and Qin Yijian, a wave of uproar ensued within the discussion platform, as the gathered cultivators began to berate the two for their audacity. On the high platform, Yu furrowed her brows slightly, cough. Master Jian, you cannot blame this on me. The master of wine and sword coughed lightly, hastily explaining, these two have been inseparable since childhood, even going to the restroom in pairs. They never part ways. Once separated, their sword intent suffers greatly. They hold that young lady in high regard, hence their choice to unite. Is that so? Yu frowned, her beautiful gaze fixed on the girl in white on the discussion platform, eager to see how she would respond. At this moment, not only she, but nearly everyone's attention was directed toward the young maiden. Even Yin Yun, who had previously held confidence in Luo Qinghuan, frowned. Although the girl's power within the Kunlun realm was formidable, she was merely at the 5-star level of the Tianzuan realm, and this so-called twin sword fusion did not fear even 5-star Tianzuan experts. How would Senior Sister Luo choose to respond to this impudent request? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the young girl lightly nodded her head. Then, a glimmer of cold light flashed from her jade hand, and a spirit sword materialized in her grasp as she looked at the two and softly said, all right, gasp. Senior Sister Luo truly acquiesced. Oh dear, Senior Sister Luo is so kind-hearted. She cannot bear to refuse these two. As this remark echoed, the surrounding crowd sighed. It had long been rumored that senior sister Luo from Frost Sword Peak was both beautiful and kind-hearted. Today, it was indeed proven to be true. This girl, it seems, is excessively kind and overly pure. Indeed, her innate pure sacred body is truly formidable. It is no wonder that the divine palace places great importance on her. On the high platform, Yuji crossed her arms and furrowed her brows slightly, unable to suppress a sigh from within. The existence of such an innate, pure sacred body, paradoxically, facilitates the Taishang forgetting emotions palace in completely controlling the young girl. Then I must express my gratitude to junior sister Luo for her assistance. In truth, we do not wish for this outcome. We simply value senior sister Luo too highly, and thus we must exert ourselves fully. Qin Jian smiled, then exchanged a glance with Qin Yijian, both their eyes flashing with a cold glimmer of triumph, before they retrieved their spiritual swords from their storage rings. Luo girl, it seems you need not trouble your brother Yi for assistance. In his mind, Su Yi leisurely stretched, no need. Humph. My swordsmanship is formidable. The young girl shook her head, clenched her small fist, and adopted a fierce expression. Her beautiful eyes then fell upon the two of them, her red lips parting slightly. Since both of you senior brothers value Qinghuan so greatly, then Qinghuan shall also spare no effort. I apologize, junior sister Luo. As soon as their words fell, the aura of a two-star celestial master erupted, and the spiritual swords in their hands gleamed with a sharp radiance. As the sword intent flowed, they simultaneously unleashed two strands of sword intent towards Luo Qinghuan. Twin swords, fusion. Unexpectedly, as soon as they attacked, they employed their most formidable technique. The two strands of sword intent intertwined, merging into a single spiritual sword that stretched a full 100 feet, filling the entire discussion platform with this overwhelming sword intent. Such powerful sword intent. While individually their sword intent might not be exceptional, once the twin swords fused, the terror of their sword intent soared exponentially. They had chosen their strongest technique right from the outset, clearly intent on denying Luo's senior sister any chance to respond. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers on the discussion platform frowned deeply. Rest assured, Master Yuji, these two will exercise restraint. Master Zhu Jian cast a glance at the frowning Yuji and comforted her with a smile. Yuji nodded. Should Luo Qinghuan suffer any harm, it would be difficult for her to explain to the Taishang Forgetting Emotions Palace, especially since Luo Qinghuan's fate is intertwined with her path to becoming an emperor and her qualifications for the ancient road to divinity. Such powerful sword intent. Among the younger generation of Frost Sword Peak, truly no disciple possesses sword intent that can rival the twins. The Peak Master of Frost Sword Peak remarked with a hint of envy. You jest, Peak Master. After all, our heavenly sword sect specializes in swordsmanship with the full might of our sect, while you are merely one of the 8 peaks of your esteemed school. Tio, achieve this level is already commendable. Master Zhu Jian chuckled, though a trace of pride lingered in his tone. Then, he turned to gaze at the young girl on the discussion platform and shook his head. This girl is quite strong as well. It's just a pity, however. Before Master Zhu Jian could finish his sentence, a resounding roar erupted. The white-clad girl suddenly radiated a colossal aura, then lightly stepped with her jade foot, soaring into the air, appearing before the 100-foot spiritual sword in an instant. She extended her delicate finger and gently tapped, buzz. In the next moment, a ripple manifested atop the 100-foot spiritual sword in the midst of the incredulous and astonished gazes of Qin Yijian, and the surrounding crowd. The 100-foot spirit sword unexpectedly shifted its razor-sharp tip, now aimed directly at the two individuals who had wielded it. Qin Jian and Qin Yijian were taken aback, exclaiming, "This girl possesses remarkable insight." Within the realm of the soul, Su Yi, while indulging in the soul elixir purchased by Luo Yatu, observed the spectacle with a hint of envy. Had he possessed such a terrifyingly prodigious comprehension in his past life, not a single one of the 10 demon emperors would have escaped. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The stronger this girl became, the more formidable he would grow. He was astonished at how swiftly she had mastered the art of turning foes into friends. Su Yi raised an eyebrow. This technique had been imparted to Luo Qinghuan just days prior, its function as straightforward as its name suggested. In the skies above, the maiden delicately touched the hilt of the 100-foot sword intent with her jade-like finger, her crimson lips parting as she uttered a single command. Go, boom! In the next instant, the 100-foot spirit sword descended fiercely upon Qin Jian and his companion. Its might, imbued with a sharper sword intent, was several times more potent than before. How could this be? Witnessing this, the expressions of the two men shifted drastically, utterly baffled as to how the sword intent they had unleashed was now being wielded against them by the girl before them. With no other option, they steeled themselves and unleashed several formidable sword intents in retaliation. What is happening? How can senior sister Luo manipulate the sword intent of the twins? Observing this scene, the onlookers on the debate platform were visibly enthralled, exclaiming in astonishment at the marvel unfolding before them. Clang! Several sword intents clashed vehemently with the 100-foot spirit sword, the resounding clang echoing throughout the debate platform. It took considerable effort for Qin Jianyi and his companion to finally subdue the 100-foot spirit sword. However, before they could even catch their breath, a breathtaking silhouette suddenly materialized before them. Chapter 51. The tower appearing in the soul's abode with a single stroke, the young girl unleashed a seemingly ethereal sword intent, yet it was imbued with an overwhelmingly terrifying power. What? The 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm. As the two men sensed the formidable aura emanating from the maiden, their faces paled in shock, raising their swords in an attempt to defend themselves. Yet, in the next moment, Frost Sword Dragon. Accompanied by the girl's gentle murmur, the sword intent transformed into a ferocious ice dragon, crashing violently into the two of them. With a spray of blood, they were forcefully slammed onto the debate platform, rendered unconscious. The seemingly formidable twin swordsmen of the Heavenly Sword sect proved no match for a single strike from the girl. Indeed. Within the soul's abode, upon witnessing this spectacle, Suyi nodded in satisfaction. This was as it should be. This girl undoubtedly possessed the demeanor of a fierce emperor. In the past, he had always dispatched his opponents in a single blow. Only in doing so could he prevent them from utilizing their full arsenal. This was not out of fear of their hidden cards, for to him, it was merely a matter of delivering an extra slap. The reason for this strategy was that if they squandered their trump cards, what would he have to seize? Surrounding the debate platform, an eerie silence fell, akin to a graveyard. All present were left dumbfounded, their incredulous gazes fixated upon the white-clad maiden, who was slowly sheathing her sword. What? Luo senior sister, the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm. In an instant, the expressions of those surrounding, whether disciples of the Xian sacred sect or the formidable prodigies from various powers gathered for discussion, drastically shifted, as they collectively inhaled sharply 8 stars in the celestial lord realm. Such a level of power is sufficient to rival the unparalleled prodigies of the 5 top-tier forces. Sister Luo has actually attained 8 stars in the celestial lord realm? Yi Qingyi's expression was one of sheer astonishment. As the third ranked on the prodigy list, he barely reached 4 stars in the celestial lord realm, while his 6th-ranked junior sister surpassed him by a staggering 4 minor realms. Unbelievable. At this moment, the most shocked was Yin Yun. He had thought he understood how exceptional Luo Qinghuan was. Yet this young lady had once again shattered his perceptions. Wasn't Sister Luo only at 5 stars in the celestial lord realm during her time in the Kunlun realm? In less than 10 days, she had once again broken through? Yin Yun was left with a myriad of questions. This was utterly absurd. On the platform, the other 7 peak masters of the Xian sacred sect stood in astonishment, their eyes wide as they gazed at the Frost Sword Peak Master. You old scoundrel, how could you secretly harbor such a monstrous disciple and keep it from us? The Frost Sword Peak Master stammered. I had no idea. The Moon Princess's eyes were also filled with seriousness. The stronger Luo Qinghuan became, the more formidable the being protecting her would be. Him. This sword intent is truly the mark of a prodigy in swordsmanship. At that moment, the aged eyes of Master Zhu Jian sparkled as he looked at the young girl, unable to contain himself. Moon Princess, why not lend this little girl to my heavenly sword sect for a few years? In no time, her sword intent will surely reach a terrifying level. The Moon Princess, I find this girl exceptionally beautiful and gifted. She would be an ideal match for our sacred son. Why not arrange a marriage? It just so happens that our two sects have at the same time. The holy venerable Yanghua seized the opportunity to speak. There is no need for excessive speculation. However, the Moon Princess shook her head, her beautiful eyes resting upon the young girl as she replied coolly. Qinghuan has already caught the attention of the Divine Palace, and as for the reasons, I cannot elaborate further, of course. She merely invoked the name of the Supreme Forgetting Palace as a pretext. After all, with that powerful being present, how could she dare to impose any task upon Luo Qinghuan? What? The Divine Palace. The Supreme Forgetting Palace. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yanghua and the others shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. The Supreme Forgetting Palace is one of the 5 top-tier forces in the wild heavenly domain. An elite faction composed entirely of women. It was utterly unexpected that such a formidable force had already set its sights on Luo Qinghuan. Well then, Yanghua chuckled awkwardly. Since Luo Qinghuan was valued by the Supreme Forgetting Palace, it was clear she would not be allowed to develop any romantic feelings, and furthermore, their sacred son was somewhat unworthy. Suyi? How's that? Am I impressive or what? On the debate platform, the The young girl slowly sheathed her sword, seemingly oblivious to the astonished gazes around her, and eagerly began to boast to Suyi in her mind. Aren't I amazing? Impressive indeed. Suyi generously praised, smiling broadly. However, when compared to you, brother Sui, there remains a slight disparity. Humph, foul Sui. The young girl pouted her lips, clenched her small fists, and bit her silver teeth, silently vowing that when the detestable Sui regained his physical form, she would exact her revenge, yearning to bite him deeply enough to be thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, in Sui's mind, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Luo Qinghuan showed no mercy. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 darkening points. Luo Qinghuan triumphed with a single stroke. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 darkening points. Luo Qinghuan dazzled the entire audience. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 darkening points. With the continuous chime of the system's notifications, Sui had accrued a staggering 1,000 darkening points. He distinctly sensed that within his soul's dantian, a small tower had materialized, approximately 9 stories high. And what is this? Upon beholding the small tower, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Sui's eyes, accompanied by an uncanny sense of déjà vu, though he could not fathom the reason behind it. Just as he pondered the purpose of this small tower, he observed that the darkening points, which could reconstruct his physical form, transformed into wisps of dark energy, surging into this small tower within his soul's dantian. Yet, even with 1,000 darkening points flowing in, it barely filled a corner of the first level. Could it be that to reconstruct his body, he must fill this 9-story tower with darkening points? The floating pagoda and the floating demonic body pill seemed interconnected. Witnessing this scene, Sui could not help but speculate within his heart. The system soon confirmed his thoughts. To reconstruct his body, this amount of darkening points was still insufficient. Sui furrowed his brow. As Luo Qinghuan's degree of darkening increases, her actions can accelerate the host's acquisition of darkening points. At that moment, the system thoughtfully supplemented. Sui nodded slightly upon hearing this. It is now your turn, senior brother. Luo Qinghuan raised her gaze towards Wang Yu, who was not far off. All the heavenly prodigies had completed their discussions, leaving only Wang Yu remaining. Wang Yu fell silent for a moment, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the young girl. He clenched his teeth, summoning all his courage. Oh, what if she is at the 8th star of the celestial sovereign realm? What is there to fear? At worst, I will use all my trump cards. Tell my father that Wang Yu is no coward, junior sister Luo, I concede. In a fit of rage, Wang Yu erupted. Chapter 52. Did she fear they would not perish? Chasing after them to kill? Wang Yu was not foolish. Fighting when one could not win was not bravery. It was sheer folly. In the end, one would lose face and suffer a beating for nothing. To concede meant merely losing face, and what was face? Could it be consumed? Compared to mustering the courage to debate with the girl before him, gathering the courage to concede was evidently far simpler. As Wang Yu's words fell, an uproar erupted around the debate platform. No-one had anticipated that Wang Yu would not even attempt to fight and would directly choose to concede. Since the young master of the mountain sect conceded, it was clear that Luo Qinghuan emerged victorious in this debate. Were there any other prodigies present who wished to engage her in discourse? At that moment, on the high platform, Yuji raised her gaze towards the crowd of prodigies and asked indifferently. Upon her utterance, an unusual silence enveloped the entire debate platform. Yuji was momentarily taken aback before she comprehended the situation. Nearly all the prodigies had just been bested by the white-skirted maiden before her. She hastily announced that since there was no one left, Luo Qinghuan had successfully defended her title. After speaking, her beautiful eyes fell upon the girl. Qinghuan, once the discourse conference concludes, you may proceed to the Great Hall to claim your reward. Thank you, Master, Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod. Qinghuan, I did not anticipate that you possessed such profound understanding of the Tao. It truly surprises this Peak Master. The gaze of the Frost Sword Peak Master also rested upon the maiden, lamenting that in response to the Peak Master, I merely did have a slight understanding. Upon hearing the praises from the Frost Sword Peak Master, the young girl's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, for these insights were largely imparted to her by Su Yi. As the girl blushed, the group of prodigies who had just swallowed the Tao Heart stabilizing pill purchased from Yin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. Their Tao Hearts shattered once more. A slight understanding. And yet, she can best them with a single strike. Surpassing all their life's endeavors, it seemed they would never wish to hear the words slight understanding again. Ah. Are you all right? My fellow Taoists? Did I perhaps exert too much force? After all, it was merely a slight understanding. I did not expect it to wield such power, the girls stammered in a flurry of explanations upon witnessing their bloodshed. Strange. That scoundrel Su Yi clearly stated that he merely aided me in grasping a fragment of the Tao, nothing more, only allowing me to reach a level of slight understanding. This proclamation caused the surrounding prodigies to spew more blood. Damn! Is she afraid they might die? Why is she pursuing them relentlessly? Gasping at this scene, the disciples of the Xianin holy sect felt a chill run down their spines. How could this seemingly innocuous girl appear more like a female demon? Enough, Qinghuan. There is no need for further words. Please step aside and rest while we await the second enlightenment segment of the discourse. Yuji quickly interjected, fearing that if the girl spoke further, the prodigies from the eastern wilderness might not survive the day. Understood, master. Luo Qinghuan nodded and made her way to a resting place. Observing her approach, the surrounding disciples of the Xianin holy sect gazed at her with admiration, promptly making space for her. Sister Luo is incredible. She single-handedly battled the prodigies of the eastern wilderness. Meanwhile, the discourse segment on the platform continued, though it lacked the former brilliance. Once Yin Yun and Yi Qingyi concluded their discussion, they rushed over, despite Yin Yun's bruised appearance from being bested by Yi Qingyi, yet his face beamed with joy. Sister Luo. Oh no, Sister Luo. He waved at Luo Qinghuan and even adjusted his position. Luo Qinghuan gazed straight ahead, ignoring him. Why aren't you acknowledging him, Luo girl? Suyi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the exuberant Yin Yun nearby. Last time, this fellow tried to steal my possessions. I have no desire to engage. Luo Qinghuan shook her head, Suyi mused. Is this girl truly so vengeful? Will she keep a record of my actions against her, waiting for the moment to reclaim her strength and retaliate? Contemplating this, a smile unconsciously spread across Su Ye's face, as she awaited the reshaping of her physical form. If this girl dared to bully her upon her return, the outcome would be singular. She would meet her demise in a counterattack. Regardless of whether one was an emperor or a deity at that moment, all would face the same fate. After all, this individual had come bearing gifts for us, since you wish to remain aloof. Let brother Yi take over. Yi chuckled, his words laden with implication. Gifts? The girl paused, then nodded slightly. In that case, you should proceed. Is that really appropriate? Suyi scratched his nose. Luo Qinghuan? After a brief moment, upon hearing someone's mischievous laughter, she finally grasped the situation, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson, instantly transforming her into a steamy maiden, gritting her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes misty with emotion. Wretched Suyi. Shameless scoundrel. Ugh, get those lewd thoughts out of my head. Ha ha ha, Suyi laughed heartily. The routine of teasing Luo was complete. As the saying goes, one should seize the opportunity to bully the innocent rabbit. What if, once Luo's darkness fully manifested, she turned the tables and retaliated against him? Very well. Let brother Yi take the lead. With Su Ye's words, the shy expression in the girl's beautiful eyes immediately shifted to one of icy composure. She had just realized that Yin Yun was an unscrupulous merchant. To deal with such merchants, it required a fierce bandit like him to step in. Senior Sister Luo. Senior Sister Luo? Yin Yun called out from the side. What is it? Suddenly, the girl lifted her gaze, her expression cool as she regarded him. Feeling the weight of her stare, Yin Yun's countenance shifted, as if a terrifying and suffocating pressure bore down upon him. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. What just happened? Was that a mere illusion? Yin Yun was momentarily taken aback, shook his head, and then spoke. I have come to share the spoils with Senior Sister Luo. Subsequently, he recounted the events that had just transpired. If so, your intention, fellow Taoist Yin Yun, is to divide these spirit coins 80-20 with me? Suyi narrowed his eyes. Indeed. Yin Yun nodded earnestly. Then, my suggestion is that it would be best for fellow Taoist Yin Yun to hand over all these ill-gotten gains to me. You are aware of Elder Qi Yin from the Xianin holy sect, correct? He specializes in elixirs. If he discovers you dare to sell elixirs in his territory, it is likely you will find it exceedingly difficult to leave unscathed. After all, Elder Qi Yin is quite fearsome. What? Is that really the case? Yin Yun's expression faltered. If you do not believe me, just watch. As Suyi spoke, he turned to the elevated platform where Elder Yin Yun was situated, smiling as he waved at Elder Qi Yin. Qinghuan? Upon noticing the girl greeting him, a smile immediately brightened Elder Qi Yin's face as he waved back. Observing this, Yin Yun also attempted to greet him. However, just as he extended his hand, the smile on Elder Qi Yin's face vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that the old man truly minded his selling of elixirs on his turf? Hiss, he wouldn't want to beat me, would he? After all, why would he smile at Senior Sister Luo yet appear so grave and intimidating towards me? I shall leave all these spirit coins to Senior Sister Luo. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Sister. With a determined grit of his teeth, Yin Yun resolutely handed over all the ill-gotten gains to the young maiden before him, exclaiming, how wonderful it is to be a girl. He then gestured empty-handed towards the distant Elder Qi Yin, indicating that everything had been given to her. Observing this scene, Elder Qi Yin displayed a hint of perplexity. What on earth is this foolish lad doing? Yin Yun remained utterly oblivious to the fact that Elder Qi Yin treated all disciples with that same stern demeanor, reserving a rare smile only for the exceptionally gifted Luo girl in alchemy. Little did he know, Elder Qi Yin was also a part of Su Ye's elaborate scheme. That moment, as the first round of the discourse concluded, Yuji turned her gaze towards the assembly on the high platform and calmly announced, "Next, we shall proceed to the second round of the discourse conference, the enlightenment segment." With Yuji's words resonating in the air, all eyes on the discussion platform shifted towards the elevated stage. "Luo girl, keep these spirit coins safe. They will prove useful in the future." "Your brother Yi has withdrawn," Su Yi advised, relinquishing control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan. After all, spirit coins, being a form of currency in the Tianxian continent, could be utilized to purchase various cultivation resources, martial arts techniques, and spiritual artifacts. Having money at one's disposal is a world apart from being penniless. Luo Qinghuan glanced at the gradually filling bag of spirit coins in her hand, lost in contemplation. That wretched Su Yi was indeed a cunning rogue. In the blink of an eye, he had swindled Yin Yun of his spirit coins while making Yin Yun feel as though he had profited immensely. Subsequently, she secured the coin pouch before turning her attention back to the high platform. This moment, Yuji parted her crimson lips and continued. The second round focuses on enlightenment. Traditionally, one would derive understanding from artifacts or spirits, but this time, we shall diverge from that norm. She smiled enigmatically, then clapped her hands in the next instant. A silver-haired elder from the Xian sacred sect appeared atop the discourse platform. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a bronze ancient coffin manifested upon the stage. A coffin. As this scene unfolded, the crowd furrowed their brows, their expressions shifting considerably. The bronze ancient coffin exuded an aura of deathly stillness, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression, suggesting it was far from ordinary. This object is known as the soul-suppressing coffin, and as for its purpose, well, the name speaks for itself. Yuji explained with a smile, the soul-suppressing coffin. How sinister! Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators gasped in unison, their eyes filled with profound apprehension. This item was obtained by our sect leader after vanquishing a formidable demonic cultivator, and within this soul-suppressing coffin lie the vengeful souls of numerous cultivators, having been refined by that demon. The enlightenment process will allow you to attempt to comprehend the paths these cultivators once walked, thus gaining insights while also liberating these tormented souls. Yuji elaborated softly. Oh? To comprehend the paths of the vengeful souls, gaining insights while liberating them? This act of the sect leader is truly benevolent, exceedingly so. The assembly of cultivators came to a realization and began to extol Yuji's magnanimity. Liberating vengeful souls. Luo Qinghuan's brows knitted in skepticism. What nonsense is this? Absorbing the insights from lingering souls is one thing, but to speak of liberation in such grandiose terms is misleading. Regardless of the actions taken, these cultivators have already been bound by that demon's soul suppression, utterly beyond salvation. Sui crossed his arms and spoke with a hint of irritation. However, for me, this indeed serves as a sacred ground for cultivation. He cast a glance at the soul-restraining coffin, a smile gracing his lips. Yuji truly is a benevolent person, understanding his need to cultivate the soul technique and alleviating his worries about lacking a place to devour the lingering souls. He chuckled softly, never expecting her to lend him a helping hand. Luo girl, later Sui began to whisper to Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, the young girl fervently nodded her head, taking notes diligently. Very well. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Yuji addressed the assembly of prodigies with a cold tone. This soul-restraining coffin possesses an eerie nature. Those whose realms are insufficient or whose minds are unsteady may easily fall into madness. Therefore, only those prodigies who have reached the realm of celestial sovereign may approach it for enlightenment. As soon as these words were spoken, the number of participating prodigies dwindled significantly, leaving only those from the four major factions and a select few who had just managed to break through to the one-star celestial sovereign realm with the opportunity to approach the soul-restraining coffin and seek enlightenment. Very well. Harness your spiritual energy, step forward, and reach out to touch the coffin. Then immerse your heart in comprehension, Yuji instructed, glancing at the few dozen participants. Understood, master. The prodigies nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the soul-restraining coffin. Naturally, Luo Qinghuan was among the crowd. Yet the glances cast her way by the other prodigies were tinged with fear. With her formidable talent, could they truly compete with her in the pursuit of enlightenment? However, Master Yuji had also mentioned that the lingering souls within the coffin were numerous. Even if they conceded 1,000 times, with Luo Qinghuan's prodigious talent, it would be impossible for them all to grasp the essence of the souls. Wouldn't it? It should be fine. The prodigies reassured themselves. Let the enlightenment begin, as the prodigies settled around the soul-restraining coffin. Yuji promptly declared. Upon hearing her words, the prodigies ceased their hesitation and reached out to touch the coffin. Instantly, a chilling and sinister sensation erupted within their minds, causing many to turn pale and involuntarily scream in agony. Hiss! What is this sensation? It feels as though my soul is being torn apart. In but an instant of contact, several newly ascended celestial sovereigns cried out and immediately released their grip, collapsing to the ground in anguish, thus declaring their failure in seeking enlightenment. While Wang Yu and the others did not suffer as drastically, their expressions remained grave as they struggled to endure. This is the soul-restraining coffin, inherently suppressing to the soul. Moreover, within the coffin lies an abundance of lingering souls, steeped in resentment, Yuji elucidated from the high platform. Observing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly, took a deep breath, and then placed her delicate hand upon the soul-restraining coffin. The moment her small hand made contact, she felt a twinge of nervousness, her expression turning serious. Yet, upon truly touching it, she discovered that the so-called coldness and sensation of her soul being torn apart were entirely absent. Huh, could it be that I am a genius? The young girl placed her hands on her hips. You are, indeed, a prodigy. Gazing at the innocent young girl, Sui cast a disapproving glance her way. Moreover, he continued, with such a formidable remnant soul residing within you, do you truly believe you would experience such feelings? Oh, the girl pouted. Can a person feel a bit proud? Humph, you insufferable Sui. All right, Luo girl, your brother Yi is about to enter. Sui glanced at the soul-settling coffin before him. Is it really safe? The girl clearly harbored some concerns. Just moments ago, Sui had informed her that once her hand touched the coffin, he would enter it to commence his own banquet. Although she was unfamiliar with the concept of a banquet, did this not seem rather perilous? After all, Sui was also a soul entity, and the coffin served the purpose of soul restraint. Underestimating your brother Yi will result in a sore backside. The girl instinctively attempted to shield her rear. Rest assured, if I were to be subdued by this thing, it would be better to let it do so. Sui chuckled heartily, signaling her to relax. After offering her a few words of reassurance, he transformed into an imperceptible beam of golden light and surged into the soul-settling coffin. Within the coffin, the world was dim and obscure, akin to a realm of its own. Wandering souls drifted aimlessly, witnessing this scene. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Su Ye's eyes. Fear not, everyone. Your brother Yi shall immediately grant you salvation. In Chapter 54, how could a mere remnant soul bully a group of prodigies? Inside the soul-settling coffin, observing the myriad of souls, a spark of brilliance flickered in Su Ye's eyes. This was nothing short of a perfect sanctuary for cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand. Channeling his soul energy into a pitch-black swana, as he activated his soul technique, the mournful melody of the swana resonated, beginning to devour the surrounding souls. Meanwhile, outside the soul-settling coffin, Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies had managed to overcome the chilling sensation that pierced their souls emanating from the coffin. Each of them was drenched in cold sweat, their faces pale. After taking a deep breath, they directed their senses into the coffin. Having endured so much suffering, they could not afford to return empty-handed. With a determined grit of their teeth, their perceptions manifested within the coffin, and their eyes immediately brightened. They beheld numerous remnant souls within the coffin, each adorned with flowing profound principles. Witnessing this sight, the prodigies rejoiced. Their toil had not been in vain. Subsequently, this assembly of prodigies prepared to comprehend the principles embodied by these remnant souls. Yet, suddenly, a mournful sound of the swana reverberated through the air. Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies were momentarily stunned, instinctively turning toward the source of the sound. However, in the next instant, their pupils constricted, astonishment etched across their faces. Before them stood a pitch-black soul, its visage obscured, its form as elusive as chaos itself, with a swana materializing in hand. The mournful melody emanated from it. Under the influence of the swana, the wandering souls within the soul-settling coffin paused momentarily, gradually converging toward it. The prodigies clearly observed a flicker of reverence on the faces of these remnant souls. What is happening? What is the nature of that soul spirit? It evokes an inscrutable sensation within me. Is this the Tao of joy? I have never encountered such a terrifying interpretation of joy before. It also one of the enlightened soul spirits residing within the soul-guarding coffin. Upon witnessing this scene, the eyes of the assembled prodigies momentarily flickered with astonishment, followed by a surge of fervor directed towards the pitch-black soul spirit. This spirit appears to be extraordinary, if one could absorb it, and comprehend their own Tao through it. With this thought, the prodigies immediately settled into a meditative posture, attempting to attune themselves to the enigmatic black soul spirit. Meanwhile, Su Yi, who was currently devouring the lingering souls within the soul-guarding coffin using soul techniques, remarked, "How audacious! Are you trying to set your sights on my dear brother Yi? Begone." Unlike Luo Yatu, who possessed a gentle temperament, Su Yi waved his hand, instantly scattering the consciousness of the prodigies, expelling them from the soul-guarding coffin. Outside the coffin, Yi Qingyi and the others were left bewildered, their eyes wide with confusion. What on earth? Were we just bested by a remnant soul? They found it hard to believe. Yet their conviction in the extraordinary nature of the black soul spirit only deepened. Fueled by impulse, they resolved to risk their lives once more, concentrating their minds to re-enter the soul-guarding coffin. However, upon their return, they discovered a dramatic shift in the environment. What on earth? Where have all the enlightened remnants gone? Inside the coffin, the multitude of enlightened remnants had vanished without a trace, leaving only the solitary black soul spirit suspended in the void. What does this mean? Why is there not a single enlightened soul spirit remaining? Could it be that they were all consumed by that soul spirit? The brows of Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies furrowed in concern. With only this one black soul spirit remaining, even those unwilling to comprehend were compelled to do so. Thus, the prodigies steeled their resolve and charged forward, each attempting to utilize their techniques to achieve enlightenment from the dark spirit. Yet, the black soul spirit was exceedingly elusive. Regardless of their efforts, they found it impossible to grasp its essence. In fact, they were subjected to various forms of torment by the spirit, a sight too harrowing to bear. Just as the consciousness of the prodigies was being mercilessly tormented by the black soul spirit, a figure clad in white suddenly materialized within the confines of the soul-guarding coffin, delivering a powerful strike. Under the overwhelming force of her blow, the black soul spirit was sent hurtling away. "Luo, Sister Luo." The prodigies were momentarily taken aback. "Brothers, retreat behind me. I shall protect you," the young woman declared with utmost seriousness. Thank you, Sister Luo," Yi Qingyi responded, visibly relieved, his expression one of salvation. "No need for thanks," the young woman replied, slightly turning her face, then clearing her throat with a serious demeanor as a radiant white light emanated from her hand, enveloping the black soul spirit. "Everyone, step back. I shall purify it." Wow. Sister Luo is so gentle. What a truly kind-hearted individual. The prodigies couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing this scene. Soon, under the illumination of the young woman's sanctified light, the black soul spirit emitted a reluctant wail, ultimately seeming to be purified as it merged into her being. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qingyi and the other prodigies wore solemn expressions, and then, with great earnestness, they expressed their gratitude to the girl in the white dress. They never anticipated that such a ferocious soul would emerge from the soul-restraining coffin, devouring all other spirits. Had it not been for the assistance of Sister Luo, it is likely that our very consciousness would have been consumed by that malevolent spirit. Malevolent spirit. Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's designation, the girl could not suppress a smile, though she maintained a serious demeanor and gently shook her head, saying, "Brother, you jest." Simultaneously, the voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind, grumbling in irritation, "Humph. A bunch of trifling beings at the celestial venerable level, merely a fragment of consciousness. Your brother Yi is hardly so desperate as to scavenge for refuse." Indeed, this was merely a performance, meticulously orchestrated by the two from the outset, aimed solely at enabling Su Yi to rationally and smoothly absorb all the lingering souls within the soul-restraining coffin. The world owes these two a pair of small golden figurines. "Sister Luo, I shall enter seclusion for a while to digest this residual soul energy," Su Yi declared before vanishing from sight. As the others withdrew their consciousness from the soul-restraining coffin, the gazes of those surrounding the discussion platform immediately turned towards them, curious about how many souls these prodigies had comprehended. On the high platform, Yuji gazed with her beautiful eyes and inquired softly, "What of the teachings, my disciple?" Returning to the sect leader, Yi Qingyi performed a respectful bow, a sigh escaping his lips as he awkwardly confessed, "We did not comprehend even a fragment of the Tao de Mim." Yuji's brows furrowed slightly. "What? So many prodigies, yet none have grasped even a hint of the Tao. I could manage it as well?" As Yi Qingyi's words fell, a commotion erupted around them. "What is the meaning of this?" Yuji demanded coldly. "It is as follows, sect leader." Yi Qingyi hastily recounted the events that transpired within the soul-restraining coffin. "You mean to say that a terrifying malevolent spirit was birthed within the soul-restraining coffin, devouring all the residual souls imbued with the essence of the Tao? Even your spiritual consciousness nearly fell victim to its clutches." Upon hearing Yi Qingyi's account, Yuji's brow tightened further. This soul-restraining coffin was originally obtained from the hands of demonic cultivators, whose methods are notoriously ruthless. It is not beyond possibility for such a coffin to give rise to a malicious spirit. And how did your spiritual consciousness manage to escape? Yuji glanced at Yi Qingyi and the others. Noticing that their spiritual awareness appeared largely unscathed, Yi Qingyi scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. This was largely thanks to Sister Luo. Sister Luo. At this, the eyes of those on the discussion platform instinctively turned towards the girl in white. Chapter 55. The caught Luo girl. The crowd was taken aback, surprised that the most crucial factor was indeed Sister Luo. That moment, a wisp of black mist began to emanate from within the girl. Is this perhaps the innate pure sacred body purifying that malevolent spirit? Observing this scene, Yuji's brow furrowed, and she could not help but murmur to herself, Sister Luo is truly a good person. Self-sacrificing, disregarding her own safety, Sister Luo embodies great righteousness. The surrounding disciples of the Xianin sacred sect could not help but exclaim in admiration upon witnessing this spectacle. Upon hearing those words, the young maiden's delicate face involuntarily flushed with a rosy hue. Witnessing her blush, the onlookers could not help but exclaim in admiration at how innocent Sister Luo truly was. Yet, the maiden's crimson visage was not merely a sign of shyness. Rather, it was a reflection of her slight embarrassment. The ominous black mist that emerged was not a purification of the so-called malevolent spirit, but rather an indication that the spirit was in the process of refining those lingering souls. Although there had been minor complications during the enlightenment phase, Qinghuan's performance was nothing short of exemplary. Thus, the qualification for the divine weapon secret realm was bestowed upon her. I trust no one harbors any objections? Atop the high platform, Yuji proclaimed the recipient of the final reward from this debate conference. Upon her declaration, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads in unison. Who could possibly contest this? During the debate phase, Sister Luo had single-handedly faced the myriad talents of the eastern wilderness, leaving them bloodied and their resolve shattered. In the enlightenment phase, she had disregarded her own safety to purify the vengeful spirit nourished by the resentment within the soul-settling coffin. This compelled their respect. Sister Luo was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also possessed a profound sense of justice. Qinghuan, with less than half a month remaining until the opening of the divine weapon secret realm, you must prepare diligently during this time. The sect will notify you when the moment arrives for you to venture into that realm, Yuji advised, her enchanting gaze resting upon the young maiden. Yes, Master, Luo Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals cast envious glances in her direction. The divine weapon secret realm was indeed a coveted opportunity. Should one acquire a weapon that resonated with their essence, they would likely never again have to seek a spiritual artifact in their lifetime. Very well, let us declare the conclusion of this debate conference. Days have passed since the conclusion of the debate conference. During this time, Suyi remained silent, retreating into a space for soul cultivation. Luo Qinghuan occasionally visited him, only to find him enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Observing this, the maiden grew somewhat bored and decided to take out her soul pin, doodling a turtle upon his form. The host has absorbed the lingering souls within the soul-settling coffin, resulting in an increase in soul power. Current level, 9 stars of creation realm. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within Su Ye's mind. His soul power had once again achieved a breakthrough, reaching the 9 stars of creation realm, 9 stars of creation. With the attainment of great power and subsequent reincarnation, he could once more approach the threshold of the imperial realm. Suyi murmured to himself, filled with anticipation. However, he understood all too well that while the number of realms might seem few, the path to advancement grew increasingly arduous. I wonder how Luo is faring during my absence these past few days. Taking a deep breath, Suyi opened his eyes. As he did so, he beheld a petite, white-clad soul, brandishing a soul pin and sketching away upon his form. In an instant, his eyes widened in surprise. The maiden, feeling caught, cast a furtive glance at Suyi before hastily concealing the soul pin behind her back. Suyi. You're awake, Suyi. He silently regarded the myriad peculiar turtle drawings adorning his soul body, 3 black lines appearing on his forehead as a benevolent smile crept across his face. Luo, what exactly are you doing? The maiden feigned ignorance. Then, Suyi caught sight of a light bulb flickering past her diminutive soul head. I am not Luo. I am the foul Suyi. It was the foul Suyi who just logged on. The young girl slightly turned her face, her delicate features adorned with an expression of utmost seriousness as she spoke. Suyi. Very well, very well. What a peculiar notion of I am not I. This is the realm of souls, a sanctuary for spirits, where I cannot attain a title. Suyi reflected silently. The petite spirit in a white dress. Ovo? In a fleeting moment, her little mind spun rapidly, recalling a phrase often uttered by Suyi. I, Luo Qinghuan, need not provide you with explanations for my actions. Sue paused momentarily, then took a deep breath. The next instant, a soft whimper escaped her lips, accompanied by a sensation on her rear. The young girl's face flushed crimson, and she shot a scolding glance at Sue. What are you doing? Sue, pinched your bottom. Do I need to offer you an explanation? Sue replied nonchalantly, Luo Qinghuan. In that moment, she clearly understood why the ancient adage spoke of the wisdom of the aged. Luo girl, have you secured the qualification for the divine armament secret realm? Sue ceased to tease the girl, whose face was now as red as if it might bleed, and spoke with earnestness. Emitting. Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. Then that is sufficient, Sue acknowledged with a nod. As long as she obtained the qualification for the divine armament secret realm, she would be able to reunite with an old friend and, in passing, learn what had transpired in the millennia since his demise. When will the divine armament secret realm open? In less than half a month. Luo Qinghuan replied obediently, then seemed to recall something. By the way, I have yet to claim the rewards from the Tao discussion conference. Oh, that cannot be forgotten. Let us go. Sue raised an eyebrow. All right. Luo Qinghuan nodded obediently. These rewards were hard-earned treasures that she and the insufferable Sue had toiled for. Chapter 56. The longevity herb field. Soon, the two returned from the grand hall where they had claimed the rewards of the Tao discussion conference, and in the young girl's hand gleamed a radiant storage ring. According to the elder's words, all the rewards from the Tao discussion conference were contained within this ring. Upon reaching the small courtyard at the mountainside of Frost Sword Peak, Luo Qinghuan promptly closed the courtyard gate and then walked beneath the peach blossom tree, gracefully sitting down. Luo girl, quickly see what treasures await, Sue urged in her mind. Emitting. The young girl nodded obediently, and then the storage ring emitted a brilliant light, revealing a heap of rewards that resembled a small mountain. Sue. Ve struck gold again. Upon witnessing the mound of rewards, her eyes sparkled with excitement, for this was the fruit of her and Su Ye's arduous efforts. Indeed, the Xianin holy sect is not as miserly as one might think. Su Yi nodded in satisfaction. Let us see what we have. In response, the young girl crouched before the small mountain and began to meticulously count the rewards one by one, while Su Yi observed silently. Oh? Are these some spirit herb seeds? Just as there were still some blessed lands within the Kunlun mirror, rich in spiritual energy and exceptionally fertile soil, cultivating spirit herbs would pose no issue. Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan extract several spirit herb seeds, Su Yi raised an eyebrow and could not help but exclaim. Luo Yatu, please allow your brother Yi to log in first. If these few spiritual herbs are not planted immediately, their growth may be adversely affected. Emitting. The maiden lightly nodded, obediently logging out. As her gaze shifted, Su Yi had completed the login. With a grand gesture, an ancient bronze mirror materialized in his hand, exuding imperial might. It was none other than the imperial artifact, the Kunlun mirror. Ever since Su Yi acquired this Kunlun mirror, it had remained concealed within his soul. However, Luo Yatu, lacking sufficient strength at present, could not wield this imperial artifact, hence she had to let him log in to activate the Kunlun mirror. Regrettably, this mirror had sustained damage and could not fully unleash its imperial capabilities. For now, it could only serve as a self-contained space. If only it could be repaired. Furrowing his brow and letting out a sigh, Su Yi then stepped forward. The brilliance of the Kunlun mirror enveloped him, instantly transporting him into its self-contained space. Upon arriving in the Kunlun realm, Su Yi silently logged out, returning control of his body to Luo Qinghuan. Although they had acquired the Kunlun mirror, it was unfortunate that they were a bit late. It was said that many treasures from the esteemed Kunlun emperor had already been thoroughly scavenged by the 5 major powers. Luo Qinghuan gazed at the vast Kunlun realm, expressing her regret. That may not necessarily be the case. Hearing her words, Su Yi chuckled and shook his head. The maiden looked on in confusion. Su clarified, stating, when the Kunlun mirror was damaged, it activated its master protecting mode. What the 5 major powers took were merely superficial items. The majority of the valuable treasures remained sealed within, awaiting restoration of the Kunlun mirror to be accessed. Coincidentally, I have recently refined my control over the Kunlun realm and am now able to unseal one of its barriers. Come, before planting the spiritual herb seeds, your brother Yi will take you to uncover the treasure. Su laughed heartily. A treasure. Upon hearing this, a certain Luo Yatu nervously tugged at her collar, seemingly attempting to conceal the precious item she was wearing. Soon, following Su Ye's guidance, Luo Qinghuan found herself before a luminous curtain. Observing this scene, a hint of curiosity flickered in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. Although she had frequently visited the Kunlun realm for training, she had never encountered this particular luminous curtain before. This is the master protecting curtain of the Kunlun mirror. Only those who have tamed the Kunlun mirror can see it. Without having tamed it, even an emperor would not perceive a thing, Su explained. The treasures once collected by the Kunlun Emperor also count as a form of protection for the master. Luo Yatu, you can simply touch the curtain lightly to open it. Which Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, then gracefully approached the luminous curtain, extending her delicate fingers to gently tap upon it. Buzz. As her finger descended, the curtain rippled like a smooth surface of water. Soon, as the curtain dissipated, the treasures that had been sealed and protected revealed themselves before the two. It was a patch of pitch-black soil, yet the abundant vitality and rich spiritual energy emanating from it communicated to both that it was extraordinary. What is this? Luo Qinghuan cast a curious glance. Xu Ye's gaze was equally fixed upon the dark, earthen soil. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, for he had not expected that the Kunlun Emperor possessed such a remarkable treasure. Remarkable treasure? The young girl was taken aback. Indeed. This is a medicinal field, known as the Eternal Life Medicinal Field. By planting spiritual herbs upon it, one can accelerate their growth and enhance their medicinal properties. Su Yi explained with a smile. How wondrous! Luo Qinghuan exclaimed, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. To accelerate growth means that the planted spiritual herbs can age more rapidly, transforming into centuries-old, millennium-old, or even 10,000-year-old herbs. Precisely, Su Yi nodded with a smile. Alas, the rewards from the Tao discussion only include a few seeds of spiritual herbs. The girl furrowed her delicate brows. Having such a miraculous medicinal field naturally called for the cultivation of more spiritual herbs, yet the seeds were exceedingly scarce. Just then, amidst her furrowed brow, a spark of inspiration illuminated her beautiful eyes, and a smile graced her fair face. We could request. No, borrow some spiritual herb seeds from Elder Qiyan. Oh, at this, Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the girl. He had not anticipated that she would swiftly grasp his method of borrowing wealth. Truly perceptive. This girl had captured my heart. Luo Qinghuan's corruption progress. 1. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 50 corruption points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a medicinal field enhancement card. Just then, the voice of the system echoed persistently in his mind. Within the first layer of the pitch-black tower in Su Ye's Dantian, a mass of black mist coalesced. Medicinal field enhancement card? However, at that moment, Su Ye's attention was wholly captivated by the corruption rewards. What use is it? He frowned slightly. Soon, the system provided an explanation. Upon using the medicinal field enhancement card, the field will possess the capability to elevate the grade of spiritual herbs. A mere sentence ignited a spark of joy in Su Ye's eyes. Without hesitation, he utilized the medicinal field enhancement card, deeming this investment useless for Luo Qinghuan. Luo, my dear, I have made slight adjustments to enhance this medicinal field. Now, the Eternal Life Medicinal Field not only allows for rapid growth, but also elevates the grade of the spiritual herbs planted within. Elevate the grade of spiritual herbs? Indeed. Just as elixirs possess grades, so too do spiritual herbs, classified from 1 to 9, alongside holy herbs, imperial herbs, and divine herbs. Even a millennium-old grade 1 spiritual herb may have far inferior efficacy compared to a newly sprouted holy herb. Thus, spiritual herbs must not only be aged but also possess high grades. Now, the spiritual herbs planted in this Eternal Life Medicinal Field are primed for elevation. Let me log in and plant all these herb seeds. Upon hearing this, the petite soul clad in white within the realm of souls covered her mouth in awe, her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. Su Yi is truly impressive. Chapter 57, Divine Grade Martial Arts? Luo Qinghuan has momentarily malfunctioned. Having finished planting the spiritual herbs, all that remained was to wait for their growth and elevation. At that time, he would assist in refining these herbs into elixirs. It can be said that with the formidable presence of Su Yi, who pioneered the fourth step of alchemy, coupled with the longevity elixir fields, Luo Qinghuan's future is assuredly abundant with elixirs. Even consuming imperial elixirs as if they were mere sugar candies would pose no concern. After issuing the command, Su Yi and the girl departed from the Kunlun realm. The young lady busied herself with the multitude of rewards, uncovering a plethora of martial arts within. She lacked for nothing in terms of skills, especially since the sky-devouring demon technique taught by Su Yi was exceptionally powerful, irreplaceable by ordinary methods. This is Earth-tier martial arts, 10,000 swords breaking? A flicker of delight sparkled in Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes as she discovered a martial art. Seems this girl has a particular fondness for sword techniques. What difference does it make if it is merely Earth-tier? With your brother Yi, one might assume we cannot cultivate stronger martial arts. In his mind, Su Yi cast a glance at the 10,000 swords breaking in her grasp. An upper-tier earth martial art. Not particularly strong. Not strong, you say? This is a technique that nearly reaches the saint-tier level. The young girl blinked her lovely eyes. Even the strongest martial arts of their Xian holy sect are merely upper-tier saint level. The martial arts of the Tianxian world are categorized from high to low as Divine Emperor, Saint, Heaven, Earth, and Yellow. Throughout the entire, aside from the 5 top-tier factions possessing imperial-level experts, the strongest martial arts of other first-rate factions are merely saint tier. Truly, only the 5 top-tier factions possess imperial-level techniques. Even if some ancient secret realms or the tombs of great emperors left behind imperial-level martial arts, they would have been claimed by the 5 factions. Yi exhaled a breath. Luo girl, I apologize for arriving late. I could not provide you with fine brand I in his past life. He was a powerful emperor. Without imperial-level martial arts, what kind of emperor would he be? Moreover, even if he lacked such techniques, were there not other emperors who possessed them? Let us not forget his title, the Bandit Emperor. It matters not if we have none. As long as others do, it suffices. Initially, Sui had intended to teach this girl an imperial-level technique, but at that time, the system rewarded him with the sky-devouring demon technique. Although it bore no designated level, Sui, being an emperor and a transmigrator, understood that even imperial-level techniques could not compare to the rewards from the system. As for martial arts, this girl's prior cultivation base was too low. He feared that she might not withstand the strain of imperial-level techniques. However, it now appeared that his concerns were entirely unnecessary. Luo girl, focus your mind. Your brother Yi will transmit to you a sword technique that should suit you well based on its attributes. Sui spoke in a deep tone. Upon hearing his words, a serious expression immediately adorned Luo Qinghuan's small face, and she promptly followed his instructions. Soon, she felt a surge of vast text pouring into her mind. The young girl quickly glanced over, only to see ancient characters forming the elegant phrase, Frost Dragon Sword Technique. Luo Qinghuan murmured softly. Just uttering the name of this sword intent martial art, she felt an overwhelming imperial might coalesce, accompanied by an intensely cold sword intent, as if a dragon were howling. Could this be imperial-level martial arts? The young girl was somewhat astonished. Indeed, Sui nodded and explained with a smile. This is a sword technique of ice attribute, perfectly suited to your qualities, making cultivation simpler and unlocking its utmost power. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the young girl was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Yi would so readily bestow upon her a tome of imperial-level martial arts capable of causing a sensation throughout the entire wasteland domain. Tears welled in her eyes as she exclaimed, Su Yi, you... Hold on, he interjected. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yi raised his hand, feigning distaste, and halted her. Your elder brother Yi despises overly sentimental displays. Let us not indulge in such theatrics. No, what I meant was, since you've already given me this, why not spare me a couple more volumes? With that, the girl wiped her tears and grinned playfully. Su Yi could only respond with a resigned sigh. This is it. This girl has completely gone astray. Well, look at you, Luo girl, daring to tease your elder brother Yi. A punishment is in order. Ah, you rascal Su Yi, do not even think about tickling me, she squealed, laughter spilling forth. After a bout of playful banter left her cheeks flushed, Su Yi finally advised her. All right, Luo girl, begin to comprehend the Frost Dragon Sword technique. Oh, got it, she replied, the blush fading from her face. With an exasperated glare directed at the mischievous Su Yi within her soul, she then gently nodded her head and sat cross-legged, commencing her enlightenment of the imperial-level sword technique. Just as the girl began to delve into the imperial-level sword technique, a voice echoed in Su Ye's mind. Detected that Luo Qinghuan has comprehended the imperial-level sword technique. The host's Great Path Sage has been activated. The imperial-level sword technique Frost Dragon Sword Technique has been upgraded to the divine-level sword technique Frost Dragon Dance. Su Yi was taken aback. What? Divine level? By the heavens. I never even practiced divine-level martial arts while I was an emperor. Su Yi felt a twinge of envy. The treatment afforded to Luo girl was far too generous. Great Path Sage has been activated. When Luo Qinghuan masters the divine-level martial art, Frost Dragon Dance to perfection, it may replenish the host. The host's power when executing this martial art will be quintupled, and when the host reshapes their physical form, the martial art's power will be decupled. In his mind, the system voice resounded once more, tenfold. Su Yi thought, all right, enough sulking. He promptly called a halt to the girl's enlightenment of the imperial-level sword technique. What's wrong? She asked, looking up in confusion. Forget about that one. Focus on this instead. As he spoke, Su Yi silently transmitted the upgraded martial art from the system to her. The girl glanced at it, reading, Frost Dragon Dance, Divine level? At that moment, she stood frozen, and Su Yi could even see thin wisps of smoke rising from her head. Witnessing this, Su Yi exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness! Luo girl has crashed. Meanwhile, in a shadowy valley of the wasteland domain, A momentous conspiracy was unfolding. This location was none other than the lair of one of the 5 paramount forces of the Wasteland domain, the Extreme Demon Valley. Chapter 58. Extreme Demon Valley. Luo girl, have you put on weight? In this moment, deep within the mysterious depths of the valley shrouded in darkness, a grand hall, entirely black and seemingly enveloped by shadows, stood imposingly. Within the hall, before me sat a figure cloaked in black, ensconced upon the throne of skulls, exuding an overwhelming aura of dark magic. At the same time, several tendrils of inky essence coiled around him, each pulsating as if imbued with a heartbeat. Masha, he declared, the time has come to strike at that old wretch now that the secret realm of divine weapons has been unveiled. It is high time to ensnare the last of the elusive prey. At that moment, one of the tendrils morphed into a grotesque visage, slowly articulating, "Oh, are we finally to take action against that old fool?" The cloaked figure lifted his head, revealing his chilling, sinister eyes. This individual was none other than Masha, the master of the Extreme Demon Valley, one of the 5 paramount forces in the desolate realm. The vessel prepared. That old one is exceedingly obstinate. Although his physical form has perished, his soul remains robust. Even we cannot intrude upon him directly. We must find a vessel to inhabit and devise our plans once we enter the secret realm. The grotesque visage intoned gravely. Indeed, Masha nodded in agreement. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, 3 figures emerged from beyond the grand hall, their eyes devoid of life, resembling mere puppets as they numbly approached the center of the chamber. Feng Yuan, the 4th prodigy of the Extreme Demon Valley, Yi Tianxing, the 5th, and Song Hun, the 6th. Masha introduced the trio, then cast a glance at the surrounding tendrils of dark essence, stating coolly, 3 vessels. Now, who among you shall take this opportunity? A splendid vessel. Ha ha ha. I shall not relinquish this chance granted by the master, cackled the first grotesque visage, who then, without affording the others a moment to react, surged into one of the figures. Heh, since that old fool has gone, I cannot lag behind. Another voice chimed, followed swiftly by yet another dark essence entering a separate figure. With the remaining essences witnessing this, they had no choice but to dissipate. Very well. Once the vessels are occupied and the surrounding dark essence has dissipated, Masha gestured towards the 3 figures in the chamber. In an instant, the trio's eyes regained their luster, no longer resembling puppets. We pay our respects to the Valley Master. As the 3 regained their composure and beheld the cloaked figure, a glimmer of reverence flashed in their eyes, and they promptly bowed. Rise, Masha said, casting a fleeting glance at the 3. You have been selected to participate in the secret realm of divine weapons. Yes, thank you, Valley Master. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon hearing Masha's words, the 3 were momentarily taken aback. Then their eyes sparkled with delight as they hastily expressed their gratitude. Enough. You may withdraw. Masha waved his hand, and the 3 immediately retreated, their expressions still brimming with joy. Once they had departed, silence enveloped the grand hall. The dark expression in Masha's eyes deepened with intensity. Were it not for that accursed human emperor who, single-handedly, vanquished 7 of our demon emperors thousands of years ago, our clan would not have fallen to such depths. Upon mentioning that great emperor of the human race, a flicker of palpable fear emanating from the depths of his soul was unmistakably evident in his eyes. He then scoffed once more. Humph. You were able to protect them in life, but I shall see who will guard them now that you have fallen. The master has long resided in the divine realm for tens of thousands of years. It remains unknown what formidable level they have attained. When they descend upon the 9 domains once more, it shall mark the moment of our clan's unification of the 9 domains. In the Xianin Holy Sect, atop Frostblade Peak, 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Suyi devoted himself to instructing Luo Qinghuan in her cultivation. The young lady, having recovered from the stagnation of divine-level martial arts, diligently practiced the techniques. Ultimately, she did not disappoint Suye's expectations and successfully comprehended the divine-level martial arts. Within the Kunlun realm, a colossal frost dragon shadow, stretching several hundred zhang, materialized, accompanied by the resounding of sword cries. It roared as it charged forth, instantly cleaving a mountain in 2 with a single stroke. The sword mark extended for thousands of meters, its icy, piercing chill palpable in the air. Were it not for the fatal blow, this frigid aura could have delivered a finishing strike. Is this truly the prowess of divine-level martial arts? How formidable! The young girl clutched her spiritual sword, the frost enveloping it gradually dissipating. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she beheld the might her strike had unleashed, her red lips slightly parted in astonishment. What is this? In her mind, Suyi languidly yawned. Once your brother Yi has reformed his physical body, I shall show you what true divine-level martial arts entail. Humph. The young girl pouted, letting out a scoff. That wretched Suyi only knows how to bully others. However, it was indeed astonishing that she could wield such power from divine-level martial arts at merely the celestial venerable realm. Suyi chuckled heartily, then shifted the conversation. Upon hearing this, the young girl's pouting lips relaxed slightly. Suyi had a certain expertise in soothing children in this regard. Suyi, could you restore the Kunlun realm for me? I wish to take a bath and rest. It seems we are to depart for the divine armament secret realm tomorrow. Luo Qinghuan wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and softly addressed Suyi. Suyi nodded at that moment. The girl's expression shifted. It has been quite a while since I last exercised my body. Suyi activated his account and stretched lazily. Throughout this time, he had been focused on guiding the young girl in her training, hardly using his account, and felt his soul becoming stiff from inactivity. Just then, Suyi seemed to have noticed something, expressing his bewilderment. What is it? The petite spirit clad in white, residing within the realm of souls, looked up in confusion upon hearing his voice. Luo Qinghuan, have you perhaps gained some weight recently? Suyi furrowed his brow. Gained weight? The petite spirit froze at his words, feeling a touch anxious. Indeed, regardless of the worldview, girls are often quite concerned about their weight. That's true. Suyi nodded and continued. I can't shake the feeling that my chest feels heavy. Really, however, before he could finish, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the petite spirit's beautiful eyes, and she joyfully exclaimed. However, she quickly regained her composure. Perhaps it is simply due to gaining a bit of weight. Oh dear, never mind that. Let us first restore the Kunlun realm. The young girl lightly coughed and urged with haste. It seems that the ancient divine garment has begun to exhibit its effects. I must not allow that scoundrel Suyi to discover this, or else he will undoubtedly mock me. Chapter 59. The first on the Xian Sacred Cult's talents list. Han Feng. Is that so? Upon hearing the girl's words, Suyi raised an eyebrow, suppressing a smile. This girl thinks she is being quite discreet. Little does she know, he had noticed her sneaking about on the very first day. Subsequently, Suyi chose not to expose her, instead gazing at the mountain range that she had cleaved through with her sword. With a wave of his hand, the ancient bronze mirror in his grasp materialized, and a brilliant light enveloped the area, restoring the entire mountain range to its pristine state. It could be said that the Kunlun realm is an exceptionally suitable place for cultivation. Any destruction can be effortlessly mended. After restoring the Kunlun realm, Suyi relinquished control of his body back to Luo Qinghuan, who then joyfully retreated to the spiritual spring in the backyard of the small courtyard. Evidently in high spirits. How could Suyi be unaware of her little schemes? That night, beneath the full moon, in the small courtyard nestled in the mountains, the girl stealthily poked her head out from the bedding. Upon realizing that a certain mischievous fellow was snoring thunderously in the realm of souls, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, as if engaged in thievery, she lifted her garments. In the next moment, a glimmer of light seemed to ignite in her eyes as she clenched her small fists, filled with determination. One day, I will surely make that scoundrel Suyi see me in a new light. Humph, thought in the night, as the girl's spirited murmurs echoed. An untimely voice, unable to contain its laughter, rang out, Luo Qinghuan. She stood frozen for several seconds. Although there were no candles lit in the room, it felt as if the girl's gradually appearing blush could still be perceived. Then, she finally regained her senses, her face flushed as she lowered her lifted garments. Inside the room, an eerie silence prevailed. Yet the temperature seemed to soar due to the girl's embarrassment. Suyi, you are not asleep? The girl, blushing, bit her silver teeth and asked, somewhat nervously. Who? The only response was Su Ye's snoring. You must be awake. Who? Look, there's a fairy. Who? Seeing this scene, the girl finally relaxed, patting her not-so-flat chest, letting out a sigh of relief. It seems this scoundrel must truly be asleep. Otherwise, if she called out about a fairy, this lecherous rogue would certainly have reacted. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, something suddenly occurred to her. I seem to recall Elder Qian mentioning that there are free elixirs available at the pill refining peak. Where are they? Luo girl, follow your night brother. Prepare several large sacks. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, Su Ye's voice abruptly echoed in her mind. Luo Qinghuan. As expected, only a bandit can attract the attention of another bandit. A him? Luo girl, I just woke up that I saw nothing and heard nothing. For instance, what you so confidently asserted, which would truly astonish your elder brother Yi, when entirely unheard by him. As Yi cleared his throat, Luo Qinghuan. Subsequently, her delicate countenance blushed with a visible intensity. How absurd, Su Yi. The following day, at the small courtyard halfway up Frost Sword Peak, the young girl pushed open the door and descended the mountain, for today marked the day of her journey to the divine weapon's secret realm. Given the considerable distance between the divine weapon's secret realm and the Xuanti holy sect, it was only natural that she would not venture there alone, but rather be escorted by the formidable experts of her sect. By the way, Luo girl, a thought crossed Su Ye's mind as he inquired. Among the 5 premier powers, 3 slots were available this time, and as a first-rate force, the Xuanti holy sect had 2 slots, one granted to you. But what of the other? I am uncertain, replied Luo Qinghuan, shaking her head. It could possibly be Yi Qingyi, who ranks 3rd, or perhaps senior sister Sun, who ranks 2nd. Sui narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, and what of Han Feng? Han Feng, the foremost on the Xuanti holy sect's talented disciple list. In the original storyline, Han Feng often oppressed Luo Qinghuan, fully aware of her gentle disposition, compelling her to surrender her cultivation resources, and even seizing some opportunities obtained at the peril of her life within the secret realm under various pretexts. Senior brother Han Feng? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows, her small face scrunched up as she shook her head. Senior brother Han Feng generally remains in secluded cultivation, rarely emerging, and I am not particularly fond of him. He always carries an air of superiority, and has never treated me kindly. Is that so? Sui raised an eyebrow slightly. If Han Feng were to be the other candidate for this divine weapon secret realm, then let us hope he does not make it. Soon, Luo Qinghuan arrived at the training square of the Xuanti holy sect, where numerous disciples had gathered for their practices. The moment the young girl appeared, she instantly captivated the attention of the disciples, who gazed at her with a hint of reverence. Senior Sister Luo. We greet Senior Sister Luo. Luo Qinghuan nodded gently in acknowledgement and then stood to the side, awaiting the arrival of the sect representatives. Qinghuan, you have arrived. Just then, a voice belonging to a woman sounded unexpectedly. There approached Yu Ji, clad in a purple qipao, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair leaning on a cane. Upon seeing them, the crowd hurriedly bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the sect leader. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder Xianming. Greetings to the sect leader, greetings to the Grand Elder. Hearing the voice, Luo Qinghuan turned to look and offered a soft bow in return. Qinghuan, this journey will be overseen by Grand Elder Xianming, Yu Ji remarked, glancing at the elderly man. Understood, Luo Qinghuan nodded lightly. A peak existence in the realm of power, nearly stepping into the cycle realm, Yi cast a glance at Grand Elder Xianming, absorbing his strength. Among first-rate forces, he was indeed a top-tier expert, though he still fell a bit short compared to the 5 major powers. Sect leader, may I inquire who the other candidate is? Well, Yu Ji was just about to speak. I have heard that junior sister Luo has already achieved a breakthrough to the 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm. Such speed truly puts me, your elder brother, to shame. Just then, a young man's cold laughter suddenly echoed. Following that, from the heavens descended a youth clad in azure garments, holding a folding fan. The surrounding disciples of the Xuanti sacred sect all changed their expressions upon seeing him. It is Master Brother Han Feng. What? Is he the cultivation fanatic of our Xuanti sacred sect? Ranked first on the talented youngsters list, I did not expect him to emerge from his seclusion today. As the crowd beheld the youth with the folding fan, they could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes filled with trepidation. It is said that Master Brother Han Feng's methods are ruthless. Even fellow disciples who offend him face dire consequences. Moreover, the most critical point is that Han Feng not only possesses exceptional talent, but his master is also the current supreme elder of Xianming. This means that within the Xuanti sacred sect, almost no one dares to provoke him. Han Feng, has your emergence from seclusion resulted in a breakthrough to the creation realm? Moon Princess cast a casual glance at him and inquired. Replying to the sect leader, I have indeed just broken through to the creation realm. I emerged from seclusion with the intention of entering the divine weapon secret realm to seek a spirit weapon that aligns with my own capabilities. In order to strive for a position among the top 10 of the talented youngsters list in the desolate, heavenly domain, Han Feng replied with a light chuckle. Creation realm? Striving for a position among the top 10 of the talented youngsters list in the desolate, heavenly domain. Hiss. Master Brother Han Feng is truly formidable. The sound of gasps reverberated in the air. Junior Sister Luo, I have heard that you secured first place in this debate conference. May I inquire what valuable rewards the sect has bestowed upon you? If you do not mind, would you be so kind as to show them to your elder brother? At this moment, Han Feng's gaze fell upon the young girl, a slight smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. This Han Feng is even more excessive than in the original narrative. Tio, initiate a heist upon first meeting. Am I the brigand, or are you? Upon hearing this, Su Yi narrowed his eyes. Very well. You have chosen your path to demise. Hearing Han Feng's words, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she then raised her gaze to meet his. I do mind. Chapter 60. Central Continent, the Divine Weapons Secret Realm opens. What did you just say? Upon hearing the young girl's words, Han Feng was evidently taken aback. his brows knitting together. In the past, when faced with such requests, the girl would hesitate but ultimately reveal the rewards bestowed by the sect, allowing him to claim them under the pretense of safeguarding them. But now, Luo Qinghuan has outright rejected him? Junior sister Luo, what did you just say? Your elder brother did not hear clearly. Would you be so kind as to repeat that? Han Feng maintained a smile on his face. Luo Qinghuan glanced at him, choosing to disregard his words. Stinky Suyi said that if you didn't hear clearly, I must repeat myself? On what grounds? Very well, very well. Observing that the young girl chose not to engage with him, Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing within them. Did he think that breaking through to the 8th star of the heavenly sovereign realm would allow him to defy his elder brother? But soon, the chill in his eyes dissipated, and his smile returned. Since junior sister is unwilling, I shall not press the matter. With that, he shrugged and retreated behind the supreme elder of Xianming. All done. Elder Xianming, there is no time to delay. We must set off immediately to avoid missing the moment of the divine weapon secret realm's opening. Yueji glanced at the three individuals and spoke. Indeed, master. Elder Xianming nodded, then tossed his staff into the air, which instantaneously expanded to a length of several dozen zhang. Hovering majestically above, he was the first to leap upon it, beckoning to the two below. Feng'er, Qinghuan, come up Danmim. The two nodded and ascended the staff. Once they stabilized their positions, Elder Xianming turned to Yueji below and declared, Master, we are departing. With that, he waved his large sleeves and the staff, now several dozen zhang in height, soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and vanishing in the blink of an eye. The location of the divine weapon secret realm lies within the desolate Tianyu's central state. It is said that whenever the secret realm nears its opening, all spiritual artifacts in the vicinity, whether owned or unclaimed, resonate as if mourning for the fallen divine weapon emperor. At this moment, more and more distinguished prodigies possessing the qualification to enter the divine weapon secret realm are making their way toward its location. The Xianning holy cult is situated quite a distance from central state. Even for a powerhouse like Elder Xianming, who is at the brink of reincarnation, it would take a full day of relentless travel. During this time, Luo Qinghuan had secluded herself in a corner of the staff, distancing herself from Han Feng, appearing to meditate with her eyes closed. Yet in truth, she had already retreated into her soul space to chat with Suyi. Although Han Feng had not approached her to instigate trouble, the occasional cold glances he cast toward the girl revealed that he was undoubtedly harboring ill intentions. Before long, a day had passed. Feng'er, Qinghuan, prepare yourselves. We are nearly there. Elder Xianming's voice resonated from the staff. At his call, Luo Qinghuan emerged from her soul space, slowly opening her beautiful eyes to gaze in the direction he indicated. Before them lay a desolate expanse. Surrounding them for hundreds of miles was a barren wasteland, devoid of any signs of life. Resembling a lifeless realm, in the very center of this wilderness stood a broken sword, towering several hundred zhang and piercing the clouds. This is. A flicker of confusion crossed the girl's eyes. That is the entrance to the divine weapon's secret realm. On the staff, Elder Xianming gazed solemnly at the broken sword, unable to suppress a sigh. It is said that this broken sword was once an imperial artifact. Since the fall of the divine weapon emperor, countless sovereign-level powerhouses and those of the imperial realm have attempted to draw forth this sword for themselves. Yet all have returned empty-handed. Upon hearing this, Suyi, cradling his arms within the soul's sanctuary, scoffed. Nonsense. While the divine weapon old man may not possess remarkable combat abilities, the divine weapons he forged are untouchable by any emperor-level powerhouse, as long as he does not permit it to. So that divine weapon emperor is quite formidable. Then, Luo Qinghuan inquired with curiosity. He had mentioned that this place was the tomb of his old acquaintance, which must refer to the divine weapon emperor. The great emperor is not weak at all. The elder Xianming shook his head. The true strength of the divine weapon emperor lies in his unparalleled forging skills. The imperial weapons he forges are fervently sought after by the formidable beings of the 9 domains. All right, Feng'er, and you too, Qinghuan, prepare yourselves, for we are about to descend, declared Elder Xianming, as he maneuvered his staff towards the broken sword. Simultaneously, as the group drew nearer to the broken sword, the number of surrounding cultivators increased significantly. It was evident that these were the elite representatives from various major powers, all preparing to enter the secret realm. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A demonic blade descended from the heavens, crashing heavily before the broken sword. The powerful shockwave instantly sent Elder Xianming's staff flying. Fortunately, the three managed to react swiftly, stabilizing themselves to avoid plummeting down. Not only were the three affected, numerous flying spiritual artifacts belonging to surrounding factions were also shaken. Some cultivators, caught off guard, fell to the ground in a most undignified manner, infuriated and cursing aloud. Damn it! Can't they see all these people here? Are they in such a hurry to meet their demise? What fools, however. Just as he was venting his frustration, a companion beside him swiftly restrained him. The companion, pale-faced, pointed downwards, upon seeing the blood-clad elder and the three blood-clad youths beside him. His expression shifted dramatically, fear flashing in his eyes, and he hurriedly sealed his lips. The surrounding cultivators, similarly affected, quickly abandoned their reckless thoughts of cursing, for they recognized that the identities of those wielding the demonic blade were anything but trivial. They hailed from the extreme Demon Valley, one of the 5 foremost powers in the wild heaven domain. Such standing indeed provided them the audacity to act with such arrogance. We should descend as well. Elder Xianming furrowed his brows, a serious expression crossing his face as he guided his staff downward, halting several hundred meters away from the broken sword. This divine weapon secret realm was not merely a discussion conference for their Xian holy sect. This grand imperial secret realm, capable of attracting the entirety of the wild heaven domain, had only 5 principal powers as its true protagonists, with 3 beings at the 1-star creation realm and 5 at the reincarnation realm. These 3 must be the young prodigies from extreme Demon Valley participating in the divine weapon secret realm. They are not particularly formidable. Even without my intervention, Luo girl can easily handle these 3. In the realm of soul absorption, Su Ye's gaze fell upon the 4 individuals from extreme Demon Valley, instantly analyzing their strengths with keen insight. Suddenly, just as Su Yi intended to retract his gaze, his brow furrowed tightly, as if he had sensed something amiss. Chapter 61. The Phoenix Goddess, the final encounter. As Su Ye's gaze landed on the 3 prodigies from extreme Demon Valley, his brow furrowed even more, as he perceived a familiar aura emanating from them. An aura that was utterly distasteful. Su Yi, what's wrong? Noticing the change deep within Su Ye's soul, Luo Qinghuan promptly inquired. It's nothing, Su Yi replied, shaking his head. After casting one last glance at the 3, he withdrew his gaze. As Su Yi did so, the expressions of the 3 prodigies from extreme Demon Valley suddenly turned vacant, 3 dark auras flashing momentarily through their minds. What is happening? Why does it feel as though some terrifying entity has cast its gaze upon me? Do you too share this sensation? The aged figure with the sinister, dark visage furrowed his brow, hastily inquiring of the other 2. Indeed. Moreover, that feeling is profoundly unsettling, as if it has been etched deep within my very soul. The other 2 figures cloaked in darkness replied, their voices pale. Hiss. What could be the cause of this? Never mind. It matters not. Our immediate priority is to eliminate those who have slipped through the net. That old wretch within the divine weapon secret realm must be dealt with today. The 3 exchanged glances, a cold glint flickering in their eyes. As time progressed, an increasing number of powerful forces converged upon this location. When 4 terrifying auras manifested in the heavens above, the expressions of all present immediately shifted, their gazes drawn skyward, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. The Phoenix Goddess of the Supreme Forgetting Palace, Li Qingyang of the Pill Alliance, and the 3rd Prince of the Wujie Empire. These individuals are among the most distinguished prodigies of the 5 paramount forces. It appears that each of the 5 factions is resolutely intent on claiming the treasures of this divine weapon secret realm. And what of the Battle Heaven Hall? It seems that this time, the Battle Heaven Hall did not send the renowned Qin Tian, yet. Qin Tian? The body of Qin Tian has long since grown cold. What? Qin Tian of the Battle Heaven Hall is dead. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in an uproar. One had anticipated that Qin Tian, one of the 3 distinguished figures of the Battle Heaven Hall, had perished long ago. Who could have perpetrated such a ruthless act? At this moment, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a certain young girl slightly turned her face away, humming a little tune. The audacious Su Yi is to blame. What does it have to do with me? Luo Qinghuan. With all 5 top-tier forces now present, what remains is to await the opening of the divine weapon secret realm. Meanwhile, Elder Xianming was quietly waiting alongside Han Feng and Luo Qinghuan, allowing the 2 to recuperate and prepare for their imminent entry into the secret realm. Are you Luo Qinghuan? Just then, a chilling female voice suddenly resounded. The group looked up to see a woman clad in a fiery red dress adorned with a phoenix motif approaching, her arms crossed, as she regarded the white-clad maiden before her. This woman was none other than the Phoenix Goddess of the Supreme Forgetting Palace. What is the meaning of this? Why has the Phoenix Goddess sought out someone from the Xian sacred sect? Could it be that a member of the Xian sacred sect has offended the Supreme Forgetting Palace? How dare they? It seems a spectacle is about to unfold. This scene was quickly observed by a throng of onlookers, who eagerly turned their gazes in anticipation of the unfolding drama. The Divine Palaces. Phoenix Goddess? I am Xianming, an elder of the Xian sacred sect. May I inquire as to the purpose of the Phoenix Goddess seeking out the young lady Qinghuan? Elder Xianming furrowed his brow and spoke promptly. However, the phoenix goddess paid him no heed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the white-clad maiden. Luo Qinghuan, have you offended the phoenix goddess? Shouldn't you hastily apologize? Han Feng, eyes narrowed, shot a glance at Luo Qinghuan and admonished her sharply. The young maiden's delicate brows knitted together. Yet, before she could utter a word, the phoenix goddess shot a glare at Han Feng. Silence. The divine maiden speaks to her. What concern is it of yours, Han Feng? His lips twitched, and his countenance darkened instantly, yet he restrained himself from uttering another word. He could not afford to offend the prodigies of the five foremost powers. Upon hearing that the divine envoy had chosen you, it seems you have become one of my competitors, the divine maiden declared with a glint of battle intent in her beautiful eyes, her crimson lips curving slightly as she gazed at Luo Qinghuan. Having said this, she uttered not another syllable and turned to depart, leaving behind a group of bewildered cultivators who stared in astonishment at the maiden in white. That is Luo Qinghuan of the Xianin holy cult. What did the divine maiden mean by that? She considers herself qualified to be the rival of the divine maiden. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their gazes fixated on the girl. What does she mean by that? The maiden furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes brimming with confusion. She sensed no malice from the divine maiden, only an endless desire for battle. It must be related to the so-called divine envoy she mentioned, as well as the supreme emotionless art bestowed upon her by Yu Xuyi explained that in the not-so-distant future of the original plot, the supreme emotionless palace would host the selection for the divine maiden, in which Luo Qinghuan would participate and ultimately emerge victorious, becoming the true divine maiden of the divine palace. The divine maiden must also be one of the candidates, thus considering Luo Qinghuan as a competitor. However, as for who becomes the divine maiden, it is a matter of personal choice. Luo Qinghuan certainly has no intention of taking on that role. Soon, after a prolonged wait, a piercing sword intent suddenly coalesced atop the broken sword in the desolate land, followed by a resounding boom as the terrifying sword intent surged into the heavens, cleaving the sky apart. Boom! Immediately, countless phantoms manifested in the sky. Upon witnessing this, the crowd turned their attention, and to their astonishment, those phantoms took the form of divine weapons. Swords, sabers, spears, and more, each radiating brilliance and sharpness. Even as mere phantoms, the crowd could feel the overwhelming killing intent emanating from them. Hiss! With so many divine weapons, surely any one of them could be considered an unparalleled imperial weapon. Is this the divine weapon's secret realm of the divine weapon emperor? Observing this scene, the cultivators around began to grow increasingly solemn, their eyes filled with fervent desire. That old fellow, even in death, cannot rest. He revels in flaunting his divine weapons. Deep within his soul, Suyi glanced at the celestial manifestations of the divine weapons and could not help but scold with a laugh, then shook his head. It is a pity that this old codger is quite stingy, not even leaving a single divine weapon for you, Knight brother. He must hold a grudge because you bullied the divine weapon emperor in the past. Hence his refusal to grant you one. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan gleefully remarked, "Why would I bully that old man? You, Knight brother, only bully me. That is called favoritism," Suyi replied with a grin. Luo Qinghuan. "So I should not thank you." "Indeed," Suyi nodded without reservation. "Humph." The maiden pouted and huffed. "Very well, Luo Qinghuan, prepare to enter the divine weapon's secret realm." Suy's gaze fell upon the gradually unfurling barrier surrounding the broken sword, murmuring softly, "I wonder if I shall see my old friend one last time?" Chapter 62. Is the senior sister of the Xianin sacred sect here to procure supplies? Boom. As the barrier upon the broken sword gradually unfurled, a sharp sword intent emanated from its very core, instantly causing several cultivators present to change their expressions. Upon witnessing this, the leading experts of various factions swiftly enacted their measures, shielding the younger prodigies behind them. "Fenger, Qinghuan, step back behind me," commanded the elder Xianming, his gaze flickering with seriousness as he struck his cane heavily upon the ground, enveloping the two individuals behind him in a formidable aura. Zing! The sound of the sword rang out, and the barrier instantly expanded. The piercing sword intent swept through all present, striking fear into the hearts of the leading experts, their expressions turning grave, not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. Such powerful sword intent? Is this the divine sword forged by the Sword Emperor? This fierce sword intent does not belong to the Sword Emperor himself, but is instead the terrifying sword intent inherent to the divine sword he has crafted. One can only imagine the dreadful realm of sword intent that would be unleashed were a master of sword intent to wield this divine sword. The ripples of sword intent circulated, momentarily passing over everyone as if scanning each individual present. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, when the ripples brushed against the white-clad maiden, they inadvertently stirred greater waves. Finally, as the sound of the sword ceased and the intent dissipated. A collective sigh of relief was heard. Beneath the broken sword, a spatial portal materialized, leading to the divine weapon trial. Luo Qinghuan. This divine weapon's secret realm only permits the younger generation to enter, so from here on, the path must be traversed by the two of you. Remember to look out for one another once inside, Elder Ximming instructed, gazing at the two. Rest assured, Master, I will take good care of junior sister Luo, Han Feng replied, his gaze resting on the maiden with a cheerful smile. Very well, prepare to set off, Elder Ximming nodded. Esteemed guests, as this divine weapon's secret realm lies within my central continent, it is only fitting that I, the third prince of the Wuji divine dynasty, be the first to enter, correct? The third prince of Wuji laughed heartily, leading two other prodigies of the Wuji divine dynasty directly towards the broken sword. Following them, Li Qingyang of the Pill Alliance, Fang Yuan of the Extreme Demon Valley, and the prodigies of the War Sky Palace all entered the broken sword. Luo Qinghuan, this goddess shall await you inside. Do not perish, the Phoenix goddess cast a glance at Luo Qinghuan before leaving with an aloof huff. Once the prodigies of the 5 great factions had entered, the prodigies from surrounding forces followed suit. Junior sister Luo, let us also proceed. Han Feng smiled at the maiden beside him. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly but remained silent. Meanwhile, within the depths of the divine weapon's secret realm, an ancient soul suddenly froze. Trembling with excitement, this familiar aura, could it be? A flash of white light flickered. The surrounding space began to shift, revealing a self-contained realm. In the vast expanse of the heavens, ethereal silhouettes of divine weapons can be seen suspended high above. Everything that is visible in this realm is transformed from these divine armaments. Should one gain their acknowledgement, they may carry them away, converting them into their own spiritual weapons. Thus, upon arriving in this space, many prodigies from various factions clung to the ancient trees or knelt upon the ground, attuning themselves to the delicate blades of grass, for these too are manifestations of divine weaponry. However, the prodigies from the 5 major factions, or those of first-rate powers, chose not to linger here, but instead ventured deeper into the space, where it is closer to the site of the divine weapon emperor's fall. Thus, the divine weapons here are naturally far superior to those found outside. Junior sister Luo, this divine weapon's secret realm harbors certain dangers. It would be prudent for us to join forces, Han Feng said with a smile, already devising schemes to turn Luo Qinghuan into his tool, intending to exhaust her energy first before persuading her to surrender the divine weapon, thus allowing him to reap the benefits. However, as he uttered these words, he realized that the figure of Luo Qinghuan behind him had vanished without a trace. A flicker of displeasure crossed Han Feng's eyes. When he turned to chastise her, he found the young girl was nowhere to be seen. Witnessing this scene, the dark expression in Han Feng's eyes deepened. Meanwhile, in another part of the divine weapon's secret realm, Suyi pondered, is this great tree also a divine weapon? The girl gazed at the towering tree adorned with frost-covered leaves, her delicate face wrinkling in confusion. Of course, do you not trust your brother Yi? Otherwise, you may find your posterior in jeopardy. A voice in her mind quipped, I believe. The moment she heard the mention of her posterior, the girl's expression shifted, instinctively shielding her pert backside while nodding fervently. Soon, under Su Ye's guidance, she began to comprehend the divine weapon manifested in the great tree, gently placing her small hand upon its trunk, her eyes softly closing. In the next instant, with a flash of brilliance, the tree transformed into a spiritual sword radiating a hint of icy sword energy, a mystic artifact, the Frostblade. The girl gazed at the spiritual sword born from the great tree, extending her small hand to grasp it delicately. Observing this scene, many practitioners surrounding the tree revealed expressions of envy. To be acknowledged by a divine weapon upon mere contact. Such talent was indeed formidable. Suyi, this mystic artifact does not seem particularly powerful. You do not understand, Suyi replied with a slight smirk. While this mystic artifact may not be strong, it is quite valuable. Oh, I understand now. The girl instantly grasped the concept. Although these mystic artifacts were of no use to her directly, she could easily sell them for resources beneficial to her cultivation. Thus, these divine weapons held significance for her as well. Suyi had always said that one must never overlook anything that could be obtained for free. Then I shall not be polite. Consequently, she chose not to rush deeper into the realm, opting first to gather her spoils. This truly exemplified the essence of a fierce wife and a rogue husband, taking freely wherever they went. After all, even the grass here was transformed from divine weaponry. Seeing the girl touch these myriad entities, each divine weapon instantly recognized her as its master, leaving the surrounding practitioners utterly bewildered. Other prodigies come to the divine weapon's secret realm to carefully select weapons suited to them. It seems this senior sister from the Xianin sacred sect is merely here to stock up. In the sacred realm of divine weapons, the prodigies of various factions were endeavoring to comprehend their own unique divine armaments, meticulously selecting their treasures. Among them, a certain young maiden, guided by the whispers of a nefarious presence within her mind, commenced her acquisition spree, indifferent to the rank of the divine weapons, collecting them without hesitation. Her storage rings brimming with bounty. Yes, she departed to procure more treasures in another locale. Those who had just arrived beheld the desolate scene before them, devoid of any remnants, not a blade of grass in sight. Instantly, they exchanged glances, a look of incredulity dawning upon their faces. Had they ventured to the wrong place? Chapter 63. 10 radiant orbs, all sacred artifacts. Deep within the divine weapon realm stood a grand hall, where the elite of the 5 major factions, along with numerous renowned figures from first-rate forces, had gathered. Within this hall, 10 beams of light converged, each encapsulating a divine weapon sealed within. Swords, spears, blades, and more. The assembled prodigies cast covetous glances towards these 10 luminous orbs, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Though these divine weapons were sealed, the aura of their might was palpable. These 10 divine armaments were assuredly sacred artifacts. The hierarchy of divine weapons on the Tianqian continent is classified as follows: mortal artifacts, spiritual artifacts, mysterious artifacts, precious artifacts, sacred artifacts, imperial artifacts, and divine artifacts. Below the imperial artifacts, sacred artifacts represented the pinnacle of what they could attain. I cannot bear it any longer. Such divine weapons are rightfully mine. At this moment, a prodigy from a first-rate faction could no longer resist the allure of the sacred artifact. He surged forward, darting towards a spear-shaped orb of light. Hemph! Witnessing this scene, the elites of the 5 factions remained unfazed, merely scoffing disdainfully, their arms crossed as they observed the unfolding spectacle. Ha ha ha! This sacred spear is mine. Seeing no one to impede him, the first-rate prodigy's countenance brightened with elation, and he could not suppress a hearty laugh as he reached out to touch the orb of light. Boom! In the next instant, a blinding radiance enveloped him, illuminating the hall. However, just then, a sound akin to the tearing of the fabric of space echoed. Before the prodigy could react, a spear pierced through his chest. What? Pfft! His pupils dilated in shock, and a mouthful of blood erupted from him. He turned sharply only to find a shadow, embodying a fierce spear intent, standing behind him, brandishing a long spear that had impaled his chest. To his horror, this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. No. With a cry of despair and unwillingness, the prodigy was lifted by the spear and unceremoniously hurled against the ground of the grand hall. A 2-star celestial sovereign was vanquished in an instant. Observing this spectacle, a grave expression washed over the onlookers in the hall. It appeared that should one touch the radiance of these divine weapons, the essence of the sacred artifacts would transform into a projection of the challenger themselves, and this projection would possess a strength at least 2 realms superior to that of the challenger. Defeating it would likely grant access to the sacred artifact within. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The 3rd prince of the Wujie divine dynasty smirked, his gaze fixed upon the 10 orbs of light, and then he looked around at the assembled crowd with a mocking glint in his eyes. Now that we understand the method to obtain the sacred artifacts from this realm, I wonder who among you will dare to give it a try. Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. It is evident that although the process has been comprehended, no one dares to take the lead. After all, the last individual who did so has yet to cool in their grave. Just then, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly thrust open, prompting the assembled prodigies to instinctively glance over. There, they beheld a maiden clad in a flowing white gown, her beauty unparalleled, as she entered, shouldering a large burlap sack. The sack brimmed with an array of divine armaments. Witnessing this scene, the esteemed figures within the hall were momentarily taken aback, their lips twitching in astonishment. Is that Luo Qinghuan, the junior disciple of the Xian in holy sect? Has she gone on a shopping spree? Noticing the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the young woman remained unfazed, quietly depositing the entire sack of divine weapons into her storage ring. Luo Jr., I thought you had abandoned your senior brother. It turns out you were merely scavenging, remarked Han Feng from the crowd. His eyes narrowed, a sardonic smile plastered on his face, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Indeed. Now that I am here, I cannot simply leave empty-handed. Luo Qinghuan seemingly failed to detect the mockery in Han Feng's words, responding with a genuine smile, her eyes alight with sincerity. Surely, senior brother Han must have gleaned considerable insights from the divine weapons. Yes? Han Feng's expression shifted, darkening significantly, his eyes clouded with disbelief. How curious that this once timid girl now possessed such eloquence. Furthermore, senior brother Han, let it not escape your memory that this is the hallowed ground where the divine weapon emperor fell. These divine armaments are the fruits of his labor, Though they vary in strength, they are by no means the rubbish you so carelessly imply, the maiden declared with an enchanting smile. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's countenance grew ever darker, as the young woman's words felt akin to being scorched upon a fiery pyre. Yet, as she spoke, he sensed an increasing intensity of weapon intent in the surrounding atmosphere. I merely misspoke, he stammered, redirecting his gaze towards Luo Qinghuan, gesturing towards the 10 orbs of light within the hall. Luo Jr., within those 10 orbs lie sacred artifacts. Perhaps you might wish to try your luck. The onlookers from various factions inwardly cursed Han Feng's treachery, appalled that he would risk his own junior sister for his own gain. What a scoundrel! Yet, despite their disdain, none dared to intervene, as they were eager for someone fearless enough to test the latent potential of those sacred artifacts. After all, it was Han Feng's lack of scruples, not their own. Luo Qinghuan's beautiful gaze fell upon the 10 orbs, indeed confirming the presence of various sacred artifacts. Why are they all sacred artifacts? When did that old man become so miserly? Suyi furrowed his brow. If his old friend was willing to unveil this secret realm of divine weapons, it suggested he intended to release the imperial artifacts he had forged. Why then were all the orbs merely sacred artifacts? Do not approach Dati that moment. A chilling female voice pierced the air. Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, raising her gaze to see a figure clad in a fiery red gown. The phoenix goddess, arms crossed, her countenance exuding haughty disdain as she regarded her. This individual is deceiving you. Those sacred artifacts are not as splendid as they appear, the phoenix goddess declared coldly. Upon encountering the sacred artifact, its essence transforms into an extension of oneself, possessing a realm far superior to one's own. A moment of carelessness could lead to one's demise. Otherwise, why would this individual refrain from approaching? Upon hearing these words, the young girl paused momentarily, then offered a brief expression of gratitude. Thank you, she said. Humph. No need for thanks, retorted the phoenix goddess with a disdainful snort. I simply cannot bear to witness my adversary perish so easily. After all, I must defeat you in a manner befitting a true contest. Observing the phoenix goddess thwarting his intentions, Han Feng's eyes darkened with ire, yet he dared not express his frustration, choosing instead to remain silent. Suyi, this sacred artifact seems rather formidable, does it not? The girl remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. No worries. Did I not mention that this is the tomb of an old acquaintance? Naturally, I possess a thorough understanding of it. This is merely a trial of the artifact's will, quite straightforward indeed. In his mind. Su Ye's voice resonated. Chapter 64. Luo, shall we strike him down? Strike, a trial of the artifact's will? Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the girl's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of confusion. The trial of the artifact's will is a unique challenge crafted by the master of divine weapons, and any weapon he forged possesses immense will. To earn the recognition of these sacred artifacts, one's own will must at the very least be on par. Back then, your brother Yi elucidated in her mind. Ah, I see. Luo Qinghuan suddenly grasped the situation. With your brother Yi present, this task is a mere trifle. The trial of the artifact's will is not to be feared, but rather serves as an excellent opportunity for self-cultivation. Yi encouraged the girl to remain at ease. Alas, that old coot was rather stingy. Your brother Yi was allowed only one trial, and then he forbade me from participating again. Only once. Did you perhaps offend the master of divine weapons? The girl questioned, her brows slightly knitted. If he truly was an old friend, wouldn't he permit Suyi to attempt the trial more than once? Indeed, just once. That old man is exceedingly miserly, Suyi shrugged, indignation evident on his face. Precisely. The girl nodded in agreement. It was merely a single encounter with over 10,000 divine weapons, activating the trial, and then inadvertently unleashing a perfect-level artifact will, causing those wills to malfunction and become incapacitated. That old man then refused to allow your brother Yi to continue the trials. What a miser! Suyi echoed her sentiments with exasperation. Luo Qinghuan fell silent, feeling a bit guilty as she silently apologized to the master of divine weapons. You wretched Suyi! No wonder the master of divine weapons forbade you from continuing the trials. All right, Luo, go ahead. Emitting. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly, raising her gaze to survey the 10 orbs of light within the grand hall. Her eyes soon fixated upon a particularly radiant orb, within which lay a sacred artifact resembling a sword. At that moment, within the hall, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to take the first step forward. Just then, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps, a figure in a white dress gracefully approached one of the orbs of light. Asked that Luo Qinghuan from the Xian sacred sect. Just moments ago, the phoenix goddess prevented her from advancing, yet she appears oblivious to the danger. Did you not notice that even the most distinguished prodigies of the 5 great powers dare not act so recklessly? When they observed Luo Qinghuan boldly advancing towards a radiant orb of sacred artifact, many talented individuals from various factions revealed a glimmer of schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Luo Qinghuan, what are you planning to do? The Phoenix goddess furrowed her brows slightly. To seize the sacred artifact. The young girl replied softly. To seize the sacred artifact? Just based on your capabilities? As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of laughter erupted around her. A foolhardy endeavor. Han Feng crossed his arms, watching coldly with a sardonic smile. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix goddess frowned but chose not to elaborate further. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the young girl. However, Luo Qinghuan paid no heed to the gazes surrounding her. She simply approached the luminous orb of the sacred artifact and inquired within her mind. Suyi, what shall I do next? Quite simple. Touch the sacred artifact to initiate the trial of the artifact's intent. Suyi responded. The young girl nodded slightly, then placed her jade-like hand upon the orb. Instantly, the light grew even more resplendent, and the gazes of those around her were riveted on her. Luo girl, here it comes. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind, signaling Su Ye's prompt. The girl showed no hesitation. The frost sword, an enigmatic weapon, materialized in her hand, and without a moment's pause, she swung it behind her. Clang! The next instant, the sound of clashing blades reverberated through the air, as a terrifying and sharp sword intent surged outward. Unbeknownst to them, a figure, resembling a girl forged from sword intent, appeared behind the young girl, her icy gaze locked onto her, fiercely blocking the sword in her hand. Hiss! When did she appear? This sister from the Xianin sacred sect is remarkably quick to react. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions shifted as they heard the sound of the sword's resonance, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. Despite their unwavering focus on Luo Qinghuan, they had failed to notice when the sword intent manifested. Had it been any of them, they would have likely perished beneath that strike. Such a swift reaction. Even the Phoenix goddess, Li Qingyang, and the three princes of the Wujin, prodigies of the five greatest powers, felt a weight of seriousness in their eyes, increasingly aware of the young girl's exceptional prowess. Meanwhile, in the central hall, the sound of the sword echoed continuously. The figure formed from sword intent moved like a phantom, mysterious and formidable, appearing from various angles, striking with lethal precision. A single misstep could lead to being cleaved in two. Amidst the unpredictable speed of the ghostly strikes, the young girl seemed to anticipate each move, executing perfect evasions. Observing this, the crowd within the hall appeared utterly astonished. Has this sister from the Xianin sacred sect entered a realm of extraordinary prowess? However, unbeknownst to them, within the depths of the young girl's mind, Suyi lounged leisurely in a recliner, casually offering guidance as if everything was in his foresight. Luo girl, to the left. Luo girl, to the right. Now, straight ahead, strike a bit faster. As the young girl listened to Su Ye's words, she displayed no hesitation whatsoever, choosing to place her complete trust in him. A glimmer of sword intent flashed in her eyes, and she thrust the frost blade forward with great force. Clang! The blade pierced through, striking directly at the manifestation of the weapon's will. However, it did not dissipate. Clearly, a single attack was insufficient to conclude the trial. Indeed, my dear Luo, this trial of the weapons will is essentially a test of whether your sword intent is flawless. The manifestation of the weapons will embodies your every shortcoming. Yet, by rectifying these flaws and achieving perfection, the weapons will shall surely dissipate. Yu Ye's voice resonated in her mind, accompanied by a smile. Understood. The girl nodded lightly, gripping her sword with an expression of utmost seriousness. As the trial progressed, she gradually discerned the deficiencies in her sword intent, and soon, she could keep pace with the fierce sword intent without needing Su Ye's guidance, even beginning to initiate attacks on her own. Her sword intent seemed to grow increasingly perfect. Could it be that this trial was, in fact, an exercise in identifying and remedying shortcomings? Only by attaining perfection could one earn the weapon's recognition? Hiss! The realm of perfection. How could that be possible? No one is without flaw, let alone a weapon's will. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the gathered prodigies shifted dramatically. Yet, in the next moment, as the manifestation of the sword intent gradually dissipated and merged into a radiant orb, a holy sword descended and floated into the girl's hands, rendering them all momentarily speechless. Wait a moment. In the brief span of our astonishment, you have achieved perfection? You have unlocked it? Luo Jr. sister. Congratulations, congratulations. I never expected you to pass the trial of the weapon's will and successfully obtain this holy artifact. At this moment, Han Feng was the first to regain his composure, his gaze greedily and fervently sweeping over the holy artifact in the girl's hands. He then smiled amiably and said, Luo Jr. sister, This place is perilous, and your strength is limited. Why not entrust the holy artifact to your senior brother for safekeeping? Here he goes again, attempting to seize it. Suyi raised an eyebrow, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Luo, shall we deal with him? The girl pondered for a moment, then gazed at Han Feng's nauseatingly hypocritical smile, silently nodding. Yes, let's. Chapter 65. A sword to the throat. The holy artifact protects its master. Luo Jr.'s sister, since you remain silent, it must mean your acquiescence, yes? Then I shall temporarily safeguard it for you. Seeing the girl fall silent, Han Feng's smile broadened, and he approached her, his eyes fixated on the holy artifact, his hand reaching toward her embrace. Shameless, in my view. This fellow claims to safeguard it, but he likely wishes to seize it for himself. He merely perceives Luo Jr.'s sister as a compliant girl, thinking her easy to manipulate. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding cultivators and prodigies inwardly condemned Han Feng for such an audacious act. The Phoenix goddess furrowed her brows, intending to speak up, but ultimately chose to remain silent, as this was an internal matter of their sect. Come now, Luo Jr.'s sister, let us temporarily entrust the holy artifact to your senior brother. As Luo Qinghuan retreated without a hint of resistance, a triumphant glimmer appeared in Han Feng's eyes. He reached out with his large hand, intent on seizing the sacred artifact from her embrace. However, at that very moment, a resounding clang echoed through the AI Ardai in the blink of an eye. As a cold light flashed, Han Feng's outstretched hand was unexpectedly severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The speed was so astonishing that even he himself failed to react in time. After a considerable interval, the intense pain jolted Han Feng back to reality. Gazing at his severed hand, he howled in anguish, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Luo Qinghuan, what is the meaning of this? I merely wished to assist you in safeguarding the sacred artifact, yet you have severed my hand? Witnessing this scene, even the assembled prodigies were taken aback, staring in disbelief at the seemingly docile young woman. It appeared utterly unexpected that Luo Qinghuan would resort to such violence. The sacred artifact has acknowledged me as its master. Any approach imbued with malice will automatically invoke its protection. I cannot be blamed for this, the young woman stated softly, cradling her sword, her crimson lips parting gently. What? It has acknowledged you as its master? Upon hearing this, Han Feng's expression shifted dramatically, momentarily disregarding the agony of his severed hand. Could it truly be that in the mere moments since she had attuned to the sacred artifact, it had already recognized her as its mistress? In that case, one cannot hold it against Luo Shimi. It must be noted that Han Feng was indeed a ruthless individual, despite having his hand severed. A smile still lingered on his face. However, Luo Shimi, this injury cannot be in vain. Why not revoke the bond of mastery over this sacred artifact and bestow it upon your senior brother? Given your talents, it should pose no challenge for you to comprehend another sacred artifact in due course. Revoking the bond of mastery over the sacred artifact? This fellow is truly unattractive yet harbors such grandiose thoughts. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Suyi, who was cradling his arms in the realm of souls, let out a derisive laugh. Though forcibly revoke the bond would inflict harm upon oneself. Why should I suffer a loss to benefit you? Has Han Feng lost his wits? Luo, my dear girl, use the words I taught you to scold him. Oh no. The young woman nodded vigorously, then turned her gaze towards Han Feng. What nonsense are you spouting? Suyi? Upon hearing her words, Han Feng was momentarily taken aback. Since senior brother has stated that he bears no grudge against me, why should I owe you any compensation? The young woman replied earnestly. Han Feng, I was merely being polite. Must you truly be so ungracious? When did Luo Shimi become so sharp-tongued? Since Luo Shimi is unwilling, I shall have no choice but to bring this matter to the master and compel you to separate from the sacred artifact to compensate for my losses. Han Feng sneered, dropping the pretense and allowing scorn to surface on his face. Wretched creature. Yet, just as Han Feng presumed that Luo Qinghuan would succumb to fear, the young woman merely nodded indifferently. Luo Shimi, what do you mean by that? Han Feng furrowed his brow, and as he observed the unconcerned expression on the young woman's face, fury surged within him. Stepping forward, he raised his hand, intending to slap her. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a flash of cold light caught his eye. The sword cradled in the young woman's arms seemed to shift slightly in the next instant. He felt a warm sensation at his neck. What? As vitality gradually ebbed away, he finally came to realize, his pupils abruptly constricting. He had been struck down by Luo Qinghuan with a single sword thrust to the throat. He hadn't even managed to discern her movements. How could this be possible? Was she not merely at the 8th star of the celestial master realm? He himself was at the 1st star of the creation realm. This woman, so insidious. as all life force dissipated, Han Feng's eyes were filled with sheer terror directed at Luo Qinghuan. It dawned on him that what he could perceive was merely what the young girl wished him to see. The depth of her strength was far from the mere surface he had assumed. The creation realm expert vanquished in an instant. What is happening? At that moment, upon witnessing Han Feng's throat being pierced by a sword, the countenance of all the prodigies present shifted dramatically. Even they had failed to catch a glimpse of how the girl had drawn her blade. Senior brother, I warned you not to get too close. This holy artifact has just recognized its master and is fiercely protective. Observing this scene, the girl appeared utterly harmless, her small face scrunched as she caressed the holy artifact in her embrace. Letting out a sigh, a holy artifact? That makes sense. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be that the artifact was safeguarding its master? Rest in peace, senior brother. Luo Qinghuan sighed, moving closer to assist Han Feng in closing his fearful, unwilling eyes. Yet none noticed the essence of his cultivation and the remnants of his soul quietly flowing into the girl's body. After all, when it comes to killing, one must ensure it is done thoroughly. For a fierce wife and bandit husband, this was merely a fundamental skill. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Reward: perfect grade comprehension of weapon intent. Would you like to invest? In his mind, the system's voice echoed continuously. Invest. Xuyi did not hesitate. He had already attained perfect grade weapon intent. What use was this comprehension for him? Naturally, it was to be invested in Luo. At that moment, the system's voice resonated again in his mind. Investment completed. The host's perfect grade weapon intent will undergo sublimation. Oh? Perfect grade weapon intent is to be sublimated? Hearing this, Xuyi smiled contentedly and then remarked, Luo, your elder brother has refined some comprehension for you. Aside from this sword artifact, you may also seek to grasp the other 9 holy artifacts. Good. The girl gazed at the remaining 9 holy artifacts, her beautiful eyes sparkling. In the past, she might have hesitated and timidly asked, shouldn't we leave some for the other prodigies? But now, all she could say was, of course, we should leave a stunningly beautiful silhouette of me capturing all the holy artifacts for those prodigies. Chapter 66. Corpses, Broken Swords, Divine Weapon Emperors? Is she planning to seize other holy artifacts? As the girl suddenly stowed away the holy artifact she had been holding and proceeded towards the remaining 9 holy artifacts in the Grand Hall, the prodigies within could not help but become unsettled. These 10 holy artifacts represented various weapon intents. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary, so it is understandable that you could grasp that sword artifact. They could comprehend that. But could it be that you would also comprehend the weapon intents represented by all 10 artifacts? This junior sister of the Xianin holy sect, could it be that you were being excessively greedy? A prodigy from a first-rate power furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Luo Qinghuan. Greedy? The senior brother chuckled, remarking that this was merely a case of the capable taking the lead. Moreover, he added, there was no hindrance to their understanding of the sacred artifacts. The young girl shook her head dismissively, turning her back to pursue a radiant orb of light. As she walked, she silently retrieved a large burlap sack from her storage ring. The onlooking prodigies were left bewildered. Are you still claiming you aren't here to stock up? As the girl endeavored to sense the second sacred artifact, the prodigies could no longer remain passive and began to attempt their own understanding. Humph! The phoenix goddess snorted coldly, stepping forward to join the effort. This junior sister from the Xianin sacred sect was indeed intriguing. Li Qingyang from the Pill Alliance chuckled, shaking his head before he too commenced his attempt. Each of the 5 major powers prodigies chose a sacred artifact to sense. However, they soon found their brows furrowed, realizing that the sacred artifacts were not as simple as they had imagined. Consequently, they began to sweat profusely, becoming earnest in their quest for enlightenment. In stark contrast to the exertion of the 5 major powers elites, Luo Qinghuan appeared as though she were genuinely there to procure items. Under the perfect comprehension of the weapon's intent, the young girl swiftly grasped the essence of various sacred artifacts, such as swords and spears, all the while silently depositing them into her burlap sack. Furthermore, she exhibited remarkable courtesy, patiently waiting for the prodigies to be thoroughly worn down by the weapon's intent before she chose to make her move. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the gathered elites, she effortlessly added the sacred artifacts to her sack. Before long, even the top prodigies from the 5 major powers opted to abandon their pursuit of enlightenment. After all, achieving perfect comprehension of weapon intent in such a brief span of time was nearly an insurmountable task for them. Yet, as their gazes fell upon the girl with the burlap sack, their lips twitched in disbelief, as if the impossible was not entirely unattainable for Luo Shimi from the Xianin sacred sect. Simultaneously, in Su Ye's mind, the system's voice echoed repeatedly. Luo Qinghuan's sword intent has reached perfection. The host's perfect level sword intent has been sublimated. Luo Qinghuan's spear intent has reached perfection. The host's perfect level spear intent has been sublimated. He was unfazed by this scene. The girl's innate talent far surpassed that of these prodigies, not to mention her apparent advantages. What could these prodigies possibly contend with? Ultimately, out of 10 sacred artifacts, only the last one, a pill furnace, remained, and among the 5 major powers, only Li Qingyang from the Pill Alliance persisted, while even the arrogant and proud Prince Wuji had given up. Alas! What a splendid sacred artifact the pill furnace was, yet regrettably it was beyond my reach. At that moment, Li Qingyang glanced at the luminous orb before him and couldn't help but sigh. Then he turned to the girl, who had been waiting patiently, his gaze inadvertently flicking to the large burlap sack she carried. His lips twitched slightly, and his tone bore a hint of resignation. Luo Shimi, please proceed. Thank you, Senior Brotherly, the girl replied politely with a smile. She then stepped forward, and as Li Qingyang looked on in astonishment, she pointed with her delicate hand, causing the sacred artifact pill furnace to transform into a beam of light and swiftly enter the burlap sack. Li Qingyang was left speechless. I just expended so much effort, and yet there was not a whisper of movement. This Luo Shimi merely gestures, and the sacred artifact pill furnace promptly flies in? How is this possible? Is it true that my hands are not as beautiful as those of Sister Luo? Even the Dan furnace can be subdued. Could it be that this Sister Luo is also well-versed in the art of alchemy? Li Qingyang furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his speculations. If that is the case, then all 10 sacred artifacts within this grand hall have been claimed by the young maiden alone. Alas, it seems the sacred artifacts are beyond my reach. I must settle for something lesser. After all, they are all refined by the divine armament emperor. Even a mysterious artifact or a treasured item would suffice. Witnessing this scene, the assembled prodigies let out a collective sigh, their minds devoid of any thoughts of seizing the treasures. After all, the recent incident with Han Feng, who was inexplicably struck down by the so-called protective sacred artifact, lingered in their minds. Now, with her possessing several more artifacts, should these treasures prove protective, they certainly did not wish to lose both the artifacts and their lives. Indeed, they were in the realm of divine weapons, where such treasures were abundant. Contemplating this, some of the aspiring elites quietly withdrew from the grand hall, seeking other divine weapons. Yeti in the next moment. What the hell? Where are the divine weapons? The area where the divine weapons once were is now barren. How could it be so utterly clean? Outside the grand hall, a cacophony of astonished and bewildered voices erupted. Not a single divine weapon remained. Upon hearing the exclamations from outside, the prodigies within the hall froze momentarily, their gazes instinctively drawn to the young maiden who was quietly placing a sack into her storage ring. Could it be that this was the handiwork of Sister Luo from the Xianin holy sect? Cough. As the girl caught the gaze of the onlookers, she slightly turned her face away, boom. Just as everyone marveled at how such an innocent-looking girl could commit such brazen acts. Within the hall, accompanied by the dispersal of 10 luminous spheres, a thunderous crash suddenly reverberated. There, a skeleton was seated upon the dais, and beside the chilling white bones lay a rusted and broken sword. Could that be the remains of the divine armament emperor? And might the object beside it be an imperial weapon? Upon seeing the stark white bones, the crowd's brows furrowed, a flicker of reverence crossing their eyes as they turned their attention to the broken sword, speculating. Could this also be considered an imperial weapon? The rusted sword bore no trace of spiritual energy, and even the proud intent of the divine armament emperor was entirely absent. Humph! How could this possibly be an imperial weapon? The third prince of the infinite divine dynasty scoffed, crossing his arms. The reason imperial weapons are deemed as such is due to their formidable imperial might. Even if their master has fallen, the imperial aura they contain will never dissipate. Moreover, this was forged by the divine armament emperor himself. Upon hearing this, the elite youths from the 5 major powers, including the Phoenix goddess, nodded in silent agreement. After all, each of the 5 top forces possessed their own imperial weapons and were the most qualified to speak on the matter. Truly that old fellow and the depths of her soul. The young maiden, Su Yi, cast her gaze upon the skeleton within the grand hall and let out a sigh. Her brow furrowed slightly, for this sword seemed she had never encountered it before. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 3 prodigies from the extreme demon valley grew numb, and the sinister demonic energy within their bodies began to stir. Chapter 67. Almost annihilated, yet still unrepentant. I can sense that within that broken sword resides a soul spirit I find exceedingly familiar. It must be the lingering essence of that old wretch, hiding within the remnants of the blade. Ha ha ha, what good is hiding? It has already been discovered by me. The sinister magic energy within Feng Yuan cackled ominously. It is time to eliminate these remaining fish that have slipped through the net. The dark energy within Yi Tianqing echoed in agreement. And what of these little creatures surrounding us? The sinister energy within Song Hun inquired with a frown. Naturally, they must be slain. It is a perfect opportunity to devour them and replenish our source of magic energy. Although the other four major forces present a bit of a challenge, who would know it was us who annihilated them? Ha ha. The sinister energy within Feng Yuan replied without hesitation. Then let us proceed. The three entities of dark magic briefly communicated, immediately preparing for action. At this moment, the attention of all the prodigies was focused on the skeletal remains and the broken sword. None of them noticing the strands of terrifying magic energy emanating from the three in the extreme demon valley, enveloping the entire hall. Feng Yuan, what are you doing? Just then, a scream laced with fury echoed through the air. Everyone turned abruptly. They beheld, to their astonishment, that at some unknown time, the chest of the prodigy from the Battle Heaven Hall had been pierced by a demonic blade, wielded by none other than Feng Yuan of the extreme demon valley. What is happening here? Why would Feng Yuan strike at this Li Fan? It seems that Li Fan has recently assumed the position of the third disciple of the Battle Heaven Hall after Qin Tian's demise. It appears that the position of the third disciple in the Battle Heaven Hall carries a hint of misfortune. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, filled with confusion. Feng Yuan, what is your intention? Li Qingyang furrowed his brow, gazing at Feng Yuan. However, at this moment, Feng Yuan's eyes had turned utterly numb. His pupils an abyssal black, void of any white, his face contorted with malevolence, and a dark aura emanating from his being. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Li Fan's corpse transformed into a pool of inky blood, consumed directly by him. But of course, I shall refine you all, turning you into sustenance for my power. Ha ha ha. Beneath the echoes of sinister laughter, Feng Yuan's aura surged violently, the terrifying magic energy enveloping the entire hall, and behind him, a colossal shadow of a demon loomed, towering at 100 feet. Simultaneously, the two companions beside him also revealed their auras, the magic energy swirling around them. This is not good. It seems Feng Yuan and his companions have become possessed by dark magic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the prodigies understood that Feng Yuan and the others were no longer the individuals they once knew. Run? You wish to flee? Ha ha, you shall become the nourishment we require to restore our source of magic energy. Feng Yuan cackled, gesturing with his hand, and the 100-foot demon shadow mirrored his movement. Countless strands of terrifying magic energy swiftly enveloped the entire hall, sealing off all exits. Some prodigies, undeterred by the danger, attempted to force their way out. Yet, upon merely brushing against the magic energy, they were instantly consumed, merging into black blood. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd transformed further into a visage of horror. Even the 5 great powers prodigies, including the Phoenix Divine Maiden, wore expressions of profound dismay. At this moment, Feng Yuan and his companions had already attained the reincarnation realm, and they were incessantly devouring the flesh and blood of the prodigies to restore their demonic essence, their strength continually surging. Suyi, what is the meaning of this? Witnessing this scene, the young girl furrowed her delicate brows and quietly channeled her spiritual energy. In a wonder, I sensed something amiss about these individuals earlier. They are merely rats lurking in the shadows, too cowardly to reveal themselves. In his mind, Su Ye's gaze fell upon the trio, and he could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Do not panic. With your brother Yi here, these rodents cannot harm you. However, just as the hall was filled with the echoes of anguished cries, an ancient soul slowly materialized above the broken sword. With a wave of his hand, he instantly dispelled the demonic aura, then turned his gaze toward Feng Yuan and his companions, letting out a sigh. You lot, back then, were nearly exterminated by that young lad Su. Are you still so stubborn? Chapter 68. The most resplendent emperor of humanity is Su Yi. Boom. As the ancient sigh resonated from the broken sword, a gentle imperial might envelop the surroundings of the hall. The prodigies, who had been desperately resisting the demonic aura, finally gained a moment to breathe and hurriedly looked toward the hall's apex. That is, the divine weapon emperor. Upon witnessing the suddenly manifested ancient soul atop the broken sword, the prodigies' pupils constricted, their eyes filled with awe. The soul was colossal, standing 100 feet tall, with hair as white as snow, and his eyes gleamed with a silvery hue, resembling a sharp sword suspended in the AI art. At this moment, countless shadows of divine weapons emerged around him, unequivocally confirming the identity of the ancient soul. It was indeed the divine weapon emperor. Divine weapon, old fool. I knew you hadn't perished completely. You still retain a remnant of your soul clinging to life. However, it matters not, for today, I shall enslave your remaining soul to forge soul weapons for my demon clan. Feng Yuan, enveloped in black mist, visibly paled upon hearing the divine weapon emperor's words. What? The entity possessing Feng Yuan and the others is actually from the demon clan. Hadn't they vanished from existence millennia ago? Upon hearing this, the third prince of the Wujiga dynasty's complexion changed dramatically, turning ashen, his eyes filled with terror. The demon clan? What is that? Surrounding prodigies, who were oblivious to this, immediately cast their gazes toward him. Millennia ago, a dark force descended upon the Tianqian continent, and within this eerie darkness, there existed a bloodthirsty and warlike race known as the Demon Clan. They emerged from the darkness, birthed from it. This race was endowed with extraordinary talents, cultivating formidable powers, and within merely a few thousand years, they had evolved into a terrifying scale. By the time the cultivators of the 9 domains of Tianqian discovered them, they had already annihilated several top-tier forces, devouring the flesh of cultivators and refining their blood. Truly, they were devoid of all morality. At that time, many mighty emperors banded together in an attempt to extinguish this demon clan. Yet they returned in defeat, and even one emperor perished as a result. In a fleeting moment, the formidable reputation of the celestial demon clan became widely known, instilling profound trepidation throughout the 9 domains. The third prince of the Wujia dynasty inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. What? In merely a millennium, they can devour the pinnacle forces. Even the combined might of the emperors could not contend with them? Upon hearing the words of the third prince, a flicker of deep-seated fear flashed through the eyes of the assembled prodigies within the grand hall. Fortunately, this terrifying clan had gradually faded into obscurity tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, with their astonishing cultivation speed, they could have enslaved the entire Tianqian 9 domains within mere millennia. Yet, a question arises. Why would such a powerful clan suddenly vanish without a trace? After all, even the united efforts of numerous emperors could not hinder them. Meanwhile, not far away, a young girl in a flowing white dress listened intently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, eager to uncover the unfolding tale. She sensed that the disappearance of this formidable demon clan was likely tied to a certain nefarious individual. Seemingly aware of the doubts lingering in the hearts of the crowd, the third prince of the Wujia dynasty sighed. Then, with a grave expression, remarked, because the celestial demon clan provoked a single person. One person? The prodigies in the hall were momentarily taken aback, their expressions filled with incredulity. Surely, it cannot be so. Even the combined efforts of numerous emperors could not inflict even a fraction of harm upon the celestial demon clan, with some emperors even perishing in the endeavor. Yet this clan faced decline merely by inciting the ire of one individual? How could this be possible? Initially, the prince himself harbored disbelief, but the ancient texts of our dynasty cannot be mistaken. The third prince sighed once more. That person is the most radiant emperor of our human race, yet also the most peculiar one, known as the bandit emperor, who leaves desolation in his wake wherever he treads, causing great distress to the powerful of the Tianqian 9 domains. He even achieved the audacious feat of robbing tens of thousands of cultivators single-handedly. Indeed, he is the epitome of a bandit. However, prior to the arrival of the ancient path to ascension, the celestial demon clan had dared to harm a friend of this bandit emperor, ultimately provoking his wrath. Subsequently, he single-handedly infiltrated the celestial demon clan, and as the 10 great emperors of the demon race prepared to embark on the ancient path to ascension, he annihilated them almost entirely. Furthermore, upon the ancient path to ascension, he engaged in battle against the 10 calamity demon emperors. Although he perished, he succeeded in slaying 7 of them and severely wounding the remaining 3. As the third prince spoke, his eyes gleamed with excitement, filled with fervor. One man against 10 calamity demon emperors, slaying 7 of them. Anyone would be able to boast of such a feat for a lifetime. The crowd in the hall collectively gasped in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. They had initially wondered how this bandit emperor could be regarded as the most illustrious of all human emperors, but now, the answer was evident. Throughout history, no other emperor has achieved such resplendent accomplishments. 10 against 1, with 7 slain in retaliation. Can one truly claim that the immensely terrifying 10 demon emperors were not formidable opponents? It is simply implausible. It can only be said that the terror instilled by that fearsome emperor of bandits is truly overwhelming. Su. Could it be that they are indeed referring to you? At this moment, within the grand hall, the young maiden's beautiful eyes sparkled like stars, a flicker of excitement coursing through her heart as she could not help but inquire about Suyi in her mind. In response, Suyi merely replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Basic skills, do not overthink. So what if that is the case? He has still fallen utterly. Meanwhile, the 3 demon emperors of my heavenly demon clan have ascended to the divine realm, having long since become demon gods. Feng Yuan let out a cold snort. Although he claimed to be unconcerned, the fear within him manifested in his body. The thought of that human emperor sent shivers through his formidable frame. At that time, he was merely a peak sovereign, and while not the strongest across the 9 domains, he was certainly someone of significance. Yet, on that fateful day, when the human emperor descended upon the heavenly demon clan, merely casting a glance in his direction caused his entire demonic form to erupt, leaving no room for resistance. Truly, a single glance could lead to one's destruction. Had it not been for the Lord preserving a fragment of his soul, he would have long been obliterated by the great Tao. He, the divine weapon emperor, merely smiled proudly. He single-handedly faced 10 adversaries, slaying 7 old hounds, sufficient indeed. Chapter 69. My dear girl, may I wield the sword of an old friend to eradicate the vile demons? Upon hearing the divine weapon emperor's calm laughter, Xuanti and the others immediately turned ashen. Although, in terms of outcome, their heavenly demon clan had triumphed in slaying the human emperor, the cost was painfully severe. The clan was nearly eradicated, vanishing from existence for millennia. Even the 10 demon emperors had been reduced to just 3, a humiliation beyond measure. Humph! Regardless of how brilliant that existence may have been, he ultimately fell completely, his body being cleaved into countless pieces by the Lord, and even his soul was bound to the demonic flames, burning for a full 10,000 years before finally extinguishing. Xuanti cackled sinisterly. However, he failed to notice that within the grand hall below, upon hearing these words, the young maiden's beautiful eyes momentarily flashed with a chilling hue, her small fists clenching instinctively. So, my soul was bound to the demonic flames for thousands of years. No wonder my rebirth took so long. Xuanti furrowed his brow slightly. Nonetheless, he held no grudges against those old hounds for their actions towards him. No matter. When his physical form was restored, he would certainly pay them a personal visit to express his gratitude. Luo girl, why are you so silent? He raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the sudden coldness in the maiden's expression. This was the first time he had seen such indifference in her eyes. They treated you this way? I doubt I will avenge you. The maiden bit her silver teeth, her expression earnest. Hearing this, Xuanti paused, warmth blossoming in his heart, and then smiled kindly. Rest assured, your brother you will not let those old hounds off the hook. The maiden nodded vigorously, already itching for action, poised to make her move. Kikik. After the fall of that existence, have not you, his closest friends, been living a more miserable existence than one another? How can you fare any better than our celestial demon clan? Are you not merely facing death, fleeing, or suffering injuries? Over the years, our celestial demon clan has gradually regrouped, and our foremost task is to annihilate everything that he held dear. Let us begin with you, a lingering remnant of a once living soul. Xuanti cackled ominously. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of icy coldness flickered in Xuanti's eyes deep within the recesses of the young girl's soul. Really? Back then, the 3 of you were nothing more than insignificant ants, easily dispatched by Su Xiaozi with a mere glance. Did you truly believe that acquiring the power of those old hounds would elevate your status? Even though this remnant of my soul is exceedingly frail, I shall eradicate the 3 of you today. The divine armament emperor bellowed, and an overwhelming aura emanated from his colossal spectral form. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, countless divine weapons surged forth, relentlessly charging towards the 3 malevolent figures. Humph! You ancient relic of a weapon master, while your forging skills may be unmatched, in terms of combat prowess, you are likely the weakest in the heavenly palace. Are you not? Witnessing the multitude of divine weapons, Xuanti and the 3 demons displayed no sign of fear. With a cold snort, torrents of demonic energy surged from their forms, directly confronting the celestial onslaught. Observing this scene, the expressions of the heavenly prodigies within the grand hall shifted dramatically, as they hastily sought to evade, only to find no escape, their eyes instantly filled with despair. After all, this was a battle once fought by a great emperor. Even if his strength had waned, the repercussions of collateral damage could lead to a tragic demise. However, at that moment, with a wave of the divine armament emperor's spectral hand, a gentle yet authoritative aura enveloped all present. The divine armament emperor? For a brief moment, the crowd of prodigies was taken aback, their hearts stirred with emotion, their gazes toward the aged spectral figure filled with reverence. Among you, perhaps one among you still lives. Even if the odds are 1,000,000,000 to 1, I shall always believe he is still alive, hiding in peace. The divine armament emperor sighed, then urged the multitude of divine weapons forward. Luo girl, let your brother Yi take the lead. Simultaneously, Xuanti softly murmured in agreement. The young girl nodded slightly. Yet, at that instant, an extraordinarily gentle emperor's power suddenly manifested, coursing through the girl, seemingly restraining her actions. What does this old weapon master intend to do? Sui furrowed his brow. Boom, boom. At that moment, the divine weapons collided with the surging demonic energy. Crack, crack. Crackle. One divine weapon after another shattered. Witnessing this, the divine armament emperor was filled with heartache. These weapons, regardless of their strength, were all forged by his own hands, each a labor of his love. Alas, as time passed, he no longer possessed the vigor of his youth, and these divine weapons, too, fell into decline with his demise. Cackling, Feng Yuan taunted, "Do you still believe that fellow is alive? Ha ha ha, what a joke." With a body shattered into countless pieces and a soul scorched for millennia, even if a god were to come, he would undoubtedly meet his end, unable to attain rebirth. He is no exception. Very well. Since you, old thing, miss him so dearly, once I have enslaved your lingering soul, I shall take you to meet the infernal pillar that consumes his essence with its magical flames. Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. In that instant, the three demons began to summon their dark energies. At once, the celestial soldiers shattered into countless fragments. Though the three demons were not as formidable as the celestial soldier emperor in years gone by, they had since gained immense power, bolstered by the dark energy bestowed by their master, the demon god. Now, the celestial soldier emperor, reduced to a mere flickering remnant of his former self, would surely stand no chance against them. Demon wheel revolves. The trio of Feng Yuan shouted in unison, their towering forms coalescing dark energy into three razor-sharp, spinning blades, which hurtled toward the celestial soldier emperor with ferocity. Celestial soldier shield. Upon witnessing this, the celestial soldier emperor furrowed his brow, his aged hand sweeping outward, summoning countless spectral soldiers that converged to form a sturdy shield before him. Bang, shatter. However, the dark energy within the demon wheel was terrifying. With a single strike, the shield of celestial soldiers cracked open with a massive fissure, ultimately shattering and collapsing upon the celestial soldier emperor. Celestial soldier emperor, senior. Observing this scene, the faces of the gathered prodigies turned ashen. Sui, seeing this unfold, Luo Qinghuan was also filled with anxiety, her delicate face marred with worry. Luo girl, leave it to your brother. Why? Yuye's eyes burned with murderous intent, disregarding the gentle imperial authority of the celestial soldier emperor that sought to restrain his actions. He could not simply stand by and watch as his old friend's soul was enslaved, condemned to eternal suffering. Cough. Ha ha. Who would have thought that those three old hounds harbored such deep-seated hatred for the young Su? They would risk exposure just to borrow a wisp of the demon god's energy. However, at that moment, the celestial soldier emperor wore a bitter expression as he sat upon his throne. Ultimately, his gaze fell slowly upon the broken sword before him. If that is the case, then this old man shall have to resort to the last remnant left by the young Su. He sighed deeply. What? That item belonging to that existence. Upon hearing this, the faces of the three demons changed dramatically, immediately filled with trepidation, reluctant to act hastily. The item I left behind. Sui was taken aback, his gaze fixed upon the broken sword, unable to recall what he had left behind. Alas, it is a pity that in my current state, I cannot wield it, though I could temporarily bestow this power upon another. The celestial soldier emperor sighed once more. Senior, choose me, I can do it. As these words were spoken, the surrounding prodigies' eyes lit up, eagerly raising their hands to volunteer. The elderly gaze of the celestial soldier emperor swept across the group, ultimately landing on a young girl in a white dress. Little girl, I see in you the bearing of an old acquaintance. May I ask if you would wield this sword, which I never had the chance to pass on to my old friend, to vanquish these despicable demons? Chapter 70. The master himself logs in. Can he be weak? As the celestial soldier emperor's words fell, his gentle, aged gaze rested upon the young girl in white, causing all the prodigies within the grand hall, who had been competing fervently, to pause in surprise, their gazes shifting toward her. As the gaze of the crowd bore down upon her, the young maiden momentarily froze, a delicate blush gracing her fair visage. Why was she chosen? Why should such a pretentious opportunity not be bestowed upon us? They murmured. Moreover, if one is to endure the power of the esteemed divine armament emperor, shouldn't the selection favor those of the highest realms and greatest prowess? How could she possibly be the chosen one? Observing this scene, the assembled prodigies cast envious and perplexed glances. Humph! The divine armament emperor achieved his status through the essence of weaponry. She alone can comprehend 10 sacred artifacts. Can any of you claim the same? Scoffed the phoenix goddess, crossing her arms. The prodigies fell silent, their spirits dampened by her words. Not to mention, even a single sacred artifact was beyond their grasp. What now, Sui? At this moment, the girl finally emerged from her stupor, softly inquiring of the soul residing within her. Fear not, Luo girl. Let your knight brother take the lead, Suyi replied with a slight shake of his head. He too wished to discern the nature of the final legacy left behind by the old man of divine arms. Indeed, the girl nodded obediently, then, unnoticed by all, her previously gentle gaze underwent a sudden transformation, becoming cold and composed. With a wave of the enormous spectral hand of the divine armament emperor, a rusted, broken sword appeared before him, and he sighed as he regarded it. This sword should be considered the strongest armament I have ever forged. This die-est the strongest? The prodigy stared at the broken sword, momentarily taken aback. Its surface was marred by rust, and it lacked even a hint of weapon intent. How could it be deemed the finest creation of his craft? Alas, the lad departed in haste, and this sword was never bestowed upon him. Had my forging skills been more refined, perhaps I could have aided him during that terrifying imperial battle on the ancient path to godhood. Lamented the divine armament emperor, his tone heavy with self-reproach. He then gestured grandly, and the broken sword flew to rest before Luo Qinghuan. Child, I perceive in you the essence of a long-lost friend. This sword harbors a fragment of my dear friend's primal power. Its original intent was for our protection, yet I believe that lad, being such an anomaly, would not perish so easily. Therefore, I have preserved this power, never once utilizing it, with the hope that one day it may return to its rightful owner. With a sigh, the divine armament emperor's gaze lingered on Luo Qinghuan. To the onlookers, he appeared to engage in conversation with an old companion. Meanwhile, the trio known as Feng Yuan dared not make a single move, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded the broken sword, compelled to listen. The dread instilled by that being was indelibly etched into their souls. Primal power? Suyi furrowed his brows, lifting his hand to grasp the broken sword. Instantly, he was enveloped by an extraordinarily familiar aura in that moment. He comprehended the true nature of this so-called power. Before embarking on the ancient path to divinity, he was consumed with thoughts of his old friends, bestowing upon them a fragment of his own primordial power. His intention was to aid their self-preservation. Yet little did he expect that even before his fall, the divine weapon emperor had never contemplated the utilization of this power. He merely believed that he would not perish easily. This primordial force could still be of assistance to him. What a stubborn old man, on the verge of death yet still concerned for others. Although Su Ye's words were laced with reprimand, a hint of a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. With such friends, his previous life had not been in vain. Meanwhile, a petite soul clad in a white dress deep within his essence was already weeping uncontrollably. Wu, the divine weapon emperor is truly a good person. Out enough, my dear. Concentrate and feel the power within this broken sword. Fear not. I shall lend you my strength. The divine weapon emperor inhaled deeply, his expression gradually turning solemn. Then, in the eyes of the onlookers, the girl nodded coolly, extending her jade-like hand to grasp the broken sword. Could she truly manage it? This sword contained the power of the most resplendent emperor of the human race. Upon witnessing this scene, the talented individuals within the grand hall grew increasingly anxious, for their fates were now intertwined with the girl's actions. Should the remnant soul of the divine weapon emperor fall under enslavement, they too would succumb to a fate of being devoured. However, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Suyi merely lifted the corners of his mouth. Why must he exert effort to feel what was inherently his? Was it not simply a matter of thought? Boom! As he grasped the hilt of the broken sword, an astonishing radiance erupted from it. A terrifying power surged directly into his body, enveloping the entire grand hall in an aura of death. Hiss! Did she just touch it and already sense the presence's power? Senior Sister Luo is incredible. In that fleeting moment of power's eruption, the expressions of those who had been worried about the girl's inability to harness the force transformed into sheer astonishment. Holy smokes! This is absurdly smooth. To put it bluntly, Senior Sister Luo's ease in sensing that presence's power is smoother than my own bowel movements. Goodness, friend, your words are rather crude. In an instant, the talented individuals within the grand hall collectively exhaled in relief. Since Luo Qinghuan could perceive the power of that presence, they still had a chance at survival. Ha ha ha, my little girl, I knew I did not misjudge you. You truly possess the demeanor of an old acquaintance. I shall assist you. The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily, then transformed into a beam of light, plunging directly into the broken sword. What is this aura? Could it truly be him? The trio, Feng Yuan, turned pale. Their eyes filled with terror as they sensed a familiar dread awakening deep within their souls. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That individual had perished thousands of years ago. Even if any power remained, it would hardly be formidable. Especially in the hands of a mere girl, unable to unleash its full might. Stay calm. Fang Yuan was the first to regain composure, his demonic form radiating with dark energy as he quickly addressed his companions beside him. Ah, today, I must fulfill the task entrusted by the Lord. Song Hun and Yi Tianqing exchanged knowing glances and nodded solemnly. Is that so? However, upon hearing the words of Fang Yuan and his companions, the young girl's crimson lips curled slightly, revealing a breathtaking smile upon her exquisite visage. Others perform? How fortuitous! They, in their ignorance, believed they were referring to someone else, unaware that the true source of this power stood before them. Chapter 71. The demon god frightened away with a glance as the young girl's icy voice resonated. A stunning smile graced her enchanting face. In the next moment, a resounding roar erupted as the blade in her hand blazed with an ever brighter radiance. Suddenly, a colossal and imposing figure emerged behind her, draped in black garments, as if standing between heaven and earth. Regrettably, the onlookers could not discern its features, or rather, given the strength of those present, they were simply unworthy of gazing upon its true visage. Could it be the infamous bandit emperor? Upon witnessing the towering figure behind the girl, the expressions of the assembled prodigies shifted dramatically. Even though it was merely an ethereal manifestation of primal power, it suffocated them with an overwhelming sense of dread. Could it be Su Yi? Deep within their souls, the diminutive spirit clad in white gazed upon the majestic figure in black, her beautiful eyes shimmering as if adorned with stars. How is this possible? How could this little girl awaken the primordial power of that existence? At this moment, Fang Yuan and his companions could no longer maintain their composure. Their faces turned ashen, terror filling their eyes, and even the spirit trembled uncontrollably. Flee! We must escape and report this matter to the Lord. The three demons lacked even the courage to engage in battle, decisively opting to retreat. After all, they had previously been annihilated with a mere glance from the bandit emperor not far away. What courage remained to confront him now? Attempting to flee? Observing this, the girl merely smiled faintly. With a subtle gesture, the imposing figure in black mirrored her movement, raising a hand to deliver a cataclysmic blow toward the three demons. As that hand descended, it seemed to herald the end of worlds, capable of plunging all into silence. No. Witnessing this scene, the fear in the eyes of Fang Yuan and his companions intensified. Realizing their escape was futile, they resolved to fight to the death, each unleashing their most formidable techniques: demon wheel rotation, blood sacrifice to the demon blood blade. Amidst the surging demonic energy, their power was formidable. Yet, in response, the girl remained utterly composed, maintaining a serene demeanor devoid of any turbulence. Her delicate hand pressed down heavily. Struggling was but a vain endeavor. Boom! As that hand fell, regardless of their tumultuous demonic energy or desperate efforts, all was obliterated. The three colossal demonic forms vanished in an instant, leaving behind three minuscule souls desperately attempting to flee. Alas, they could not escape Su Ye's gaze. With a swift motion, he captured them and utilized the indestructible soul technique to devour them utterly. At that moment, the great hall was enveloped in a profound silence. The faces of the prodigies were painted with astonishment. No one anticipated that the three demons, who had recently forced the divine weapon emperor to the brink of death, would be reduced to ashes beneath the girl's single strike. Remarkable. Truly formidable. The myriad of outstanding individuals swallowed hard. Is this the power of that ferocious emperor? Even after falling for tens of thousands of years, a mere wisp of his primal energy remained so formidable. How delightful it was during the era of the emperor. This moment, Su Yi couldn't help but sigh. Back in the days of the emperor, who would dare to cross him? A single strike would suffice. What do you think, little Luo? Isn't your brother Yi impressive? Su Yi cast a glance at the petite white-dressed soul, which was once more trapped in a state of stasis deep within his consciousness, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. MMM. The little white-dressed soul fervently nodded her head. Boom. Suddenly, at that moment, an enraged roar echoed through the heavens. An invisible and terrifying force tore apart the very fabric of the secret realm, forcefully descending upon this place. In an instant, the entire wild heaven domain resonated with that furious bellow, as if a demon god had descended upon the world. Who dares to harm my kin? In that fleeting moment, as the roar reverberated, the entire wild heaven domain erupted into chaos. Many powerful factions and cultivators plunged into panic. The five supreme forces were the first to detect this terrifying aura that did not belong to the 9 domains. In the Wuji divine dynasty, the ruler furrowed his brow and gazed at the heavens. Residing in the central state, closest to the divine weapon's secret realm, he naturally sensed this dreadful presence first, his expression growing incredibly grave. This aura is that of a demon god. How could a demon god from the upper realm descend upon my central state? Meanwhile, within the Taishang Forgetting Emotion Palace, a beautiful matron furrowed her brows, looking skyward. The experts within the Battle Heaven Hall and the Pill Alliance watched with bated breath in the extreme Demon Valley. Upon sensing this aura, the Valley Lord became exceedingly agitated. This is the aura of my master. Could it be that my master has come to retrieve us? However, just as the powerful beings of the Wild Heaven domain were seized by this sudden dread and solemnity, they suddenly beheld a towering figure clad in black standing amidst the heavens and the earth. Upon his appearance, those waiting around the divine weapon's secret realm felt their countenances change drastically, as if an overwhelming pressure descended upon them, making it hard to breathe. Hiss. What is happening? Why do I feel drenched in sweat all of a sudden? This figure is at the same time. The leaders of the 5 supreme forces also caught sight of that imposing figure, their brows knitting tightly, their eyes filled with profound apprehension. This formidable figure was beyond their comprehension. Who in this small 9 domains would dare to harm my kin? Above the heavens, the furious voice of the demon resonated, as if the projection of the demon god would descend at any moment. However, just then, it caught sight of the towering figure in black standing in the central state, and its body trembled. What, you? How could you still be alive? This is impossible. In the next moment, accompanied by that incredulous and shocked proclamation, the specter of the demon vanished without a trace, and the heavens returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The factions of the Wild Heaven domain, witnessing this scene, were left in stunned silence. Did it flee? The demon god merely cast a glance and then fled. What is the origin of that imposing figure? The lord of the extreme demon valley. Your master has retracted a projection of the demon god. Who might that be? Meanwhile, the ruler of the Wuji divine dynasty, closest to the divine armament secret realm, appeared momentarily stunned, as if he had glimpsed a diminutive figure beneath that towering presence. Was that a young girl? The divine armament secret realm, to think that this old cur, having attained divinity, remains so timid, as the imposing figure dissipated. Sui cast a glance at the heavens and couldn't help but chuckle derisively. That recent projection of the demon god must have belonged to one of the surviving 3 demon emperors. It seems they are faring quite well in the upper realm. Otherwise, why would they so casually project a demon goddess image towards the 9 domains? However, after such a commotion, they should be too intimidated to casually manifest the demon goddess projection again. I shall allow you a little more time to revel in your carefree days. Once I, Night Brother, ascend to the upper realm, it shall be the end for you old hounds. Chapter 72. U-A-R-S-U Shazi. What was that just now? At this moment, within the divine armament secret realm, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. They had just felt a terrifying surge of demonic energy, a colossal shadow threatening to shatter the very fabric of the realm, as if it would descend upon them in the next instant. Yet, just as the fear gripped them, that demonic aura suddenly vanished. Could it be due to that individual? Within the grand hall, the talented youths, still shaken, turned their gazes towards the girl in the white dress. At this moment, the terrifying aura surrounding her had dissipated, and the massive, imposing figure behind her was gradually fading away. Hiss. Just now, Senior Sister Luo had wielded that individual's power with such mastery. It felt as though the very tyrant emperor had arrived in person. Observing the aloof girl and recalling how she had effortlessly dispatched the 3 demons with a single slap, the crowd couldn't help but express their awe. Haha, little girl, you truly possess the bearing of an old acquaintance of mine. That moment, the aged voice of the divine armament emperor echoed, accompanied by the fading brilliance of the broken sword, from which his colossal shadow emerged, laughing heartily as he gazed upon the girl in the white dress. Thank you for the praise, Senior. The girl blushed slightly, responding softly. To this point, Suyi had relinquished control, returning the reins of her body to her. May I ask from which sect you hail, and what is your name? The divine armament emperor's gaze rested upon the girl in response to the elder. I am Luo Qinghuan, a disciple of the Xianin holy sect, the girl replied quickly, her voice barely above a whisper. Luo Qinghuan? A splendid name, haha. The divine armament emperor laughed heartily, then inquired, might I ask? Would you be willing to share a drink with this old man? After thousands of years of waiting, I have finally encountered someone suitable. Upon hearing this, the talented youths present were momentarily taken aback. Then their eyes brimmed with envy as they regarded the girl. It was clear that the divine armament emperor intended to pass on the true legacy of the divine armament secret realm to senior sister Luo. For thousands of years, no one had met the emperor's satisfaction, yet now, had that moment finally arrived? Hearing his words, the girl nodded hesitantly, her small face wrinkling with concern. Senior divine armament, may I only have one drink? She lacked tolerance for alcohol and feared that inebriation might lead her to speak foolishly, inciting the mockery of the detestable Su Yi. Haha, if you prefer not to drink, that is perfectly acceptable. The divine armament emperor chuckled heartily, for his intention had never been to indulge in libations. He then turned his gaze towards the assembled prodigies and declared, "All right, little ones, it is time for you to depart." With a sweeping gesture of his mighty hand, a radiant light enveloped the likes of the Phoenix Goddess and the other elite youths, promptly transporting them from the divine armament secret realm. Concurrently, as the talented youths made their appearance, the eyes of the powerful figures waiting outside the realm were drawn towards them. What, pray tell, transpired within the secret domain? Upon witnessing the arrival of the young prodigies, the leaders among the powerful factions hastily inquired, their voices brimming with curiosity. However, before the Phoenix Goddess and her companions could elucidate, an ancient voice suddenly resonated. It seemed to proclaim to all, "I am the divine armament emperor, and I have resolved to pass my legacy to Luo Qinghuan of the Xian holy cult. This legacy embodies my imperial might. Whosoever dares to seize it shall face the might of my ultimate imperial authority." The words of the divine armament emperor undoubtedly served to shield Luo Qinghuan from the covetous eyes of others. After all, even without his declaration, the assembly would have discerned that the legacy had indeed been claimed by her. Only by asserting that the legacy bore his ultimate imperial might, which could not be wielded by those unrecognized by him, would others be dissuaded from attempting to grasp it. What? A disciple of the prestigious Xian holy cult has obtained the legacy of the divine armament emperor. Even the prodigies of the 5 great factions have met with failure. Hiss. Who exactly is Luo Qinghuan? Moreover, how is it that so many prodigies have vanished following their expedition into the secret realm? Even the 3 foremost prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley are nowhere to be found. In that moment, upon hearing the pronouncement of the divine armament emperor, the expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with astonishment. The girl Qinghuan has acquired the legacy of the divine armament emperor? The elder of the Xianming sect was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. Phoenix Goddess. What on earth is happening? An elderly matron from the Forgetting Emotion Palace furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at the Phoenix Goddess clad in a crimson gown, and hastily inquired. Elder, it is as follows. The Phoenix Goddess crossed her arms over her chest and recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm. As her words gradually subsided, the countenance of all present morphed dramatically. What? The legendary celestial demon clan possessed the 3 prodigies of the extreme Demon Valley. With the assistance of the divine armament emperor, did Luo Qinghuan comprehend the primal power of the ruthless bandit emperor and slay the 3 demons? At the mention of the ruthless bandit emperor, the atmosphere thickened with gravity, for the renown of this illustrious human emperor from tens of thousands of years ago echoed in their minds. Yet, none had anticipated that the young girl could fathom the essence of such a being. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that our Xian holy cult could produce such a prodigy? The elder of Xianming erupted in laughter, his spirits soaring. Beneath the 9 springs, Han Feng lamented, "So, was my demise in vain?" Meanwhile, within the divine armament's secret realm, the divine armament emperor waved his hand again, and the surroundings began to shift. The grand hall vanished, revealing a secluded courtyard. Before the 2 in the courtyard stood a stone table adorned with 2 goblets. However, the divine armament emperor had transformed the wine into tea. "Come, Qinghuan, take a seat." The godly weapon emperor waved his hand, resembling an ordinary elder, as he poured a cup of tea for the young maiden. "Thank you, senior." The maiden obediently sat down, cradling the teacup in her hands and sipping delicately. Instantly, a faint fragrance lingered upon her lips and teeth. "This is delightful," a glimmer of light sparkled in the maiden's beautiful eyes. "Ha, you are indeed akin to that lad, sharing the same fondness for the tranquil tea brewed by this old man." The godly weapon emperor chuckled. "Am I truly similar to that rogue Su Yi?" The maiden blinked her enchanting eyes, pouting slightly. Not at all. Not in the slightest. That scoundrel bullied her daily, yet she had never dared to torment Su Yi by the way. Luo Qinghuan seemed to recall something, setting down her teacup and gazing at the godly weapon emperor with her beautiful eyes. "Senior, you often mention that I possess the demeanor of an old friend. I wonder in what way?" "Well," the godly weapon emperor pondered for a moment before pointing to the storage ring adorning the maiden's delicate hand. "If I am not mistaken, your storage ring must contain all the divine weapons from my secret realm, correct?" That lad, when he first met me, regarded this place as a treasure trove as well. Upon hearing this, the maiden's fair face flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Alas, it is a pity that that lad, in his stubbornness, insists on confronting the 10 great emperors. I have warned him repeatedly not to go, yet he refuses to listen. The godly weapon emperor sighed. Old man of divine weapons, have you prepared only 2 cups? Do you not intend to invite this old friend of yours for a drink? Just then, a playful voice of a youth echoed suddenly within the small courtyard. The godly weapon emperor was taken aback. Turning to look at the maiden, she covered her mouth and shook her head. It wasn't me. The next moment, a pitch-black spirit slowly materialized behind the maiden, seemingly smiling as it gazed at the godly weapon emperor. You are that lad Su. In that instant, upon seeing the dark spirit, the godly weapon emperor was stunned, his old eyes becoming exceedingly moist. Chapter 73. Not for the sake of becoming a deity, but to bring back the little junior brother. Although the spirit before him appeared as a chaotic mass, obscuring its visage, the overwhelmingly familiar voice and aura left no doubt that this was the long-awaited old friend he had sought for many years, the most resplendent emperor of humanity from millennia ago. The bandit emperor, Su Yi. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew you brat were still alive. The godly weapon emperor laughed uproariously, his voice brimming with joy, and his eyes grew even wetter. Oh? How did you know I was not dead? Su Yi chuckled, looking at the godly weapon emperor. As the saying goes, disasters leave a stench for 1,000 years. For a troublemaker like you, who wreaks havoc across the 9 domains, even a legacy of 10,000 years or 1,000,000 years would be considered an understatement. The godly weapon emperor boomed with laughter. Wreaking havoc across the 9 domains? Upon hearing this, Su Yi raised an eyebrow, grinning as he shook his head. How can I be deemed a troublemaker in the 9 domains? Borrowing their treasures merely aids them in their diligent cultivation. You brat. The godly weapon emperor shook his head. Then what is your intent in raiding the divine pill hall for their freshly forged imperial pills? Their alchemical skills are utterly inadequate, Brother Yi. Could you assist them in refining their techniques? Yet, after your enhancements, turning around to sell it back to them at a premium is quite the irony, isn't it? A service fee, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. Pfft. The 2 bickering nearby couldn't help but chuckle, while the young girl daintily sipped her tea, holding her cup with grace. By the way, Su lad, what is the situation here? How did you emerge from this little girl's body? The divine weapon emperor, unable to counter his words, adopted a serious demeanor and switched the topic. He glanced at the obedient young girl beside him, a slight frown creasing his brow. What is your current state? It's a long story. I should be in a dual soul state with Luo girl right now. I can take control of her body. And it was indeed I who subdued the 3 demons just now, Su Yi succinctly explained without elaborating further. I see. The old man remarked, realizing, and then furrowed his brows, speaking in a deep tone. If 2 souls share one corporeal form, you might seek your senior sister Mu. Perhaps she can assist you in reconstructing your body. Senior sister Mu? Su Yi was taken aback. The image of a gentle woman slowly materialized in his mind. Mu Wanqing. Aside from himself, she was the most formidable alchemist in the heavenly palace. After traversing to this realm and enduring several trials, he joined a sect known as the Heavenly Palace, which, unlike other sects, comprised only a few dozen members. Being the youngest, he was affectionately referred to as the junior brother by his peers. The seniors of the Heavenly Palace treated him exceptionally well, becoming akin to family for him. A traveler from another world, haven't they ascended to the higher realms? Su Yi frowned. Thousands of years ago, on the ancient path to divinity, only he, a prodigy, reached the 9 tribulations emperor level, while some acquaintances, including the divine weapon emperor, only attained the 1 tribulation emperor level. The disparity between each tribulation was akin to a chasm, immense and insurmountable. Those who entered the ancient path to divinity found it exceedingly difficult to emerge. Consequently, he alone ventured forth among his acquaintances, ultimately falling in battle against 10 demon emperors within the ancient path. Yet, that was thousands of years ago. They should have all attained the 9 tribulations emperor level and entered the ancient path to divinity by now. However, from what the divine weapon emperor implied, it seemed that the seniors of the heavenly palace had not ascended to the higher realms. Could it be that something went awry? With this thought, Su Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of concern. Moreover, the next words from the divine weapon emperor only deepened his frown. They went to the ancient path to divinity. However, they all left midway. What? Departed midway? Su Yi was momentarily stunned, his brows knitting tightly. The consequences of leaving the ancient path to divinity midway are dire. Not only must one bear the terrifying karmic retribution of the great Tao, but their cultivation and lifespan would also face significant detriment. Most critically, once one abandons the path, ascending to the higher realms becomes impossible, shattering their hopes of becoming divine. Ascending to divinity has always been the ultimate goal for all cultivators in the Tianqian continent. Those who can enter the ancient path to divinity are practically on the brink of achieving this goal. Yet to think that his seniors from the heavenly palace would choose to abandon it midway? Could it be at that moment? Su Ye's expression shifted, as he suddenly realized something. The Divine Weapon Emperor heaved a deep sigh and spoke softly. During the countless millennia of your downfall, the denizens of the Heavenly Palace have never ceased their quest to discover a means to resurrect you. They each possess a fragment of your primordial power. Should they manage to locate a wisp of your lingering soul, there may yet be a glimmer of hope. Moreover, since your demise occurred along the ancient path to ascendancy, your residual essence is fated to be scattered along that very path. Thus, whenever the ancient path to ascendancy is opened, one individual from the Heavenly Palace ventures forth to tread upon it, enduring the consequences and departing midway, not for the sake of ascension, but to seek a trace of your soul and bring back their young junior disciple. Upon hearing these words, Su Yi stood frozen in place, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. "Oh, Su Yi, your senior brothers and sisters are doing well," he lamented. Beside him, a young woman wept uncontrollably. "How detestable! Who dares to poison my tea?" Regrettably, those 3 old dogs had thoroughly obliterated your spirit when they ascended to the higher realms, leaving the Heavenly Palace with naught to show for their efforts. The Divine Weapon Emperor sighed once more. After a prolonged silence, Su Yi finally regained his composure. This bond of camaraderie was indeed profound. "By the way, old weapon master, you didn't also enter the ancient path to ascendancy, did you?" At that moment, Su Yi furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently upon the elderly man with white hair before him. "Heh, what is this? Do you look down on me, old man? I am, after all, a formidable emperor of tribulation," chuckled the Divine Weapon Emperor, stroking his white beard and laughing heartily. "I was already advanced in age while those young ones in the Heavenly Palace were still in their prime. How could I bear to watch them suffer the weight of consequences and lose their lifespans? Thus, after your fall, I was the first to enter the ancient path to ascendancy." Sui fell silent once again. It all began to make sense. The Divine Weapon Emperor was indeed a powerful figure, with a lifespan more than sufficient, and due to his skills in forging, he had forged numerous friendships. Within the 9 domains, few would dare challenge him. How could he possibly fall? It turned out that this old man was the first to traverse the ancient path to ascendancy, seeking the remnants of souls and enduring the consequences, which led to a significant depletion of his already limited lifespan, resulting in his premature demise. Old Weapon Master Hu Ye's brow furrowed deeply. "Ha, why wallow in such sentimentality? That is not like you, Su boy." The Divine Weapon Emperor laughed heartily. His gaze then fell upon Su Yi. "I was already nearing the end of my days. Whether I died sooner or later, it was all the same. It is better to die for a purpose. At the very least, I learned that you, young lad, are still alive. By the way, what did that Feng Yuan possessed demon mean when it said the dead are dead, the escaped have fled, and the wounded are wounded?" Su Yi, struck with realization, hastily inquired. "The Heavenly Palace has long since fallen." The Divine Weapon Emperor sighed deeply at Su Ye's words before slowly elucidating. "After your fall, those 3 great demon emperors ascended to the higher realms, and with their assistance, the Heavenly Demon Clan, which you had previously annihilated, found the opportunity to breathe anew and rise from the ashes. The denizens of the Heavenly Palace, upon witnessing this, could not simply stand idly by. Yet, they abandoned the path to divinity midway. Not only did their own cultivation suffer, but they also had to bear the burdens of cosmic karma. Over time, they would naturally find themselves incapable of contending against the Heavenly Demon Clan, which had the support of the upper realm's demonic gods, while the Celestial Palace gradually fell into decline. Thus, the talents of the Celestial Palace dispersed across the 9 domains, hiding in anticipation of the opportunity to revive their former glory. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Demon Clan established their influence throughout the 9 domains with the intent of exterminating the remnants of the Celestial Palace. Chapter 74. With the presence of these 2, the future of the 9 domains should indeed be quite spectacular. As the words of the Divine Weapon Emperor resonated, Su Ye's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with a chilling murderous intent. The Heavenly Demon Clan was truly detestable. Beside him, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows, a hint of frost appearing on her delicate face. "It's not just detestable," as Yu shook his head, correcting her. "They have already set themselves on the path to death." Yes, the young girl nodded earnestly, her small fists raised in determination. "Su, rest assured. I will strive to cultivate and assist you, as well as avenge the Divine Weapon Seniors and the Elders of the Celestial Palace. They have already set themselves on the path to death. No, it's more accurate to say they have found the path to rebirth. We shall send them to their rebirth. We are the good ones. The path to rebirth?" At that moment, the Divine Weapon Emperor, hearing this, wore a slightly dazed expression. He seemed to glimpse the fierce spirit of Su Xiaozi in the adorable young girl before him. 4 words flashed through his mind: fierce wife, bandit husband. A faint smile tugged at the corners of the divine weapon emperor's mouth. Several millennia ago, a bandit emperor had made the heavenly demon clan suffer greatly. Who could have imagined that? After all these years, this bandit emperor had not only survived but had also nurtured a female bandit. He could almost envision the scene of the two joining forces, leaving the heavenly demon clan in despair. Alas, he would ultimately not be able to witness it with his own eyes. Xuanti, I do not have much time left. Since you have arrived, this source of power and the strongest divine weapon I forged shall return to its rightful owner. With a wave of his hand, the shattered sword materialized upon the stone table. This fragment of his residual soul had endured for so long merely to see if, among the myriad of prodigies, there existed one who was the reincarnation of an old acquaintance. Yet, after all these millennia of waiting, he had not encountered the reincarnation of his old friend, but rather the very essence of that past friend. Thank you, old man divine weapon. Xu Ye's tone had never been as solemn as it was now. Subsequently, he refrained from saying much more and simply retrieved the source of power from the broken sword. I shall entrust this divine weapon to Luo Yatu for the time being. With her mastery, it will be of service to me as well. Moreover, my physical form has yet to be reconstituted. Even with the source of power, it would be challenging to reshape it upon encountering Senior Mu. The system has stated that only by accumulating sufficient darkening value and filling the small pagoda deep within the soul could the physical form be reformed. It was evident that reshaping the physical body was far from the simplicity it appeared to be. Upon hearing this, the divine weapon emperor frowned but chose not to elaborate further. He had not anticipated that Su Xiaozi's physical form would be so difficult to reconstruct. Old man divine weapon, assist me in safeguarding as I absorb this source of power. Instantly, Su Yi ceased to utter further words, settling into a cross-legged position to commence the absorption of his innate, primordial power. The debt of gratitude owed to the divine weapon emperor and the celestial denizens weighed heavily upon him, transcending the limitations of mere verbal expression. His objectives were elegantly simple: to ascend once more to his pinnacle, to fortify his strength, to eradicate the malevolence threatening his kin, and to resolve the intricate webs of causality that had arisen from his actions. You rascal, do you truly regard me as your servant? The divine weapon emperor jestingly rebuked, yet his hands remained unceasing in their motions. With a sweeping gesture, a formidable imperial aura enveloped Su Ye's obsidian soul, safeguarding his path. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan, observing the scene, stealthily inched closer. Qinghuan, my dear, you wouldn't happen to be curious about some tales of our young Su, would you? The divine weapon emperor remarked with a knowing smile as he noticed the girl approaching. She nodded vigorously in response. Well, it is indeed so, he continued, recounting the events surrounding Su Ye's past. As the tales unfolded, the radiance of admiration grew ever brighter within the girl's beautiful eyes. By the way, esteemed divine weapon, may I inquire, how handsome is Su Yi? She hesitantly asked, her gaze fixated on the dark soul of Su Yi as he sat cross-legged. Upon realizing the implications of her question, she swiftly added, please, don't misconstrue my intentions. I am merely curious. That insufferable Su Yi boasts of his looks daily, and I am just curious. Upon uttering these words, rosy hue crept across her cheeks. This feeble explanation was so unconvincing that even she could hardly believe it herself. I understand, my dear Qinghuan. The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily. In his youth, Su was hailed as the most handsome man across the 9 domains. Though I am loath to admit it, I must concede that even in my prime, I could not rival his allure. For a man to acknowledge another's handsomeness speaks volumes of Su Ye's undeniable charm. In those days, not only celestial beauties, but also the saintesses from the various sacred realms and even the empresses of divine dynasties were his admirers. Truly, he was blessed with an abundance of romantic prospects. As he recounted this, the divine weapon emperor sighed with a hint of envy. Humph, what a fickle-hearted rogue, the girl pouted, letting out a soft huff. Not at all, the divine weapon emperor chuckled, shaking his head. Su Yi has always been one to decline such advances. This scoundrel would refuse. She blinked her lovely eyes in disbelief. He bullies me daily and takes advantage of me at every turn. He is nothing short of a lecher. Would he truly turn down those saintesses and empresses? Indeed. The divine weapon emperor nodded with a smile. He once claimed that if he were to take a saintess as his partner, he would lose the opportunity to unceremoniously plunder their sections. Luo Qinghuan responded, that sounds just like Su Yi. But what does he look like? Could you show me a portrait, esteemed elder? Well, it would be best for you to wait until this young man has reformed his corporeal body, and then you may behold him with your own eyes. The divine weapon emperor laughed heartily. He then handed the broken sword resting upon the stone table to the girl. This sword, which was meant for Su Yi, shall be entrusted to you for safekeeping for now, me? She replied, taken aback by the unexpected responsibility. The young girl hesitated slightly. After all, this divine weapon was crafted by the esteemed Shanbing for the odious Su Yi. Take it, my dear girl, the divine weapon emperor chuckled. If Su trusts you, then I shall also place my unwavering trust in you. Thank you, esteemed elder. The girl nodded gently, her hesitation dissipating as she accepted the broken sword. Do not be deceived by its dilapidated appearance. It simply lacks a master, child. If you sincerely attune yourself to the sword's essence within your body, its form can indeed transform, the divine weapon emperor elucidated. Now, begin your comprehension, emitting. The girl nodded lightly, cradling the broken sword as she sat beside Su Yi, closing her eyes in focused meditation. Meanwhile, the divine weapon emperor observed the two entering their state of seclusion for cultivation, sipped his tea, and glanced at his own fading figure, chuckling softly. With them around, the future of the 9 domains should prove quite splendid. Chapter 75. Old friends ultimately fade, yet brother, you will leave a hand at this moment. Su Yi remained oblivious to the events unfolding in the outside world. He was still absorbing a fragment of his original power. Although thousands of years had passed, this remnant of original energy was no longer as potent as in the past. Yet it still belonged to him and would assist him in regaining his peak. To his astonishment, this strand of original power contained the laws he had previously comprehended. How curious, Su Yi murmured, gazing at the inky essence of his original power, faintly sensing its chilling aura. This is the laws of heaven and earth, the breath of death. Without further hesitation, he chose to devour this deathly essence, simultaneously consuming the 3 demonic souls that had been absorbed by the undying soul art. Regrettably, these 3 souls were weak, their strength merely bestowed by the demon god. Host has absorbed original power, mastering the power of the laws of death. Host has devoured souls. Soul realm has been further enhanced. Current realm, 2 stars of the great ability stage. As the system's voice resonated in his mind, a glimmer of delight flickered in Su Ye's eyes. In my previous life, I barely grazed the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth upon reaching the Emperor's stage. I never expected to grasp the power of the laws of death so swiftly in this life. If he were to retrieve the remaining original powers, his strength would undoubtedly amplify. It seemed that beyond slowly corrupting and investing in Luo Yatu, he now had another objective: to locate his former senior brothers and sisters from the Celestial Palace, reclaim the original powers, and help them eradicate the profound karmic ties born from his actions. Taking a deep breath, Su Yi gradually opened his eyes, finding the girl beside him, cradling the broken sword. Her eyes firmly shut. Have you finished absorbing? As he opened his eyes, the divine weapon emperor immediately turned his gaze toward him. Emitting. Su Yi nodded. Su Yi, you must not reveal this strand of your soul lightly. The divine weapon emperor advised gravely. You are not as you once were. Should those 3 old hounds discover you are alive, they will stop at nothing to obliterate you completely. I understand. Su Yi replied with a slight nod, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. However, he would not simply sit idly by. Since those 3 old hounds intended to extend the reach of the celestial demon clan across the 9 domains and pursue his senior brothers and sisters, he would gradually sever all those hands. Very well. Once Qinghuan has comprehended this divine weapon, you may take your leave. However, it seems you possess a damaged imperial artifact. While I still draw breath, hand it over to me, and I shall assist you in its restoration, remarked the divine weapon emperor with a glance at Su Yi, smiling. The Kunlun mirror, you say? It suddenly dawned on Su Yi that there was indeed a formidable being present here capable of repairing the damaged Kunlun mirror. Without hesitation, he retrieved the mirror and handed it to the divine weapon emperor. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, in the demon god domain. What? Third brother, are you saying that fellow is not dead? How can this be possible? Within the grand hall, a tumult of demonic energy surged as 3 towering shadows of demon gods stood resolute. Upon hearing the words of one demon god, the other 2 furrowed their brows and glanced at the demon god who had fled in fear from Su Ye's gaze. I do not know, but I beheld a towering figure clad in black, and the fear emanating from my very soul is unforgettable. That figure was undoubtedly him. The 3 demon gods wore grim expressions as they spoke in hushed tones. As for whether he is dead or not, I cannot say. Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. After several seconds, the other 2 demon gods slowly spoke. Regardless of its veracity, this matter must be taken seriously. Inform the members of the Celestial Demon Clan across the 9 domains to closely monitor this situation. If that fellow truly has reincarnated, we must spare no effort to obliterate him. Clearly, the fear that Su Yi instilled in them was indelible, even in the face of divinity in the divine weapon's secret realm. Very well, Su boy. I have completed the restoration of this imperial artifact. As for its capabilities, you may gradually explore them in the future. as the radiance emanating from the Kunlun mirror faded. The Divine Weapon Emperor returned it to Su Yi. "Thank you, old man of divine weapons." Su Yi received it and smiled lightly at the Divine Weapon Emperor. Just as he intended to examine the restored Kunlun mirror's capabilities, he suddenly noticed the broken sword cradled in the young girl's arms radiating a dazzling golden light. With the faint sound of dragon roars echoing through the it seems that Qinghuan is nearing the conclusion of her journey as well. Upon witnessing this scene, the Divine Weapon Emperor chuckled. Could this sword be the legendary divine sword Longyuan? Old man of divine weapons, did you forge it? Su Yi was momentarily taken aback by the radiant golden weapon in the girl's embrace. Resonating with the sounds of dragons, just a stroke of luck. The Divine Weapon Emperor smiled kindly. Did you not mention that a demon dragon had bullied you in the abyss of oblivion? I, along with your master brother, ventured there and extracted the demon dragon sinews and bones to forge this sword, Su Yi. Indeed, such an event did occur at that time. He was merely at the reincarnation realm, while that demon dragon possessed imperial realm strength. When he sought vengeance at the imperial realm, he found that the demon dragon had already been transformed into a sword by the Divine Weapon Emperor. However, my abilities are limited, and I have not forged a true divine weapon, only a semi-divine one, yet it possesses a unique characteristic. The stronger its master, the mightier the Longyuan sword becomes. I hope that you and this young lady can elevate the name of the Longyuan sword to great heights throughout the realm of Tianxian. The Divine Weapon Emperor smiled faintly, beginning his final farewell. Very well, Su, my boy, this last remnant of my soul can no longer endure, and I shall not wait for this young lady to finish, lest it brings her sorrow in any case. Knowing that you still live fulfills my greatest wish. After my spirit dissipates, this secret realm will hold for a while longer. Farewell. As he finished speaking, the Divine Weapon Emperor smiled and waved at Su Yi, his soul gradually transforming into countless specks of golden light, slowly dispersing. Witnessing this scene, Su Yi remained silent, merely watching in quiet contemplation. Su Yi, Senior Divine Weapon, I am well. When the young girl opened her eyes, eager to showcase the Longyuan sword to the two, she was startled to find that the old man's figure had vanished from the courtyard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Su Yi, where is Senior Divine Weapon? The young girl paused. Though she had an inkling of the answer, she could not help but inquire. The last remnant of the old man's soul has dissipated, Su Yi replied calmly. The young girl fell into silence, her eyes gradually moistening. However, at that moment, Su Yi spoke again, raising his hand to reveal a wisp of golden energy. This old man has preserved my original power for several millennia, so it would not be unreasonable for me to retain a fragment of his soul power, would it? Chapter 76. Luo's Return to Darkness. This is the soul power of Senior Divine Weapon. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, Luo Qinghuan could not help but gaze at the golden energy in his hand, asking, with this fragment of soul power, can we resurrect Senior Divine Weapon? Perhaps. Su Yi shook his head. He held no certainty regarding the resurrection of the Divine Weapon Emperor, but it was better than standing by and watching his dear friend fade away. The young girl fell silent for a moment, then clenched her small fists, her delicate face filled with earnest determination. Very well, Luo, let us depart. Su Yi carefully stored the fragment of soul power, and at once, the dark soul returned to Luo Qinghuan's body as he spoke to her. This expedition into the Divine Weapon's secret realm has yielded substantial gains. Luo Qinghuan not only acquired the semi-divine Longyuan sword, but also experienced a breakthrough to the creation realm. Meanwhile, he absorbed his own essence, breaking through to the great ability realm while mastering the laws of death. Most importantly, he became aware of the sacrifices made by the celestial beings for his sake. Yes, indeed. The young girl nodded, securing the semi-divine Longyuan sword before turning to leave. Outside the Divine Weapon's secret realm, a multitude of cultivators from various factions remained in place, unwilling to depart. Clearly, they wished to witness the true grace of the young woman from the Xian'in holy sect, who had garnered the recognition of the Divine Weapon Emperor. After all, throughout the millennia, countless prodigies had entered the secret realm, yet none had achieved such acknowledgement, underscoring the young girl's terrifying talent. Boom. At this moment, a resounding sword cry suddenly echoed through the heavens. What is happening? The crowd turned to look, only to see that the sword, towering 100 zhang and piercing the clouds, emitted a sound of sword resonance, before transforming into countless specks of golden light that gradually dissipated. This is the last remnant of the Divine Weapon Emperor's soul has also vanished. It appears that the junior sister of the Xian'in sacred sect has attained enlightenment regarding the legacy of the Divine Weapon Emperor. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Simultaneously, as the golden lights faded, a young girl clad in a flowing white dress appeared before them. Qinghuan girl. Upon the appearance of the graceful figure in white, The gaze of the Grand Elder Xinming immediately fell upon her, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. This girl Luo Qinghuan, a beauty that could topple kingdoms, truly an unparalleled vision of loveliness. I did not expect the Xianin sacred sect to possess such an outstanding celestial maiden. Not only is senior sister Luo beautiful, but her strength is formidable as well. I truly wish to bask in her grace. Haha, though I wonder to whom she will ultimately belong. As the onlookers beheld the girl in white, the eyes of the powerful figures present were drawn to her, momentarily stunned, utterly captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Qinghuan girl, over here. The Grand Elder Xinming waved his hand. When the girl approached, he was momentarily taken aback. Where is that lad Han Feng? Initially, he did not see Han Feng, thinking he was still waiting in the secret realm for Luo Qinghuan. Senior brother Han Feng, upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan slightly turned her face, and then spoke. Senior brother Han Feng forcibly attempted to comprehend the sacred artifact, resulting in a backlash that led to his demise. What? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder Xinming instantly furrowed his brow, finally letting out a sigh. Although I had long suspected that the lad's temperament was flawed and that he would eventually encounter trouble, I did not anticipate it to be so sudden. Alas, this was his fate. After a sigh, the Grand Elder Xinming then looked at Luo Qinghuan, his expression serious as he inquired. Qinghuan girl, have you truly comprehended the legacy of the divine weapon emperor? As soon as these words were spoken, the powerful figures surrounding them quickly turned their gaze. The girl nodded lightly, acknowledging it. After all, the divine weapon elder had already spoken of this, and there was no need for her to deny it. However, apart from the half-artifact Longyuan sword and its weapon intent, there were no other legacies left. His forging techniques were not passed down to future generations. According to Su Ye's words, while it is said that the forging skills of the divine weapon emperor could rival the entire 9 domains, undeniably the foremost in forging, the divine weapon elder did not share this sentiment. He merely regarded his own forging techniques as insufficiently refined. If he were truly the unrivaled first, he would not have failed to forge the Longyuan sword and present it to Su Xiaozi before he ascended the path to divinity. Therefore, the divine weapon emperor did not pass his forging techniques to posterity in the divine weapon emperor's own words. If I were to bequeath my forging techniques to future generations, they would mistakenly believe it to be the pinnacle of forging, solely aiming to emulate my techniques, rather than striving to surpass them. Hiss, she has truly mastered it. Does this not imply that all the extraordinary talents who have entered the secret realms over the millennia are inferior to a mere young girl? Upon hearing these words, the powerful figures of various factions could not help but gasp in astonishment, their eyes gleaming as they turned to gaze at Luo Qinghuan. If they were to cultivate a favorable relationship with the young maiden at this moment, would it not mean that they could call upon her assistance in forging divine weapons in the future? Little girl, why not demonstrate the legacy bestowed upon you by the Emperor of Divine Weapons for us to behold? It would certainly be an eye-opener for us. Coincidentally, I possess a night pot. If you truly have mastered the art of forging from the Emperor of Divine Weapons, why not transform this night pot into a divine weapon as well? At that moment, a leading powerhouse from a first-rate faction could no longer contain his curiosity. Indeed. We too wish to witness the grandeur of the Emperor of Divine Weapons forging techniques. As these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd echoed in agreement. The elder of Xinming furrowed his brow, yet felt it inappropriate to refuse the request for the young maiden, given that these influential figures were all from first-rate factions, and offending them would not bode well for their Xianin sacred cult. As the gazes of the crowd settled upon her, Luo Qinghuan's delicate brows knitted together, and even the expression on her charming face grew cold. Oh, it is the first time I have witnessed such a demeanor on Luo Qinghuan's face, in his mind. Upon seeing the young girl's expression, Su Yi immediately propped his chin up, adopting a posture of an onlooker enjoying the spectacle. The forging techniques of the esteemed predecessor, the Emperor of Divine Weapons, are not mere entertainment for you all, nor are they to be trivialized by crafting a night pot. Esteemed elder, are you belittling the forging art of the Emperor of Divine Weapons? The maiden lifted her enchanting gaze, the tension absent from her demeanor, as she addressed everyone present with a voice as frosty as the winter's breath. She had witnessed the Emperor of Divine Weapons regret for his inability to assist Su Yi due to his insufficient forging skills. She had also heard Su Yi recount how, when the Celestial Demon Clan threatened the entire realm of cultivators, the Emperor of Divine Weapons had forged countless protective divine weapons and gifted them to the cultivators of the 9 domains. In the eyes of the Emperor, his forging skills were nothing less than a savior's art. As the chill of her words settled in, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Many powerful figures snapped back to reality, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment, their cheeks flushing as they scratched their heads. Miss Qinghuan has a point. We may have been somewhat presumptuous. The forging art of the esteemed Emperor of Divine Weapons is indeed a savior's craft. Back during the Celestial Demon Clan's reign, he provided numerous cultivators with divine weapons for protection. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation, reward, divine weapon forging technique. Would you like to invest? At that moment, Sui heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Divine grade forging technique? Infinite divine dynasty? Taken aback by the system's announcement, Sui quickly regained his composure and, without a moment's hesitation, chose to invest. Investment successful. Luo Qinghuan has mastered the divine weapon forging technique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine grade forging technique. The art of forging divine tier attributes. When crafting divine weapons, these weapons may manifest attributes, which the host can add to the forged item. These attributes possess formidable effects, such as the one sword sealing throat attribute. When the Longyuan sword is imbued with this attribute, it can achieve a lethal strike against opponents whose realms differ by no more than 3 minor stages. The voice of the system echoed continuously in my mind. Oh, exclusive forging attributes. Upon hearing this and witnessing the system's detailed explanation, a glimmer of joy flashed in Su Ye's eyes. If one were to attach an invincible attribute, then wielding a divine weapon with the invincible attribute would indeed render one truly invincible. Of course, it is possible. As if aware of Su Ye's thoughts, the system promptly responded. However, the prerequisite is that this divine weapon must possess the invincible attribute. Although one cannot actively add attributes oneself, it is still quite commendable. Su Ye felt satisfied as he comprehended the divine tier attribute forging technique. Su Ye, why do I feel as if something has entered my mind? At that moment, Luo Qinghuan's puzzled voice rang out, it's nothing. Your brother Yi merely helped you grasp some divine weapon forging techniques? That's all. Su Ye replied with a light chuckle. Divine weapon forging techniques? Could it be from the divine weapon predecessors? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Precisely, Su Ye nodded with a smile and said, little girl, train diligently. Your brother Yi is waiting for you to forge that Longyuan sword into a true divine artifact. I will. The girl nodded enthusiastically, full of determination. However, wait. Why don't you forge it yourself? Because your brother Yi is lazy. The girl pouted, huffing in response. You're treating me like a mere tool. You stink, Su Ye. Just as the girl was drawing circles to curse Su Ye, a prominent figure from a first-rate force suddenly wore a grim expression, for her words had turned him into a laughingstock. Xianming, is this how your Xianin's sacred sect teaches the younger generation to address their elders? Utterly disrespectful, the first-rate force's expert directed a displeased glance at the Grand Elder of Xianming. The Grand Elder of Xianming frowned. However, before he could respond, the girl, with her brows slightly furrowed, retorted without mercy. Then, esteemed elder of the Fire Fist sect, is this how your sect instructs you to blaspheme the forging techniques of divine weapon predecessors? Such utter disregard for respect. The girl's words were a direct echo of the Fire Fist sect expert's earlier remarks. While not significantly damaging, they were highly insulting, causing the Fire Fist sect expert to flush with rage. You sharp-tongued little girl, how dare you? The Fire Fist sect expert's expression changed, his aura surging forth, ready to strike. Observing this, the Grand Elder of Xianming stepped forward, shielding Luo Qinghuan behind him. Insolent. Just then, a voice filled with authority rang out from a middle-aged man. Who permitted you to show disrespect towards the divine weapon predecessors? In the next moment, as his words fell, a terrifying imperial might descended upon the Fire Fist sect expert, who was unable to even let out a cry before being crushed into a pulp. Hiss, imperial might, a great emperor-level expert. Upon witnessing this scene, the surrounding powers gasped in astonishment, their expressions instantly transformed. Was it truly a formidable emperor who had arrived? Who could it be? Father. At that moment, the voice of the third prince of the Wujishincho rang out in surprise from the crowd. His gaze fixed. Father, were you not in seclusion? How did you suddenly appear here? Father. Hearing this, the powerful figures were taken aback. The only one capable of eliciting such a call from the third prince of the Wujishincho could only be one person in the entire wasteland domain. The sovereign of one of the 5 great powers, the Wujishincho, Emperor Tian. The powerful figures hastily turned their attention, and there, in the heavens, stood a man clad in a golden dragon robe, with piercing eyes and an aura of authority. None other than the sovereign Emperor Tian himself. We pay our respects to the sovereign of the divine dynasty. We pay our respects to the sovereign of the divine dynasty. Observing this, the crowd quickly bowed in reverence. Even the members of the Fire Fist sect, who had witnessed their own strong man publicly slain, dared not utter a word, following suit in their salutation. After all, this was a being of imperial stature. Not only them, but even the leader of the Fire Fist sect would likely applaud and commend the act of slaying. Sensing the commotion, Emperor Tian spoke indifferently, his gaze then landing on the young girl amidst the crowd, scrutinizing her as imperial might gradually manifested. Are you Luo Qinghuan? The legacy of the divine weapon senior has fallen into your hands? The terrifying imperial aura emerged, seemingly intended to instill a sense of intimidation upon the girl. Under the weight of such overwhelming pressure, even the esteemed elder Xianming felt an intense dread. Girl, summon your brother Yi. The girl furrowed her brows, biting her silver teeth in determination, yet upon hearing the reassuring words, she quickly retreated into her soul space, observing discreetly, yes. When Xuyi was summoned, the girl's beautiful eyes subtly shifted in expression. She lifted her gaze, calmly meeting Emperor Tian's eyes. Emperor Tian was taken aback, his heart racing. He had not anticipated that the girl would dare to meet his gaze directly, nor did he perceive a trace of fear in her eyes. She was as serene as watered eye in that moment. It was as if the girl before him were also an emperor, and perhaps one even more powerful than himself. Truly, she was deserving of the recognition from the divine weapon senior. Entrusting the legacy of the divine weapon emperor to you brings me assurance. Subsequently, Emperor Tian smiled with satisfaction, retracting his imperial might, and explained, I received aid from the divine weapon emperor a millennium ago, which enabled me to gradually expand the Wujishincho. Thus, in the millennia since the divine weapon emperor's demise in my central continent, I have quietly taken on the role of guardian over this tomb. Therefore, I could not idly stand by and allow the legacy of the divine weapon senior to fall into the hands of the mediocre. What I just did was merely a test for you. Miss Luo, apologies. Upon hearing this, the surrounding powerful figures could not help but gasp in disbelief. They had not expected that, in an imperceptible moment, the girl had already passed Emperor Tian's test. How could they have known? They certainly could not, for under the oppressive weight of the emperor's aura, they could barely lift their heads, let alone discern that the girl had dared to meet the emperor's gaze. Indeed. The girl nodded slightly. The emperor has come here with two matters at hand. One is to assess the heir of the divine weapon emperor, and the other is to make a request of that heir. Tian spoke slowly. Chapter 78. The emperor, treated as a junior by others? The esteemed ruler of the divine dynasty, a formidable emperor, is actually seeking a favor from that young girl. Upon hearing Tian's words, the powerful figures present all exhibited subtle changes in their expressions, for who could have anticipated that even a mighty emperor would find himself in need of assistance? What is it? The young girl lifted her clear, cold eyes and regarded Tian with an indifferent gaze. When Tian met the gaze of the enchanting girl, he found himself momentarily taken aback. For reasons unknown, he experienced a peculiar illusion, as if the girl before him were the true emperor, and he, the mere junior, and no matter how he attempted to convince himself of his own status as the emperor, each time he beheld the girl's icy eyes, that sensation would resurface in his mind. What is happening? Why does this girl's gaze instill such trepidation in me? Tian's heart quivered. When he locked eyes with the girl, it felt as though a towering figure cloaked in black stood behind her, watching him intently. When you gaze upon Luo, your elder brother Yi also gazes upon you. Is it truly the case that a dignified emperor of the divine dynasty must resort to seeking favors in such a manner? Xuyi's eyes were cold, his tone laced with irritation. Since a mere sixth tribulation emperor dares to be so audacious, why, after receiving the benevolence of the esteemed divine weapon predecessor, would they exert pressure upon the benefactor's heir? Does this not seem somewhat inappropriate? Currently, he still possessed two emperor-level strike cards. Ultimately, he could simply confront this divine dynasty emperor. While for others, a hidden card is often a means of survival, only to be utilized in dire situations. For Xuyi, it served a different purpose altogether. It was not a means of self-preservation, but rather a card to instill fear in others. If he were to be insulted, would he still be the fierce bandit emperor? Upon hearing the girl's words, Tian was instantly frozen in place. Strangely, he felt no anger at her rebuke, as if he had been rendered speechless by her words. At that moment, the onlookers perceived a scene reminiscent of a junior reprimanding a senior. And most strikingly, this junior was none other than the divine dynasty's emperor, Tian. Xuyi is so cool. Observing this spectacle, the small white-dressed spirit could not help but widen her beautiful eyes in awe. It is my oversight. I hope Miss Luo can forgive me, Tian said after a moment of silence, his voice tinged with regret. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread rising within him. If he did not adjust his demeanor, that dread could very well manifest into reality. As soon as these words were spoken, the powerful figures around them collectively inhaled sharply. One had anticipated that the esteemed ruler of the divine dynasty would voluntarily apologize to a junior. By the heavens, the elder Xianming beside the girl gaped in astonishment at her. What on earth? When did Qinghuan become so formidable? This is an emperor. An emperor. Even the leader of the Xian'in sacred sect merely stands at the pinnacle of the Saint Lord realm. If their leader dares not speak to the Emperor Tian in such a manner, how is it that the young maiden possesses the audacity to directly reprimand a being of such imperial strength? What is most astonishing is that, in the presence of the maiden, Emperor Tian appears almost as a junior. Her actions have left the esteemed elders of Xianming utterly astounded for an entire millennium. I wonder what business the ruler of the divine dynasty has with me. Observing Emperor Tian's demeanor, Suyi retracted his emperor-level attack card and lifted his gaze to meet Emperor Tian's. It is as follows. The esteemed senior Shanbing once bestowed upon my Wuji divine dynasty a tower of creation for training purposes, intended for the cultivation of our dynasty's prodigies. However, in recent years, this tower has fallen into disrepair. Therefore, I wish to invite Miss Luo to visit my Wuji divine dynasty to see if it can be restored, Emperor Tian stated slowly. The Tower of Creation. It is said that the esteemed senior Shanbing forged this tower for his own cultivation, capable of absorbing the most concentrated spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, significantly enhancing the speed of cultivation within its confines. So, it turns out this tower is located within the Wuji divine dynasty. No wonder the majority of the prodigies on the prodigy rankings have hailed from Wuji in recent years. Upon hearing Emperor Tian's words, the powerful figures from surrounding factions couldn't help but display a glimmer of envy in their eyes. Oh? So the old man Shenbing has bestowed this tower of creation upon the Wuji divine dynasty. Suyi raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. Back when the esteemed Shenbing had excitedly constructed this tower, he was the first to be invited for testing. This tower can absorb the densest spiritual energy from the realm. It consists of 10 levels, with each ascending level amplifying the energy significantly. At that time, he ascended to the 10th level with just a few steps, rendering it nearly useless for him. However, out of support for the old man Shanbing, he had deliberately placed an opportunity on the 10th level. It remains to be seen whether, after all these years, any prodigy of the Wuji divine dynasty has attained that 10th level. If not, it could very well be an opportunity for Miss Luo to access the 10th level and seize that chance. Heaven and Earth Creation Tower. Can add entries. Godspeed, Tower Master. At that moment, a voice resonated in Su Ye's mind. This is the additional entry for the Tower of Creation. He paused for a moment, then glanced over. Godspeed. Adding this entry will greatly enhance the speed at which cultivators within the Tower of Creation absorb spiritual energy. Tower Master. Designate one individual as the Tower Master. All cultivators entering the Tower of Creation for training must contribute their acquired spiritual energy, significantly boosting the energy acquired by the Tower Master. These two entries seem rather promising, do they not? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Su Ye's eyes as he considered the descriptions of these entries. I wonder what Miss Luo thinks of this. At that moment, seeing that the maiden had not responded for a while, Emperor Tian inquired again. What benefits might there be? Suyi did not rush to reply, but instead inquired calmly. Upon hearing this, the gazes of those around turned towards the maiden with utter astonishment, and the esteemed elder of Xianming's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is the benefit not exceedingly clear? If one were to assist Emperor Tian in restoring this Tower of Creation, wouldn't that result in a favor from a being of imperial strength? That is a favor from a truly formidable figure. Suyi, is it not somewhat inappropriate for us to engage in this manner? Deep within the soul, the delicate soul clad in a petite white dress timidly inquired. She felt a twinge of fear that Suyi might provoke the lord of the divine dynasty to a breaking point. No matter, Suyi replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. The two souls communicated telepathically. Little Luo, our principle is to exploit whenever possible. What of the Emperor? The Emperor possesses even more treasures, which we must seize. Understanding dawned upon the small white-dressed soul. As a look of enlightenment graced her youthful face, she hurriedly pulled out a small notebook to jot down notes. Even Emperor Tian was momentarily taken aback, yet he bore no anger. Instead, he admired the girl's audacity. Well then, he mused before continuing, if Miss Luo can indeed restore the Tower of Creation and Transformation, I shall allow you to visit my imperishable imperial tomb. Chapter 79. The imperishable imperial tomb? It sounds incomprehensible. Sack, goods. What? Father, how can this be permissible? The imperishable imperial tomb has been the resting place for fallen powers of our divine dynasty for many years. How can we allow an outsider to enter? As the surrounding crowd pondered the nature of this imperishable imperial tomb, within the throng, the third prince of the imperishable divine dynasty, Di Yun, suddenly changed countenance and hastily urged, Yuner, be silent. Emperor Tian merely cast a calm glance at the third prince. Hearing this, although Di Yun wished to say more, his lips moved but ultimately he chose to remain silent. The imperishable imperial tomb. Upon hearing this, Suyi raised an eyebrow. Suyi. Where is this imperishable imperial tomb? The small, white-dressed soul asked, momentarily taken aback with curiosity. It is a place filled with treasures, a location where we can procure goods. Suyi replied with a smile. Oh, I understand now. The little white-dressed soul's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quietly assessed the remaining quantity in her large sack. What are you babbling about? I can't comprehend. Sack, goods, however. The prerequisite is that we must first repair the tower of creation and transformation forged by the esteemed weapon master. The girl frowned slightly. Although Suyi had just imparted the art of weapon forging to her, she had yet to grasp its essence. No worries. You have a backup. Backup? Brother Yi has a backup, do you understand? Understood. Once the girl felt reassured, Suyi turned to Emperor Tian and nodded. Then let us proceed as per the elder's suggestion. Having said that, he looked towards the Grand Elder of Xianming. Grand Elder, you may return to the Xianin sacred sect while I accompany Elder Tian to the imperishable divine dynasty. Yes, the Grand Elder of Xianming, snapping out of his astonishment, nodded vigorously, his gaze towards the girl filled with lingering awe. Whether it was obtaining the legacy of the weapon master or maintaining composure in the presence of an emperor, it was evident that the girl before them had surpassed all the prodigies of the Xianin sacred sect throughout the ages. Very well, Miss Luo, follow me, Emperor Tian said in a deep voice. With a grand gesture, he led the girl and others from the imperishable divine dynasty into the void, vanishing from sight. The Xianin sacred sect has produced an extraordinary prodigy indeed. Tisk, observing this scene, the surrounding factions sighed in admiration before gradually departing. The imperishable divine dynasty, situated in the flourishing land of Zhongzhou within the desolate sky domain, in stark contrast to the multitude of sects that populate the other 4 states of the desolate realm. Zhongzhou is home to but a single force, the Wuzhishenshu. With its populace numbering in the billions and an abundance of cultivators, the grandeur of this empire is undeniable. Soon, within the royal city of the Wuzhishenshu, amidst the shattering of the heavens, several figures materialized. It is His Majesty who has returned, along with the third prince, who has also emerged from the secret realm of divine weapons. It remains to be seen what divine artifacts the third prince might have brought back with him. Upon witnessing the arrival of these figures in the sky, the powerful beings of the Wuzhishenshu hastened to greet them, unable to suppress their anticipation. However, the emperor, disregarding the throng below, fixed his gaze upon Luo Qinghuan, saying, Miss Luo, the tower of heavenly creation has been in a dormant state these past few days. It is likely to remain so for some time. During this interval, you may reside within my royal palace at your leisure. You are free to explore the palace and the royal city as you wish. Should you find yourself unfamiliar with the surroundings, you may ask Dyun. At this point, the emperor furrowed his brow and altered his phrasing. Dyun may prove somewhat inconvenient. Instead, I shall have my daughter accompany you on your explorations. There's no need for that, Senior Emperor. I can manage on my own. The young lady promptly shook her head, gracefully declining. After all, she was not alone. The rather unpleasant Suyi was there to keep her company. Very well, the emperor acquiesced without further debate. Miss Luo has recently comprehended the inheritance of the divine weapon predecessor. I shall refrain from intruding. Please, rest for now, and when the tower of heavenly creation reopens, I shall personally inform you. Understood. The young lady nodded gently. Following this, the emperor arranged for several maidens to escort her to the most opulent guest chamber within the palace. Who is that lady? She is truly exquisite, and His Majesty treats her with such courtesy, exclaimed the powerful figures of the divine empire, both astonished by Luo Qinghuan's beauty and intrigued by the emperor's respectful demeanor, leading to a burgeoning curiosity regarding her true identity. She is the favored daughter of the Xianin holy sect, Luo Qinghuan, Dyun elucidated from the sidelines. The Xianin holy sect? Is that not a first-rate force? Upon hearing the third prince's words, the assembly of strong cultivators furrowed their brows. After all, regardless of whether it was a prodigy from a first-rate sect or even its leader, such deference from the emperor seemed unwarranted. Humph! She is different, Dyun scoffed. Although he harbored an air of superiority and dismissed the prodigies of first-rate forces, he could not help but acknowledge the young lady's prowess. After all, he had witnessed her single-handedly procure 10 sacred artifacts and grasped the formidable power of that infamous emperor. Annihilating the 3 demons, different? How so? Because she has obtained the inheritance of the divine weapon emperor, Dyun replied nonchalantly. What? The inheritance of the divine weapon emperor. At this revelation, the strong cultivators of the divine empire became visibly agitated. It is worth noting that due to the fact that the ruler of the divine empire, Emperor Tian, serves as the guardian of the divine weapon emperor's tomb, Wuzhishenshu has had more opportunities to enter the secret realm than the other 4 great forces. Yet, over the years, they had only managed to comprehend a single sacred artifact at most. The notion of acquiring the inheritance of the divine weapon emperor was almost unfathomable, not say that it is the Wujian dynasty. In the entire, there is not a single prodigy who has received the recognition of the divine weapon emperor. Yet now the third prince claims that the young lady who just departed has gained the approval of the divine weapon emperor? Hiss, has she trampled upon the ancient prodigies? Third prince, what on earth is happening? The powerful figures of the divine dynasty wore grave expressions, their faces betraying a mix of astonishment and intrigue as they hurriedly inquired. It is as follows. Subsequently, Emperor Yun recounted all that transpired within the secret realm. Upon hearing this, the assembly of divine dynasty experts was left in profound shock. Therefore, Your Majesty, are you suggesting that Miss Luo assist us in restoring the Tower of Celestial Creation? A minister furrowed his brow, expressing hesitation as he remarked, however, Miss Luo has only just grasped the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. Can she truly manage it? If she cannot, then can you? Emperor Tian cast a faint glance at him. Your Majesty jest, the minister's complexion immediately shifted, and he promptly fell silent. The Tower of Celestial Creation must be restored at the earliest opportunity. The millennia-long foundation of our Wujian dynasty cannot be allowed to perish thus. A glimmer of seriousness flickered in Emperor Tian's eyes as he murmured to himself. Chapter 80. The Moon Princess aligns, spatial confinement soon. Under the guidance of several palace maids, Luo Qinghuan was led to a luxurious courtyard within the royal palace. This place was relatively tranquil, suffused with rich spiritual energy, ensuring that she would not be disturbed. Clearly, Emperor Tian had invested considerable effort in providing the young lady with a conducive environment to fully comprehend the legacy of the divine weapon emperor. Miss Luo, we shall take our leave now. The maids offered a graceful bow to Luo Qinghuan before departing. Indeed, as a top-tier force, their resources surpassed those of first-rate powers, even possessing a spirit-gathering array. Sui glanced around the courtyard and noticed a small array operating on the ground, a spirit-gathering array. The young lady inquired curiously, "Do you see the abundant spiritual energy throughout the courtyard? That is the work of this array, if you are interested. Once we return to the Xianin sacred cult, I can assist you in setting one up," Sui remarked, crossing his arms nonchalantly. "You can?" The young lady was taken aback. "Not particularly interested in learning, but I am keen on relocating this," Yi replied earnestly. Luo Qinghuan. "All right, little Luo, you should take this time to rest well." Sui yawned lazily, seizing the opportunity to study the contents of the Kunlun mirror, which had been restored by the divine weapon emperor. Though it was no match for the semi-divine dragon abyss sword, it was a genuine imperial artifact nonetheless. The young lady nodded lightly, pushing open the courtyard door and stepping inside. As days passed, when the secret realm of the divine weapon concluded and the news that the legacy of the divine weapon emperor had been inherited by the young lady from the Xianin sacred cult spread throughout it stirred considerable excitement. Although many with ulterior motives sought to seize the opportunity, they ultimately succumbed to the weight of the last words spoken by the divine weapon emperor and chose to retreat. After all, the supreme might of the divine weapon emperor was not something even an equally ranked emperor would dare provoke lightly, within the hallowed halls of the Xianin holy sect. The news of Luo Qinghuan's dominance over a multitude of prodigies, garnering the recognition of the divine weapon emperor, left the 8 peak masters and numerous elders utterly astounded, their jaws agape. They were well aware of the girl's exceptional talent. However, none could have anticipated her prowess reaching such an extraordinary level. Yet, only Yuji remained composed. Though taken aback, she did not exhibit the same degree of shock and disarray as the others, for she was privy to the existence of a formidable protector behind the girl. With such a powerful guardian coupled with her terrifying talent, it was hardly surprising that she would overshadow her peers. Nevertheless, a sense of anxiety began to stir within her. The Supreme Forgetting Palace's selection of a new goddess was imminent, and it was certain that they would seek to elevate Luo Qinghuan, aiming to bring her under their control. Yet, that formidable protector would undoubtedly thwart their intentions. How should she navigate this predicament? Alas, Yuji sighed deeply. Whether it be the Supreme Forgetting Palace or that mighty protector, neither was an entity that the Xianin holy sect could afford to offend. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of errors, plunging them into the abyss. Very well, she resolved to observe the situation further. With a melancholic sigh, Yuji contemplated her thoughts. Just then, a venerable figure materialized in the heavens above, wielding a massive cane that struck the ground with authority. The esteemed elder Xianming approached, leaning on his staff. "Elder, you have returned?" Yuji's gaze fell upon him, only to notice that the maiden in white was absent. "Where is Qinghuan?" she inquired, momentarily taken aback. Returning to the sect leader, Elder Xianming replied promptly, "The sovereign of the divine dynasty has summoned Qinghuan to the Wujing divine dynasty, purportedly to repair the tower of creation left by the divine weapon emperor." Wujing divine dynasty? A grave expression flickered in Yuji's enchanting eyes, recognizing yet another entity beyond their reach. Moreover, leader, it appears that Qinghuan has gone quite immediate. At this juncture, Elder Xianming's face was etched with panic. That girl had the audacity to reprimand the sovereign of the divine dynasty. The sovereign dared not even retort, resembling a senior being admonished by a junior, and that junior was the sovereign. As Elder Xianming recounted the events, Yuji stood frozen in place, her mind racing. Could it be that the reason the Emperor of Heaven submitted like a subordinate to Luo Qinghuan's scolding was entirely due to that powerful protector? Gasping at the realization, Yuji's earlier hesitance transformed into unwavering resolve. With such an immensely powerful protector, what reason did she have to hesitate any longer? Meanwhile, within the depths of the extreme Demon Valley, the Valley Master seethed with fury. Not only had they failed to accomplish the task assigned by their lord, but they had also suffered the loss of 3 demons, and even their lord had urgently withdrawn an avatar of demonic energy. Could it be that their actions had displeased him? Infuriated, he commanded, "Investigate. I must uncover the origins of that little girl who dares to resonate with the remnants of such power." In the central continent, at the Wujing royal city, within the palace's secluded courtyard. During this period, Luo Qinghuan has been diligently cultivating in the small courtyard, as well as gaining insights into the art of forging divine weapons. Meanwhile, Sui has been engrossed in the study of the imperial artifact, the Kunlun Mirror, a spatial confinement. Once the divine weapon emperor completes the restoration of the Kunlun Mirror, it will no longer merely serve as a self-contained space for storage, but will also possess certain functionalities akin to divine weapons. Spatial confinement is one of these abilities. When executed, it can ensnare a chosen enemy within a confined space, thereby restricting their movements, and it is effective against cultivators of any realm. However, the greater the disparity in strength, the shorter the duration of the confinement. Xu Ye's gaze fell upon the description of this spatial confinement, and a grave expression flickered in his eyes. This divine weapon martial art seems rather extraordinary, does it not? It is effective against cultivators of any realm, albeit with the duration of confinement reduced by the difference in strength. Yet, even if it can only control for a second, it offers an undeniably formidable advantage in life and death battles, potentially turning the tide of conflict. Indeed, Sui nodded in satisfaction. He then proceeded to explain the function of the spatial confinement of the Kunlun Mirror's divine weapon martial art to Luo Qinghuan. Upon hearing this, the young girl's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. How remarkable, spatial confinement, restricting their movements. Does that mean one can do as they please? Precisely. Sui nodded, then, with a smile, added, however, the true application of this spatial confinement should be to eliminate the target if possible. If not, to seize their trump cards during the confinement period. Luo Qinghuan. I have learned something new. Chapter 81. Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion. At that moment, while the girl expressed her newfound knowledge, her brows furrowed slightly as another thought crossed her mind. She murmured, then this technique would also be useful for assisting other cultivators in clearing their own afflictions, wouldn't it? We should prepare several more sacks for that. Suyi. Good. This girl is now capable of drawing inferences from one instance to another. By the way, I should utilize the divine level inscription forging technique to see what enhancements can be added to the Kunlun Mirror. With that thought, Sui immediately activated the divine level inscription forging technique. As his gaze fell upon the Kunlun Mirror, a faint inscription materialized before him. Indeed, there was one. He quickly examined it. 1v1 true man battle. Adding this inscription allows the cultivator confined within the space to have their cultivation level aligned with Luo Qinghuan's. In just a brief sentence, Su Ye's eyes widened in shock, and he inhaled sharply. Hiss. This is exceedingly unfair, isn't it? If a great emperor were trapped, even if only for a second, with this inscription in play, during that second, the emperor's cultivation would match Luo Qinghuan's. Thus, even if it doesn't result in an immediate kill, it would be sufficient to inflict injury. Is this the sensation of having an advantage? This is simply exhilarating, so you could not help but marvel. If he had such advantages in his previous life, this continent would not have been known as the heavenly profound continent, but rather as Su Ye's backyard. Luo girl, your brother Yi has granted you yet another advantage. What advantage? The girl inquired curiously. You will find out in due time, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. Oh? The young girl let out a soft oh, and then, unable to contain herself, exclaimed. Su Yi, the esteemed senior Dtian mentioned that the Tower of Heaven and Earth will not open for some time. Why don't we take a stroll around the royal city? I have heard that the royal city of the Wujing dynasty is the most prosperous city in the entire wasteland domain. Surely, there will be plenty of sights to behold, amusements to enjoy, and delicacies to savor. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Well, if you wish to go, then let us go, Su Yi replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Having spent many years in the Xian'in sacred sect, It was only natural for Luo Qinghuan to be captivated by the vibrancy of this flourishing place and desire to explore it. Upon hearing Su Ye's words, the brightness in the girl's eyes intensified, and she nodded slightly. Then let us be off, Wujishan Royal City. Truly, this place deserves its reputation as the most prosperous city in the wasteland domain. The streets and alleys were abuzz with the shouts of vendors, and a throng of cultivators filled the area, creating a lively atmosphere. Amidst the crowd, a girl in a white dress stood out remarkably, curiously wandering between the various stalls, her every smile and frown capturing the attention of many passers-by. Whose daughter is this? She is exceptionally beautiful, I am enamored. Gasps of admiration filled the air. Yet, at that moment, the girl paid no heed to the gazes directed at her, stopping before a vendor selling meat buns. Her curiosity piqued. Miss, we have a new product, durian meat buns, 10 spirit coins each. The vendor, momentarily taken aback by the girl's stunning beauty, quickly regained his composure and began to enthusiastically promote his new offering. Durian meat buns? Luo Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the combination of those words. However, after much hesitation and some encouragement from Su Yi, she decided to purchase a bun. Yet, as she held the peculiar durian meat bun in her hands, she found herself wavering. Su Yi, maybe I should pass on this. Luo Qinghuan's lips moved, lacking the courage to take a bite. If you won't eat it, let your brother Yi have a taste, Su Yi suggested, equally curious about the flavor of this peculiar item, having never experienced it before in either life. Then you go ahead and eat it. Ultimately, the girl relinquished her intent to try it. Wait. However, just as she spoke, she realized something was amiss. Even though she wouldn't partake, if Su Yi were to eat it, it would still be as if she were eating it through her own body. What difference did it make? Unfortunately, her realization came too late, as the change in her expression became evident. Su Yi took a decisive bite. Oh no. What is this flavor? The girl struggled, but it was too late. An odd taste flooded her palate. How is it? The vendor, noticing the girl had taken a bite, turned to her with a beaming smile. The girl's face darkened. It's delicious, but I shall never eat it again. After Su Yi relinquished control, he noticed that after their leisurely stroll through the royal city, the girl had evidently distanced herself from the food stalls, clearly apprehensive that Su Yi might take control again and consume something bizarre. As the girl continued to wander, not far away, a group of young men, clad in splendid attire and wielding folding fans, had already fixed their gazes upon the maiden, approaching her with cheerful smiles. Fair lady, might you be interested in joining us for a poetic soiree at the Wind and Moon Pavilion? They inquired. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan, leisurely wandering, furrowed her brows slightly at the sight of them and shook her head, replying, I am not available as this, a classic trope. Su Yi was taken aback. In this day and age, such brazen flirtation with a maiden under broad daylight still exists? Is this a mistake? My lady, fret not. For we are not ill-intentioned. We merely wish to invite you to recite poetry at the Wind and Moon Pavilion, the young men insisted, waving their fans in a renewed invitation. Observing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows again. Su Yi had mentioned that such persistent nuisances could be dealt with through amiability, and they would eventually depart. Thus, the young lady prepared to draw her long yuan sword and unleash the aura of a creation realm expert. However, just then, a sharp voice rang out, impudent. What are you doing? A striking woman clad in a black leather outfit, brandishing a long whip and possessing an alluring figure, approached. The fourth princess? The young men exclaimed, having recognized her. Upon seeing this captivating woman, their expressions changed dramatically, and they hurriedly bowed in respect. The surrounding merchants also offered their salutations. Miss Luo, are you unharmed? The woman inquired, disregarding the young men and focusing her attention on Luo Qinghuan. After asking, she suddenly recalled something and murmured, No, these fellows cannot harm you, for you, like me, are also of the creation realm. What? The creation realm? At this revelation, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this maiden not only possessed breathtaking beauty but also formidable strength. And you are? Luo Qinghuan curiously appraised the alluring woman, particularly noting her statuesque figure, before pouting slightly to I am Dilaner, the fourth princess of the Wujigod dynasty. Dilaner introduced herself, then flicked her whip, casting a disapproving glance at the young men. How audacious of you to harbor ill intentions towards a distinguished guest of my dynasty. Your Highness, we are wronged. We merely wish to invite this lady to the Wind and Moon Pavilion for a poetic gathering. The young men protested in unison. They then quietly retrieved their storage rings, and with a flash of light, various poetry collections materialized before the two ladies. It seems they are indeed scholars. They recounted their intentions, revealing that today's poetic event at the Wind and Moon Pavilion, themed around the beloved, had drawn them to invite the beautiful Luo Qinghuan. What reputable place of learning would dare to call itself the Wind and Moon Pavilion? Suyi remarked, bemused. To clear up the misunderstanding, Lanner urged the young men to leave hastily. Afterward, she turned her attention back to the maiden, marveling at her beauty, before smiling and saying, I have long heard of your exploits, Miss Luo, and have always wished to invite you to explore the imperial city. Regrettably, my father advised against disturbing your cultivation. Now that we have finally met in the royal city, might I inquire about your plans? I am just about to visit the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion. If you have no particular destination in mind, would you care to accompany me? Tian Sheng Baogu? Upon hearing these four characters, Suyi was momentarily taken aback. Such a familiar name. Chapter 82. Could it be that my third senior brother is the one who established it? What exactly is Tian Sheng Baogu? A hint of confusion flickered in Luo Qinghuan's eyes. In the Tian Bao Shenggu could barely be considered a first-rate power, yet the Tian Sheng auction it hosts is among the largest auctions. This Tian Sheng Baogu is spread throughout the 9 domains, explained Lanner Dado. When Suyi heard Lanner mention that Tian Sheng Baogu is ubiquitous across the 9 domains, his brow arched in curiosity, and his suspicions grew stronger. His third senior brother from the Heavenly Palace is known as Tian Bao Daoren, who once aspired to amass the wealth of all cultivators in the 9 domains. Could it be that this Tian Bao Shenggu was secretly established by him? What do you think? Lanner turned to Luo Qinghuan, smiling as she asked, Miss Luo, shall we go take a look together? It is said that there are numerous treasures at this Tian Sheng auction, perhaps something you might desire. Suyi? The young girl did not respond but secretly inquired within her heart towards Suyi. Let's go take a look, Suyi nodded. Just as Lanner mentioned, the Tian Sheng auction indeed boasts many valuable items. If there is something useful, he could procure it for Luo, and additionally, it would serve to validate his suspicions. He wanted to discern whether the owner of Tian Sheng Baogu was indeed his third senior brother from the Heavenly Palace. Although his senior brothers and sisters have diminished in strength due to the heavenly laws, they still possess first-rate power. If he could locate them quickly and they were to recognize each other, Luo would then have several formidable protectors, thus facilitating his efforts to reconstruct his physical form. Then let us proceed together. With Su Ye's affirmation, Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly. Very well, Miss Luo, please follow me. Lanner cracked the whip and flicked her hair. In the royal city, the most prosperous central area, a magnificent vermilion treasure pavilion stood tall. This was Tian Sheng Baoji.at this moment. As one of the largest auctions when the Tian Sheng auction commenced, numerous powerful factions hurried from all corners of the dot. In an instant, Tian Sheng Baogu was teeming with people, many cultivators lingering at the entrance, eagerly awaiting entry. Just then, 2 graceful figures appeared, instantly capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. Such beautiful women, one exuded a fiery allure, while the other radiated pure sweetness, their appearances deemed heavenly. Oh, why aren't they queuing? They can enter directly? As the cultivators marveled, someone noticed that the 2 young ladies had walked straight into Tian Sheng Baogu. Of course. Did you not see the woman in the black leather attire, wielding a long whip? That is Lanner, the 4th princess of the Wuji divine dynasty. Hist. No wonder, as the surrounding discussions ensued. Lanner had already escorted Luo Qinghuan into Tian Sheng Baogu. Upon their entrance, a responsible figure from Tian Sheng Baogu immediately approached, bowing to Lanner, then casting a puzzled glance at the young lady in white beside her. Who is this? Miss Luo is a distinguished guest of our Wuji divine dynasty, accompanying me to participate in the Tian Sheng auction. Lanner introduced. It turns out you are esteemed guests of the divine dynasty and have met Miss Luo. She then gestured for the 2 to follow her. The person in charge of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion addressed the 2 women before leading them into a private room, the Heavenly Room. This chamber could isolate one's aura for probing, serving as a means to protect the privacy of the auction participants, Lanner explained to Luo Qinghuan. The young woman nodded in acknowledgement. Once they were seated in the room, Su Ye's voice resonated in the girl's mind. Luo girl, do inquire if she has any knowledge about the owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion. The owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion? A flicker of curiosity crossed Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes. Yes, I suspect that the mastermind behind this pavilion is likely my 3rd senior brother from the Heavenly Palace, Suyi replied with a solemn nod. The mastermind of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion is your 3rd senior brother, Suyi? Upon hearing this, the girl widened her eyes in astonishment. Suyi was indeed remarkable, and even those around him were no less so. Lanner had just mentioned that this pavilion spanned the 9 domains and was financially robust. How wealthy must Su Ye's 3rd senior brother be? All right, I shall inquire shortly, Luo Qinghuan replied with a slight nod. With some time remaining before the Heavenly Saint auction commenced, numerous powerful figures from various factions entered the venue. Some scattered cultivators or weaker forces were situated in the main hall, while those of higher status and strength were assigned to various private rooms. While waiting for the auction to begin, the 2 women engaged in considerable conversation. Luo Qinghuan took the opportunity to ask about Su Ye's inquiry. Fourth princess, do you know who the owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion is? The owner of the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion? Di Lanner expressed a moment of contemplation, her beautiful eyes clouded with uncertainty. The Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion spans the 9 domains, and each pavilion has its own master. If we're speaking of the master of the Heavenly Saint Pavilion in the Desolate Heaven domain, it should be Pavilion Master Qinfeng.as for the masters of the other domains. I am not privy to that information. Di Lanner shook her head.is that your third senior brother, Su Yi? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan immediately inquired in her mind. Yi shook his head. Luo girl, there's no need to ask. Since Di Lanner can only know about the identity of one branch master, she is unlikely to possess knowledge about the mastermind behind it all. Why did Miss Luo suddenly bring this up? Di Lanner questioned with intrigue. Just out of curiosity, after all, to establish a pavilion that spans the 9 domains. The owner behind the Heavenly Saint Treasure Pavilion must be quite extraordinary, Luo Qinghuan replied softly. Indeed, Di Lanner nodded in agreement, then sighed, however. The owner of the Heavenly Saint Pavilion has never appeared before the public, remaining quite mysterious. By the way, Miss Luo, I heard you've been with the Xianin sacred sect. Is this your first time attending the Heavenly Saint auction? Hee. Soon you shall witness the splendor of the Heavenly Saint auction, Di Lanner remarked. Splendor? A hint of confusion flickered in Luo Qinghuan's eyes. What could be so captivating about an auction? Do not underestimate the Tiansheng auction house, Miss Luo. The fact that it has become one of the largest auction events in the wasteland speaks volumes of its exceptional nature. After all, it offers a vast array of items, auctioning everything imaginable. Di Lanner smiled mysteriously. There are even catgirl maids and wolfdog butlers available. If Miss Luo is interested, perhaps you might consider auctioning one. Upon hearing this, the young girl's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly shook her head. At that moment, Di Lanner added, moreover, there are magical artifacts that can compel obedience. Magical artifacts that ensure compliance? The girl's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Should we arrange one for that troublesome Su Yi? After all, that rascal bullies her daily, Su Yi. My foolish Luo girl, have you not considered that you might end up being the one who faces consequences? Chapter 83. The Fruit of Creation, Yet to Mature. Soon after, the two young women engaged in light conversation. The grand doors of the auction hall suddenly slammed shut, signaling the commencement of the Tiansheng auction. Thank you all for your patience, at that moment, accompanied by a woman's sultry laughter. A stunning figure clad in a red qipao, her curves accentuated, gracefully ascended the auction stage, exuding an air of seduction with every smile and frown. Such an alluring woman, Luo Qinghuan remarked as she caught sight of the qipao-clad beauty. The enchantment radiating from her was so palpable that even Luo, a woman herself, could sense it, not to mention the throngs of male cultivators who, upon seeing her, were already flushed with excitement, their faces turning crimson. Merely a common tactic employed at auctions, in his mind. Su Yi mused, a common tactic? To ignite the primal instincts of these cultivators with the presence of a beautiful, captivating woman, thereby enlivening the atmosphere and encouraging them to bid fiercely during the auction that follows. As the saying goes, 1,000 gold coins can be easily spent for a beautiful woman's smile. Oh, I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. If I were to act as an auctioneer, would it yield a similar effect? You? Su Yi scoffed. The auctioneer not only possesses beauty but also a captivating figure, while you have the physique of an exceptionally petite student. Luo Qinghuan? She felt that Su Yi was mocking her. Moreover, she had evidence. Did not the ancient divine attire promise to enhance her figure? She had secretly worn it for so long. Yet she had yet to notice any significant changes. Su Yi, come out and I assure you, I shall not go easy on you, the young girl pouted. Is that so? I fear that when my brother Yi emerges, you would lack the courage to retaliate. Su Yi crossed his arms and chuckled. What do you mean by that? The girl was taken aback. Confused. When he emerges, why would I be afraid to retaliate? This woman is the debut auctioneer of the Tiansheng Treasure Pavilion. Yuan Lanner slowly remarked from the side. It seems this auction will feature numerous valuable items. As Yu Hua typically does not make appearances, when she does, it is usually to auction off remarkable treasures. At this moment, precisely as Su Yi had predicted, when Yu Hua made her entrance, the cultivators present gazed at her with the fervor of famished wolves, their eyes ablaze with desire. Soon after, a youth holding a folding fan chuckled, "Ha ha, the holy son of the celestial vault is jesting." The moonflower seemed to be amused by the flowery words, covering her mouth with a smile and shaking her head. "Ha ha, 100,000 years, do you, a mere holy child of a sacred land, deserve to live for 100,000 years?" The surrounding crowd dismissed the sweet talk of the heavenly dome's holy child with scorn. "Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us commence this Tianbao auction," Moonflower declared, clapping her hands. prompting a maid to approach with the auction items in hand. Earth-grade moon spirit cultivation method. Starting bid, 200,000 spirit coins. The minimum increment for each bid is 10,000 spirit coins. Hee hee. Let the bidding begin. As her words fell, the surrounding cultivators immediately surged forward in a frenzy. After all, not everyone belonged to top-tier forces. For many, this Earth-grade cultivation method would be immensely beneficial. 250,000 spirit coins, 270,000 spirit coins. Ultimately, this Earth-grade cultivation method was secured by a strong individual from a second-tier force for 500,000 spirit coins. The auction continued unabated. Within the Tian compartment, Xuanti occasionally placed some bids, while Luo Qinghuan merely observed silently. It wasn't that she lacked funds. Rather, Sui had remarked that bidding on such trivial items was a waste of money, suggesting that next time, they should see if any fortunate individuals were carrying such worthless items, and she could help in clearing out the rubbish. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows can be considered one of the highlights of this auction. At this moment, as Moonflower's voice rang out, a maid approached, carrying a wooden box. Without even opening the box, an enchanting aroma wafted forth, instantly captivating all present. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment, sensing the extraordinary nature of the contents within the box. This item may be of little use to those present, but for the younger generation of prodigies within their sects, it held immense significance. Moonflower smiled mysteriously and waved her hand, prompting the maid to open the box. Inside lay a fruit resembling a core, its surface shimmering with radiant light and exuding the essence of the Tao. This is, the eyes of the crowd widened in realization, the fruit of creation. Moonflower spoke softly. What? The fruit of creation? Legend has it that within the realm of creation, one must seize the creations of heaven and earth to forge their own destiny, but who can truly claim the creations of the universe? Thus, the majority of those in the realm of creation are mere imitations, devoid of the essence of true creation. Apart from a few defiant prodigies who can seize the creations of heaven and earth, most must rely on this fruit of creation to ascend to the true realm of creation, rather than remain in the realm of imitation. Gasp! I never expected such a treasure to appear at this auction. Upon hearing Moonflower's words, the cultivators present were utterly astounded, their breaths hitching as their gazes turned fervent towards the Tao fruit within the wooden box. Ha ha ha! I bid 1,000,000 spirit coins. Perfect for my precious granddaughter to obtain a fruit of creation in advance. Humph! 1,000,000 is nothing. I bid 2,000,000. In an instant, the atmosphere became electric. Before the auction price of the Tao fruit of creation could even be announced, chaos erupted within the venue as participants vied for it. The Tao fruit of creation? The young girl was momentarily taken aback. Even Xuanti beside her was visibly stirred, for this item held immense allure for any prodigy of the creation realm. While others lacked the essence of creation and remained mere pretenders of the realm, absorbing this Tao fruit would grant one true mastery of creation. The disparity was monumental. It seems that this Tao fruit of creation has a certain affinity with our Luo girl, Suyi thought, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Although it would enable Luo to comprehend the essence of creation, possessing this fruit would undoubtedly facilitate her understanding. Did you, Suyi, also consume the Tao fruit of creation back then? Luo Qinghuan inquired, curiosity piqued. After all, it was her first encounter with the distinction between the creation realm and its counterfeit. What conditions did I have back then? Suyi retorted with a roll of his eyes. Even if he had wished to seize the Tao fruit, he would have to be wary of the powerful figures behind it. So, you were merely a pretender of the creation realm then? Not exactly. Suyi scratched his nose. Since your brother lacked the Tao fruit of creation, I sought to comprehend the essence of creation on my own, and surprisingly, it was quite simple. I grasped it in no time. Luo Qinghuan. Dear guests, please do not rush at that moment. Yuhua waved her hand, interrupting the fray. There is one more matter I must clarify. She continued, this Tao fruit of creation is not yet ripe. It requires an additional 500 years to mature. Chapter 84. Suyi, we are striking it rich. What? It will take 500 years for it to fully mature. As Yuhua's words echoed, the attendees' brows furrowed. Their once fervent excitement doused as if cold water had been poured over them. A Tao fruit of creation that would take 500 years to mature meant that even if they successfully acquired it now, they would still have to wait for another 500 years. Even employing certain methods to hasten its maturation would still require at least 200 to 300 years. They had aimed to procure this Tao fruit for the prodigies of their sect in the creation realm. If they were to wait a century, those prodigies would have likely already transcended the creation realm. After all, if one remained in the creation realm for several hundred years, they no longer qualified as a prodigy, nor were they deserving of this Tao fruit. All right, everyone, Yuhua concluded, how you wish to decide is entirely up to you. With a charming giggle, she announced the starting bid for the Tao fruit of creation, 10,000,000 spirit coins. with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100,000 spirit coins. Gasped. 10 million. At the mention of this sum, the powerful figures present collectively inhaled sharply. This was merely the starting price for an unripe Tao fruit of creation. How exorbitant would the price be for a matured one? Our heavenly dome sacred land is willing to bid 10 million spirit coins. Just as the powerful factions hesitated, a youthful voice resonated from a VIP chamber marked with the character Tian. It belonged to the previously seen young man with a folding fan, who casually drew back the curtain of the chamber, indifferent to revealing his identity. The celestial son of the heavenly dome truly embodies the essence of a premier Holy Land's progeny, displaying remarkable generosity in his actions. With each subtle smile and frown from Yuehua, she deftly held the celestial sun in her grasp, igniting a fiery intensity in his gaze. The celestial sun offered a bid of 10 million spirit coins. Could anyone surpass this? As Yuehua's words lingered in the air, a haughty elder interjected, "Humph. Celestial sun, your strength is merely at the pinnacle of the heavenly sovereign realm. How is it that you require a century to transcend this stage? Perhaps it would be wiser to relinquish it to one of the future generations. The Blood Moon sect is prepared to offer 15 million. An elderly man coldly snorted, rising to his feet. 17 million, 20 million. In an instant, aside from the elder from the Blood Moon sect, powerful figures in both the auction hall and private boxes began to raise their bids. Although the Tao fruit of creation had yet to mature, this did not diminish the fervent desire of the crowd. They could always acquire it now and bestow it upon the talents of their sects 500 years hence. Humph. When it comes to financial prowess, my heavenly dome Holy Land is not intimidated by any of you. The celestial sun scoffed, raising the bid to 30 million. Suyi, we are utterly impoverished. Upon witnessing the Tao fruit of creation escalate to over 30 million spirit coins in the blink of an eye, the girl's delicate features reflected her despair, feeling an overwhelming sense of destitution. Though Suyi had previously swindled 100,000 spirit coins from Yin Yun, this comparison rendered it pathetically insufficient. Impoverished? Suyi chuckled softly. He had never held a tangible sense of value regarding spirit coins. Perhaps for the cultivators of the 9 realms of Tianxian, spirit coins were the sole universal currency. But for him, the bandit emperor, spirit coins were not the only means of exchange. After all, swindling spirit coins only to purchase treasures with them was rather cumbersome. It was far simpler to directly procure the treasures themselves. However, this Tao fruit of creation must be ours. Isn't the Tao fruit of creation still 500 years from maturity? No sooner had Luo Qinghuan uttered these words than she swiftly recognized the inconsistency. While it may take 500 years for others, this was not the case for her and Suyi. The longevity herb field within Kunlun. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in the girl's beautiful eyes. Indeed, Suyi nodded with a smile. The longevity herb field not only promotes rapid growth but also enhances the quality of the medicinal herbs cultivated within it. If they were to plant this immature Tao fruit of creation in the longevity herb field, it would not only hasten its maturation but also elevate its grade. Luo girl, let us bid 40 million. 40 million. The girl was taken aback. Suyi, how could we possibly have such an amount? Your lack of funds does not imply that your brother Yi is similarly destitute, Suyi replied with a mysterious smile. Have you forgotten about the Kunlun mirror? The divine weapons elder has helped us restore it, and the self-protection barrier has been lifted. The Kunlun mirror was originally the personal treasury of the Kunlun emperor. Do you think an emperor would be impoverished? Hee. Just how much spirit coin is there in the Kunlun emperor's treasury? The girl giggled, her expression revealing a hint of a treasure seeker's delight. I haven't calculated. It is estimated that there should be over 1 billion spirit coins. Su shook his head. Luo Qinghuan immediately widened her beautiful eyes. Over 1 billion? Hee. Suyi, we are going to get rich. Humph. 38 million spirit coins. This holy sun intends to see who dares compete with him for this fruit of creation. At that moment, the celestial sun snorted coldly, directly raising the original price of 33 million spirit coins to 38 million. After saying this, he looked at Yuehua with a proud expression, exuding the sentiment of spending a fortune merely to elicit a smile from a beauty. This fool, clearly letting his baser instincts cloud his judgment. Originally, an unripe fruit of creation was nearly capped at 30 million spirit coins. Yet this fool of a holy sun insisted on pushing it to 38 million. Observing this scene, the powerful forces within the auction house could not help but curse silently. Although the fruit of creation is formidable, it merely offers an opportunity for cultivators at the creation realm to potentially seize the fortunes of heaven and earth. Whether they can actually attain this creation depends on the cultivator's innate talent. In the private box labeled Heaven, D. Launer hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to forego the bidding. This was not due to a lack of funds. As a princess of the top-tier force, the infinite divine dynasty, she could certainly afford such a sum. The decision stemmed from the consideration that the fruit of creation was unripe. Even if she were to beseech her father to employ methods to shorten its growth cycle, it would still require 200 to 300 years to be by that time. She would have already broken through to the great ability realm and would no longer need this fruit of creation. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out beside her. 40 million. Upon hearing this, the entire auction house fell into stunned silence, and once they regained their composure, they cast bewildered glances towards the private box labeled Heaven. 40 million. The celestial son was taken aback, his expression turning somewhat grim. Chapter 85. Celestial son, do you take us for fools? Hee hee. This guest from the private box has bid 40 million spirit coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, then this fruit of creation will belong to the guest of the private box. Upon hearing the young girl's bid, Yuehua covered her mouth and chuckled, inquiring of the crowd, Hemph, 45 million spirit coins. The celestial son snorted coldly, raising the bid again. 4,510,000. The girl's voice rang out once more. 50 million, 5,100,000. Subsequently, no matter how much the celestial son bid, the girl in the private box would merely add an additional 100,000 spirit coins to his price. Hiss. Within the private box, Di Lanner gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at the girl beside her. Miss Luo is actually quite wealthy. Though Luo Qinghuan was also a prodigy of a first-rate force, she was different from the celestial son, whose father was the celestial sovereign, effectively making the entire celestial sacred land his domain. It was only natural for him to possess vast wealth. Yet, the girl was ultimately just a prodigy within her sect. Surely her financial resources could not surpass those of the celestial son. But it now seemed the girl appeared to have considerable wealth. Suyi, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Adding merely 100,000 spirit coins each time seems rather cheap, doesn't it? At this moment, the young girl paid no heed to the astonished expression of Di Lanner beside her. Instead, she quietly inquired within her heart towards Su Why is it too cheap? No, 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 Suyi replied with a smile, shaking his head. This is called being frugal. One must save whenever possible. Oh, I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully. Before long, as the two continued to bid, the price of this Dao fruit of fortune swiftly soared to over 50 million spirit coins. Saint Sun, if this continues, we will be unable to participate in the subsequent bidding. Meanwhile, within the private chamber of the heavenly dome, Saint Sun, the elder behind him furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his concern, and quickly reminded him, rest assured, Lu Lao, this Saint Sun is well aware of his circumstances. The heavenly dome Saint Sun squinted slightly, then lifted his gaze to glance at the chamber marked with the character Tun. Through the thin veil, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the graceful figure of the young girl within, and a flicker of fiery desire ignited in his eyes. This young lady, though I know not to which sect she belongs, why not grant this Saint Sun a favor? Let this Dao fruit of fortune be bestowed upon me. However, upon hearing this, the young girl in the Tian chamber paid no mind to his words and silently increased her bid by another 100,000 spirit coins. Upon hearing this, the heavenly dome Saint Sun's expression darkened further. Damn woman, do not let this Saint Sun discover your identity. Should you fall into my hands, I shall certainly toy with you at my leisure. Suyi, what if this fellow continues to raise the bid? Inside the Tian chamber, Luo Qinghuan glanced at the heavenly dome Saint Sun, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Although they had money now, such extravagance could not be justified. What about this? Suyi pondered for a moment, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It is quite simple. Let your brother Yi assist him in clearing his sins. If he has no money, how can he continue to bid? Clear his sins? Here? The young girl was taken aback. Have you forgotten the new skill you just acquired? Suyi smiled mysteriously. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed a spatial blockade towards the Tian chamber where the heavenly dome Saint Sun resided. After all, he was merely at the celestial venerable realm, and it would suffice to seal him for several hours. However, Suyi chose not to do so and instead opted to seal him for just 1 second. A single second was perfectly adequate to clear his sins while ensuring the action went unnoticed. Spatial blockade successfully activated. Target, Heavenly Dome Saint Sun. As the system's voice faded, within the Tian chamber, the Heavenly Dome Saint Sun suddenly felt an ethereal sensation. As though he had been forcibly transported to another location, a flash of black light swept past him. But just as he felt bewildered, that sensation lasted only a second, then vanished entirely. What just happened? The Heavenly Dome Saint Sun was taken aback, a strange feeling enveloping him. Saint Sun, what is the matter? The elder beside him, also of formidable strength, failed to perceive that the Heavenly Dome Saint Sun had just been drawn into another space for a fleeting moment. Did this Saint Sun just go somewhere else? Somewhere else? The elder furrowed his brow, then shook his head. No? The Saint Sun has remained right here in this Tian chamber. Is that so? The celestial sun furrowed his brow and instinctively touched the storage ring on his hand. But the sudden emptiness made his expression change drastically. He looked down sharply, only to discover that the storage ring was gone. What? Where is my storage ring? It contained a staggering 500 million spirit coins, which my father had provided for me to use at the auction. What? Oh, celestial sun, where is your storage ring? Beside him, the elderly man also reacted abruptly, utterly bewildered. I have no idea. The celestial sun's complexion shifted, and suddenly he felt a searing pain on his face. What the hell, celestial sun? Your face seems to have been slapped, the old man exclaimed in shock. What? The celestial sun took out a bronze mirror and beheld his once handsome visage, now inexplicably swollen into the form of a pig's head. What is happening? At that moment, the celestial sun was utterly dumbfounded. Had he encountered a ghost? Not only was his storage ring missing, but had he also been struck on the face? At that moment, the voice of Yuehua echoed once more, announcing, the guest in box Tian has bid 53 million spirit coins. May I inquire if the celestial sun wishes to raise his bid? At that instant, the celestial sun exclaimed, raise the bid. What nonsense! My storage ring has been stolen. Not only that, but my handsome face has also been struck. The celestial sun roared, pulling back the curtains, allowing the crowd to see his pig-headed appearance even more clearly. Ah? Upon hearing this, Yuehua momentarily froze, her brows knitting together. Celestial sun. Are you implying that, in the eyes of all these powerful cultivators, not only was your storage ring stolen, but that person also struck you across the face? She gazed at the celestial sun, her expression akin to that of someone regarding an imbecile. Do you think everyone present is blind? Who could possibly rush into your box in front of everyone and steal your storage ring while slapping you across the face? Indeed. The celestial sun, covering his face, nodded earnestly. Pfft. Ha ha ha. The cultivators present, perceiving this absurdity, could not help but burst into laughter. Could it be that the celestial sun, lacking the funds to bid, was so fearful of losing face before Yuehua that he concocted this farce? Yet, he is indeed quite the ruthless individual, to slap himself like that. How infuriating! Observing the crowd in Yuehua's incredulous gaze, the celestial sun finally realized his faux pas. His face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, looking as if he were about to explode with fury. Meanwhile, in a certain box Tian, a young girl witnessing this scene could no longer contain her laughter. Chapter 86. A semi-Empyrean artifact? Stinky Suyi. How wicked you are. You purified his sins. Why did you have to slap him as well? The girl asked, unable to suppress her laughter. While the entire auction hall stared at the celestial sun as if he were a fool. Only Luo Qinghuan understood that the celestial sun's claims were indeed entirely true. Just moments ago, the notorious Suyi had activated a spatial blockade, forcibly dragging the celestial sun into another dimension, and within a second, completed the purification of his sins, followed by the slap. You, knight, assist him in purifying his sins and then cleanse his ugliness. Just look at his piggish visage. How endearing it is. At the very least, not unappealing, Suyi chuckled softly. Biffed. Upon hearing this, the girl stifled a laugh, thinking how insufferably mischievous Suyi was, indeed. This fruit of destiny is equivalent to a gift from this fellow to us. After Suyi spoke, he scanned the storage bag of the celestial prince, noting it contained approximately several 100 million spirit coins, and nodded in satisfaction. Hee, this celestial prince is truly generous. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuan also chuckled. Miss Luo, what is it? What troubles you? Upon noticing the smile at the corner of Luo Qinghuan's lips, Di Lanner could not help but display a flicker of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. Why did she sense an air of a rogue emanating from Miss Luo? It's nothing. Nothing at all. The girl shook her head, cleared her throat lightly, and then turned with utmost seriousness towards Miss Yuehua at the auction platform. Miss Yuehua, since the celestial prince lacks the financial means to continue bidding, should we not announce the winner of this fruit of destiny? With the girl's reminder, Yuehua regained her focus and addressed the audience at the auction. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? If there are no further offers, this fruit of destiny will belong to the esteemed guest in the celestial box. As soon as Yuehua made this declaration, the surrounding powerful figures hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing to withdraw. Thus, this fruit of destiny concluded at the price of 53 million spirit coins, with the victor being the guest of the celestial box. Immediately, Yuehua proclaimed the final result. How infuriating! In another box, the celestial prince wore an exceedingly grim expression, covering his pig-like face, filled with indignation as he cast a resentful glance towards the box where Luo Qinghuan sat, still bewildered by the unfolding events. Humph! This fruit of destiny shall be mine. Lu Keep an eye on that woman for me. Yes, the elder beside him nodded. After Yuehua announced the results, Luo Qinghuan settled down comfortably. Now, she merely needed to wait until the auction concluded to exchange payment for the goods. Miss Luo, I never imagined you to be so affluent, surpassing even my own wealth, Lanner exclaimed, gazing at the girl beside her in astonishment. Spending such a vast amount of spirit coins without a trace of regret. Ahem. Luo Qinghuan lightly coughed, turning her face slightly away. Wealth is merely an external possession. Hearing this, Lanner parted her lips slightly, gazing at Luo Qinghuan in disbelief. She had not expected Miss Luo to be so carefree, truly a breath of fresh air. Luo Qinghuan. After all, it is not my money, so why should I care? Meanwhile, Yuehua continued to oversee the auction proceedings. The subsequent items for auction were also quite remarkable, attracting numerous powerful factions to bid, during which Suyi encouraged Luo Qinghuan to acquire several useful items. This not only astonished Lanner but also left many powerful figures in utter disbelief. Just which affluent faction does this esteemed guest of the Celestial Box belong to? All of this was keenly observed by the Celestial Prince. At this moment, he, devoid of any spirit currency within his storage ring, had long lost his eligibility to bid, reduced to a mere observer, desperately searching the private chamber for his elusive storage ring. Suddenly, Yuehua clapped her hands, signaling for silence to envelop the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. We now arrive at the highlight of this auction, the final item to be sold. With her proclamation, an immediate hush fell over the venue. All the powerful figures present turned their curious gazes towards Yuehua, eager to discover what this last item might be. Finally, the moment had arrived. Some of the strong individuals in the private booths, already in possession of insider information, lit up with anticipation. This object was forged from celestial iron, said to have been crafted by a great emperor as his final resting place. Xuehua's voice resonated. The atmosphere within the auction hall grew tense, laden with gravity. Celestial iron? A great emperor's tomb. Although its exact nature remained unknown, the mere association with an emperor assured the item's extraordinary significance. Bring it forth, Yuehua commanded, her delicate hand gesturing. Accompanied by several maidens, a pitch-black coffin was presented, instantly enveloping the auction hall in a chilling and sinister aura. The expressions of the powerful onlookers shifted dramatically, their apprehension palpable. This item was known as the Emperor's Suppression Coffin. According to the esteemed masters of the Tianbao Sacred Pavilion, it was not a true imperial artifact, yet it was undoubtedly superior to sacred artifacts, qualifying as a semi-imperial item. Its precise function, however, remained a mystery. The starting bid was set at 100 million spirit coins, with increments not less than 10 million. After detailing the ebony coffin, Yuehua announced the initial price. 100 million spirit coins. A collective gasp resonated through the auction hall as the powerful figures absorbed this information. Even without knowledge of the coffin's function, its mere connection to the imperial realm was sufficient to command such an astounding starting price. The might of the emperor was indeed formidable, yet, despite the uncertainty surrounding its purpose, the very designation of it being a semi-imperial artifact was enough to incite fierce competition among the various factions. I bid 150 million. Do not dare to contest with me, an elder from the Blood Moon sect scoffed, immediately raising the starting bid to 150 million. 150 million is mere trifling. My thief sect is not lacking in wealth. At that moment, a portly cultivator stepped forward, letting out a cold snort. Gasps filled the air as the thief sect made their move. Renowned for their penchant for thievery, they were also said to possess an abundance of spirit coins. Their involvement could potentially escalate the price to a staggering height. The rotund cultivator rose, slamming his storage ring onto the table. The tension among the powerful figures grew palpable. The thief sect bids directly. How much? Witnessing this scene, many strong individuals felt their hearts race with trepidation. Should the bid exceed their expectations, they would have no choice but to withdraw. The thief sect practitioner let out a cold snort, poised to announce a price that would dishearten the multitude of cultivators present. However, his attention was suddenly drawn to a compartment where a light had ignited, causing him to shudder involuntarily, his corpulent frame quivering, and his voice to diminish into a whisper. Ahem, we from the thief sect offer a bid of 160 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with question marks. With such a fierce demeanor, you merely added the minimum bid. Chapter 87. The item being transferred is Datasak? I had thought you were far more formidable. The elder from the Blood Moon sect scoffed dismissively, then coldly declared, we from the Blood Moon sect bid 180 million, 200 million, 220 million. The other powerful figures from various factions, noticing that the thief sect practitioner had not placed a significantly high bid, began to raise their offers in succession. The bids escalated. The price of this semi-imperial artifact soared to an astounding 300 million spirit coins. At that moment, a hoarse voice erupted. 500 million. Today, this Emperor's suppression coffin shall belong to the Blood Moon sect. The elder from the Blood Moon sect, nearly blinded by fervor, gritted his teeth and raised the bidding price to an astronomical 500 million. Gasp. 500 million. This Blood Moon elder has truly lost his mind. Surely, this old wretch does not intend to use the Emperor's suppression coffin as his own burial casket. Upon hearing the Blood Moon elder's outrageous bid, the powerful figures in the auction hall collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes wide in shock. Humph! I have stated, the Emperor's suppression coffin shall be secured by my Blood Moon sect. The Blood Moon elder snorted coldly. Suyi, shall we partake in this bidding? Within the private box labeled Tian, a young girl glanced at the pitch-black ancient coffin, her curiosity piqued. No need. We shall not wade through this murky water, Suyi replied, shaking his head. This Emperor's suppression coffin held little value for them, merely a semi-imperial artifact at best. Why not? It is a semi-imperial artifact. If we were to win the bid and employ the crafting techniques of the esteemed divine weapon master to forge it into an imperial artifact, wouldn't it fetch an even higher price? The girl spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Suyi could not help but chuckle. Indeed. You are the young lady I hold in high regard. You possess the spirit of a bandit. Have you ever considered what quality the Longyuan sword, gifted to you by the divine weapon master, possesses? Suyi inquired silently. The girl timidly responded, a semi-divine artifact. Wow. A semi-divine artifact. It was only then that Luo Qinghuan comprehended the immense power of the Longyuan sword crafted by the esteemed divine weapon master. If a mere semi-imperial artifact could incite such madness among powerful factions, one can only imagine the frenzy that a sword surpassing imperial artifacts and reaching the status of a semi-divine artifact would provoke. That rascal Suyi. What should I do? I find myself hesitant to wield the Longyuan sword, the girl confessed timidly. What's the matter? Suyi asked, puzzled. Knowing the Longyuan sword's prowess, shouldn't she wield it even more confidently? It feels akin to wielding tens of billions of spirit coins, and with each swing, a few billion spirit coins diminish. Luo Qinghuan replied earnestly. In terms of true value, the Longyuan sword is worth not merely tens of billions, but rather several hundred billion, Suyi added with a wry smile. Luo Qinghuan. Very well. Now I feel even worse. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Blood Moon sect gazed at the silent, powerful figures, letting out a satisfied cold snort. He then turned to Yuehua. Miss Yuehua, may we now announce the ownership of this imperial suppression coffin? If there are no further bids, then this imperial suppression coffin. Yuehua nodded and was about to inquire, when suddenly, a male voice, imbued with authority, resonated through the air. 1 billion. What? 1.1 billion. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone in the auction hall changed dramatically, their eyes filled with profound disbelief as they exchanged glances. Eager to discern who could possibly call out such an astronomical figure, my dear friend, are you deliberately seeking to oppose my Blood Moon sect? The expression of the Blood Moon patriarch also soured tremendously. As he searched for the source of that voice, his countenance shifted abruptly, revealing a sudden transformation. A private box was illuminated, and within sat a figure exuding an imposing presence. Above that box was a single character, Emperor. This was not one of the ordinary boxes designated with the character for heaven, but rather an Emperor box. This signified that the individual seated within was a formidable force at the Emperor realm, perhaps even a great Emperor. Hiss. Predecessor, I must apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. This imperial suppression coffin now belongs to you. We of the Blood Moon sect concede. Upon recognizing the character above the box, the Blood Moon patriarch chose to yield without hesitation, hastily shaking his head in surrender. What foolishness it would be to compete with a great emperor. Even if they possessed the funds, could the Blood Moon sect withstand the consequences? Oh, a great emperor has made an appearance. Witnessing this scene, Suyi was also somewhat taken aback. Would a great emperor truly be interested in a mere semi-imperial artifact? Why has father also arrived? Beside him, Di Lanner immediately recognized the voice's owner as her father, the sovereign of the Wujigod dynasty, Emperor Tian. Oh, it is Emperor Tian. What could he possibly want with the imperial suppression coffin? Upon hearing Di Lanner's remarks, Suyi furrowed his brow. Thus, the rightful owner of the imperial suppression coffin was indeed the guest in the Emperor box. Yuehua then proceeded to announce the conclusion of this final auction item. Given the presence of a great emperor, few dared to continue bidding, especially with the sum already reaching 1 billion. Subsequently, Yuehua declared the end of the auction. The Heavenly Sacred Auction hosted by the Heavenly Sacred Treasure Pavilion has now concluded. We extend our gratitude to all participants. Within the heavenly box, Miss Luo, are you to retrieve that fateful Dao fruit next? Di Lanner glanced at the affluent Luo Qinghuan beside her. Indeed, Luo Qinghuan gently nodded. Then, Luo, you may proceed. I shall inquire with father regarding the purpose of the imperial suppression coffin. Having said this, Di Lanner rose to take her leave. Very well. Luo girl, let us also collect those items we have acquired without expenditure. Suyi remarked with a smile in his mind. Although several billion had been spent, it was not from his own coffers, akin to a free acquisition, Dasham. At this moment, Luo Qinghuan felt an immense sense of joy. She finally understood why the insufferable Suyi claimed that such free acquisitions could bring happiness. At the very least, she felt quite content at that moment in a hidden chamber within the heavenly treasure pavilion. Miss Luo, here are the items you acquired at the auction, all contained within this storage ring. Yuehua glanced at the exquisitely beautiful young woman in the room, then gently placed a storage ring on the table. Luo Qinghuan picked it up, sensed its contents for a moment, and nodded in satisfaction before handing over another storage ring filled with spirit coins. Yuehua merely cast a glance at it before instructing her maid to take it away. After all, no one dared to acquire items from their Tianbao sacred pavilion without payment. Miss Luo, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Yuehua smiled, her charm radiating as she prepared to leave the secret chamber. Wait. At that moment, the young woman's voice suddenly rang out. Yuehua turned back, her expression curious. I would like to ask Miss Yuehua to help me relay something. The girl spoke softly. Oh? Our Tianbao sacred pavilion offers more than just auctions. We also provide services for searching and delivering items. Yuehua replied with a flirtatious smile, raising her gaze to the young woman. May I inquire what it is that Miss Luo wishes to relay? And to whom? As Yuehua inquired, the girl fell silent, her mind echoing with two voices. Yes, Suyi. Are you really going to relay this? Of course, Suyi nodded. Very well. The young woman bit her silver teeth, then quietly retrieved an item from her storage ring. It was this. This is. Yuehua looked over, 3 dark lines appearing on her forehead. A sack. Chapter 88. A sack? No. This is your brother Ye's supreme imperial weapon. Upon seeing the thick sack in the girl's hand, a flash of astonishment crossed Yuehua's beautiful eyes, and the lines on her forehead deepened, yet her professionalism compelled her to maintain a smile. Miss Luo, are you certain that the item you wish to entrust to our Tianbao sacred pavilion is this sack? At that moment, the young woman's face flushed a deep red as she weakly nodded, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. That wretched Suyi. Why relay something like this? Why not something else? However, Suyi responded with utmost seriousness. What do you understand? This is your brother Ye's supreme imperial weapon. If the true master behind Tianbao's sacred pavilion is indeed his third senior brother, he will undoubtedly recognize this sack. Miss Luo is truly amusing. Seeing the young woman's flushed face as she nodded shyly, Yuehua couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Then she nodded, retrieving a brand new storage ring, and placed the thick sack inside. This time, I shall not charge a fee. Consider it a gesture of friendship from our Tianbao sacred pavilion to you, Miss Luo. Having said this, Yuehua turned her attention to Luo Qinghuan and inquired, by the way, to whom does Miss Luo wish to relay this sack? Our Tianbao sacred pavilion can assist with deliveries throughout the 9 domains. As she spoke. Yuehua's tone was brimming with pride. It could be said that their Tianbao sacred pavilion services span the entire 9 domains, with scarcely a rival in sight. Well, after a moment of contemplation, Luo Qinghuan replied, this item is to be delivered to the master of your esteemed pavilion. The master of our Tianbao sacred pavilion? Yuehua was taken aback. Master Qin Feng. The master of the Tianshang treasure pavilion is none other than Qin Feng. No, Luo Qinghuan shook her head. This does not refer to the master of the branch pavilion, but rather the true owner of the Tianbao Sheng pavilion. What? Upon hearing this, a hint of astonishment flickered in Yuehua's beautiful eyes, her lips parting in disbelief. The supreme master of my Tianshang treasure pavilion. It is said that not even Master Qin Feng can meet him more than a couple of times. The supreme master is shrouded in mystery, and this is perhaps. Saying this, a look of difficulty emerged on Yuehua's face. No matter. If there is an opportunity, Sister Yuehua, please help me convey my message. Luo Qinghuan shook her head and spoke softly. Very well. Seeing the girl's insistence, Yuehua refrained from saying more and nodded in agreement. Once the arrangements were made, Luo Qinghuan departed from the Tianshang treasure pavilion, heading towards the location of the Wuji Empire's palace. Meanwhile, as the girl's figure emerged from the Tianshang treasure pavilion, an elder's gaze was instantly drawn towards her, before he slowly vanished into the crowd. Holy Sun, we have located her in the royal city. Amidst bustling streets and alleys, the girl in white walked along, suddenly turning into a deserted alley. As she walked, a cold sneer echoed from behind her. Humph! This young lady, I did not expect you to court death by daring to enter an empty alley. A youth holding a folding fan, with a face swollen like a pig's head, stared coldly at the girl in white before him, accompanied by an old man with a hooked nose. Tianqiong, holy son? The girl turned, gazing at the two. The words of that foul Su Yi were indeed not mistaken. Fortune has come my way. In a wonder she was directed into this deserted alley. Upon seeing the girl's visage, the Tianqiong holy son was momentarily taken aback, his eyes ablaze with desire. I did not expect to gain an unexpected prize. Why, dear lady, if you willingly hand over that transformative fruit and accompany me to the Tianqiong sacred land for a night, perhaps I may grant you your freedom. Otherwise. With a cold chuckle, the Tianqiong holy son's eyes glimmered with avarice. Otherwise, I shall imprison you within my sacred domain and make you my plaything. Though he was aware that the girl before him, like himself, belonged to a prestigious faction, she was alone, unlike him who had an elder for protection. There must certainly be a disparity in their standings. As long as he acted discreetly, who would ever know it was he who did so? Tianqiong holy son, despite your grotesque appearance, your thoughts are rather fanciful. Luo Qinghuan lifted her gaze, unable to suppress her laughter at his pig-like visage. A result of Su Ye's punch, it was perplexing how, after all this time, the Tianqiong holy son's face had yet to recover. I did not expect this little lady to be so sharp-tongued. The Tianqiong holy son's expression shifted, the girl's words striking a painful chord. He had sought the counsel of experts regarding his swollen face, and the physician had declared it irreparably damaged, destined to remain that way for eternity. This meant that he could no longer be called the Tianqiong holy son, but rather the pighead holy son instead. This, too, was the handiwork of Su Yi. The simple punch had contained a hint of the law of death. Yet I find it rather appealing. The son of the celestial dome licked his lips, a lascivious smile gracing his face. Lu Lao, there is no need for you to intervene. Allow this son of the sacred to engage with this little lady. He had already reached the threshold of the transformation realm, sufficient to look down upon the vast majority of the younger generation in the wild heaven domain. Unless, of course, he encountered those exceptional prodigies. Lu Lao nodded in acknowledgement, the aura of a formidable being intentionally or unintentionally emanating from him. Rest assured, this son of the sacred will cherish beauty. Once I capture you and bring you back to the celestial dome's sacred land, I shall continue to show my appreciation for your grace. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a lewd chuckle, the son of the celestial dome's folding fan transformed into a razor-sharp weapon, lunging directly at the maiden. In response, the maiden merely drew forth a sword with an obsidian blade, her expression remaining impassive as she executed a single stroke. A mere inch of sword intent surged forth into the void. Is that all? Observing this unremarkable strike, the son of the celestial dome scoffed disdainfully, paying it no heed as the sharpness of his fan intensified. However, Lu Lao, standing some distance away, fixated his gaze upon the sword intent unleashed by Luo Qinghuan. His brow furrowing, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Be cautious, son. Her sword intent is far from ordinary. What is so extraordinary about a mere inch of sword intent? The son of the celestial dome frowned, yet he remained unconcerned. An inch was merely the size of his brother's, so what was there to fear? Clang. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of cold light flashed from that inch of sword intent. He witnessed it expanding during its flight, ultimately growing to several dozen meters in length. What? At this sight, the son of the celestial dome's expression shifted drastically, instinctively raising his now razor-sharp fan to shield his chest. Boom! Yet, as the sword intent pierced through, his fan was effortlessly cleaved in two, and a deep gash appeared across his chest, blood gushing forth, the rhythmic beating of his heart visible within the wound. Transformation realm. A dignified figure of the transformation realm resorting to such despicable tactics. The son of the celestial dome collapsed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood, incredulously glaring at Luo Qinghuan. Thank you for the compliment, she replied sweetly, a grin adorning her face. The stinky Su Yi said this is called lowering the enemy's guard before striking decisively. Chapter 89. Utterly annihilated impudence. How dare you injure the son of our sacred land? At this moment, Lu Lao could no longer remain idle. With the eruption of his formidable aura, his hand transformed into an eagle's claw, launching fiercely towards Luo Qinghuan. Lu Lao, save me! Upon witnessing Lu Lao's intervention, the son of the celestial dome's eyes gleamed with hope akin to that of a savior. However, this glimmer of hope was fleeting. As Lu Lao charged forth, the maiden suddenly raised her hand, directly disregarding the terrifying aura of the formidable being. Dark spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, which effortlessly seized Lu Lao's throat, suspending him in midair. You are also a formidable being. Lu Lao struggled desperately, yet he was firmly restrained, unable to move an inch. The look in his eyes as he regarded the maiden was filled with sheer terror. Eye in his eyes, the girl before him seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. Her gaze, once warm, now turned chillingly indifferent, her ebony eyes harboring a trace of lifelessness. This was the pivotal moment when Su Yi made her entrance. Let yourself perish, Su Yi cast a fleeting glance at old Lu, her expression devoid of interest in personally dealing with someone of mere first-star grade ability. With that utterance, she callously discarded old Lu onto the ground. You think if you wish for old Lu's death, it will come to pass. Hurry, old Lu, eliminate her. Upon hearing this, the celestial son of the firmament erupted in a frantic roar. However, in that instant, old Lu appeared to be ensnared by the whispers of a demon. His body rendered immobile, black mist swirling within his eyes, growing denser and enveloping him entirely. The next moment, a horrifying scream echoed, as old Lu's very essence was consumed by the encroaching darkness. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the celestial son's complexion turned deathly pale, disbelief etched deeply in his gaze. What is happening? A formidable being, vanishing at the mere behest of the girl before me. This death came far too easily. Did it not? You are truly a demon. The celestial son regarded the girl with palpable terror. Is that so? Su Yi responded with a gentle smile. Su Yi, what was that just now? So powerful. At this moment, the petite figure clad in a white dress, residing in the realm of souls, watched in awe, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The law of death, Su Yi explained with a light chuckle. The law of death? What is that? One of the heavenly laws. You shall comprehend it once you reach the imperial realm, Su Yi replied with a soft smile. Oh? So one must attain the imperial realm to grasp its threshold. The girl nodded, her curiosity piqued. In theory. Yes, Su Yi acknowledged with a slight nod. If she could harness the law of death as a means of transformation while still in her formative phase, perhaps Luo Qinghuan might grasp some measure of its power in her own evolution. Yet, such aspirations were mere fantasies. Actualizing them would indeed prove quite challenging. Very well, Su Yi shook her head, then glanced at the celestial son of the firmament, whose eyes were brimming with dread. Luo, this fellow is yours to deal with. Once Su Yi withdrew her influence, Luo Qinghuan turned her attention to the celestial son. No, do not kill me, my lady. I have erred. Seeing the girl's gaze upon him, the celestial son, fearing a fate akin to old Lu's, hastily begged for mercy, disregarding his injuries. Rest assured, I shall not take your life. Upon hearing this, the celestial son exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. At that moment, the girl's voice rang out once more. After all, you are quite the benevolent soul. I am a good person. The celestial son was momentarily taken aback, indeed. Were it not for your generous support of my spirit coins, how could I have acquired that fruit of transformation and other treasures? Thus, it stands that you, celestial son, are truly a good person. Luo Qinghuan revealed a sweet smile as she gazed upon the heavenly son. At that moment, the heavenly son, who had just received a rejection, was momentarily stunned before finally regaining his composure. It was you who did this to my storage ring and that punch. No need for thanks, the girl replied with a smile. Suddenly, upon seeing her smile, the heavenly son coughed up a mouthful of blood, and with the last remnants of his breath dissipating alongside it, the vitality in his eyes began to fade. Witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghuan couldn't help but say, if she were to perish, it would not be her fault. Since she had declared she would not kill him, she certainly would not. After all, Luo Qinghuan never lies. She would merely choose to send the heavenly son on his way to the afterlife. Luo Qinghuan has completed a dark transformation. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of dark value. As the system's voice echoed, a wisp of dark energy surged into the small tower, bringing her one step closer to the reconstruction of her physical form. Dark transformation reward. When altering the creation of heaven and earth, the host may manually modify the essence of creation. Will you invest this into Luo Qinghuan? Just then, the system's voice resounded once more. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Ye's eyes immediately glimmered with excitement. Manually altering the essence of heaven and earth. This is splendid. The system truly is a timely savior, delivering exactly what I desire. Very well, Su Yi decided to hold off on the immediate investment, as that creation fruit had yet to be planted in the longevity herb field, and Luo Qinghuan would require some time to seize the essence of creation. All right, my dear Luo, clean up the scene and then let's depart, Su Yi instructed. Subsequently, one of them activated the swallowing heaven demon technique to consume the heavenly sun and Lu Lao's cultivation essence, while the other employed the eternal soul technique to devour their soul origins. It could be said that the heavenly sun and Lu Lao met their demise utterly and completely. Once the scene was cleared, The two departed. Suyi acquired nearly 10,000 units of cultivation essence and planned to invest this opportunity in Luo Qinghuan next time. Upon returning to the tranquil courtyard of the royal palace, Sui promptly instructed Luo Qinghuan to enter the Kunlun realm and locate the longevity herb field to plant the creation fruit. Suyi, how long do you think it will take for this creation fruit to mature? Luo Qinghuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at the fruit nestled in the soil. Perhaps a few days or a couple of weeks. Suyi pondered before responding. With the enhancements from the system, the longevity herb field's growth capabilities were significantly accelerated. 500 years would merely be a fleeting moment for the herb field. Unfortunately, this phenomenon only benefits spiritual herbs. If it could also benefit humans, he would have long since planted Luo Qinghuan within it. Who knows, perhaps after a few decades, she would ascend to become an emperor. Of course, that was merely a fanciful thought. Luo Qinghuan, Chapter 90. In the depths of the lava, a severed finger. The royal city, at the innermost depths of the Wuji divine dynasty's palace. Father, you must honestly confess. That imperial suite in the heavenly treasure pavilion was definitely you, wasn't it? Di Lanner asked as she clung to Di Tian's arm, shaking it playfully. Di Tian glanced at his little daughter and affectionately ruffled her hair. Father, what use do you have for that imperial hall? In our divine dynasty, we possess an imperial artifact. Why then must we expend a considerable fortune to auction a mere semi-imperial artifact, especially one whose purpose remains shrouded in mystery? Di Lanner looked at Di Tian with perplexity. As for this matter. Di Tian paused momentarily. Under the expectant gaze of Di Lanner, he slowly uttered 4 words. Wealth allows for caprice, Di Lanner. She tightened her grip on the long whip in her hand. Were it not for the fact that this old man was her father, she would likely have lost control and lashed out. The Xuanti coffin undoubtedly serves its purpose. Di Tian shook his head. Very well. Observing her father's enigmatic demeanor, Di Lanner realized that he possessed knowledge he would not share, so she decided to abandon her inquiries. The one sharing your private box must be Miss Luo, correct? At that moment, Di Tian cast a glance at Di Lanner and inquired. Indeed, Di Lanner nodded, earnestly declaring, Miss Luo is quite the affluent lady. Extravagantly generous, seemingly wealthier than myself. It appears that Miss Luo is indeed extraordinary. An furrowed his brow slightly. Luo Qinghuan, merely a prodigy of the Xianin holy sect, yet possessing wealth surpassing that of top-tier forces elites, is sufficient evidence of her remarkable nature. After Di Lanner had persistently wheedled more spirit coins from her father and left in satisfaction, Di Tian narrowed his eyes. He then stepped into the void, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself in a subterranean realm filled with molten lava, surrounded by what seemed to be invisible flames raging fiercely. Upon his arrival, even the spiritual energy enveloping him began to ignite. However, Di Tian paid it no mind. He lifted his gaze slightly, and at the uppermost point of this molten space, he beheld a towering edifice that seemed to suppress the area, with several iron chains extending from its base down into the depths of the molten core. Each chain was aflame. Following the fiery chains, one could discern a palm-sized ball of imperial flame burning fiercely. Upon sighting that orb of imperial flame, a profound weightiness flickered across Di Tian's eyes as he murmured, What deity does this severed finger belong to? Within that ball of imperial flame lay a severed finger. The finger was elongated, exuding boundless, violent power. Were it not for the layers of imperial flame, sealing it, and the continuous influx of spiritual energy from the Tower of Heaven and Earth, should this finger strike down upon the territory of our Wuji divine dynasty, it would likely lead to our utter annihilation in an instant. This severed finger had appeared thousands of years prior, materializing above the skies of our Wuji divine dynasty. Its formidable power evoked trepidation even in him, the emperor. Should it be unleashed, the dynasty would be rendered non-existent. Thus, he employed every means at his disposal to seal this finger beneath the Tower of Heaven and Earth, encasing it in imperial flames, hoping to exhaust its formidable potency. Yet, after all these years, the power of the severed finger appeared undiminished. On the contrary, the energies of the Tower of Heaven and Earth and the imperial flames had been notably depleted, resulting in considerable damage to the tower itself. Since the tower and my imperial flames cannot contain you, we must introduce another element. Emperor Tian's expression was gravely serious. After taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, and a pitch-black ancient coffin surged toward the severed finger ensconced within the imperial flames. Boom! As the imperial might descended, the severed finger seemed to finally settle down. Sigh. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Observing the now still severed finger, Emperor Tian could not help but exhale a weary sigh, feeling somewhat pained. Initially, he had intended to transfer this severed finger to another location, anywhere but within his limitless divine dynasty. However, He soon realized that he was utterly incapable of effecting such a transfer. This indicated that the owner of the severed finger possessed strength surpassing his own by a significant margin. Thus, he was left with no choice but to seal it deep within the tower of heaven and earth creation. As long as the severed finger remained, it was akin to a ticking time bomb, posing a substantial threat to their limitless divine dynasty point. One could only hope that Miss Luo would be able to repair the tower of heaven and earth creation, even if only partially, as a restoration to 30% would suffice. Emperor Tian, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed his temples. Other sacred sects and their respective domains either suppressed some true demon or ancient demon lord. Yet, how had it come to pass that his limitless divine dynasty was tasked with subduing merely a severed finger? This narrative felt fundamentally flawed. Moreover, whose severed finger was this? Not only was it formidable, but it was also insatiable. It incessantly absorbed the energies of the tower of heaven and earth creation and his imperial flames. Was there nothing left but a severed finger? It demanded more, leaving cultivators with no respite. It was utterly exasperating. With merely 7 days remaining until Miss Luo could come to restore the tower of heaven and earth creation, Emperor Tian sighed once more. Days later, within the courtyard of the limitless palace, Su Yi exclaimed, "It has grown, it has grown." As the girl's voice brimmed with delight, Su Yi rubbed his sleep-laden eyes, furrowing his brow in confusion, murmuring, "Grown? What has grown? Could it be? It shouldn't be the case. The ancient divine garment was meant to improve gradually, not so rapidly. Surely, Luo girl had not made any errors?" He frowned. "Luo girl, your brother Yi is coming to check personally." This matter could not be rushed, and there was no need for her to feel inferior. After all, she was still at an age of growth. Inferior? Growing? What are you talking about? Upon hearing Su Ye's earnest words, the girl was momentarily stunned, only to suddenly realize, her delicate face turning an intense shade of crimson as she shot him a glare, exclaiming, Pa, scoundrel. I was referring to the Tao fruit of creation. What were you thinking?" Chapter 91. Repairing the tower of heaven and earth creation, the Tao fruit of creation. Su Yi was taken aback. So, this girl was indeed speaking of the Tao fruit of creation. He had thought ahemed, to be honest, what your brother Yi was referring to was indeed the Tao fruit of creation. Su Yi cleared his throat lightly. The girl immediately displayed an expression of disbelief. "Ha, Yuval Su Yi, after spending so much time with you. Do you think I don't know what sort of person you are?" Luo Qinghuan crossed her arms and chuckled coldly. "Oh? Then tell me, what kind of person is your brother Yi?" The girl replied with a huff. "Humph, you are undoubtedly a at this point." Her voice suddenly faltered. "A super handsome, incredibly dashing person." "Thank you for the compliment," Su Yi replied with a modest smile. Luo Qinghuan. Stinky Su Yi. You are not allowed to secretly log in and praise yourself using my voice. Haha, I simply won't. Su Yi chuckled, realizing that he must sell this sword. After teasing Luo Qinghuan for a while, he finally glanced at the Tao fruit planted in the longevity herb field. Indeed, as the maiden had said, it had grown considerably. One could observe the profound rhythms of the great Tao flowing above. Exuding a fragrant aroma, it was evident that it was nearing maturity. After all, the longevity herb field not only accelerates the ripening of the Tao fruit but also aids in its advancement. "It seems it will be ready very soon," Su Yi murmured softly. "Su Yi, it seems someone is coming at that moment." Outside the small courtyard, the voice of Lanner suddenly rang out. "Miss Luo, father has sent us to summon you. Today marks the day when the tower of heavenly creation opens." As Luo Qinghuan opened the door, she beheld Lanner, clad in leather and wielding a long whip, alongside the third prince, Yun, who leaned against a tree with his arms crossed. "Miss Luo." Upon seeing Luo Qinghuan, Lanner immediately turned her gaze towards her. "You look stronger than before." Yun's eyes also fell upon her. When he sensed the aura of the maiden, his expression changed abruptly, revealing a hint of astonishment. During this period, under Su Ye's guidance, Luo Qinghuan's strength had indeed broken through once more, now reaching the third star of the creation realm. It was quite normal for her prowess to have improved over the past few days. Hearing Yun's words, the maiden furrowed her brow innocently. This person speaks so strangely. Time flows, all things grow, so her cultivation also improves. Isn't that simply a natural occurrence? Upon hearing this, Yun. His mouth twitched slightly. Looking at the maiden's expression, which exuded an air of absolute certainty, he nearly found her reasoning compelling. Had it not been for the fact that he had not made any progress in his own cultivation over the past 3 months, he might have been convinced. That was close. However, the young woman before him was indeed a formidable opponent. At this moment, Yun's eyes brimmed with a fierce fighting spirit as he gazed at Luo Qinghuan. Third brother. Nearby, Lanner shot her elder brother an exasperated glance. "You need to stop thinking about competing with Miss Luo. Haven't you both already been thoroughly bested by her in the sacred armory secret realm? Diyun. Not enough. Miss Luo, please follow us. After Delana spoke, she disregarded her brother, taking Luo Qinghuan by the hand as they walked away. As they strolled, she continued, Miss Luo, don't mind my third brother. He is notoriously obsessed with battles, always wanting to spar with anyone stronger than him, yet he always ends up losing. An absolute masochist. Diyun was once again struck. Not before long, the three arrived deep within the royal palace, where a towering edifice stood, the Tower of Heavenly Creation. At that moment, numerous ministers of the Wuji Divine Empire had gathered around the tower, among them Di Tian, who was situated within the crowd. Upon seeing the three figures, Di Tian immediately approached with a host of ministers in tow. Miss Luo, witnessing this scene, many ministers gasped in astonishment. It appeared that Miss Luo held significant weight in Di Tian's eyes. It was hard to believe that even if a mere prodigy from the Xian'in holy sect were to arrive, Di Tian would not personally welcome them alongside his ministers. Elder Di Tian. Luo Qinghuan offered a slight nod, then lifted her gaze towards the towering structure. Is this the Tower of Heavenly Creation forged by the esteemed divine weapon master? Indeed. Di Tian nodded slightly, his eyes also fixed upon it. Regrettably, perhaps due to the passage of time, the Tower of Heavenly Creation had suffered damage, and the rate at which it condensed the rich spiritual energy of the world was no longer what it once was. Di Tian, however, chose to withhold the truth regarding the tower's purpose of suppressing the mysterious severed finger, as even the members of the Wuji divine dynasty were unaware of it. Only he and the core figures of the dynasty knew. It would be futile to disclose this to Luo Qinghuan, a mere junior. He merely hoped she could restore 1/3 of the tower. The passage of time, you say? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghuan furrowed her brows slightly, murmuring, Elder Di Tian, does your Wuji divine dynasty possess so many prodigies? Logically, the Tower of Heavenly Creation crafted by the divine weapon master should not be so fragile. Hearing this, Di Tian broke into a cold sweat. Is this young lady truly so perceptive? She could discern the inconsistency from his words. Nonetheless, Di Tian casually conjured an excuse to deflect, offering no further elaboration. Subsequently, Luo Qinghuan chose not to press further and began to examine the Tower of Heavenly Creation. Observing this, Di Tian and the other officials of the divine dynasty refrained from interrupting, silently trailing behind her. Little girl Luo, please step closer. At that moment, a voice echoed in Luo Qinghuan's mind. It was Su Yi. In response, she did not inquire further, taking a few more steps towards the tower until Su Yi instructed her to halt, at which point she paused and asked, What is it? I faintly sense a somewhat familiar power. Su Yi furrowed his brows. Does it resonate with you? The girl raised an eyebrow. Indeed. How do you know? You always say that. The girl pouted, muttering softly to Su Yi. Previously, it was the bandit's instinct sensing something with which he was connected. But now it is different. It is a strangely familiar power. Yet, he could not quite articulate what it was. Lady Luo, what say you? Are you able to restore it to 1/3? Seeing Luo Qinghuan approach the Tower of Heavenly Creation so suddenly, Di Tian eagerly inquired, 1/3? The girl frowned. What? Is 1/3 insufficient? Upon witnessing this, Di Tian's heart sank. In no matter, 2/3 will suffice. If it is merely 2/3, I can simply expend a bit more of the imperial flame to suppress that peculiar severed finger. Only 2/3. It seems that the Emperor's expectations may be in vain. After all, this is a direct inheritance from the divine weapon Emperor. How could it only be repaired to 2/3? Perhaps, among the crowd, an official frowned, his tone somewhat dissatisfied. However, before he could finish his sentence, Di Tian swatted him aside. Do not mind this, Lady Luo. I have merely sent him to the outskirts for some shepherding duties. Chapter 92. Accumulation of many to become a million. After completing everything, Di Tian simply remarked with indifference. The girl blinked. What an amusing assignment. If there continues to be incessant chatter regarding Miss Luo, I shall personally strip you of your official titles and send each of you to the borders to tend sheep. The Emperor Tian cast a languid glance at the ministers of the Wuji dynasty and spoke in a calm tone. Without Luo Qinghuan, it would be an overstatement to say there is even a mere 20% left. Yes, Your Majesty, the ministers trembled in fear. Though you think the sheep mentioned by Emperor Tian are mere livestock, that would be a grave misunderstanding. They are, in fact, the ferocious beasts they have domesticated, as large as mountains, capable of devouring a person when provoked. Senior Emperor Tian, there is something I am not certain whether I should speak of, Luo Qinghuan said, glancing at the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation before turning her gaze back to Emperor Tian. Please do speak. Miss Luo.is it truly so trivial, the request of Senior Emperor Tian? I am fully capable of restoring the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation to its former glory, Yet you only require a mere 20%? The young lady looked at Emperor Tian with an innocent expression, genuinely inquiring. Emperor Tian, that I am providing you with an opportunity to step down gracefully. Who would have thought you were so formidable? Capable of complete restoration? I did not anticipate that Miss Luo would indeed be able to restore the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation to its peak state. A flicker of seriousness crossed Emperor Tian's eyes as he regarded Luo Qinghuan with unexpected admiration. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Luo. Of course, it is the least I can do, especially since Senior Emperor Tian has promised me entry into the Wujidi Imperial Tomb. The young lady smiled sweetly. Upon witnessing her smile, a tremor coursed through Emperor Tian's heart as an ominous premonition began to take root. Had he not merely granted her a chance to enter the Wujidi Imperial Tomb? Why did it feel as though he was handing her the entire tomb itself? Haha. Then let us begin, Miss Luo. Very well. Luo Qinghuan nodded slightly and was just about to commence when suddenly, the voice of Su Yi echoed in her mind. After listening, Luo Qinghuan paused, then lifted her gaze to Emperor Tian, her lips parting slightly. Senior Emperor Tian, could you possibly prepare a slight amount of spiritual energy? A slight amount? Emperor Tian was taken aback to 1,000,000,000 slight amounts. Very well, he nodded, not probing further, assuming it was necessary for the restoration of the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation. With a grand gesture, a brilliant light flashed from the storage ring in his hand. Before them lay a mound of spiritual stones, resembling a small mountain. Each stone contained an exceptionally rich essence of heaven and earth. As the spiritual stones accumulated into a small mountain, the air around the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation was instantly saturated with an abundance of spiritual energy. Suyi. Does the restoration of the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation truly require this much spiritual energy? Luo Qinghuan asked, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the towering pile of spiritual stones. 1 stone suffices. Suyi replied nonchalantly. 1 stone? The young lady blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. If only one is needed, then why mention 1,000,000,000? Luo girl, surely you understand the principle of accumulating little by little. Suyi intended to impart this wisdom to Luo Qinghuan, reminding her how he had built his fortune from nothing upon his arrival. I understand. However, it seems there is quite a considerable amount here. Luo Qinghuan weakly glanced at the mountain of spiritual stones. Indeed, accumulating little by little leads to abundance, and abundance leads to billions, Suyi replied with a smile. Who says it can only be a gradual process? That would be far too slow. Luo Qinghuan. After a while, her expression transitioned from confusion to enlightenment. Oh, that's how it is. I've got it. Very well, Luo girl. Let your brother Yi come. Su Yi glanced at the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation and spoke. Am I not allowed to come? The girl was momentarily taken aback. She had been comprehending the forging techniques of the legendary weapon master these past few days and was eager to showcase her skills before the insufferable Su Yi. No need. Your brother Yi will handle it, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile, saying, once your brother Yi completes the repairs, you will understand why. Oh, all right. The girl nodded obediently and withdrew her character. The expression in her eyes shifted. The naive clarity quickly transformed into an icy demeanor. Subsequently, she slowly approached the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation, extending her hand to touch its surface. Upon witnessing this scene, Tian was momentarily stunned. He felt as if the girl before him had transformed into a different person altogether. The seriousness in her expression during the repair process was markedly different from her earlier demeanor. Could it be this is professionalism? At this moment, the surrounding ministers dared not breathe a word, their gazes firmly fixed on her. Soon, they beheld an enormous formation emerging beneath the girl, rapidly expanding until it enveloped the entire Tower of Heaven and Earth creation in the blink of an eye. This the array of instrumental restoration? Observing this spectacle, Tian finally felt a sense of relief. The presence of this array indicated that Miss Luo had indeed grasped the legacy of the Weapon Emperor. Meanwhile, within Su Ye's mind, the system's voice resonated. Detected irreparable weapon. Tower of Heaven and Earth creation. Would you like to begin the repair? Tian assumed it was a matter of inheritance and hard work, unaware that it was merely a cheat quietly activating its abilities. Repair, Su Yi stated casually. Even without the system, he could still restore the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation. However, the challenge lay in the consumption of these spirit stones. Therefore, why not utilize the cheat? It could also provide a bit of spirit stones for Luo Girl's cultivation. Soon, as the array emitted a dazzling radiance, enveloping the entire Tower of Heaven and Earth creation, Tian and the ministers of the Divine Court observed the restoration of the tower's instrumental essence. Concurrently, the mountain of spirit stones was quietly diminishing. Witnessing this scene, Tian furrowed his brows. Unable to suppress a side seemed that repairing the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation was indeed a monumental task, with the consumption of spirit stones occurring at an astonishing rate. Meanwhile, within the Kunlun realm, A small spirit in a white dress watched as one spirit stone after another was absorbed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hee, one spirit stone, another spirit stone. This is precisely what that insufferable Su Yi meant by accumulating wealth. Before long, when the last spirit stone was consumed, the girl slowly rose, the radiance of the array of instrumental restoration beneath her fading gradually under the tense gazes of Tian and the ministers of the divine court. Miss Luo, is it repaired? Tian inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity. It is still one step away. Su Yi shook his head. He then silently activated the divine-grade forging technique. The Tower of Heaven and Earth creation has been successfully repaired. The host can add the following attribute: divine speed. Adding this attribute will significantly enhance the speed at which cultivators within the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation absorb spiritual energy. The Tower Master. Choose one person to become the Tower Master. All cultivators who enter the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation must offer the spiritual energy they have cultivated. The energy harvested by the Tower Master will be significantly enhanced. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi promptly added 2 entries and bound the Tower Master position to Luo Qinghuan. Chapter 93. The Legendary 10th Layer. Having completed the addition of the 2 entries, Su Yi smiled at Tian. The Tower of Heaven and Earth creation has been restored, and not only that, I have made some slight improvements. Improvements? Hearing the words of the girl before him, Tian furrowed his brows, looking on with curiosity. Now, the rate at which cultivators can absorb spiritual energy upon entering the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation has greatly increased. Su Yi explained while glancing at the towered eye. In other words, cultivating within the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation is now significantly faster than before. Tian narrowed his eyes in surprise. He hadn't expected that having Luo girl repair the tower would yield such unexpected benefits. Indeed, Su Yi nodded at Diyun. You go. Tian immediately turned to Diyun, pointing at him and then at the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation. Diyun nodded, and under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he stepped into the tower. Su Yi, have you truly made improvements to the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation? Meanwhile, in the realm of souls, the petite soul in a white dress curiously inquired of Su Yi. Of course. Moreover, I didn't just make minor improvements, Su Yi replied with a mysterious smile. I have bound you as the Tower Master. When Diyun emerges, Luo girl, you can sense the changes in the spiritual energy within you. Tower Master? The girl was taken aback. Soon, the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation stirred, and when Diyun exited the tower, though he remained silent, the shock and incredulity evident on his face spoke volumes. Third brother, is what Luo girl said true? Di Lanner eagerly asked. Yes, Diyun nodded heavily, his astonished gaze fixed on the smiling girl. After Luo girl's improvements, the speed of cultivation within the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation is now several times greater than before. At this rate, I fear it won't take months before I can break through to the 3rd star of the creation realm. It's truly real. Luo girl is indeed a prodigy. Not only can she restore the Tower of Heaven and Earth creation forged by the ancient weapons master, but she can also improve upon it. Ha ha ha, in the future, the national strength of our Wuji divine dynasty will be even more robust. The surrounding ministers of the divine dynasty were equally astonished. Initially, many had opposed Tian using the entry qualifications of the Wuji imperial tomb as a token of gratitude. But now it seemed that not only should they allow entry to the Wuji imperial tomb, but even if Tian permitted Luo Qinghuan to dance atop the graves of the ancestors in the Wuji imperial tomb, they would all wholeheartedly support it. Su Yi, why do I feel an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy surging in? Meanwhile, the girl also noticed the anomaly. This is the benefit of being the Tower Master. Su Yi smiled and explained. Every practitioner who enters the Tower of Heavenly Creation must offer the spiritual energy they cultivate, and the energy obtained will be significantly enhanced. How formidable! The young girl gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide. Could it be that one can indeed grow stronger merely by lying down? Lady Luo, I owe you a great favor, Tian said gravely, gazing at Luo Qinghuan. The young girl not only assisted him in repairing the Tower of Heavenly Creation, but also indirectly contributed to the strengthening of his divine dynasty. Thus, it was only fitting to acknowledge the debt.as for the Wujidi Mausoleum. Lady Luo may visit at any time in a rush, Su Yi replied, shaking his head as he turned to Tian. Since I have repaired the Tower of Heavenly Creation, I should also qualify to enter and cultivate within it, correct? There are opportunities left behind on the 10th level, which would be perfect for Luo to retrieve, of course, Tian nodded. Whenever Lady Luo wishes to come, she may enter to cultivate at any time. Then it is settled. Just as it happens, I have a breakthrough opportunity. I shall seize it within the Tower of Heavenly Creation, Su Yi said, nodding before silently returning control of his body to Luo Qinghuan. Hearing this, Diyun interjected. Wait a moment. Lady Luo, didn't you just recently achieve a breakthrough? This seems rather coincidental, doesn't it? Diyun, Lanner, You shall accompany Lady Luo into the Tower of Heavenly Creation, Tian instructed his obedient daughter and rebellious son. Understood, father, they replied as the three entered the Tower of Heavenly Creation. A rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. Such dense spiritual energy, Lanner exclaimed, gazing in admiration at Luo Qinghuan. This Tower of Heavenly Creation is indeed far more powerful than before. You are truly impressive, Lady Luo. Although this was an achievement of Suyi, the girl had changed compared to before. In the past, praise might have caused her cheeks to flush, but now she merely tucked her hands behind her back and huffed. It's just passable. Suddenly, Luo Qinghuan's brow furrowed as she noticed the stone pillar in the center of the first level. Lifting her gaze, she saw that the jade stone pillar was inscribed with names. Alongside what appeared to be the levels and rankings of the tower. Dtian. 9th level. Diwijin. 8th level. Dijon. 8th level. Lanner. 7th level. Diyun. 7th level. The girl examined each name. These are the highest levels attained by the outstanding talents of my Wuji divine dynasty, Lanner explained. I see. Luo Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully, then turned her attention to the top of the jade stone pillar, where a vague name seemed to linger. What is that? We are not entirely certain. But we do not believe it to be the name of a prodigy. It may have been left by the divine weapon emperor during initial tests. After all, the 10th level is merely a legend. And furthermore, this tower only has 9 levels. Where could a 10th level come from? Lanner shook her head. Is that so? Luo Qinghuan frowned. In truth, that name was left by your brother Ye.At that moment. Suyi silently remarked in his mind. Chapter 94. The astonished siblings. I knew it. A look of realization blossomed on Luo Qinghuan's delicate face. Only the insufferable Suyi would be so ostentatious. Wasn't the Tower of Heavenly Creation merely 9 stories high? How could there be a 10th? The young girl furrowed her brows and inquired. If there is no 10th level, then we can simply construct one ourselves. Suyi replied with a light chuckle. Construct point one ourselves? You will understand shortly. With a mysterious expression, Suyi said with a smile. Moreover, your brother Yi has left a precious treasure for you on the 10th level. Very well. The young girl obediently nodded. Immediately after, Diyun and Lanner accompanied Luo Qinghuan deeper into the first level, explaining to her the precautions necessary for navigating the Tower of Heavenly Creation. There exists a certain pressure between each level. The higher one ascends, the denser the spiritual energy becomes. Understood. Luo Qinghuan murmured softly, nodding slightly. Miss Luo, I am aware of your exceptional talent, but the pressure within the Tower of Heavenly Creation is formidable. Simply do your best, Lanner advised. Her gaze fixed on her. I will give it my all. Luo Qinghuan nodded affirmatively. Lanner. She suddenly sensed something amiss. She felt that the young girl before her had misinterpreted her words. What she meant was to exert oneself appropriately, yet it seemed the girl understood it as pushing herself to the limit. I shall take my leave now, said Luo Qinghuan, turning to ascend the stairs to the 2nd level. Wait, Miss Luo.At that moment, Lanner called out again. Each wall of the Tower of Heavenly Creation bears ancient texts. Our Wuji divine dynasty refers to them as the primordial divine script. If you perceive them carefully, you may gain some enlightenment. Primordial divine script? Luo Qinghuan was taken aback, then gently nodded, committing it to memory. Once I enter, I shall diligently copy and collect those primordial divine scripts. Ahem. Luo girl, actually, you need not bother remembering those primordial divine scripts, for they were merely scrawled by your brother Yi. And who knows what the Wuji divine dynasty has mistaken them for as so-called primordial divine scripts, in his mind. Suyi lightly coughed. Luo Qinghuan. What a peculiar sense of humor that insufferable Suyi possesses, Lady Lanner. Does your Wuji divine dynasty really derive enlightenment from those primordial divine scripts? Luo Qinghuan couldn't help but ask. The thought of the people from Wuji divine dynasty treating the nonsensical scribbles of the insufferable Suyi as supreme scripts made her want to laugh. Certainly. Lanner nodded seriously. Not to mention the predecessors of our Wuji divine dynasty. Among this generation's youth, aside from me and my 3rd brother, both my eldest brother and 2nd sister have gained enlightenment from the primordial divine scripts on the walls of the Tower of Heavenly Creation. Luo Qinghuan was momentarily stunned. Am I dreaming? In her mind, Suyi chuckled playfully. Although it was mere nonsense written by your brother Yi, it was nonetheless penned by an emperor, and thus holds a certain enlightening effect. Even if the emperor were to let out a fart, it might very well lead an ordinary cultivator to enlightenment. Would you like to try? Ugh, no. Luo Qinghuan quickly shook her head. Then, after exchanging a few words with Lanner, they turned and proceeded towards the 2nd level of the Tower of Creation. 3rd brother, what do you think? With Miss Luo's innate talent, how far can she reach on her first attempt? Lanner inquired curiously, raising the whip in her hand towards Diyun. Her talent surpasses both yours and mine. We only reached the 5th level on our first try. With her abilities, she should at least reach the 6th level. Di-Yun replied, crossing his arms and scoffing. Goodness, third brother. You actually admit that Miss Luo's talent exceeds your own? Di-Lan'er teased, glancing at Di-Yun with a playful expression. Humph, I would never claim someone who surpasses me to be weak. Di-Yun retorted coolly. All right then, let us make our way to the 6th level to meet up with Miss Luo. Agreed. Just as they were about to set off, a thunderous roar erupted from the jade-like stone pillar on the 1st level. The two of them paused and immediately turned to look. They saw a name materialize on the stone pillar. Luo Qinghuan, 6th level. Is that Miss Luo? Di-Yun furrowed his brow. Indeed, she has reached the 6th level. Just as I suspected. But how could she have done so quickly? It has barely been a few minutes since we parted ways, and she has already whisked herself to the 6th level? Is Miss Luo part mouse? If I recall correctly, third brother, it took you a full 3 days to reach the 6th level, did it not? Di-Lan'er stifled a laugh beside him. The disparity seems rather significant. Di-Yun's lips twitched as he shot a glance at the whip tied around her waist, suddenly feeling a strong urge to snatch it away and give his foolish sister a sound thrashing. Never mind. After all, she is my little sister. Oh my goodness, third brother. Look, at that moment, Di-Lan'er exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Fourth sister, you are a royal princess. Must you make such a fuss? Di-Yun scolded, then turned his gaze back with an expression of indifference. In the next instant, a gasp even louder than Di-Lan'er's erupted. What? They witnessed Luo Qinghuan's name emanating a radiant glow, and under this illumination, her name advanced forward. This is the 8th level. As they beheld this scene, their expressions transformed into one of sheer astonishment. In the blink of an eye, the girl had ascended directly to the 8th level. Even after their prolonged training within the Tower of Creation, they had only managed to reach the 7th level. The pressure of the 8th level was immensely terrifying. Just a slight touch could send them tumbling out. Yet this girl had adapted to the tower's oppressive force in such a short time and even entered the 8th level. Gasp. Third brother, could it be that Miss Luo is simply too monstrous? Is she still on par with the other prodigies of her level? Di-Lan'er's eyes widened in disbelief. Di-Yun's expression was equally grave. Even his own prodigious elder prince of the Wuji divine dynasty had only recently managed to barely enter the 8th level after numerous attempts. Yet now, Miss Luo had achieved this, with such simplicity and speed. Had she truly unlocked something extraordinary? Luo Qinghuan had already given the two a slight shock. Third brother, do you think Miss Luo could have directly ascended to the 9th level? At that moment, Di-Lan'er, still trembling with trepidation, gently patted her ample bosom and whispered her inquiry. Di-Yun replied, not likely. He shook his head. Throughout history, the number of individuals capable of entering the 9th level within my Wuji divine dynasty is exceedingly rare, and all of them are formidable emperors. Could it be that Miss Luo possesses the bearing of an emperor? Third brother, you might be onto something. Just then, Di-Lan'er's quivering voice broke the silence. Her gaze fell upon the jade stone pillar where the maiden's name was once again enveloped in radiant light, indicating a change. The two siblings were instantly petrified upon witnessing this scene. What on earth? Third brother, could it be that this maiden has the ability to manifest her will through words? Chapter 95. The 10th level meanwhile, outside the Tower of Celestial Transformation, Di-Tian had completed his arrangements with the ministers, instructing them to frequently enter the tower for cultivation. Miss Luo is truly a benefactor of our divine dynasty. She not only repaired the tower but also enhanced its capacity to strengthen our national power. The ministers of the divine dynasty expressed their profound admiration. Di-Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing that the most significant aspect was her restoration of the tower to its most impeccable state. Consequently, the stability of the tower's suppression would be greatly reinforced, alleviating his concerns regarding the peculiar sealing of the severed finger. With a sigh of relief, Di-Tian intended to depart and delve into the depths of the molten rock. However, suddenly, the entire Tower of Celestial Transformation shook violently. What is happening? He wondered. Miss Luo has just completed the repairs, and now the tower is malfunctioning again. The tremors of the tower drew the attention of the ministers, who furrowed their brows and directed their gazes toward it. This is Di-Tian's eyes narrowed as he turned his attention to the commotion. Suddenly, his expression grew grave, and he exclaimed in astonishment, someone has entered the 9th level? What? The 9th level? Who could it be? The 3rd prince or the 4th princess? Upon hearing Di-Tian's words, the ministers were filled with shock and hastily looked on. It is neither of them. Di-Tian shook his head solemnly, stating, for them to reach the 8th level is already commendable. As for the 9th level, that is sheer fantasy. It is not the 3rd prince or the 4th princess. Then it must be. The ministers paused, their expressions shifting dramatically as realization dawned upon them. It is Miss Luo. Di-Tian, with a serious demeanor, remarked. I find that every time I think I have grasped Luo Qinghuan, she surprises me in ways I could never anticipate. The fact that she has reached the 9th level signifies that her talents are on par with my OWN.IT, suggests that she has the potential to ascend to the throne in the future. Perhaps the future Xian'in sacred sect will also elevate itself among the ranks of the top forces, Tian murmured, a sense of awe washing over him. The future emperor. How astonishingly terrifying her talent is. We are indeed witnessing the emergence of a future sovereign. Gill my astonishment. A mere sect like the Xian'in holy cult has managed to produce such a remarkable maiden. Perhaps we should simply invite Lady Luo to our Wuji divine dynasty for her personal cultivation? Or arrange a marriage between the 3rd prince and the 1st prince with her? At this moment, among the astonished ministers, an elder could not help but suggest, but she is destined to become a great emperor in the future. Are the 3rd prince and the 1st prince truly worthy? Another minister timidly inquired, scratching his nose. Instantly, the surrounding ministers fell into a collective silence, as if it were indeed somewhat inappropriate. You may withdraw. Do not disturb Lady Luo's cultivation, Emperor Tian remarked, casting a faint glance at the assembled ministers. Understood. The ministers of the divine dynasty nodded in unison. By the heavens, Your Majesty, look. How has an invisible staircase appeared at the top of the 9th level? There's even a courtyard. Just then, an unexpected exclamation broke the silence. Emperor Tian and the ministers, upon hearing the cry, turned their gazes, utterly astonished. They beheld the 9th level enveloped in resplendent light. As the staircase unfurled, a courtyard materialized above the tower of heaven and earth, as if a so-called 10th level had formed. In the 10th level a mere legend. At that moment, Emperor Tian's pupils constricted in the tower of heaven and earth. At the 9th level, the spiritual energy was rich and unceasing. A graceful maiden sat cross-legged, seemingly having swiftly reached the 9th level. However, in truth, she had paused slightly at each level, for Xuyi had mentioned that this spiritual energy must not be squandered. Moreover, Luo Qinghuan had exemplified the admirable tradition of frugality, meticulously collecting the spiritual energy from every layer before proceeding to the next Suyi. I am nearing the completion of absorbing the spiritual energy at the 9th level. How do I gain entry to the 10th level? Luo Qinghuan inquired after concluding the operation of the swallowing heaven demon art, her delicate form now free of the dark energy. Where there is no path, forge a path. Where there is no tower, build a tower, Xuyi replied with a light chuckle. All right, I shall give it a try. The maiden nodded and sat cross-legged once more. As she attuned her senses to the essence of the tower of heaven and earth, it seemed to her that the entire structure possessed such energy. Following Su Ye's guidance, she began to concentrate all her perception into a singular focus. In an instant, the entire 9th level was bathed in brilliant light, and invisible steps manifested atop the 9th level. A courtyard stood proudly above the tower of heaven and earth, heralding the arrival of the so-called 10th level. Chapter 96. The insights left by your brother Yi. This girl possesses remarkable aptitude. Witnessing this scene, Xuyi could not help but admire Luo Qinghuan's exceptional comprehension. Among the younger generation in this desolate domain, she was truly an extraordinary prodigy, her talents far exceeding the norm, coupled with an innate advantage that made it difficult for other geniuses to compete. Let us cut to the chase, Xuyi. Have I succeeded? The maiden eagerly opened her beautiful eyes after perceiving the invisible essence of the tower of heaven and earth. Indeed, Xuyi replied with a smile, nodding in affirmation. Very well, Luo. Make your way to the 10th level. The maiden nodded obediently, gracefully rising. Beyond the tower of heaven and earth, an extraordinary situation unfolded. The 10th level. How could this be? The courtiers of the divine court stared wide-eyed, filled with disbelief, their speech faltering. Lord Su, if you were to strike me, I would feel as though I were dreaming. One minister furrowed his brow, gazing at the magnificent courtyard that radiated brilliance, incredulously inquiring, no problem, Lord Zhang. Lord Su rolled up his sleeve, revealing a grin that displayed his yellowed teeth as he nodded. Yet, just as he was about to clench his fist, a fist as large as a sandbag loomed before his eyes. Ah! Lord Su cried out in agony, covering his eyes. Does it hurt? Lord Zhang asked with genuine concern. Could you not be so verbose? And what about that promise of giving me a punch? Lord Su retorted with rising ire. I merely contemplated that if you felt pain, it would signify that I am not dreaming. So why should I inflict pain upon myself? Lord Zhang replied with a smile. You rascal! I shall report you thrice over. Then I shall report you 10 times, 20 times, 300 times. The two elderly ministers bickered, much to the frustration of the other courtiers. They found themselves torn between marveling at the so-called 10th level and tuning in to the duo's verbal sparring. You two, cease your chatter. Otherwise, I shall assign you to the outskirts to tend sheep. The Emperor Tian warned coldly, prompting the two old men to finally quiet down. The 10th level. Could it be that the inscriptions on that jade pillar were not merely the cruel whims of a preceding divine weapon, but a tangible reality? After admonishing the two, Emperor Tian's gaze grew solemn as he looked towards the tower of heaven and earth, murmuring to himself. He had ascended to the 9th level, but had seen no trace of this so-called 10th level, leading him to naturally dismiss its existence. At that moment, within the tower of heaven and earth, two alarmed figures burst forth. Emperor Yun and Princess Lan'er. Father, Miss Luo has ceased her performance. She has ascended. She has reached the 9th level. Oh, however, upon finishing their exclamations, they were met with the sight of Emperor Tian and the courtiers, whose expressions bore no hint of astonishment, merely responding with a casual "oh." Seeing this, the two were immediately unsettled. Father, that is the 9th level. Is this truly your reaction? Or is ascending to the 9th level merely a fundamental skill? What does that make of our achievement? Emperor Yun exclaimed, bewildered. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tian regarded his third son as if he were a simpleton before silently pointing to the very top of the tower of heaven and earth. Since Miss Luo has ascended to the 10th level, why should we react to her reaching the 9th level? At this proclamation, Emperor Yun and Princess Lan'er stood in stunned silence. The next moment, what? The 10th level. Does the tower of heaven and earth truly possess a 10th level? Their faces transformed into expressions of sheer astonishment. Miss Luo has truly gone mad. Your Majesty, behold. At that very moment, the startled exclamation of a minister from the divine court resonated. A graceful figure abruptly materialized upon the ethereal staircase, each step taken with poise, ultimately entering the invisible courtyard under the watchful gaze of the multitude. That. Miss Luo? As the crowd beheld her, their expressions were rife with bewilderment. What extraordinary fortune could possibly await in this 10th tier? Upon Luo Qinghuan's emergence in this transformed courtyard of the 10th tier, she immediately felt the rich aura of heaven and earth's spiritual energy surging towards her ceaselessly. The most significant distinction of this 10th tier from the others was that, while the lower tiers required one to absorb the spiritual energy, here, it was drawn in automatically, as if the entire tower of creation existed solely to cater to her alone. Huh? What is this? Luo Qinghuan's beautiful eyes widened as she gazed within the courtyard, where a figure clad in black sat motionless, resembling a statue. The more she looked at this figure, the more familiar it seemed. Is that you, Su Yi? Indeed. It is your brother Yi. In her mind, Su Yi chuckled lightly, then shook his head. Observing the black-clad figure, he remarked, "This is an insight from the great emperor that I left behind in my youth. I never anticipated that after all these years, no one would reach the 10th tier to perceive it, and instead, it has fallen into the hands of you, my dear girl." What do you mean by fallen? Upon hearing this, the girl pouted her lips, visibly displeased, and then, with a slight lift of her red lips, earnestly declared, "This is merely fate aligning with me." Hearing this exceedingly familiar phrase, Su Ye's lips twitched slightly. This girl has picked up some bad habits, no? Rather, she has improved. At this moment, the young lady stealthily circled around to the front of the black-clad figure, seemingly eager to behold its true form, only to find it shrouded in darkness, akin to chaos. Witnessing this scene, she exclaimed in disappointment, "Humph, do you think your brother Ye's handsome face is something you can simply gaze upon?" Observing her, Su Yi teased, "This is merely an insight from the great emperor. How could it reveal his true visage? Then how should I comprehend it? Should I give him a good beating?" A glint of mischief flashed in the girl's beautiful eyes, her demeanor suggesting she was itching for a challenge. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing that this girl was feeling a bit mischievous. "Since this is your brother Ye's insight from the great emperor, why must you struggle to comprehend it? I shall simply impart it to you." Su Yi chuckled and shook his head. "However, the pressing matter at hand is not this insight, for it can only be utilized when you break through to the level of a great emperor." "Ah, I see." Luo Qinghuan nodded her small head. "Luo girl, that fruit of creation should be ripe. Take it out. The abundant spiritual energy of the 10th tier will assist you in seizing the essence of heaven and earth, elevating you to a true master of creation," Su Yi advised earnestly. "Michem." Luo Qinghuan gently nodded, then retrieved the ripe fruit of creation from the Kunlun mirror. Su Yi's gaze fell upon it.